Chapter 161. Was it eaten? Then when will I be able to go out? Shajur wailed in his heart. There has never been a day when he was so powerless. Not to mention, Boa Hancock's message blocking work is pretty good. Originally, according to Shajur conjecture. Since Boa Sandersonia went out to inquire about his identity, then, no matter how powerful her concealment skills were, it was impossible to leave no trace behind. As long as there are clues left, then Anna and the others will always notice it. In this way, you can follow the vines to find Nine Snake Island and release him from the sculpture. But Shajur waited like this for a month, and the flowers were all gone, but they still hadn't waited for Anna and the others. It can be said that there is no news at all. Hey, they won't forget me. Shajur thought anxiously in her heart. So, is Shajur really forgotten? Of course not. Anna's search for Shajur didn't stop for a day. However, how difficult it is to find a Shajur who has been imprisoned in disguise like a needle in a haystack. After all, living in the windless Nine Snake Island is a bit unreal. Could it be that Lord Shajur was eaten by the Sea Kings? After searching for a month, Anna and the others almost turned over the first half of the Great Route, but there is still no news. Involuntarily, they had this idea in their hearts. Moreover, the more you think about it, the more you think it is a fact. After all, it is normal for a corpse in the sea, or a person with little resistance, to be eaten by a Sea King. No, it's impossible. How could Master Shajur be eaten by the Sea Kings, and he died so embarrassed? Anna absolutely can't believe this is true. Then, they continued to persevere in the search. But they keep looking for someone so much, no matter how secretive they are, they will still find something wrong. Thunder Hunter hasn't appeared yet, and his subordinates are looking for something everywhere. Is it hard? There are many people who suddenly have a bold idea in their heads. Shajur is missing. Gia, is this the case? Try it and you'll know. There are daring pirates, and immediately start to test. They started harassing the Summer Chamber of Commerce. At the beginning, it was just harassment. Run after the harassment, and see how Anna and the others reacted. However, when Anna and the others responded, they were only warnings and not held accountable. Moreover, when Shajur didn't show up at all, the courage of these pirates began to grow. It seems that the Summer Chamber of Commerce has no energy to pursue them. This is not normal. Shajur is a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 800 million. Will he tolerate his forces being provocated? Impossible. If someone provokes him, he will definitely come forward in person. But now he has not appeared. What does this mean? It means that he is really missing. With this conjecture, these pirates in the sea suddenly went crazy. The Summer Chamber of Commerce is a big piece of fat. How can you be worthy of yourself if you don't take advantage of such a good opportunity to take a bite? As a result, in order to deal with the pirates who are constantly attacking, Anna and the others are even more embarrassed, and there are fewer opportunities to find Shajur. Start a pair of writing wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 162 Hancock, wait for me. Nine Snake Island. The body seems to be slowly recovering. What's going on? It seems like a force is coming out of the body every day. In the sculpture, Shajur didn't know if this was his own delusion. He felt that the current self was much weaker and more energetic than the 1 month ago. Become more spiritual and more powerful. Is it an illusion? Let me try it. With this discovery, he decided to check again in a few days to see if it was his illusion. 10 days later. It's really recovering. This is not my illusion. My body is really starting to recover. Shajur is extremely happy. The current self, he feels much stronger than the previous self. Very good, Boa Hancock, you wait for me. When I recover, Xiaoyi must make you look good. Shajur said with hatred. Time is passing by slowly. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, the Whitebeard pirates fought against the beasts for some unknown reason. Marine was also inexplicably attacked by the Whitebeard pirates, and even Doflamingo was inexplicably involved. To be honest, Doflamingo felt very confused. He didn't seem to offend Whitebeard. Why was he suddenly attacked by Whitebeard? It can be said that it is a dumb person who eats Coptis chinensis, and it is hard to tell. People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. However, Doflamingo also has a guess in his heart. Although he didn't know if it was right or not, he felt that this matter might have something to do with the name of the Thunder Hunter Natsu. Maybe it's just as I imagined. There is some connection between Thunder Hunter and Whitebeard. Or, Thunder Hunter has another identity. Doflamingo was tied into a bandage again, but he still said evilly. In the past 6 months, except for the encounter between Whitebeard and Kaido. Among the other things, only the closing of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is the only thing that attracts people's attention. It's a pity, a generation of geniuses is jealous. However, isn't it a great honor to die at the most glorious moment? Every time the Sha Chamber of Commerce was closed, someone would think of Sha Jurqing's untimely death. In the past 6 months, after losing the core of Sha Jurqing, the Sha Chamber of Commerce was unhappy, coupled with the coveted by all the enemies on the sea. Then, it slowly closed down like this. Only the core staff of Anna, who fled to Sky Island, went into seclusion. They are still in the process of looking for Sha Jurqing, but they can't do it on a large scale like before. No way, now their manpower and financial resources have dropped to the lowest point in history. And those pirates who robbed the Summer Chamber of Commerce really made a lot of money, and they were extremely rich. Therefore, in the past 6 months, there have been many battles between the pirates in the first half of the Great Route. 9 Snake Island. On this day, Boa Hancock still went to court as usual to decide things. However, just in the middle of all this, the plaster sculpture that trapped Sha Jurqing suddenly exploded. This sudden change shocked everyone present. Boa, Sandersonia, Boa, Marie Goth even stood in front of Boa Hancock for the first time. All the 9 Snake Island warriors also entered a state of battle instantly. Start a pair of riding wheels, pirates. Start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 163 Pay for your actions. They all aimed at the person in the billowing smoke, and the arrows were on the strings. As long as there was any change, they could kill them with one shot. How is it possible? Is that guy still alive? The mother-in-law panicked immediately, and she also looked at the smoke and dust, and she couldn't help but panic and sweat. Thorn. A cold light swept across, Sha Jurqing lingered in thunder and lightning, and appeared in front of a group of female warriors from 9 Snake Island. Finally out. Finally see the sun again. It's not easy. Sha Jurqing stretched out, and suddenly let out a crackling sound. This guy really didn't die. How did he do it? He hasn't eaten for more than half a year, so why is he still alive? Why is my mother-in-law looking at Sha Jurqing in disbelief? Thunder Hunter, what do you want? Granny Za immediately asked. What do I want? Sha Jurqing laughed when she heard the words, but her expression was rather cold. Take my sword and trap me in a sculpture as a viewing object. What do you think I want? Sha Jurqing looked at Boa Hancock and said through gritted teeth. HMPH, despicable man, what do you want? Do you still want to do something to your concubine? Boa Hancock cast a disdainful glance at Sha Jurqing and said proudly. What if I say yes? I just want to do one thing right now, that is. Sha Jurqing suddenly showed a very wretched smile. Fuck you. Bold. Asshole. Sha Jurqing's words instantly made Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marie Gold angry. Thunder Hunter, you are never allowed to insult my elder sister. Look. The 2 women directly entered the Devil Fruit ability form and turned into a cobra, a king cobra. HMPH, both of you dare to be presumptuous in front of me, get out of here. Boa, Marie Gothic and Boa, Sandersoni are really good. According to Shajur Ching's estimate, the force value is at least around 70. Let them deal with the rookie pirates in the first half of the Great Route may be okay. But for a strong man like him, even if he is currently upgrading the system, Susanoo can't use the kaleidoscope. Even so, with his own strength, he can easily defeat them. Lay done. Angry Thunder Tiger. With a wave of Shajur Ching's hand, the thunder and lightning all over his body turned into a terrifying Thunder Tiger, and he went straight into the air. Thunder Hunter, you underestimate us too. The two women dodged nimbly, and the Thunder Tiger directly smashed the surrounding table and fell into the deep pit of the beast below. Huh, is that so? Shajur Ching's voice suddenly sounded in front of the two women at the same time. The two of them couldn't help being surprised, but they saw Shajur Ching appearing in front of them each. Chidori's spear. The two Shajur Ching reached out and pointed, and the two thunder guns pierced through their chests and nailed them into the ground behind them at a speed that the two women had no time to react. Ah! The terrifying lightning on the thunder gun instantly deprived the two women of their ability to move, causing them to roll their eyes and fall to the ground. This is lightning with 30 million volts, and they can't resist it. How is that possible? You defeated the two snake generals so quickly. How can this outsider be so powerful, and the two face-to-face will solve the Snake Girl General? The surrounding 9 Snake Island female warriors couldn't help but turn pale when they saw this, and said in a horrified voice. Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 164 Conqueror Hockey. That is their 9 Snake Island, apart from the Empress, the two strongest people. To be defeated by Shajur Ching so easily. Boa Hancock, you have to pay for your behavior for the past 6 months. With thunder and lightning in Shajur Ching's hands, the sound of thousands of birds chirping at the same time erupted, shattering the steps all the way and rushing towards Boa Hancock at the top. Ah! The female warriors on this step were directly knocked into the air by a bit of lightning, and there was absolutely no one who could stop Shajur Ching. Stop being arrogant, outsiders, who want to hurt Lady Empress, pass me first. A smoking woman with a rocket launcher didn't finish her sentence when Shajur Ching shouted, mental shock. A domineering force burst out, and the smoking woman fell down with a blank look. Conqueror Hockey, the mother-in-law shouted in shock. She never expected that Shajur Ching even had a conqueror. Marrow marrow mellow. Seeing that Shajur Ching was unstoppable, Boa Hancock stood up calmly, put his hands in a gesture of love, and let out a love-shaped light that went away. Illusion. Self-hypnosis. Shajur Ching knew how powerful this blow was. Boa Hancock was so powerful that he was feared by most pirates because of this move. Because as long as you are tempted by the Empress, you will be petrified if you touch this trick a little bit. And now, hypnotized, his heart is like still water, so he can see him directly against Marrow Marrow Mellow, completely unaffected. Enlightenment, Empress. Shajur Ching bullied Boa Hancock infinitely, and with one shot, he pierced away. Perfume Femur. Boa Hancock was surprised that Marrow Marrow Mellow was ineffective against Shajur Ching, but she also responded quickly. Facing this piercing blow, she felt an extremely dangerous aura. He spun out with a fragrant kick, covered with armament hockey, activated his ability, crossed the most severe point, and stepped on Shajur Ching's arm. Boom! Shajur Ching only felt a powerful force burst out, and he couldn't control his arm at all. And there was a strange energy that made his arm start to petrify. Crack! He hurriedly used a substitute technique to avoid it, and the next moment, a petrified substitute wood fell to the ground. As expected of Boa Hancock, it's really troublesome. Shajur Ching was a little surprised in Vivi's heart, but immediately, his eyes narrowed. However, so what? Thunder Escape. Chidori's Sharp Spear. The short-range battle can't be done, can't it be long-range? Hey! But when Shajur Ching fired this shot, Boa Hancock had disappeared in place. Perfume Femur. She actually bullied her close. Her right foot was snow white, exuding extremely depressed fluctuations, and she swept it again. Come back. When Shajirching saw this, he immediately raised his foot to cover armament hockey. His body was covered with lightning, and he went away with a Renkyaku tempest kick. Boom. A terrifying force erupted, and the ground beneath the two of them trembled suddenly. However, Boa Hancock groaned in pain and stepped back suddenly, with thunder and lightning lingering on her body. Seeing this, Shajirching completely ignored that his right foot had been petrified, and his body was even more violent with lightning. Lightning strikes armor. He shouted. Then, under the increase of thunder and lightning, he arrived in front of Boa Hancock in an instant. Chidori. Start a pair of riding wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 165 Defeat Hancock. Kiss the gun. When Shajirching stabbed this blow, Boa Hancock also shot a pink bullet, which hit Shajirching, who immediately covered armament hockey's defense, and flew out. PFF'd. Boom. Boa Hancock spattered blood on his chest, while Shajirching kept retreating at an extreme speed, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Unforgivable, I actually hurt my concubine. Injured by Shajirching, Boa Hancock was angry. She shouted, slave arrow. She saw her finger lightly touch her lips, transforming into a huge pink heart-shaped energy body, and then pulling it back like a bow and arrow. A large number of pink arrows were shot out. HMPH, it's just a mere slave arrow, watch me break you. Today's Boa Hancock is far less powerful than when he met Luffy 4 years later. Thousands of birds. Boa Hancock has peach-colored petrified arrows, then he has thousands of thunderbolts. Puff puff. His 1,000 copies blocked all the arrows. Seeing this, Shajirching rushed forward again, with infinite sharpness in his eyes, and shouted, Boa Hancock, enlighten me. Om. However, Boa Hancock suddenly glared angrily, and Shajirching saw a huge wave that instantly wrapped him in. As soon as he was wrapped by this power, Shajirching felt a domineering and arrogant power, which directly entered his soul, making him have the idea of directly surrendering to Hancock. How can I surrender under your feet? You are almost at my feet. Shajirching woke up instantly, but Hancock had already taken advantage of Shajirching's stunned moment, and attacked again, and another perfume femur swept in. Whoosh! Shajirching's body flashed with a flash of lightning, and he retreated abruptly. Renkyaku, tempest kick, thunder blade. He lifted his foot and slashed out dozens of sharp lightning sword waves, causing Hancock to retreat immediately. A flaw is revealed. Shajirching Isho disappeared again, and then appeared behind Boa Hancock. Be careful, Snake. When my mother-in-law saw this scene, she quickly reminded me. What? Hancock also suddenly felt the sharp fluctuations behind him. When he was about to attack, Shajirching's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. It's fine to come and not to be indecent, and also taste the impact of my spirit. Om. The same domineering fluctuations acted sharply on Hancock's soul. No. Hancock suddenly trembled, and then collapsed to the ground. This made Shajirching a little confused. Is Hancock so easily defeated? How could a mere mental shock make her collapse directly to the ground? But Shajirching didn't care so much. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, he might not have such a good opportunity again to defeat Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock, you should pay for your actions. Shajirching reached out and grabbed her snow neck, lifted her up, and the power on her palm instantly increased several times. Stop. You are not allowed to hurt Lord Snake. Hurry up and let go of Snake Ji-sama. Seeing that Boa Hancock was captured, the female fighters became restless. They hurriedly spoke up, and wanted to rush over. Seeing this, Shajirching glanced at them, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased again. Come here again, her neck will be broken by me. Hearing this, they suddenly stopped and glared at me. Start a pair of riding wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 166 Why show mercy? Have mercy, be merciful, Thunder Hunter, be merciful. At this time, the voice of the mother-in-law suddenly came, and Shajur couldn't help but look over. Be merciful, why? Give me a reason not to kill her. Shajur looked at her mother-in-law and asked, but the power in her hand was heavier. Boa Hancock's face immediately flushed red. Killing her won't do you any good. Granny Za replied very seriously. If I don't kill her, what benefits can I get? Shajur said with a smile. You can get a lot of money, and resources. It's a very good deal for you. Besides, there is no blood feud between you and Sheji. There are just some misunderstandings. After the mother-in-law paused, she continued, I apologize to you for making you into a statue. I hope you forgive her for being ignorant. If you let her go, I can give you the capital to make a comeback again. You probably don't know, your summer chamber of commerce has been divided up by those hyenas on the sea, and the girls of the mudflow have all gone into hiding now. If you kill Boa Hancock, Marine won't let you go, they won't let you break the balance of Shichibukai. Why are these words from my mother-in-law, coercive and enticing? Don't say it, as expected of the emperor, she speaks with a standard. There is such a thing, these people really dare to do it. When Shajur heard that her mother-in-law said that her summer chamber of commerce had been divided up, her tone suddenly became cold. His eyes became even more severe in an instant. With that look, Granny Za felt as if she had seen a fierce tiger that would retaliate, and she couldn't help shivering. Okay, I promise you. However, if you give me enough resources and money, you must guarantee that the Empress will not continue to trouble me. Otherwise, even if you beg for mercy next time, it won't work. If he hadn't heard his mother-in-law say that the summer chamber of commerce was gone, he probably wouldn't have agreed. Don't worry, I will persuade Hancock and promise not to let him trouble you again. When my mother-in-law heard that Shajur agreed to her suggestion, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Also, I will practice on an island near your Nine-Snake Island. During this period, you must provide me with all my food, understand? Also, send me my saber. Shajur tone is completely unquestionable, and she can't refuse her mother-in-law at all. Okay, I promise you. Hearing this, my mother-in-law glanced at Boa Hancock, who was about to suffocate, and agreed without any hesitation. Remember what you just said, if there is any violation, don't blame me for being merciless. Shajur threw Boa Hancock to her mother-in-law, so she hurried away to the outside of the island. Seeing Boa Hancock was finally out of danger, and the rest of the female warriors around couldn't help but immediately surrounded him. Hurry up and help Lord Snakeji to rest, and quickly let someone prepare food. There is only one place near Nine-Snake Island where he can improve his strength. The mother-in-law exudes supreme majesty, and her tone is submissive. Yes. How mother-in-law's status on Nine-Snake Island is second only to the Empress, and these female warriors will obey her words. Start a pair of riding wheels, pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 167 Landing on Four Seasons Island. I accidentally provoke a big evil star, but this is far from his full strength. Is it because of the serious injury? Seeing Shajur who had completely disappeared from his sight, my mother-in-law thought so in her heart. With the strength he can beat Jack, can he get training in that place? Why is my mother-in-law a little suspicious? However, since she can't figure it out, my mother-in-law doesn't plan to continue thinking about it. Anyway, it doesn't help much. Let's turn our attention to Shajur Ho. Ho. He didn't look as high as he had when he captured Boa Hancock alive. He was sweating profusely now, his face was as yellow as wax paper, and there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Just after recovering from such a fierce battle, the body still can't hold it. The only remaining chakra has been completely consumed. Shajurching gave a wry smile in her heart. So quickly agreeing to her mother-in-law's conditions was also because she was about to be unable to support it. Now Kaido should be waiting for me to show up. However, when I appear on the sea now, I am just like a bird in your cage, and I will be captured by you soon. This is not a wise choice. It just so happens that Anna and the others are hiding now. Since that's the case, let's hide for a while and develop our strength by the way. When we reappear, we will strive to have the strength to calmly face all forces except the 4 emperors. Shajurching made plans for the future in her heart. The system was repaired and upgraded, and the kaleidoscope shaker was temporarily closed, making him unable to use Susanoo and Agena. Therefore, his current real strength is only slightly stronger than the current empress, and it is completely insufficient to face such a dangerous sea. Not to mention that he also offended a behemoth like the 4th Emperor Kaido. Once it appears like this, without the help of Whitebeard's power, he has no choice but to die. Even Doflamingo, who was defeated twice by him, was enough for him to drink 2 pots. However, those who touch my things, prepare me psychologically, spit out everything that eats me, and take my money back to me. My Shajurching's things are not so easy to take. If you take my things casually, you will have to pay a price. The family business that he has accumulated so hard has been divided up like this. Is it like he made it? After a short rest, Shajurching continued going. The direction of his going is nowhere else. It is the 4 Seasons Island where Luffy strengthened his strength and stayed for 2 years in the original. There are many powerful and fierce creatures living on this island. According to Shajurching's estimation, there are about 70% of the creatures that he can't deal with now. It takes 2 years for the Straw Hat Luffy in the original book, so I don't know how long it will take me. 2 years or 3 years. Cha Muyang is not very sure. 4 Seasons Island, it will be here soon, and behind Shajurching is a group of extremely fierce sea kings. This is a windless sea king lurking near the sea area of Siji Island. It is very fierce, and it is not inferior to the Sea King in the New World. It's finally here. Shajurching landed on the land and let out a long sigh of relief. Roar. At this time, there was a sudden darkness behind Shajurching, and a Sea King with a pig's head and a snake body suddenly rushed out from under the ocean, and attacked Shajurching with its big mouth open. Start a pair of riding wheels, pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 168 Sudden Attack. It's really persevering enough to come back. In the face of this roaring Sea King, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Shajurching's mouth. I just happen to be hungry. Since you want to bring it to your door, I'm welcome. Shajurching drew his sword, gathered all the chakras into the strongest blow, and the sword intent exploded. PFF'd. A cold light flashed, and then, the head of this Sea King directly cracked a bloodline. Then, I heard it suddenly screamed, and then the whole head fell directly. Bang! His huge body slammed into the ocean, splashing a terrifying wave. Today, just barely fill your stomach with your too much. Shajurching jumped into the sea, grabbed it hard, and threw the Sea King on the island. Soon, the smoke curled up. Several large pieces of huge meat were roasted by the fire, exuding an attractive taste. And dripping with ZZZ oil droplets, it seems to make people move their index fingers. Enjoy the food without too much description. But just when Shajurching was full and was about to continue his going exploration, behind him, there was suddenly a heavy pressure, and a huge soul stepped down towards him. Bang! Shajurching couldn't help being startled and hurried away. But before he could draw his sword, another terrifying phantom took time out and swept him away. PFF'd. Shajurching felt as if Wanjun's enormous force was rushing towards him, making him completely unable to fight. Even armament hockey couldn't weaken the impact much. He didn't dare to neglect, and he quickly used a substitute technique to alleviate this terrifying force. Who is it? Shajurching appeared again and looked at the place where he was standing just now, wanting to see who attacked him. But what I saw was a red-spotted mammoth with a body shape of more than 15 meters, and its ears were as big as lotus leaves that covered the sky, which was terrifying. It looked fiercely at Shajirching, who appeared again, and roared again and rushed to trample on Shajirching. It's this guy. When Shajirching saw this mammoth, she couldn't help being a little stunned. This mammoth is no other beast. It is the first time that Luffy and Rayleigh of Hades landed on the Four Seasons Island in the original book. They were injured by Rayleigh of Hades with a high-level armament haki, and then stunned by Conqueror haki. Lay done. Angry Thunder Tiger. Shajirching quickly sealed the seal, and using the newly recovered chakra, he released a huge Thunder Tiger and roared away. Roar. Facing the Thunder Tiger, the red mammoth curled up its proboscis, blasted the air, and opened a trace of the earth, and it was drawn on Thunder Tiger's body. Lehu was shattered without the slightest resistance. Shajirching was a little surprised to see this, and hurriedly dodged. At the next moment, it broke through the air and rushed past, almost being driven by Shajirching. Chidori's spear. Shamliang aimed at the mammoth, and when he was about to attack, the mammoth he saw suddenly raised its hind legs and flew over, causing him to quickly retreat again. Then, Swishly appeared in front of it, with thunder and lightning in his hand. Chidori. Ah! The mammoth sensed the danger, hurriedly rolled its proboscis, and ejected, trying to block Shajirching. Hey! But Shajirching suddenly seemed to have teleported, dodging the obstruction of its proboscis, and was already in front of the mammoth. It is about to pierce through the eyes of the mammoth and kill it on the spot. Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 169 Still Too Weak. Roar. The sudden danger caused the mammoth to scream in horror, and its proboscis rolled over again, blocking Shajirching's face. PFF'd. The Chidori penetrated directly through the mammoth's proboscis, and blood splattered everywhere. Failed to kill it, but instantly angered it. It swayed its long nose again, and directly smashed Shajirching to the ground. The speed was so fast that even Shajirching didn't have time to run the avatar technique. Wow! The boss's mouthful of blood spurted out, and Shajirching didn't dare to stay long, and immediately retreated. Boom! The next moment, the place where he was just now was smashed by the mammoth. This is not over yet. The mammoth dashes forward again and tramples. Seeing this, Shajirching couldn't help but shuddered, and quickly retreated. Rankyaku Tempest Kick. Thunder Blade. Shajirching threw out several sword waves wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning, and flew towards the mammoth. Boom boom boom. This sword wave erupted violently on the body of the mammoth, with terrifying sharpness and thunder and lightning, making the mammoth scream incessantly. I don't believe it. I can't help you. Shajirching stepped on the moon step and charged forward again, approaching the mammoth again like a cannonball. Just when the mammoth was about to attack Shajirching, Shajirching suddenly shouted, "Mental shock." Om! A domineering aura burst out, and the mammoth's movements stagnated for a while. Chidori's spear. How could Shajirching miss such a good opportunity? His whole body was instantly covered with thunder and lightning, and then he turned into a phantom-like thunder gun and stabbed the mammoth away. Ah! Although the mental shock only stopped the mammoth for a moment, it was too late to fight the thunder gun that had already come to him. PFF'd. The thunder gun pierced through his head directly, poking out a huge blood hole. It's not over yet. Thunder escape. Heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. Shajirching quickly formed the seal and flew away with thunder and lightning all over his body. In an instant, a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared above the mammoth, and a terrifying thunder snake exploded, shining with terrifying light. Boom! Unbiased, thunder and lightning with a thick water tank crashed down. This strength is as high as 100 million volts, and the lightning with the ability to tear everything, shrouded the mammoth without deviation. Boom boom boom. The terrifying thunder and lightning continued to bombard the mammoth, and the powerful aftermath that erupted sent Shajirching flying out. Ho ho ho. In the terrifying attack of thunder and lightning, the howling of mammoths kept coming, but it didn't take long for it to stop. The mammoth's vicious aura has disappeared. The thunder and lightning lasted for nearly 3 minutes before it stopped. That mammoth was dying, and his body was burnt. It's already so difficult to defeat this mammoth. I'm still a little weaker now. I still have a long way to go to reach the level of Luffy 2 years later in the original book. His current strength is probably equivalent to the level of Luffy not opening the gear 2 years later in the original book. It belongs to the kind of existence that can solve the pacifist with a little effort. Let me see what level my strength can reach after I can defeat all the beasts on this island. It should be almost as good as the 4th gear Luffy. The force value is roughly estimated to have reached 360 plus, or even stronger. I don't know what level my strength can reach after the kaleidoscope is restored a year later. Shajir is looking forward to it. Start a pair of writing wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 170 Lovesickness. As expected of the Thunder Hunter Natsu, he is indeed amazing. At this moment, the voice of the mother-in-law suddenly came from behind Shajir. Shajir looked at her and walked away, and she and a few female warriors from 9 Snake Island came over with a lot of food. Why is my mother-in-law carrying a long knife with a purple flame pattern on her back? Very good, I like to do business with people who will be honest. Seeing this, Shajir couldn't help but have a smile on his lips, and then stepped forward to take his saber from Granny Za's hand, and the knife was hot. Long time no see, old man. Shajir pulled out the flowing fire and gently brushed the blade. It was icy cold, and there was a fierce aura going straight to the top of his head. This fire seems to have spirituality, and it hummed and vibrated, and the sharp breath became stronger, as if it was cheering. Give me food once a day, have enough meat and vegetables, and you can leave if you have nothing to do. Shajir glanced at her mother-in-law and the others, and then she was about to turn around and leave, heading deeper into the island. Wait a minute, Thunder Hunter. At this moment, the voice of the mother-in-law suddenly came. When Shajir heard the words, she immediately stopped and turned around, looked at her mother-in-law and asked, I don't know if my mother-in-law has any advice. Hearing this, the mother-in-law was full of embarrassment, and then, a strange look appeared on her face, and she hesitated to speak. Then, she said, well, it's nothing, it's just. Speaking of which, she suddenly stopped again, feeling a little indescribable. It's really nothing, mother-in-law, lying is not a good behavior. Seeing her mother-in-law's appearance, Shajir immediately narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Why does my mother-in-law look like this? If there is nothing wrong, he will write Shajir name upside down. Alas, how do you ask Lao Shen to speak? This matter is really hard for me to talk about. Seeing Shajir looking at her with those playful eyes, her mother-in-law couldn't help but sighed and said, Oh, I don't know what's going on, making it so difficult for someone like you. Shajir couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seems like a no-brainer for someone like Granny Za, who has gone through half a century of wind and frost and is suddenly open-minded. Alas, evil fate, this matter is another evil fate. The mother-in-law couldn't help but sighed, and then pondered for a while. After sorting out her thoughts, she said, Our Emperor of 9 Snake Island, Snake G. Boa Hancock, may have lovesickness for you. An LT, P and GT. This is a disease that sounds absurd, but has been fatal to all emperors. Even the old man used to alas. In short, this is a terminal illness that needs to be eradicated by the person who needs to visit the sick person in person. Lovesick. Such a familiar name. After listening to her mother-in-law's words, Shajir only felt that the name was so familiar, but suddenly he couldn't remember where he heard it. He couldn't help but start searching for the memory of lovesickness in his mind. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he couldn't help but be in disbelief, and said to himself, Wait, No, it's my turn for this kind of thing. If he remembered correctly, this happened in the original book too. It's just that the object of the female emperor's lovesickness in the original book is the Straw Hat Luffy. Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 171. A wife fell from the sky. The Straw Hat Luffy did not respond to the charm of the Empress, and blocked the hooves of the 9 sky dragons on her 2 younger sisters in time, preventing their humiliating history from being exposed. And unleashed Conqueror Haki against Hancock, thereby conquering her. Then where did I let him conquer her? Would a proud woman like her fall in love with me? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and said with some uncertainty, could it be because of the battle not long ago? The battle he was talking about was the battle between him and the Empress in the Colosseum. He felt very strange at the time, why such a powerful female emperor received a mental shock from him, but was instantly paralyzed to the ground. He was still very different at the time, and now listening to what his mother-in-law said, he suddenly made a bold guess. Is it possible that she developed lovesickness at that time? If you don't mind, it's a lie. That's the #1 beauty in the world, and being posted by her should be the ultimate goal and dream of every man who fantasizes about coming to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Thunder Hunter, look why didn't you come back with me Hancock, her life, can't afford to delay. Why did my mother-in-law look at Shajirching a little nervously and asked. If Shajirching's strength was not so strong, or if his fierce reputation was not so strong, she might have just wrapped Shajirching back. But there is no way. Who made her so powerful? How long will it take? Although his heart is full, Shajirching is not unable to walk, and he is not the Diosi who just arrived in this world. After so many battles, he has also been to many places, especially when he was on the Whitebeard ship. He has seen many beautiful women in the New World. It's not enough to be obsessed with an empress. Moreover, he now has urgent things he needs to do, and solving the current strength problem first is the most important thing he should do now. He doesn't mind a trip if the time needed is short. After all, if you can recover the Empress like this, you can really make a lot of money. Conquer the Empress, the proudest and most beautiful woman in the world. What a face. It won't be long, it will only take a month. Seeing Shajirching, her mother-in-law relaxed again, and said with joy. A month. Too long. I refuse. As soon as he heard that it would take a month, Shajirching had no idea at all. He thought it would be solved in a day or two, but it took so long. Don't. When she heard Shajirching's rejection, her mother-in-law became anxious. She said, Hancock will endanger her life if she doesn't get rid of her symptoms quickly. If she dies, our 9 Snake Island will be in danger. Seeing that Shajirching didn't move at all after listening to it, her mother-in-law couldn't help but grit her teeth, and then she knelt down directly. She begged, please, save her. The lives of all of us on 9 Snake Island depend on her alone, and she must not have any problems. If something goes wrong with her, all of us on 9 Snake Island will become slaves of the world government, enslaved by them, and fall back into a desperate situation. Besides, if you cure Hancock, she'll be yours. If you can turn the world's #1 beauty into your own woman, I am afraid that even the 4 emperors of the New World will envy you. Why is my mother-in-law looking at Shajirching, hoping that her words will impress Shajirching? Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 172. Bring her. Does it have to be a month? Do I also need to see Hancock? After hearing this, if Shajirching wanted to say that he was not moved, it would be a lie, but the most important thing for him now is to strengthen his strength. If he had to visit Hancock and she had to start in a month, then he could only refuse. No, I can send her here. She will get better as soon as she sees you. She will be completely healed after you develop your relationship. Wouldn't it be better to let her grow stronger with you in the future? When my mother-in-law heard that Shajirching's words were loose, she said quickly. Oh, is this still possible? Hearing this, Shazherching's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Is this the rhythm of a free daughter-in-law falling from the sky? In his head, a sentence sounded inexplicably. Lao Shu, do you want a wife or not? Send her here, you can leave now. You should know how powerful the creatures on this island are. If you don't leave, I can't handle your well-being. Shazherching's words, no matter how you hear it, it feels like kidnapping the flower girl. What do you think of Lord Snake Princess? Marigo looked at Shazherching and said angrily. Don't make trouble, Marigo, just do as he says. Hearing this, there is no surprise on the mother-in-law's face. This is the domineering attitude of Shazherching as a strong man. Damn. Marigo left with her mother-in-law, and Shazherching immediately entered the forest. Endless battles, endless beasts, are all waiting for him. That mammoth was just a mid-level among them. Still below average. In it, there are ape kings who are good at strength, and there are various snakes who are good at speed. There are also terrifying beasts such as a lion that has increased its strength and speed to the extreme and dominates, and a crocodile that has achieved the ultimate defense. They are all terrifying beasts with a body size of 40 meters, and their strength is quite powerful. Best of all, here, there are 4 seasons in one day. It was still summer here, and the temperature has begun to cool down. When it enters the dark night, it will be a long cold, and the most terrifying winter will be ushered in. The weather is very bad. Shazherching has to adapt to this place, and also has to deal with the attacks of various beasts. It is conceivable how difficult the situation is. Sukyo. No, not long after Shazherching entered, he was kicked out by a tall horse with flying black mane. Wow. This kick actually cracked Shazherching's lightning armor. It directly hurt Shazherching. How terrifying. Speed is power, and Shazherching can already imagine how terrifying the strength of Admiral Kizaru is. Hi. The steed opened its big mouth, and it was full of sharp teeth. When he opened his mouth, he caught up with Shazherching and was about to swallow him. Bang. It was at this time that Shazherching felt a sudden blackness on his head, and he couldn't help but look over. I saw a large eagle with magnificent iron wings. It stretched out its iron claws and grabbed the horse directly. The latter had no resistance at all. The wind and waves brought by the eagle directly blew Shazherching out. PFF'd. Shazherching felt like he was hit by a violent air cannon. The wind and waves were extremely heavy, and it took him to smash several big trees that were hugged by 5 people. In the end, it hit a black iron wall and stopped. Start a pair of riding wheels, pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 173 Hard to move. But where is this black iron wall? What a real iron wall. I saw a triangular head exuding a fishy smell, and slowly probed towards Shazherching. Where is this iron wall? This is obviously a huge black armor Orochi. Look at the purple snake letter he stretched out, and the signs that the mucus that fell to the ground made the earth sizzle. Obviously, this is still a venomous snake. Shazherching's pupils shrank into needles instantly, and the whole person couldn't help shivering. This Orochi, the breath is too powerful. Let him have the feeling of facing Jack directly. The terrifying pressure made his body even a little immobile. You can only look at this black armor Orochi, open his stinky mouth, and swallow him in. Who? At this moment, a lion roar suddenly came from next to Orochi. A long, lazy, but exuding the strongest breath ever, an orange-yellow lion shaped like a hill, rushed over like a train. It directly bit Orochi and flew the black armor Orochi out. As soon as this lion appeared, Shazherching felt like he was about to suffocate for a moment. This guy is even stronger than Jack. It's really right, Shiji Island. It's no wonder that it can be favored by Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. It really makes sense. No wonder the island is deserted, so it is. Watch the maned lion and the black armor Orochi scuffle together. Shazherching knew that there would be no better chance to escape than now. Whether it was the maned lion, it shattered more than 50 meters of the earth with one paw. Orochi, the black armor, smashed the entire island with a tail whip, and exploded a small abyss, which is not something that Shajirching can fight now. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't have time to leave. But can Shajirching leave? Of course not. Just when he had just walked out of a distance of 500 meters, slightly away from the fighting range of the two beasts, and thought he was out of danger. A crimson soldier king ant with a height of only 15 meters, but its entire body like cast iron, blocked his way. Looking at the soldier king ants in front of him, Shajirching couldn't help shivering. The breath of this soldier king ant is only slightly weaker than that of the black armor Orochi. Shajirching couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, there was another scorching breath from behind, a bear with a huge sarcoid on its chest, one hand on the ground, eyes full of greed looking at him. In fact, not only was he surrounded by beasts before and after, but in fact, he was surrounded by beasts of all kinds. These beasts, spiders, centipedes, toads, crocodiles, and even a rabbit with exploding muscles. Have I entered the core area of this forest? Of all the beasts I have encountered, none of them I can barely fight. Shajirching couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. All the beasts here have the strength to kill him in seconds. In front of these beasts, how weak he is. 36 strategies. Walking is the best strategy. Seeing that these beasts are dreading each other's existence, their eyes change rapidly. Shajirching knew that if he did not escape at this time, when they started to fight, that would be his doom. Lightning Strike Armor, run. Shajirching instantly entered the Lightning Strike Armor mode, and then, he found the hole and rushed over. Start a pair of riding wheels, pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 174 So weak. G. Seeing that Shajirching was about to run, and when he was still coming towards him, the soldier king ant made a sharp cry, and his extremely sharp jaws attacked away. Shave. Shajirching drank, and once again turned into a phantom and disappeared in place. If he remembered correctly, on this beast-infested island, there is a forest full of strange trees, which is absolutely safe. All the beasts don't like the smell emanating from the tree, so they will never approach. I hope there is nothing wrong, otherwise, I am afraid that I will explain it here today. Shajirching didn't dare to relax a little bit, and didn't dare to look back, but he was full of firepower, looking for the forest. On the way to escape, he also encountered many beasts. Shajirching took the 3-go jade riding wheel to the extreme, and constantly probed and analyzed to find the most beneficial route for him. It is also a loss that he can still use the 3-goose jade riding wheel otherwise, he may be unable to move. On this island, the density of beasts is too small. As small as every 100 meters, there is a powerful beast blocking the way. This is still his optimal route, and so on. It is conceivable that if he just took the road without optimization, it is estimated that he has stopped now. Ha! 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 It took about 2 hours, about 30 kilometers, and after crossing most of the island, he finally reached his destination. That forest of strange trees. He couldn't help letting out a long sigh of relief, and then, his face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Look at him again. There are scars all over the body, and in some places, even bones are exposed. What an unforgettable journey of despair. In the past 2 hours, he can say that he has experienced all the despair of the past 12 years. There has never been a day when he will feel so weak. With a force value of 230 plus, on this island, he is only a mid-level combat force. It's still below average, and if you encounter a beast at random, there is a 70% chance that you won't be able to beat it. It's so sad, but I like it. Shajirching took a short rest before entering the forest. This strange tree forest is very quiet, but it is also very depressing. There is a coercion that can be seen everywhere, and Shajirching is constantly shocked. It's like there has been a terrifying beast in recent years. This coercion, although weak, surpassed all the previous beasts. Even that maned lion can't compare. Hey, you won't tell me, there is a terrifying beast here too. Shazherching suddenly became vigilant and guessed in his heart. He's slowly going. Finally, he came to the center of the forest. Then, in that instant, his cold hairs exploded straight up. His whole body was instantly in a state of battle, the lightning strike armor covered his entire body, and armament hockey wrapped the fire. In front of him, there was a big deer like a mountain sleeping. This deer, those horns are as sharp as a sword. Those limbs are as majestic and powerful as mountains. That fur, obviously looks quite soft, but it gives a feeling of incomparable toughness. Most importantly, in the face of this breath, Shazherching was directly desperate. In the face of this deer, he couldn't raise the slightest resistance at all. Start a pair of riding wheels, pirates, start with a pair of riding wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 175 Terrible Deer King. Shazherching was immediately so frightened that he was covered in sweat. He didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of waking the deer. He slowly stepped back. He knew that if he provoked this deer, he would die miserably. But it took him half an hour for a distance of 100 meters. It is hard to imagine how careful Shazherching was. However, Shazherching stepped back and suddenly found that this deer didn't seem to be breathing at all. Taking a closer look, it seems that there is no breath of life at all. Does it mean already dead? Shazherching couldn't help guessing in his heart. He swallowed, and then he mustered the courage to go forward. 3 minutes later. It's really dead. When he got closer, he found out. This deer, with its back to him, the side he couldn't see was completely rotten and empty. According to Shazherching's estimation, it has been dead for at least 2 or 3 years. Having been dead for so long, yet still under such terrifying coercion, this deer would not have been the king of this Four Seasons island during his lifetime. Shazherching had such a guess in his heart. It seems that no beasts dare to approach this forest, not only because of the smell of this strange tree. Perhaps, but also because of this deer. Shazherching thought so in his heart. No matter what, in short, I have a place to live. In the next time, please give me more advice. Shazherching moved towards the deer and lightly clenched his fist. In the next few days, Shazherching finally understood the truth of, the king is dead, but his prestige. He also has a good understanding of what is called the feeling of fox fake tiger power. It was the maned lion. It dared to chase Shazherching into the strange tree forest. However, when he was still 500 meters away from the deer, as strong as him, he let out an uneasy hissing sound, and then left. And Shazherching, although he doesn't know this deer, it doesn't affect him to name this deer, Deer King. In his opinion, this deer is the well-deserved king of the Four Seasons Island. However, what makes Shazherching very curious is, who is the Deer King so powerful, who killed him? Who is it? The one who can make the Deer King break half of his ribs and die. Shazherching looked at the broken half of the rib of the Deer King, and couldn't help falling into contemplation. According to his guess, to kill this Deer King, the strength is at least the level of Cracker in the original book. The force value is at least around 400. He thought about it, and the people who might come to this island, Hades Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, etc., didn't think of any of them, who would kill this Deer King. However, what Shazherching may not know is that, in fact, many people may land on this island. Such as Queen, such as Marco, or a fanatical fighter with the ability to turbulent seas who was caught 6 years ago. Forget it, I don't think about it so much now, I'll continue to become stronger. Shazherching's biggest task now is to become stronger, infinitely stronger. In the process of becoming stronger, wait for the system to be repaired and upgraded until the kaleidoscope shaker can continue to be used. At that time, he only had a little bit of confidence to face the 4 emperors. No way, the power of the 4 emperors is beyond ordinary people's imagination. After all, Luffy, who had a tie with Katakuri in the original book, was nothing but a slap in the face of Kaido. Start a pair of writing wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 176 This is what love feels like. It was Marco, who once told Shajirching that even if he was admiral, he could be tough for a long time, regardless of his strength. But against Whitebeard, he may soon lose. Time is still passing slowly. The sick Boa Hancock finally came to the Four Seasons Island. What Shajirching didn't expect was that Boa Hancock's car, the flower snake named Salome, didn't seem to be very dangerous. After landing on the Four Seasons Island, it has a powerful deterrent. This is not to say how strong Salome is, but its poison, even the maned lions are shunned, and the black armor Orochi is extremely jealous. Salome just came to the place where Shajirching was with Boa Hancock. Mr. Natsu, concubine to see you good hi happy. Boa Hancock, who was still paralyzed on Salome last moment, looks like a gossamer, but the moment he saw Shajirching, he suddenly returned to normal. However, she was like a little girl, with a shy expression on her face, which made Shajirching feel lost for a moment. This Hancock looks so beautiful. Hee, I'm happy too, Hancock. Shajirching Isho came to Hancock, grabbed her little hand and played with it. At this moment, Hancock fell into infinite shyness again, and he almost collapsed into Shajirching's arms in an instant, and his peerless face turned into a red apple. It turns out that the feeling of being in love is like this. It's really wonderful, it's intoxicating. For a moment, holding Hancock's soft weed, Shajirching thought about it. Just stop like this, lie drunk on the knees of the beauty, and never ask about the world. With Nephrite in his arms, maybe every man has only one thing in his mind. That is to quickly enjoy the joy of fish and water. But Shajirching immediately took a long breath and abandoned the idea. He still does not have the strength and capital to be drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman, so let's continue to work hard. Hancock, will you stay with me next time? Shajirching looked at Hancock, resisted the urge to kiss her face fiercely, and said, Hancock, who has always been so strong, at this moment, his voice is like a mosquito, inaudible. In her mind, because of Shajirching's words, a big scene of life has been made up in her mind. Maybe even the names of her and Shajirching's children have already been thought of. Then let's get started, Hancock. The next day will be very difficult, you have to be prepared. Shajirching looked at Hancock and said very seriously. Yeah, I will, with you by my side, I will not have a hard life. Hancock nodded and said very naively. Seeing this scene, Shajirching couldn't help but sighed in his heart and said, lovesickness is really a terrible disease. To make a dignified empress directly identify me as an ordinary person, what a magical world. Shajirching directly picked up Hancock by the waist. In his past life and this life, he had never even held a girl's hand. Now, he also wants to taste the taste of pork. 21 lives in vain. Now, it can be considered to be out of the dilemma of being single. Don't get me wrong, Shajirching just wanted to feel the feeling of falling in love, he didn't think about having fun with Hancock now. That's too fast, even if Hancock is mentally prepared, Shajirching is not yet mentally prepared. Start a pair of writing wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 177 I'm very good. The next day, Shajirching asked her mother-in-law to bring a phone bug. He almost forgot that he was still alive, so he should report to Whitebeard in time, let him know his situation, and don't let him worry. New World, Wardle Seas, on the Moby Dick. Bella Barra, quote. Whitebeard suddenly rang. Whitebeard can't help frowning. It seems that there are only a few other 4 emperors who can call him at this time. Whitebeard is very annoying. He doesn't want to pick it up. Shajirching's whereabouts are unknown. He is very annoying. Dad, take it, in case it's something important. Shajurching's news can be inquired later. If we miss any important news, it will be very unfavorable to us. Seeing this, Marco couldn't help but persuade. Okay. Listening to Marco's words, Whitebeard and reluctantly connected to the past. However, before Whitebeard could speak impatiently, there was a voice that made him very excited. Dad, I'm Shajurching, I'm still alive, I've made you worry. Hearing the voice from the phone bug, Whitebeard's breathing suddenly became a lot faster. Then, Shajurching's voice continued. Brothers, let you and Dad worry. I'm fine now, you don't have to worry about me, you don't have to look for me, in about a year, you'll be able to see the news of my reappearance on the sea. Where the hell are you now? Are you really okay? Boy, don't lie to me, if you were kidnapped, tell me quickly. Dare to touch my Whitebeard family, I'll make him regret it. But obviously, Whitebeard would not completely believe Shajurching's words. After all, a person who had been gone for nearly 2 or 3 months suddenly appeared, and he also said that he was fine now, and a few people would believe it. Not to mention an old man like Whitebeard. He's not that easy to deceive. In Whitebeard's mind, the reason why he disappeared for so long must be because he was held hostage, so there has been no news. Dad, really, I'm fine now, if you don't believe me, you can let someone come over and see. I'm on the Four Seasons Isle of Amazon Lily right now. On the Four Seasons Island, after hearing Whitebeard's words, Shajurching, who is holding the enhanced version of the phone bug specially made by Nine Snake Island, couldn't help laughing bitterly. Okay, the old man will let Marco come over to see what's going on. I hope as you said, you are fine now. Whitebeard's heavy voice, even through the phone bug, is still shocking. Brother Marco, I'm going to trouble you. I really trouble you, and I've spent so much time on me. Shajurching said a little embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, no, just right, I also want to see how your kid is doing now. I want to see, it's been almost 3 months since you disappeared, and there is no news at all, what the hell are you doing? Of course, if you let me know that you lied to Dad, I won't spare you easily. Marco to speak seriously once, but this is enough to show how bad Shajurching's behavior is. Okay, then I'll wait for big brother Marco to come, so that Dad can feel at ease. Shajurching then chatted with Whitebeard for a while before hanging up. Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 178 She is my woman too. After hanging up the phone with Whitebeard, Shajurching called Anna again. However, the moment Anna's voice came, Boa Hancock's eyes instantly became sharp. Natsu-sama, is that you? The moment she heard Shajurching's voice, Anna's unbelievable voice came over. It's me, how are you guys? Shajurching Vivi Isho, the electric bug also conveyed this expression of Shajurching to the past. Suddenly, the phone bug in front of Shajurching burst into tears. Ooh, Lord Naz, are you alright, are you alright? Anna's sobbing voice came over. Don't worry, I'm fine now, how about you guys, are you all trying to increase your strength? Shajurching asked. Yes, we are all trying to strengthen ourselves now. Next time, we will never let Shajurching break up alone. As soon as this question was mentioned, Anna suddenly stopped sobbing and said in a very firm voice. That's good, then you can continue to strengthen your strength with peace of mind, don't worry about me, don't look for me. See you at Sky Island in a year. After listening to Anna's answer, Shajurching breathed a sigh of relief and informed them of their plan. Okay, I see, I'll pass it on to everyone. However, Tesoro. When Anna said the words, Tesoro, she couldn't help gnashing her teeth instantly. Forget it, let's do it for now. Let him go. When Shajurching heard this, he sighed and told Anna and the others not to trouble Tesoro. Tesoro, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation then. After chatting with Anna again, Shajurching hung up. The next step is to wait for the arrival of Big Brother Marco. And, the sea will reappear after a year. After Xia Qing hung up the phone, she said in her heart. Then, he saw Hancock with a displeased face. With Xia Qing's intelligence, of course he understands why. That's my subordinate, you won't be jealous with your expression. Xia Qing scratched lightly on Hancock's white nose and asked with a smile. Yes, the concubine is jealous. What is she? She also wants to compete with the concubine for a man. Hancock answered so directly, causing Xia Qing to shake his head with a wry smile. You, alas. Xia Qing suddenly felt that the backyard would catch fire, and inexplicably began to wonder what to do. Hey, you're a concubine, no one wants to snatch it. No one can snatch a man from a concubine. Hancock declared his sovereignty very strongly. Make peace with her, okay. She's one of the most important people in my life, and she means a lot to me. Xia Qing grabbed Hancock's catkin and said softly. But she in case snatch with my concubine. Before Hancock could finish speaking, Xia Qing blocked her delicate lips. Anna will definitely be my woman, Hancock, you and she are the most important people to me, both of you are inseparable to me. If you can't get along peacefully, how will I manage my subordinates in the future? Xia Qing looked at Hancock very seriously, with her forehead pressed against hers, and said. Instead of being vague all the time, and then both sides are unflattering, it is better to make it clear now. Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 179 Marco is here. Okay, the concubine knows. Seeing Xia Qing's resolute face, Hancock responded with a grieved expression. Don't worry, there won't be more, just two. Seeing Hancock like this, he knew that it would take a long time for Hancock to accept Anna like this. Of course, with Hancock and Anna, he doesn't think much about other women either. Two are enough. Any more and it will be a headache. He doesn't have the energy of ancient emperors, a bunch of women. Then say it like this, there can only be one of her, otherwise, I will ignore you. Hancock suddenly raised his head, like a child, and said angrily. Okay, I promise you, there will be no third one. Xia Qing nodded without thinking, with a firm expression. Seeing this, Hancock laughed suddenly, and then hugged Xia Qing tightly. 3 days later, Marco arrived. His arrival really startled the mother-in-law. Who is Marco? The existence of the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He came to the Four Seasons Island. No matter how you look at it, it looks like he is here to trouble Xia Qing. After all, Natsu, the Hunter of Thunder, killed Whitebeard's son, and the whole world knew about Xia Qing with blood pupils. In the past, Foil Vista didn't succeed in chasing and killing. Is it possible that this time, it was replaced by Marco? My mother-in-law was very flustered, but when he arrived at Four Seasons Island, Marco was gone, and Xia Qing showed no signs of injury. Why is the mother-in-law suddenly stunned? What is the situation? What's the matter, mother-in-law? Is there something wrong? As his relationship with Boa Hancock gets better and better, his relationship with all the 9 Snake Island members is not as stiff as it was at the beginning. I just saw the figure of Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. He didn't do anything to you. Why did my mother-in-law look at Xia Qing worriedly and asked. Marco's background is too big, she can't help but worry. It's alright, I have successfully resolved the grievance with the Whitebeard pirates and made a deal. They won't bother me again in the future. Xia Qing Isho, not to mention, this mother-in-law's concern makes him feel quite warm. Is that so? Well, since you said it's fine, then I don't need to ask, and I retire. Why did my mother-in-law retire when she said she wanted to, without talking nonsense to Xia Qing at all? He really is an old man who is not at all sloppy. Seeing this, Xia Qing couldn't help but feel helpless to Isho, and then he and Hancock continued to devote themselves to the battle. In the New World, After getting Marco's affirmative answer and confirming that Shajirching was indeed all right, Whitebeard couldn't help showing a long-lost smile. And then, forget about Shajirching. Since he has to choose, follow his own demise, Whitebeard respects his choice, and it just so happens that Whitebeard also sees what kind of achievement he can achieve. New world, future-going city. Isn't Shajirching dead? It's interesting, I knew this guy didn't die so easily. Tezzolo said with a glass of red wine and looking at the distant sky. Let me see what it will be like when you appear again. I don't know, how will you face the revenge of Droughtjack? I heard that he has been looking for your traces now, and is trying to become stronger. The purpose is to seek revenge for you, in the name of the 3 disasters. Tezzolo is looking forward to seeing whether Shajirching can withstand the revenge of the 4 emperors after he comes out again. If he doesn't have this strength, then he is not worthy of Tezzolo's investment. Start a pair of writing wheels, pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 180 Can't Wait. Sky Island. After receiving the news that Shajirching was safe, Anna immediately cancelled the search for Shajirching and began to strengthen the strength according to Shajirching's arrangement. Quietly waiting for the day when they will come back again. Wait, those guys who used to yell in front of me, right away, I'll make you pay the price. A cold light flashed in Anna's eyes. Then, she restrained her breath and entered the practice. Time, just like this, in the turbulent sea, more than a year has passed. On this day, a couple came out of the strange tree forest. Unconsciously, it's been a year. It's really fast. Among them, the man sighed like this and said, this year has been really fast. My concubine hasn't enjoyed my time with you. The woman let out a coquettish expression, her face full of reluctance. Hancock, there will be a long time in the future, don't worry. There is time to be with you. The man opened his mouth and comforted the woman. This couple is of course Shajirching and Hancock. Besides them, no one else can be on this island. See Circle Calendar 1518, January 5th, a good day. Shajirching looked at the sky and whispered like this. It is said to be a year, but in fact, the real time should be 1 year, 4 months and 18 days. It was a painful and unforgettable experience. However, it just so happened that it took a year to consolidate everything before. Now I have reached the highest peak that I can reach so far. This year, Shajirching was 14 years old, but he looked the same as 18 or 19 years old, very mature. Standing with Hancock, there is no sense of disobedience. Sky Island. Miss Anna, is it finally coming out again? Hurry up, I can't wait. A certain young man with terrifying thunder and lightning all over his body said impatiently. What's the hurry? Wait for Lord Shajirching to come back. Lord Shajirching will be here soon. In front of this young man surrounded by thunder and lightning, there was also a mature royal sister. She looked into the distance with a stern expression, and her eyes were also full of impatient waiting. Lord Shajirching, you are finally here. This Yuji said this, her pink fist clenched tightly, and a faint light flashed in her eyes. Behind this royal sister, a swordsman with a green algae head, a strong man dressed like a monk, and a man dressed as a scientist. Behind them stood a series of ancient typical steel buildings, constantly exuding the breath of billowing energy. Who else can be on Sky Island except Anna and the others? The new journey is finally time to set off again. I really want to go to Blue Sea to try my own level right now. The mighty swordsman of the Blue Sea, wait for me, I'll be here soon. It was a certain green algae head who said this, and his face was full of anticipation. No, it should be said to be excited. During the year, he's crazy about Anna, Enel, and even Jill's, Daz Bones. He doesn't know how strong he is now, so he wants to know. Lord Shajirching will be here in a few hours, so get ready. The first battle we appeared was a bloody storm. What we have lost, we should now take back. Anna said to everyone behind her without looking back. Start a pair of writing wheels. Pirates, start with a pair of writing wheels. 38kanshu.com has the fastest update speed. Chapter 181 You Dare to Touch My Man. Looks like there's a really good fight waiting for us. Hee hee, very good, I'm looking forward to it. Zoro licked his tongue with a look of anticipation. Yes, the next battle will be very exciting. Anna Vivi narrowed her eyes, then turned and walked towards the steel building. During this year, Anna and the others completely ruled Sky Island and became the uncrowned king here. All Sky Island people live under the shadow of Anna. Meanwhile, East Blue, Windmill Village. The descendants of a certain sinful bloodline have also gone to sea. Ace, wait for me, I'll come to you in 2 years. A certain young man with a straw hat shook his hand and said excitedly to the freckled young man in the sea. Oh, that's the deal, Luffy. Until then, I'll be waiting for you at sea. The freckled young man said to the young man on the shore. Okay, we've agreed, Ace. The straw hat youth nodded heavily. Of course these two are none of the others. Straw hat youth Monkey, D. Luffy. Freckled youth Portgas, D. Ace. Then I'm leaving, Luffy, see you in 2 years. Ace shook his hand, rowed the boat, and left. 4 Seasons Island. At this moment, outside the island, the ships of the warriors of 9 Snake Island slowly docked on the shore. They came to pick up Boa Hancock. But just as Marigo and the others set foot on 4 Seasons Island, they were surrounded by them just before they walked a long way. Black Armor Orochi, orange-maned lions, Crimson Soldier King ants, and all kinds of terrifying monsters surrounded Marigo and the others. Not good. At the moment when they were surrounded by this group of beasts, Marigo and others felt a chill in their hearts. The breath of these beasts is so tyrannical that they can almost suffocate. They immediately realize that any beast here could easily kill them. In the face of this group of beasts, it is impossible for them to resist at all. They all swallowed at the same time, despairing in their hearts. Are you going to die here? And the Black Armor Orochi is the most impatient. With a big head, he opens his mouth and bites away. Facing the Black Armor Orochi rushing over, Marigo didn't want to wait to die, so he attacked with a bow and arrow. However, her arrow wrapped in armament haki didn't even splash a spark on the Black Armor Orochi's scale armor, and it lost its power. It's over, Marigo said desperately in her heart. She couldn't help regretting why she brought this group of people ashore, when her mother-in-law had already told them that they couldn't go ashore, just wait on the boat. Black Armor Orochi, you dare. At this moment, an indifferent and majestic voice came over. The Black Armor Orochi, who was still ferocious and vicious the moment I saw it, actually made a whining sound and retreated the next moment, and then circled in panic. Not only the Black Armor Orochi, but other beasts who heard the sound couldn't help but tremble at the same time, and then all looked in the direction the sound came from. However, Shajirching and Hancock, who I saw, held hands and walked out together. They are my people, if you dare to hurt them, I will roast you all, understand? Shamliang looked at this group of beasts like a hill, and threatened with a smile. The beasts I saw, who were still breathing a moment ago, took 2 or 3 steps back in panic after listening to Shajirching's words. Chapter 182 I won't kill you if you pay. Ha ha ha, I'm joking, I've been with me for a year, you've worked hard. Shajirching's face changed faster than flipping through a book, and everyone such as Marigo looked stunned. Come on, don't do such a dangerous thing again next time. Shajirching glanced at Marigo, and after instructing her, he and Hancock walked towards the ship in the port. Is this the strength of Lord Shajirching? It's really terrifying, such a powerful beast, he was shocked by a word. Seeing Shajirching leaving, Marigo couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. 9 Snake Island. Natsu, my concubine also wants to go to sea with you, okay? Hancock grabbed Shajirching's arm tightly, and kept shaking and shaking as he asked. You are now the emperor of 9 Snake Island, you are gone, what will Marigo and the others do? My dear, keep this 9-Snake Island. It will become a base for us in the future. It is more important to keep it than going to sea with me. Don't worry, I won't mess with flowers outside, and I'll come to see you often. Okay. Let Hancock follow him out to sea. Shajur-Ching felt that this was a bit high profile, and he was not mentally prepared yet. Moreover, Hancock is also the emperor of 9-Snake Island. She can't leave now. 9-Snake Island needs her to cover. No way, she really can't help herself. Okay, the concubine listens to you, but you must remember to visit the concubine more, you know. Otherwise, the concubine will not be able to eat. Hancock looked like he might have a relapse of lovesickness, and Shajur-Ching couldn't help sighing when he saw it. Following him, Hancock learned to be cunning. Okay, I promise you. Shajur-Ching kissed Hancock's cherry lips deeply, then raised his hand, appeared on a ship prepared in advance, and said, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, thunder and lightning exploded all over his body, activating the power system of the ship, and then he drove away at a very high speed. Then, slowly disappeared in front of Hancock. Calm waters. Even the current Shajur-Ching did not dare to take it lightly in the face of the terrifying sea kings living in the windless belt. He released observation haki, flexibly avoided the lair of the sea kings, and after a little effort, finally reached the great route safely. Wait for me, everyone, you are about to have your own nightmare. Shajur-Ching drove the ship towards Mock Town in the first half of the great route, where he planned to meet Anna and the others on Sky Island. Mock Town. Yo brothers, here comes something, start work. Just as Shajur-Ching drove the ship into the Mock Town range, he heard such a loud shout, and then he was surrounded by a group of pirate ships. Hey, there's actually only one kid, hee hee, it seems that this is another guy who doesn't have much oil and water, but it doesn't matter, we are not picky eaters, and we will not refuse anyone who comes. On one of the pirate ships, a pirate without his left arm looked at Shajur-Ching with a grim smile on his face. Rookie kid, hand over your treasures if you don't want to die. Gia, coming here is the worst choice you have ever made in your life. Yes, hurry up and hand over the money, otherwise, your life will be lost. Hurry up and hand over the money, don't force us to do it. A group of pirates echoed. Chapter 183 You are killing yourself. Oh, then it seems that I can only hand over the money, otherwise, I will die. After hearing this, Shajur-Ching showed a very interesting smile. Then, he whispered softly, it seems that I haven't appeared for more than a year, and someone has already forgotten me. PFF'd, kid, don't talk like he used to be famous, who are you scaring? Hearing this, one of the pirate captains couldn't help but scoffed out in contempt. Scare, how can I be in this mood? Shajur-Ching stood up, and then cast a glance at them, I don't have the time to talk to you ants. Give you 10 seconds to get out of the way. Once 10 seconds pass, don't blame me for being merciless. You are merciless. Ha ha ha, kid, you are so funny, I want to see, I won't let you go. What can you do to me? A slender pirate wearing a blue vest said contemptuously and proudly. What an arrogant kid, let me show you how good I am. A pirate captain carrying a cannon fired a cannon at Shajur-Ching in anger. Give me death, I'm Aegitus who is known to be a hit. The pirate captain, who was carrying the cannonball, looked at the cannonball quickly approaching Shajur-Ching, and said proudly. Shigan, finger pistol, Lebo. In the face of the incoming cannonball, Shajur-Ching stretched out his index finger and blasted out a lightning bomb, detonating the cannonball into the air. Time, 4 seconds have passed, you still have 6 seconds, do you really not let go? Shajur-Ching raised his eyelids, and his tone was already a little impatient. Why do I find this guy so familiar? I seem to have seen him somewhere. A pirate captain with a slightly shorter stature, looking at Shajur-Ching, couldn't help falling into contemplation. He felt that Shajur-Ching's face looked quite familiar. HMPH, 6 seconds. So what, kid, don't be too arrogant. The labor and management are the big pirates with a bounty of 10 million Baileys, the fluid man wire. Don't let you know how powerful I am. Do you really think we are made of mud? A stern-eyed pirate captain grinned Isho. Then, when he saw him stretch out his hand, it turned into a jelly-like shape, and he pulled it towards Shajurching's head. Anyone with special Paramesha devil fruit ability. It's interesting. Shajurching didn't mean to dodge at all. No one saw how he shot. Ah! Hearing the fluid man VA scream suddenly, his outstretched fluid palm was cut off. Moreover, it completely affected the entity, and Vaya's palm disappeared like this, and blood splashed endlessly. The rest of the pirates couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this. You must know that before this, no one had ever been able to hit Vaya's entity. But now, Shajurching did it so easily, they couldn't help but start to shrink back. But at this time, it is too late to have the idea of retreating. 10 seconds have passed. Since you don't let go, then forget it. Shajurching glanced at them indifferently, and then dazzling thunder and lightning began to emerge from his body, and the loud noise was shocking. Seeing this scene, the thoughtful pirate captain finally remembered Shajurching's identity. Ray. However, just as he said these words, the entire sea was illuminated by terrifying thunder. Chapter 184. Do you have an opinion? Thunder escape. Heavenly tribulation, thunder punishment. Shajurching's voice came faintly, and all the pirate ships were instantly shrouded in lightning and shattered. No. In the face of the thunder and lightning that fell from the sky, if these pirates haven't recognized Shajurching's identity, then they are really in vain. In the world, there is no one but Shajurching who has this form of attack. They wanted to beg for mercy, but the moment the lightning struck, they had already deprived them of all their abilities. Beg for mercy. It's just a luxury. In just 2 seconds, there was only the wreckage of a ship left on the sea, and black smoke was constantly bubbling up. As for people, it is completely invisible. Why, isn't it bad to get out of the way early? Isn't it delicious to live? Shajurching cast a glance at the wreckage on the sea and said indifferently. Just when he was about to start the ship and continue going. Who is the one who dares to touch me? At this moment, an angry and full of murderous voice came. But the hyena Bellamy I saw rushed over like a cannonball, with a fierce aura. It's me. What's the matter, Bellamy? Do you have an opinion? Shajurching looked at Bellamy, who rushed over and showed a big smile. Thunder Hunter Natsu. The moment she saw Shajurching's face, Bellamy's eyes almost bulged out. The last time he was defeated and knocked unconscious by Shajurching, he still had a deep psychological shadow there. Seeing Shajurching again, his whole body was almost frightened. Thunder Hunter, you are here. What are you trying to do? Are you looking for trouble with the Joker? Bellamy landed on a large deck, swallowing saliva constantly, his face full of panic. So what is it? What is it not? Can you manage it? You don't have that qualification. Shajurching glanced at Bellamy and said proudly. Damn. When Bellamy heard this, he clenched his fists angrily. After all, he is also the tyrant of this mock town. He is also a high-ranking existence on weekdays, but now he is so looked down upon by Shajurching. How can he accept it? Why, you don't agree? Shajurching appeared in front of Bellamy without warning. Under Bellamy's gaze, he grabbed his neck and picked him up. He didn't have time to resist. Shajurching's eyes instantly turned into blood-red three-hook jade, and then, a powerful wave rushed directly into his brain, making his consciousness weakened all of a sudden. The art of erasing memory. Shajurching said this, and then threw Bellamy to Mock Town. In the entire Mock Town, only Bellamy recognized his identity just now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, and not to leak the news of his reappearance so soon, it would be better to erase Bellamy's memory. Boom. There was a dull sound of explosion on the shore, which immediately attracted attention, and after a while, it caused a huge commotion. After all, Bellamina is the overlord of Mock Town. Who can beat him so badly? People are very curious. Sky Island, here I come. Shajurching ignored the reactions of the pirates in Mock Town, and went to the end of Mock Town. At the same time, he took out the phone bug and dialed Anna's number. Upwelling, he may not be able to wait, so he can only let Anna and the others come to him. Chapter 185. You are finally back. Sky Island. Natsu-sama, why haven't there been any news yet? I'm really anxious to wait. Anna can't sit still. She can't sit still, let alone other people. In particular, Enel is the most unable to sit still, and I don't know how long it has been noisy. Bella Bara. Quote. At this moment, the phone bug on Anna's waist suddenly rang. Natsu-sama. Anna's first reaction was that it must be Shajir-ching's call. Mosamoxi, I'm Anna, Lord Naz, is that you? Anna resisted the excitement in her heart and asked. Hee, what, can't wait. The voice of Shajir-ching came from the phone worm, and the phone worm also transformed into the characteristic appearance of Shajir-ching. Anna felt relieved when she saw this. Come and pick me up, the upwelling current is not coming, I can't go up. Shajir-ching said helplessly, Isho. Hearing Shajir-ching's voice, Anna was immediately excited, and then quickly replied, Okay, Lord Nachi, we will start preparing immediately. Well, then that's it, the follow-up things, let's talk about it when I go to Sky Island. After Shajir-ching finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug. Can't I just say a few more words? I've been waiting for you for over a year, you bastard. Anna originally wanted to talk to Shajir-ching for a few more words, but as a result, who would have thought that Shajir-ching would hang up so quickly, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. An hour later. Under the gaze of some of the pirates in Mock Town, Shajir-ching rose into the sky, and then disappeared in front of them. Who is it that the people on Sky Island can come to greet him in person? Who are the people on Sky Island? It's amazing to be able to build such a large-scale team. While the residents and pirates of Mock Town were puzzled, they were also surprised. It's amazing how people can survive on Sky Island. Of course, they were just surprised and didn't spread the news. After all, they would never realize the importance of this news. Sky Island. Natsu-sama, you're finally back, it's great that you're alright. The moment Shajir-ching arrived, Anna threw herself directly into Shajir-ching's arms. With the look of a little woman on her face, she happily sniffed the breath on Shajir-ching's body, completely ignoring the weird faces of the people around her. Isn't it a bit bad to have such an influence? Shajir-ching looked at the people around, such as Enel, Zoro, or Dawu and their strange expressions. Shajir-ching couldn't help scratching his head and said. In more than a year, Anna has become stronger not only in strength, but also in some places, and the curvature has also improved a lot, which makes Shajir-ching feel a little anxious. How can it be bad? I see who dares. When Anna heard the words, she didn't have the slightest idea of letting go. Instead, she swept around Enel and the others viciously and said. Under Anna's eyes, all these people I saw immediately retreated, just like Anna is some kind of beast, so they couldn't avoid it. Anna, you are getting more and more fierce. Shajir-ching said jokingly, looking at the reactions of Enel and the others, he couldn't help showing a meaningful smile. It seems that a lot of interesting things happened during the time he was away. Anna immediately said in a coquettish anger, how come, Lord Naz, haven't I always been kind and amiable? In this regard, Shajir-ching couldn't help but Isho, there was no response. Chapter 186. The first person to eat crabs. I'm very satisfied to see your current state. I won't say anything else. I think you can't wait. If that's the case, then pick up the guy and let's go, our revenge journey begins. Shajir-ching looked at Enel who couldn't wait, and said excitedly. It's long overdue, let's go, I can't wait. Hearing Shajir-ching's words, Enel immediately said excitedly. Is it finally here? I'm starting to look forward to it. A light flashed in Zoro's eyes when he heard this, and a strong fighting spirit burst out from his body. Go. Shajir-ching gave an order, and Anna and the others followed in his footsteps and embarked on a journey of revenge. The Dragon Pirates. In the past year, they have soared into the sky, reaching the pinnacle of their lives. From the original 10-person team, it has grown into a large pirate group of thousands of people. And the root of all this comes from the crazy carve-up activity more than a year ago. When the other pirates were afraid of Sha Zhiqing's power and did not dare to attack, they were the first to snatch the money. Therefore, as the first person to eat crabs, their harvest is naturally the biggest. They robbed 1.5 billion Baileys. After getting these 1.5 billion Baileys, they spent 1.2 billion to buy 3 devil fruits to enhance their strength. And the other 300 million is used to buy new ships, as well as recruiting staff and replacing equipment. In this way, in just over a year, they have grown from a pirate group with a bounty of only over 400 million to the current scale. The bounty for all members adds up to a total of 1 billion. 89 million Baileys. Captain Lilong Paji, the bounty is as high as 421 million Bailey, and his strength is not weak. It is no exaggeration to call the fierce dragon pirates that he leads one of the most powerful pirates in the first half of the Great Route. After all, except for Shichibukai he didn't provoke. The rest of the powerful pirate groups in the first half of the Great Route have been provoked by almost all of them, and they have also achieved a lot of good results. They even have a faint sign of becoming an alternate Shichibukai, the most famous pirate group in the first half of today's Great Route. In addition to the original Thunder Hunter, he is the fastest rising dragon Paji. After all, just over a year ago, his bounty was only 188 million Bailey. He spent 12 years on this bounty. And now, the fierce dragon pirates are having a banquet, which is extremely lively. Ha ha ha, the captain is wise and courageous. If we hesitated at the beginning, how could we have achieved this kind of achievement? Yes, looking at the cowardice of the Goshawk pirates, the more I feel that the captain is really too wise. The crew constantly touted Lilong Pudge, as if he had regarded him as a god. Ha ha ha, everyone is too famous, I just made the right choice at the right time. Lilong Paji, a middle-aged man who looks very elegant, you can't even imagine that he will be a pirate. Captain Lilong Paji is too modest. Without your choice, we would not be where we are today. Yes, you see so many pirates in this sea, only you dare to make a choice first, you are a real hero. But obviously, Lilong Paji's pretending to be modest is naturally more boasting in exchange. Lilong Paji heard the smile on his face even more intense. His face really can be described as red face. Chapter 187 Sha Zhiqing, come. Long Pudge, what a nice name. But from today, your good days are over. At this time, a very unpleasant voice came over, destroying the atmosphere of the scene. Which guy who doesn't know what to do, dares to speak madly, stand up for me, and see that my leopard-headed mat doesn't cut you off. At the moment when the smile on Lilong Paji's face froze, a sturdy-looking man under him stood up with a huge mace and roared angrily. I don't know what to say, but I just came to you to take back a little something. The voice came again, but a young man suddenly appeared on their flag. This young man is quite young, wearing a slim suit with blue and purple flowing fire patterns on a white background, and a long knife with purple flowing fire patterns on his waist. Broken hair, squinting eyes, doesn't look like a threat at all. And the sky above Lilong Paji and the others suddenly became dark, and a going boat pressed down. Seeing this going boat, Lilong Paji's body couldn't help shivering, and suddenly stood up. On the entire sea, there seems to be only one pirate group riding a going boat. You are Thunder Hunter Natsu. Lilong Paji said to the young man with some uncertainty. But his words made all the pirates on the island startled, and they all looked at the young man. Hearing the words of Lilong Paji, a hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes. He said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to know me." "Yes, I am Nachi, the one who was robbed of 1.5 billion Bailey by you, the former owner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, the Thunder Hunter Nachi." Yes, this young man in white is Sha Zhiqing. He opened his eyes, blood-red eyes, as shocking as blood. Hi. It was at the moment when Shajur admitted his identity, the pirate group that had been extremely noisy suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Shajur in horror, swallowed, and sweat broke out on their foreheads. Captain, what are you talking about? Let's start quickly. These guys, I've long been disliked by them. It was at this moment that another lazy and surly voice came. I saw a man with extremely fair skin, wearing bloomers, holding a going staff, and carrying 4 thunder drums on his shoulders, falling from the sky. Terrifying thunder and lightning lingered around him, his eyes like a god, contempt for the audience. It was as if he was a real god. Thor Enel, the bounty is 315 million Bailey. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. The dragon pirates. Humph, it's been a long time. Another voice came from the sky, but it was an extremely cold female voice. Everyone couldn't help but look again, but they saw a woman like a fairy, with a lonely face, stepping on an arrogant mud dragon, and slowly fell in front of them. Daughter of the mudslide, a bounty of 278 million Bailey. Looking at this woman, Lilong Paji rarely said aloud, and his tone was all solemn. Meet again, Lilong Paji. The person who landed in front of everyone was naturally Anna. Her eyes swept around the body of the dragon pirates, and then she smiled. Today is your day of death. Chapter 188 Conqueror Hockey. Then, behind her, Zoro, Daz Bones, and Gilzer all landed. Quickly kill Daz Bones, with a bounty of 88 million Baileys. Pirate Hunter Roranoa, Zoro, with a bounty of 15 million Baileys. It's really a bunch of amazing guys. Paji looked at Shajur and the others, his eyes became very dangerous. However, he is not flustered. Just a few people is not enough. Thunder Hunter, why, only brought so many people here? I'm afraid that so many people won't be able to take what you want. Just after Pudge finished speaking, behind him, a large group of pirates with weapons suddenly appeared, surrounding Shajur and the others. There are at least 2,000 people in the crowded area. Gia, Thunder Hunter, these people are all my capable subordinates, just 6 of you, I'm afraid it's not enough. Pudge looked at Shajur proudly and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, the cadres behind him also burst into laughter. With disdainful sneers on their faces, they said, the gap is too obvious, Thunder Hunter, you have no chance of winning at all. Surrender now, I can do it a little more, Lady of the Mud Stream. Someone swept around Anna's body with malicious eyes. Hearing this, Shajur couldn't help laughing. The crowd tactics are really scary, this is a desperate gap. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Enel, Anna and the others again, and said, in this case, we can only choose to face the fear. With that said, he took a step towards the 2,000 pirates who surrounded them. After all, the best way to get rid of fear is to face it. After Shajur finished speaking like a poem, she raised her hand and said to the 2,000 pirates, come on, everyone, let me see what you are capable of. Arrogant guy. Let you know how good I am. Shajur fought alone, and his arrogant tone instantly made 2,000 pirates angry. They all roared and rushed towards Shajur to let Shajur know their power. Are you arrogant? It's a long-lost term. After he finished speaking, his eyes glared at Vivi, and the 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes turned extremely fast, saying, Overlord. Mental shock. As soon as I heard a sound, a terrifying and domineering wave erupted, causing the surrounding scenery to lose its color. And those pirates who rushed over only felt an unimaginable terrifying shock rushing into their brains, making their consciousness blurred instantly. Then, all fell powerless. In that instant, 2,000 pirates all fell down and were killed in seconds without the ability to fight back. Even behind Pudge, many powerful pirates have fallen. The rest of the people who didn't fall, their bodies trembled, their faces were pale, and they had infinite fear of Shajur in their hearts. Gollum. Pudge couldn't help shivering, his arms trembled and he swallowed. He looked at the 2,000 elite subordinates who were directly killed in seconds, and his face was horrified. He looked at Xia Jing with a calm face, and felt the unprecedented pressure hit. At this moment, let alone Pudge, even Enel and the others couldn't help but look at Xia Jing in horror. Chapter 189 Two Punches Down. It's so strong, and it has solved more than 2,000 people in an instant. What happened just now? How did it all fall down in an instant? Mr. Natsu, how strong is he now? Enel and the others looked at Xia Jing, and they couldn't be more surprised. I haven't seen each other for a year and a half, how could Xia Jing become so tyrannical? Really scary. Long Paji, now, do you still think you have any advantages? Xia Jing looked at Pudge, showed a smile and said. During his more than 1 year on Four Seasons Island, he learned a lot. Conqueror Hockey, just one of them. You. Facing Xia Jing's smile, Pudge couldn't help but take a step back again. Then, he gritted his teeth and roared, stop being arrogant and let you know how powerful I am. Kill me all. After speaking, he roared and turned into a dinosaur, sticking out a huge head, bursting the air and biting it. Zone ability person. Interesting, then let me see your strength. Xia Jing clenched his palm into a fist, and armament hockey covered it, and it was also a punch, and the air burst directly. Boom. One person and one dragon collided heavily. But what is shocking is that the 5-meter-tall dinosaur that Pudge transformed into was repelled by Xia Jing with a punch. Is that only so much power? Xia Jing swooned close, and landed another punch, then it seems that your journey ends here. PFF'd. Paji had no resistance at all, and was smashed into the ground by Xia Jing with a punch, and his eyes were turned white, and he passed out. Lord Pudge. Seeing this scene, all the pirates under Pudge couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't believe what they saw. That's a big pirate with a bounty of 421 million Baileys, how come Xia Jing didn't even survive 3 moves? How strong is Xia Jing now? Hey, it seems that over the past year and a half, Lord Nachi has put in a lot of effort. If that's the case, then we have to solve the opponent quickly. When Enel saw this scene, he became a little more serious about his skills. Countercurrent Dragon. Compared to Enel's lack of seriousness, Anna almost took advantage of the crushing advantage, and brutally crushed the enemy into a mess. One knife flow. Lion Song Song. Zoro seemed to turn into a ghost in an instant, brushed past his opponent, and then, withdrew his sword and stood up. The next moment, his opponent, the pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million, suddenly burst out with terrifying blood and fell to the ground. PFF'd. Just after Zoro solved the opponent, Daz Bones, a sword wave, also ended the battle with the opponent. Era, it looks like I'm going to end the fight soon. The battle of the rest of the people I saw has ended, and they have gone to find the second wave of enemies. Enel disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind the opponent. He reached out and crossed his index fingers and said, 50 million volts. Discharge. Enel's enemy, who didn't even have a chance to react, fell down in a scream. Then, next, it's you. Xia Jing pulled out the fire from his waist, and looked at the panicked pirates around, showing an extremely cold smile. You don't come here. Ah. Chapter 190 Rubus is desperate. It only took 1 hour to destroy the dragon pirates. Xia Jing removed the blood from the knife, put it away, and said, let's go, take away their treasures. There are also these bounty criminals, all of which are money that can move around, which can be used as our startup capital. And LT, P and GT. Yes. As soon as Anna heard the words, she opened up her abilities and covered all the defeated pirates with a bounty of at least 70 million Baileys. These people can all be redeemed for bounties. Next, who? Xia Jing looked at Anna and asked. The Great Sword Pirates. Anna, of course, what Xia Jing asked, she answered fluently. The Great Sword Pirates. Enjoy your last piece. Shajurching said in her heart after listening to it. If you dare to take our things, you will pay with your life. Not everyone can take the things from our summer chamber of commerce. Anna continued, it was extremely cold. Of course. Shajurching's mouth twitched into a smile, it was a slaughtering smile. Great sword pirates. Just when Natsumi Yang and the two were discussing this matter, the great sword Lupus suddenly shuddered. This feeling is completely unreasonable, and he suddenly has an ominous premonition. This feeling is something important happening. Or is it just my delusion? Rubus stood up and began to feel uneasy in his heart, as if he would be unlucky soon. Could it be the guy came back for revenge? Lupus suddenly thought of Shajurching's face, and he couldn't help but shudder. Impossible, that guy has disappeared for more than a year. If he was alive, he should have come out long ago. Daijin comforted himself again and said. He didn't want to believe that Shajurching happened again. That means, he will be unlucky, bad luck. No, definitely not. The great sword Lupus comforted himself like this in his heart. Back then, at the Summer Chamber of Commerce, he grabbed a full 1.4 billion, which was only tens of millions less than Lilong Paji. If Shajurching really appeared, then he was definitely dead. Rubus is a prudent man. After having this feeling, he quickly asked his subordinates to strengthen their vigilance, only in this way can he feel at ease. After waiting for 3 days in a row, he did not wait for the news of Shajurching and others, and Lupus finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be my delusion, I'll just say, Shajurching is already dead, how could he appear here and come to trouble me? At the beginning, I only confirmed that he was dead, and this was the beginning of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. How could Shajurching appear? How could it be possible? Rubus was relieved, completely relieved. But just when he was completely relieved and began to enjoy the life of the emperor, the appearance of a going boat and the young man who got off the going boat made Rubus completely plunged into despair. Natsu the Thunder Hunter, you are still alive. How is this possible? Rubus only felt that his heavenly spirit cover was cold, and the whole person fell directly into the ice cellar, falling into endless despair. Great Sword Lupus, Bounty 358 million Bailey, First Meeting, Thunder Hunter, Natsu. Shajurching smiled and looked at the pale Rubus, and introduced himself very politely. Chapter 191 I am so disappointed. You are still alive. Looking at Shajurching, Lupus couldn't speak clearly, and he was completely surrounded by endless fear. He never felt that he could fight against Shajurching, he was very measured to his own strength. Let him fight Shajurching, he has no chance of winning. Why, you're surprised that I'm still alive. Looking at Rubus with a look of fear, Shajurching showed a very playful smile. He said, anyway, it's also a big pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million. Be confident, you are not at the level of a big pirate who is half 100 million. Ha ha ha, be more confident. How can you make me confident? You are a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 800 million. The strength gap between us is as far away as a moat. In front of you, I'm just an ant. Rupees heard the bleak issue, and laughed extremely mockingly. How do you know if you don't try? Shajurching stepped forward and continued. Anyway, I have no intention of letting you go today. Can't you really spare my life? Do you really want to do this? Hearing Shajurching's words, Lupus, who was still begging for mercy, suddenly turned gloomy. He is just showing weakness. Does Shajurching really think he is easy to bully? Of course. Shajurching's answer was extremely succinct, without the slightest pause or delay. HMPH, do you really think I'm made of mud? Well, then let me experience how powerful the 700 million pirates are. Kill me, little ones. Rubus gave an order, and his subordinates, who had long been very angry because of Shajurching's words, rushed over like a galloping horse. It's over to you, Enel. Shajurching said to Enel and the others behind him, and turned into a phantom, smashed through the crowd, and rushed in front of Rubus. Lupus, You have to fight seriously next. Not serious, but you will die. Shajurching pulled out the fire and slashed down with a sword, saying, I heard that you are a master swordsman. Come on, let me see your level. Then let you take a good look at my level, you bastard. Lupus is a tall and thin man. He pulled out the big steel sword behind him like a shield, and he broke out with a terrifying sword intent and slashed away fiercely. Bang! Don't look at Rubus, mouth saying that he is afraid of Shajurching. His strength is really not bad, and he only took 2 steps back against Shajurching with a sword. Come again. Shajurching deceived himself again, and his sword seemed to sway the earth, slashing away. Damn, how can there be such a strong power? Rubus gritted his teeth and crossed the sword again, and the sword intent on his body became even more tyrannical. PFF'd. Lupus spurted out a mouthful of blood, and was actually knocked back by Shajurching with a sword shock and retreated nearly 50 meters, plowing out a long scratch on the ground. Damn, how can it be so strong? Xingyu slash. Rubus shouted, his sword intent was threatening, and he chopped out a sword wave wrapped in bright stars, tearing the earth apart and attacking Shajurching. PFF'd. But Shajurching just swung out an ordinary sword, and there was a terrifying burst out, and the sword wave was directly torn apart. Is it only so much? Shajurching deceived himself again, and slashed out again with a sword, which quickly made Rubus desperate, and it was too late to react. Chapter 192 The Great Root is Boiling. PFF'd. No matter where Rubus could stand, he was blasted out violently, spitting up blood. It seems that the swordsman mantis on that island is more powerful. At least, they can meet me for a day and a night, making me happy. Shajurching, shaved, appeared in front of Lupus again, and pierced his chest with a sword. Rubus' strength made him feel like he was happy for nothing. He also thought that Rubus was very strong. Hey, Lord Natsu, it's too much for you to find a 300 million pirate to try the sword. Don't look at it. In the first half of this great route, who can resist your monster-like power? Hearing this, Enel who was fighting couldn't help rolling his eyes and said quite speechlessly. Just a few days ago, he had a battle with Shajurching, but this time, he was almost completely suppressed by Shajurching. Completely downwind. That's right, Mr. Natsu, you're the one who wiped out a terrifying existence like Droughtjack. Even he can't resist your power. Do you expect a mere 300 million pirates to make you happy? Gilzer couldn't help but complain. Shajurching is simply going to Xingxing village to abuse vegetables with a full rank. This kind of coercive behavior will be condemned and taught to be a human being in the new world. Captain. Damn, how can it be so strong? The entire Great Sword Pirates, from the very beginning of the small battle, fell into despair. Enel's strength is too strong. Strong enough that they are not serious at all. It is enough to make the cadres of the Great Sword Pirates fall into despair. There may be only Zoro and Daz Bones, and there will be a little resistance in the face of the enemy. Have you grown to this point in a year, Roranoa? Zoro, the progress is really fast. Natsumi Young was standing next to the severely injured Rubus, looking at Zoro, who was colliding with the enemy just like a tiger, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, saying, in just 1 year, he has stepped from the realm of the swordsman to the realm of the swordsman, and it seems that his attainments are not low. You should already have the strength you had when you landed on Sabayati Archipelago in the original book. Of course, it's the level of collectively defeating the pacifists 2 years ago, not the level that will be unremarkable 2 years later. An hour later. The battle is over, all members of the Great Sword Pirates have been captured. All their treasures were looted by Anna. The next target, the Gale Pirates. Anna announced the name of the next target pirates. Let's go then. Shajurching was not moved at all, Ling Dao. On this day, the first half of the Great Route, which was originally calm, suddenly became turbulent. As for why? That is of course because in the first half of the Great Route, the captains of the pirate regiments with bounties exceeding 100 million are all disappearing. The captain of the Lilong Pirates, Lilong Paji, is missing. The captain of the Great Sword Pirates, Great Sword Lupus, is missing. The captain of the Gale Pirates, Gale Sword Sek, is missing. But in just 1 week, 12 pirate groups disappeared one after another in the first half of the Great Route. You know, these missing pirate captains are big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. It is the 12 strongest pirate groups that have risen rapidly in the first half of the Great Route for more than a year. They ruled almost the entire first half of the Great Route. Powerful, suffocating. Chapter 193. You finally came out to find death. On weekdays, they are the big men who can make the entire kingdom in the first half of the Great Route change. But now, all of them suddenly disappeared like this. How can this not be scary? The pirates in the first half of the Great Route were all panicked. Especially those pirates whose bounty is close to 100 million, for fear that the next one will be themselves. All the pirates suddenly began to act cautiously. The daring people even logged into the 12 spheres of influence to check the situation. In addition to a pile of ruins and dark red blood clots on the island that I saw, there was also a flag fluttering in the wind. It was a blood-red bottom and a banner of a golden sun. This flag made the pirates who landed on the island widen their eyes in disbelief. Then, the same word popped into their minds at the same time: Summer Chamber of Commerce. Has it reappeared? Although a year has passed, no one will ever forget the name represented by this flag. After all, that was more than a year ago, the most dazzling new star in the first half of the entire Great Route. That is a big pirate group with a bounty of nearly 2 billion, and the captain's bounty is as high as 790 million Bailey. Even many pirates of the New World are eclipsed in front of him. Natsu the Thunder Hunter, is that man back? Office of Marshal Marineford. Sengoku looked at the newspaper on the table. Vivi couldn't help squinting and fell into deep thought. In the newspaper I saw, a big headline was, "Super shocking. Thunder Hunter reappears in the sea. Very striking. The sea is about to make waves again." An incomparably sharp light flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "I am so anxious to show up. I wonder if you are ready to deal with the attack of Drought Jack." He looked at a reward order beside him and said, "That's a bounty with a portrait of Drought Jack. The bounty below is 899 million Bailey. If not, maybe Jack can help us with your instability. Of course, if even Jack can't, then we should really pay attention to you. There are so many similarities between you and the deceased Shui Tong Shajirqing. I heard the news of your present life. The Whitebeard pirates should have taken action. After all, Whitebeard will not easily forgive you for the revenge of murder." The news of Shajirqing's appearance soon spread from the first half of the Great Route to the New World. "Thunder Hunter, you finally showed up." The headquarters of the Four Emperors Kaido, above the Ghost Island, suddenly heard an excited roar. Then, I saw a 10-meter tall mammoth, which directly broke through the wall and rushed to the port. The entire Ghost Island was trampled by this mammoth. And behind the mammoth, there are 12 different forms of orcs. "Lord Jack, wait for us, you are running too fast." Hold'em with the head of the lion shouted to the mammoth in front. Yes, who else could a mammoth be except Jack? He was the only one who would show such an excited look when he heard the news of Shajirqing. However, Shajirqing has no time to pay attention to Jack now. They have people who must take revenge. Thanks to you, the system is still being repaired. The power has been closed for more than a year, and I almost died at sea. It's been over a year. I wonder if you are ready to meet us. Joker. Shamuyang looked at the sea in the distance, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 194. Today is your day of death. New World, Dressrosa. Fufufu, I don't know why the Thunder Hunter suddenly came. It's not good to hurt so many of my subordinates. Looking at Shajirqing with a fierce face, Doflamingo showed a reckless smile. His subordinates are lined up behind him. Doflamingo, it's finally here, you know. I've been waiting for this day for over a year. Shajurching looked at Doflamingo. He had already pulled out the fire, and his body was full of sword intent. That's a coincidence, so am I. Thunder Hunter. Hearing Shajurching's words, Doflamingo also laughed, extremely arrogant, and then he instantly bullied himself in front of Shajurching. 5 color lines. When Doflamingo opened his hand, he was slashed by 5 incomparably sharp steel wires, with the strength to cut everything. Shajurching suddenly drew his sword and fought away, with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Bang! The next moment, the earth exploded directly, and the rumble was trembling. A lot stronger, Doflamingo. Shajurching raised his head and looked at Doflamingo, and when he lifted his leg, an extremely fierce sword wave shot out. Foot shave. Doflamingo also raised his foot and attacked boldly, tearing the sword wave apart, and he also took advantage of this opportunity to dodge out. Foo. I haven't seen it for more than a year, but my strength, concentration, and reaction have all gotten a lot faster. Doflamingo looked at Shajurching and said with a stern smile. You are the same, Doflamingo, the use of power and ability is very proficient. Shamuyang squinted his eyes, holding the knife in front of him. His voice changed abruptly. However, this still won't change your fate of defeat today. HMPH, I am really confident, then let me see if you can get out of this Dressrosa successfully today. Pika, Diamante, let's go. Doflamingo issued an attack order to the most powerful top cadres behind him. After that, Doflamingo rushed towards Shajurching like a leopard. Bang! The two slammed into each other fiercely, and the momentum was terrifying. Gia, die. Pika was the happiest when she got the order, and immediately drew her sword and rushed towards Enel and the others. HMPH, do you want to challenge the majesty of God? Then let me see if your strength is qualified for this. Faced with Pika's shrill voice rushing over, when Enel was about to make a move, Anna had already rushed out one step ahead of him. Pika the rock fruit ability, I wanted to fight with you a long time ago. It seems that I can do it today. Don't let me down. Anna of the mud fruit, and Pika of the rock fruit, I really think it's interesting to think about it. If that's the case, then my target is you, Aboriginal man. Enel's eyes turned to another senior cadre beside Doflamingo, Diamante. He has 2 facial lines on his face, he wears a cape, and he looks like a middle-aged man from an indigenous tribe. He has the ability to fly fruit, and at the same time, he is also a swordsman. Then, it seems that our opponents are you. Zoro, Daz Bones, Gills, and some other powerhouses recruited by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, looked at Torapal and the high-level combat power of his subordinates, as well as the high-level combat power of Pika and Diamante. Chapter 195 Their tough opponents. We don't seem to have an advantage in terms of numbers, which is really tingling. Next to Gills, a woman who was recruited by Anna spoke up. Her skin was wheat-colored, and she was carrying a knife that was bigger than her height. She was about 30 years old, and her name was Hulina. When it was recruited a year ago, the bounty had already reached 97 million Baileys. She is from the New World, and I heard that she ran from some powerful country. It's really exciting, so many powerful enemies make the Loon family so scared. A man who was obviously a man, but was dressed in a pink swan and painted with powder, said in a ballet dance. You said so, Zoro-chan. This man suddenly came to Zoro, and his smooth palm touched Zoro's face, with a sweet tone. Bentham, if you touch my face again and dance in front of me, I'll slash you. Zoro couldn't help but shivered, goosebumps all over his body, and he roared fiercely at Bentham. Yes, this man dressed as a swan is one of Crocodile's subordinates in the original book, Bentham codenamed Mr. 2. Giggle, calm down, we are the enemy now. If we fail, Mrs. Anna won't let you go. Another woman's voice came, and a very young woman came over with a cup of coffee, bringing a strong fragrance. Dia, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence. Looking at this woman, Monet behind Doflamingo suddenly showed a look of dread and said, "Ha ha, Monet, it's been a long time since no one called me Didia. I've heard the name steamed dangerous girl for a long time, and I forgot my original name." The woman holding the coffee looked at Monet, the snow girl, and showed a smile that she missed. "Where is all the nonsense coming from? You guys, enlighten me. Come on." Looking at Bentham, Didia and the others didn't pay attention to them at all, and even started fighting there. Torapal, one of the top cadres, felt that he and others were underestimated, and immediately gave an order. "You dare to challenge our Don Quixote family? You young people really have a long life. In that case, let the old man come to make you regret it." Lao Ji, one of Diamante's subordinates with the highest combat power, rushed over with a smile. "It's Lao Menquan Lao Ji, it's a powerful being, I'm coming." Seeing Lao Ji rushing over, Daz Bones rushed out immediately. Lao Ji, on the way here, is one of the characters that Shazher Ching specially instructed to pay attention to. He is dangerous. As threatening as his immediate boss Diamante, maybe even stronger. Then let's go to Snowgirl Monet and Childhood Queen Sugar. Leave it to me, I have dealt with them, and I know their ways. After saying that, Didia rushed over, not giving Zoro, Gills and the others a chance to promise. Everyone likes to mess around. Seeing this scene, Gills couldn't help shaking his head, rather helpless. Then, with a condensed gaze, he opened the big box he was carrying. Inside, there was actually a pair of silver white armor. Chapter 196. You have a good group of minions. Armed. With Gills's order, the armor turned out to be like life, and quickly attached to his body, turning him into a steel warrior in an instant. "So, are you my opponents?" Gills looked at Gladius, the bomber, Baby 5, and Buffalo, who stood in front of him. What an impatient young man, this power is really not small. Poulina held the big knife and blocked the fighting lunatic who was charging towards him, Dellinger, who was half Duyu blood. We don't seem to have a choice either. Peizaru, Zoro, Bentham 3 looked at one of the top cadres in front of them, the sticky fruit ability, Torapal. As well as his Violet, Jorah, Diamante's subordinate Senor Peak, Mar Baiz, all showed extremely solemn expressions. After all, the opponent has a top cadre. Even if Shazher Ching had told them that Torapal's strength was much weaker than that of Pika and Diamante. But after all, it is the top cadre, so it should not be underestimated. Fufufu, you guy, you really have a group of amazing friends. Doflamingo's voice suddenly came, and he saw a black mark on his chest. And Shazher Ching, who is opposite him, also has a hole that is bleeding. It's the same with you, you have a group of amazing men. But I'm sorry, the final winner of today's battle will definitely be me. Shazher Ching was surrounded by terrifying thunder and lightning, and said confidently. Furfur, I am really curious, where does your self-confidence come from? When Doflamingo heard this, a ferocious blue vein spread out on his forehead instantly, and his tone became even more severe. Shazher Ching's words meant that he clearly said that his subordinates were not good. Of course it's confidence in our own absolute strength. Shazher Ching rushed in front of Doflamingo like a phantom, and a terrifying sword wave was split with one sword. Doflamingo immediately grabbed the rogue down line, and ran away. Little devil, don't be too arrogant, I haven't been idle this year. Doflamingo kicked out the foot shaving line, and fought against Shazher Ching, who was charging again. Bounce. Facing Shazher Ching's head, he shot out an extremely fast steel wire. Bang. Shazher Ching immediately stepped back and waved his sword to fight, but at the same time as he stepped back, he raised his foot, and several sword waves wrapped in thunder and lightning attacked. It's getting tougher than it was 2 years ago, you guy. Doflamingo pushed behind him and shouted, the spider web wall. There was a huge cobweb-like wall blocking these sword waves. Bang. Bang. Crack. But to Doflamingo's horror, the cobweb wall made an overwhelmed sound. Doflamingo, where did your attention go? At this time, Shazherching's voice came from behind Doflamingo, and he couldn't help but be startled, only to see Shazherching stab at it. More than a whip. He immediately reached out and stretched out a terrifying whip to stop Shazherching. Hey! However, Shazherching disappeared into Doflamingo's attack range before this extremely fast attack reached him. Chapter 197 This is your dumbest decision. Where? Doflamingo couldn't help being surprised, and Observation Haki immediately released it with all his strength. Found you. Immediately, Doflamingo sensed a sharp breath coming from in front of him, and when he was about to shoot, he heard Shazherching say, Overlord. Spiritual shock. A gigantic wave rushed into Doflamingo's soul abruptly. The domineering and majestic aura made him tremble. But the next second, he was angry. He is Tenryubito, the King Joker of the underground forces, the owner of Conqueror Haki, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. How could he be intimidated by someone else's Conqueror Haki? But, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. PFF'd. The black blade pierced his body and pierced his heart. And without giving him a chance to break free, the terrifying thunder and lightning made him fall into an extremely painful trauma in an instant. Asshole. Doflamingo looked at Shazherching who was in front of him and wanted to raise his hand to attack. However, Shazherching stretched out his index finger again, exuding a fierce, Shigan finger pistol breath, stabbing at his heart. Armed. Doflamingo can only let go of the idea of repairing his heart with the wire first, covering Armament Haki with his arm to block the blow. Bang. But the power of Shazherching's finger was beyond Doflamingo's imagination. Even if it was covered with Armament Haki, it still made him feel that his blood was violently churning, and he was pushed back. Chidori Spear. Shazherching formed the seal at a very high speed, and a thunder gun that ripped through the air stabbed again at a high speed while Doflamingo was watching. Little devil, don't be too arrogant to me. Doflamingo drank violently, endured the surging chi and blood, and roared wildly, Super Strike Whip. Boom. This Super Strike Whip is much stronger than the power of the whip, and its power can cut a building very easily. Fast and powerful. The moment the thunder gun collided with it, the sky exploded with thunder and lightning, and the terrifying force caused the ground to burst. The dust that was raised even made Vivi obstruct the sight of the two. Doflamingo, heart attack, blood loss, seems to have slowed your concentration. Shazherching actually appeared in front of Doflamingo again in an instant, with the thunder and lightning that screamed in his right hand. Chidori. With such a low voice, in Doflamingo's rapidly dilated pupils, he stabbed his heart again. PFF'd. Doflamingo's face was suddenly filled with pain, and his chest was pierced again. Little devil, you really pissed me off. With this blow, Doflamingo just avoided the heart. He angrily reached out and grabbed Shazherching directly, shouting, Parasitic thread. A feeling of being manipulated, Shazherching suddenly shouted bad. His thinking was seriously disturbed, and no defensive measures could be taken. This means that he will become Doflamingo's puppet, a doll he plays with. Little devil, getting close to me must be the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. Doflamingo gave a savage shout, and the palm of his hand was an incomparably razor-sharp whip that shot out from the palm of his hand. PFF'd. Without giving Shazherching a chance to react at all, his chest was pierced fiercely. Chapter 198 Warm-up is over. Drop the rogue line. Doflamingo kicked Shazherching out with one kick, and then waved 5 steel wires that fell from the sky, pinning Shazherching to the ground ruthlessly. Furfur, kid, know how good I am. Before Doflamingo could finish his sentence, another long black knife stretched out from his chest. PFF'd. Shazherching, who pierced through Doflamingo's body from behind, didn't have time to be proud. His chest was pierced unexpectedly. Behind him, another Doflamingo appeared. Shadow Ride. Doflamingo, who was seriously injured, immediately broke free from Shajurching's long knife and quickly retreated. He hummed proudly and said, "It's not your patent to fight with clones, Thunder Hunter." He stretched out his hand to hold down the wound, and there were countless lines moving in it, and he began to repair his injury. It's really hard to fight wild geese all day long, but in the end, the geese pecked at the eyes. I forgot that you also have the ability to clone. Shajurching broke free with the avatar seal and looked at the two Doflamingo with an even more joyful look on her face. The corners of his mouth twitched in meaning and said, "But it's more interesting, isn't it? The warm-up is over, kid. Next, the main event, you have to hold on and don't die. You are about to see my progress over the past year, and it is really thanks to you that I have reached my current level of awakening a few years earlier." The ground under his feet began to turn into silk threads and began to spread rapidly. "Is it the main event? Hee, just right, that's what I mean too." Shajurching's breathing was a little short. A hole was opened in his chest. He didn't have the ability to repair himself like Doflamingo. Therefore, he must fight quickly. Back. The surrounding buildings are beginning to turn white lines. At this moment, whether it was Enel and others, or Pika and others, they all chose to stay away from these two. Even Shajurching stepped on the moon step and floated in the air. He is very clear about how strong the awakening state of the thread fruit is. "Kid, I'll let you know what a bad decision it was to come here." Almost 15 seconds after Pika and the others left, the top floor of the palace they were in had completely turned into a sea of white lines. "Do you think it's safe to stand in the air? Little devil, use your energy giant, otherwise, you will die miserably." Doflamingo shouted at Shajurching. "To deal with you, you don't need to use that trick." If he could, why would Shajurching not want to open it, but the point is, he can't. The repair time of the system is beyond his imagination. Until now, the progress has only reached 85%. There is still 15% progress. According to his estimation, it may take another month or two. HMPH, what an arrogant brat. If so, let me see what you can do. Is it enough for you to talk big? Wild waves and white lines. A large white line like a storm rushed towards Shajurching in pursuit. One shot. In the face of the terrifying white line rushing over, Shajurching actually stepped into the air and rushed directly to the white line, attacking, instead of dodging. To face this blow directly, how confident you are now. Watching this scene, Doflamingo feels like he has been underestimated again. Chapter 199. Your time has come. Land bird. Shajurching's sword intent exploded all over, and then converged into a terrifying tearing sword wave, in the shape of a bird, rising in the wind, and crashing into the white line of the desolate wave. PFF'd. This flying bird sword wave has an unimaginable terrifying tearing power, and it actually tore the white line of the barren waves directly. Open away and let Shajurching rush in front of Doflamingo without hindrance. There is such a terrifying swordsmanship. Looking at this scene, even Doflamingo couldn't help but feel extremely frightened. Facing Shajurching, who had already rushed in front of him, he waved, shield white line. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying spark erupted, and the air was distorted. Doflamingo couldn't help but snorted. Shajurching's thrusting power was too strong. Strong enough to make him feel a little unstoppable. 1,000 arrows pierce the heart. Feather strike. Line. Doflamingo did not intend to confront Shajurching in power. As soon as he thought about it, he saw thousands of sharp long lines suddenly rise from the ground, turned into the shape of flamingo wings, and wrapped up towards Shajurching, to beat him into a sieve. PFF'd. This kind of trick is indeed powerful, but it has little effect on Shajurching, and a substitute technique can be avoided. Hey! However, just when Shajurching just appeared, behind him, there was a sharp and incomparable sound of breaking the sky. I saw that Doflamingo's avatar was already behind him, and a super strike whip attacked. Shajurching couldn't help being surprised, and quickly backed away. However, Doflamingo appeared in front of him again, and a heavy kick landed on Shazher Ching's chest, knocking him down quickly. Doflamingo is ferocious Isho, Uehara. Bibo. More than a dozen sharp white lines wrapped around armament hockey, attacking like lightning. Shazher Ching, who was trampled down at an extreme speed, only felt her whole body tense, as if she were facing death. Stupid. He didn't dare to neglect, he struggled to form a surrogate seal, and at the moment when the attack was about to come, he dodged out. Little devil, do you think this is the end? But Shazher Ching had just appeared, and the white line attack had already surrounded him in all directions. Hi! Shazher Ching's pupils instantly shrank into needles, and he defended armament hockey without even thinking about it. Crack! Hockey's coverage avoided the end of being pierced. The power contained in this white line was equally extraordinary. A cracking sound came from Shazher Ching's chest, and he slammed it down, and he suddenly spit out a big mouthful of blood. Then, like a sandbag, the air stirred and trembled, and after drawing a white line of air, it crashed into the town hundreds of meters away. Foo-foo-foo, 1,000 arrows pierce the heart. Feather strike. Line. Seeing this, Doflamingo immediately chased away with extreme speed, and then, reaching out and grabbing, countless white lines in the shape of flamingos pierced through the air again. Little devil, welcome your death. Doflamingo shouted fiercely. Lightning armor. From the sound of the sky breaking through the sky, there was such a faint voice. Then, an unimaginably harsh sound exploded, turning into endless force, destroying everything around. Little devil, do you think this will work? Delusion. Seeing that there was an incomparably tyrannical thunderbolt bursting out of the attack center, Doflamingo smiled disdainfully. He now has the upper hand. The final victory belongs to him absolutely. Chapter 200 Heavenly Yaksha, Defeat Me. 16 Holy Bullets. God kills. He made the strongest move. This move has the power to penetrate everything. Even with a big mountain in front of him, he can instantly smash it into a sieve. One-shot flow. Profound meaning. Destroyed. It was at this time that Shazher Ching's voice came again. Then, Doflamingo felt a terrifying sharp burst out, and even cut his clothes in the air, leaving small wounds on his face. Thorn. Then, Doflamingo heard a tearing sound, and the thousands of white lines that were pinched away were all broken in an instant. So what if you break free? In the face of my strongest blow, you have no chance at all. Doflamingo didn't move at all. 16 holy bullets. God's killing was like urging Yama, rushing towards Shazher Ching. One-shot flow. Profound meaning. Going through the sun. Shazher Ching's whole person seemed to be united with the sword, and the rolling sword intent erupted from his body, causing the earth to explode. And, it's still getting stronger. Cut. Shazher Ching suddenly drank violently, like a thunderous explosion, extremely terrifying. Holding the knife in both hands, he cut out a purple sword wave that made Doflamingo's whole body tense, and collided with the 16 holy bullets that came from the attack. Boom. The surrounding earth seemed to be turned over, rumbling and shattering, and the shattered area continued to expand with the aftermath, and the sky changed color. Boom boom boom. The collision continued to erupt with more powerful fluctuations, shattering everything around it and flying out. I don't know how many screams came. In the end, it turned out to be 16 sacred bullets. God's killing was even better, directly shattering the sword wave, and rushing towards Shazher Ching again. Thunder Hunter, suffer. Doflamingo shouted fiercely. In his eyes, Shazher Ching was already a dead person. Death. Doflamingo, where did the confidence come from? Who knows? After hearing this, Shazher Ching suddenly laughed. He even threw the sword horizontally, and terrifying thunder and lightning suddenly appeared all over his body. Then, he said, this move was created to break through those beasts with very thick armor on the island, and it has a terrifying penetrating power. Lay done. Flying Thunder Sword. Shazher Ching actually kicked the top of the fiery fire hilt like a ball, and armament hockey covered it, then kicked it and rushed towards the attack coming towards him. PFF'd. The air actually blew a big hole directly, and the power was so strong that it was scary. Boom. At the moment of encounter, the earth collapsed and shattered again, and the unimaginable terrifying force continued to traumatize the earth. Next, meet your death, Doflamingo. Shajurching quickly formed a seal with both hands, and then shouted, "Lay done. Heavenly tribulation thunder punishment." Boom. In an instant, a terrifying black cloud appeared over Dressrosa, with extremely violent thunder and lightning blasting. Boom. The next moment, they all aimed at Doflamingo, and the majestic thunder and lightning with the thickness of the water tank crashed down. Asshole, stop being arrogant. Doflamingo couldn't help gasping for a moment. He tried his best to protect himself with multiple shields and white lines. Chapter 201. It's time to end it. Boom. The thunder and lightning that seemed to be able to run through the entire world directly enveloped Doflamingo. Ah! But within 5 seconds, Doflamingo's scream of pain suddenly came from the thunder and lightning. The defense of the shield white line was forcibly broken through. Thunder Hunter, don't give me compliments. After leaving only such a sentence, Doflamingo's voice was completely lost in the thunder and lightning. A large deep pit of nearly 100 meters appeared on the spot, still exuding an unimaginable terrifying aura. The land was blackened and even crystallized together, reflecting light. At the bottom of the pit, there is still a charred corpse. Shajurching looked at it with a weal eye. Oh, there is still life. It doesn't even die like this, as expected of Doflamingo, amazing. Shajurching couldn't help but exclaimed. Doflamingo's power was indeed beyond his imagination. But it doesn't matter, after all, I'm the winner now. Shajurching showed a smile, and then, his face suddenly changed. He spat out a big mouthful of blood, and fell towards the ground. Cough cough. Is the physical strength a little too much, and the injury to the chest, it should be dealt with, and let him bleed. I guess he will lose too much blood and die. Shajurching only felt that his head was very dizzy, and his vision was a little blurred. Shajurching quickly began to treat the wound. And elsewhere, all the officials of the Don Quixote family looked at Shajurching in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the invincible young master in their hearts, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was defeated by Shajurching again. How is it possible? The young master has lost again. When did this guy become so powerful? Pika, Diamante and others looked at all this and said in disbelief. HMPH, what's so unbelievable? After all, it's not the first time your young master Doflamingo has been defeated by our Lord Naz. Enel looked like he was not surprised, and even plucked his ears very leisurely and said. This made his opponent Diamante instantly furious. Enel is fighting with him, and he still has the leisure to watch the battles in other places and express his opinions. Isn't this showing that he looks down on him? What about the underground King Joker? The strength is not good, and the title is useless. Anna slammed Pika over with a huge claw and grabbed it with a big palm, and snorted coldly. Before this, instead of worrying about your young master, I think you should take care of yourselves first. After all, you can't protect yourself now. Didia looked at the two sisters Monet and Sugar, who had been dodging under her own attack, and had already suffered serious injuries, and said. You bastard, don't be proud of me. Monet turned into a snow girl, roaring fiercely. As expected of the Thunder Hunter, it's really powerful, and the mighty heavenly Yaksha has also been defeated by you. Since that's the case, we have to speed up. Hulina's arm was shaken, and Dellinger, who was kicked frantically, was knocked back again. If that's the case, then take advantage of this momentum and resolve the battle in one go. Zoro suddenly undid the hood on his right arm and put it on his head. Then, visible to the naked eye, his aura suddenly became several times fiercer. Chapter 202. Bless you with thunder. Humph, just right, that's what I thought too. So, everyone of the Don Quixote family, are you all ready? Everyone under Shajurching said the same thing at the same time. Don't be proud of me, do you really think you have a chance of winning? Hearing this, whether it was Pika, Diamante, or Toripal, they all shouted out in anger. Then let me see how long you can last. The first to attack is Enel. In more than a year, he finally learned hockey, and the control of his own ability has become stronger. Therefore, his strength can be described as soaring. Mortal, let this god teach you how to be a human being, and feel the majesty of God. Enel's breath suddenly changed, and he was enveloped in thunder and lightning, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Then, just like Shajir, he disappeared in front of Diamante. Drink. Enel appeared in front of Diamante. The golden staff in his hand had turned into a trident, wrapped in terrifying power and lightning, and slashed towards Diamante. Are you underestimating me? I am Diamante, the strongest swordsman of the Don Quixote family. In the face of Enel's slashing, Diamante instantly burst into a powerful sword intent. He shouted, "Bull-fighting scepter." When he saw him, he turned his western sword into the shape of a bull's head with his own abilities, and then, after covering hockey, he fought hard and went away. Bang! The whole earth trembled, and the piercing sound of gold and iron exploded. The next second, Diamante suddenly groaned, feeling that she couldn't resist Enel's power. Army flag. Diamante is also a battle-hardened man. Faced with this situation, immediately activate your ability to fly the fruit, turning the ground into a huge bunting and fluttering. Enel think that the ground under his feet would suddenly rhythm, and he almost couldn't stand still, and his strength was all unloaded. Little devil, you are so daring and arrogant to call yourself a god in front of me, die. Diamante was unaffected by the removal of the western sword's bullfighting scepter form. Then, he waved the long sword at Enel and shouted, "Snake sword." The long sword that he swung out was like a flexible poisonous snake, and it quickly spread in front of Enel, mercilessly piercing his chest. Ha ha ha, kid, you know it's amazing. Seeing this, Diamante couldn't help laughing, very proud, and then he shouted, "Goodbye, arrogant kid." Half Moon Funeral. He restored the long sword to its original shape. Then, condensing all the strength, a powerful sword wave was split, and even the earth was cut ruthlessly like tofu. Janbo quickly approached, and he was about to tear Enel into pieces. But that was the moment when Diamante looked at her sword wave covered with hockey, about to tear Enel in half. Enel's voice suddenly came over. Thor, thunder. The clouds above Diamante suddenly turned into a dark cloud, with violent thunder and lightning dancing wildly in it, exuding a terrifying breath. Then, there was a thunder and lightning that illuminated the entire Dressrosa Island, pouring down like a torrential rain. Chapter 203 Mudslide Power Roll. Hi. Facing the downpour of thunder and lightning, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, which made him have nowhere to go. His whole body is dressed in steel products in the form of flying, and it is the most conductive. He can't escape at all. Half-month funeral. More bursts. Now, there is no way to avoid it. Diamante can only resist, and he must resist. Armed. Under the current circumstances, Diamante is also ruthless, and broke out his strongest strength. Swinging his sword, he slashed out countless sword waves and shot towards the falling thunderbolt. Boom boom boom. Unimaginable terrifying fluctuations and momentum resounded throughout Dressrosa, making the surrounding sea turbulent, and the waves continued. What a terrifying match. The other people who were fighting around looked at the flashing thunder and the sound of the explosion, and sighed like this. Do you think this can stop it? Humph, how naive. Seeing this scene, Enel suddenly laughed. The laugh was so numb, and then, he banged the thunder drum on his shoulders. 100 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel spit out an indifferent voice like death. Roar. The falling thunder and lightning that I saw directly condensed together, and then turned into a thunder dragon that exudes an aura of destruction, and roared down again. Its power is many times stronger than the thunder and lightning just now. No. In the face of this thunder dragon with an extremely powerful breath, Diamante let out a terrified cry. Boom. I saw a thunder light blasted the earth, and the gravel splashed endlessly. Immediately, the entire Dressrosa fell into a violent tremor again, and the violent wind and waves blew everyone who was fighting around, and the momentum was huge. When everything subsided, it was already 2 minutes later. Diamante ended up with a similar ending to Doflamingo. It was charred black, and the breath was sluggish. Pika, your end is here too. Even when Diamante was defeated, Anna was at its peak. The tone is not small, but don't think I'm a piece of shit like Diamante. I'm Pika, the king of the earth. Pika launched a big move, merged into the rocks of the earth, and turned into a huge rock giant soaring to the sky, and grabbed the small Anna like an ant. HMPH, show off your power to manipulate the earth in front of me. Then let's see, what is absolute suppression. Facing the big hand that directly crushed the air, Anna, who had some scars on her face, looked disdainful. As someone else, it might be tricky to face Pika's terrifying abilities. However, she is the most afraid of the muddy fruit, the rock-related ability of Pika. Because the abilities of the two of them belong to the same kind, at this time, it depends on whose ability development is deeper. Anna asked herself, in terms of fruit development, she is definitely not inferior to Pika. Yellow Spring Swamp. Death Trap. A large swamp appeared under Pika's feet that spread out for several kilometers, and the giant Pika controlled suddenly fell into it, and was still falling at a high speed. This was completely beyond Pika's expectations. After all, in the battle just now, all of Anna's tricks were extremely tough, and Pika thought that Anna could only use such tough tricks. As a result, Anna suddenly came up with such a terrifying big move that he couldn't get used to it at all. Is this the end? Not at all. Chapter 204 Queen of the Earth Anna. As soon as she heard it, Anna shouted again, Mud Flow Mighty Roll. From under Pika's giant, a huge steel mud flow that swept nearly 3 kilometers suddenly erupted, directly turning into a huge lion's head, and completely swallowing Pika's giant. From start to finish, Pika didn't have time to make extra moves. No matter how many times I watch it, I still feel amazing. It's Logia, after all, this despairing power, without quite strong strength, really can't break free at all. This is why we are so afraid of Miss Anna, because her current strength is too strong. At this moment, Zoro, Jills, even Enel, looked at all this with emotion. Over the past year, to say that Shajirching has made the greatest progress, perhaps Shajirching is not as good as Anna. Enel can have such a powerful strength now, but it was all forced by Anna with her absolute strength. The mud flow has the hardness of steel and the sharpness of slashing. There is nothing that it can't erase and twist. Once it is swallowed in, there is no strong enough attack power, and it is not easy to break free. Even an island, she can be completely wiped out. Hulina, Didia and the others looked at the rock giants that were quickly wiped out and twisted in the mud flow, and thought so in their hearts. Before them, who is not the unruly sea freer? But under Anna, they are not obedient. Daughter of the mud flow, don't think you can beat me, look at me armed with hockey, Mir. Pika's shrill clamor came again, but only halfway through the clamor, he suddenly screamed out. Ah! This scream was truly tragic, it rushed directly into the sky, and it was heard in all directions, making people shudder. In my mudslide, even steel I can wipe out, and armament hockey all over me, how dare I shout. Anna Sue clenched her hand tightly, the mud flow that was still rolling at that moment, and the next moment, it solidified like solidified steel. Pika's voice completely disappeared. The battle is over. What is the Queen of the Earth? This is Anna. Steaming Mighty Fist. As soon as Anna finished the battle, Didia slammed into a powerful wave, wrapped armament hockey, and shattered Monet's 5-layered circular snow wall with one punch. Monet, sugar, your end is here. Didia deceives her body with a single stride, scatters her fists into her palms, and a powerful wave erupts from her palms, shouting, Gen Weibo. A wave that looks very similar to the Rokushiki, 6 styles. 6 Kings' spear shrouded the Monet sisters. No. Monet looked at the fluctuation and let out a desperate cry. She directly hugged the sugar and blocked it in front of her, but it was useless. Boom. Monet was blasted out together with the sugar, and Monet even spit out a mouthful of blood, and went into a coma. Granulated sugar is not much better, and those who have been severely injured have lost their ability to move. But Didier looked at the sugar, but did not show any relaxation. According to Xia Zhiqing's account, sugar is also an opponent that needs special attention. Her childlike fruit ability is terrifying. After all, once it is touched, it will become a doll and lose its combat effectiveness. Who is not afraid? Chapter 205 Ghost Chi 9 Swords Flow. Young man, you are really good at fighting this old man to such an extent. Gilles grabbed the head of the blaster Gladius and said breathlessly. There are many scars on the surface of his armor. You bastard gloves have sea stones. Gladius' mask was broken, and he looked at Gilles unwillingly and said. Hee hee, this is all a means of fighting, it shouldn't be mean. Gilles laughed. At his feet, baby 5, Bavaro is already unconscious. Gladius looked regretful. Knowing that you would be so powerful now, we should have found your traces and wiped you out when the Thunder Hunter has not returned and you are not so powerful. And LT, P and GT. Hee hee, it's a pity that you didn't do that. Gilzer took out the seastone handcuffs and handcuffed him. Shish. Hulina waved the long knife and continuously shot out a powerful sword wave, making Dellinger completely passive against this sword wave, which was extremely difficult. Boy, it's over. Just when Dellinger was fighting these sword waves with all his strength, Hulina suddenly appeared in front of Dellinger, and as soon as she arrived, a big hole was cut through his chest. PFF'd. Dellinger's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. Puff puff. Before Dellinger could react, his chest was ripped open several times, blood rushing wildly. Cough, cough, he is really a good boy, his strength is really strong. Hulina defeated Dellinger, but she also had a lot of scars on her body, especially on her shoulders. Her clothes had been stained red with blood. There, I was bitten a few times by Dellinger. The old man is Lao. Gee, don't think that the old man is old, you can defeat me, enlighten me, kid. Just when most of Xia Zhiqing's men were victorious, Daz's bones was quickly slashed, but was suddenly blasted away by Lao. G.S. punch. The aura on his body was actually several times stronger than at the beginning. Boy, kill me. Lao. G blasted the wounded Daz's bones away with one punch. He didn't intend to let him go, he chased him away like a bone-encrusted maggot. Mudslide Dragon. 100 million volts. Brontosaurus. The voices of both Enel and Anna came at the same time. A brash thunder dragon that opened the ground, a mud dragon roaring out from behind Lao. G, completely enveloped Lao. G who was chasing away. Boys, let you see the strength of my Don Quixote family. Facing the powerful moves from Enel and Anna, Lao. G, who could no longer dodge, immediately threw both fists at the same time, smashing the two's big moves. Boom. The earth trembled again, the air twisted into waves, the mud dragon and thunder dragon were actually shaken back by Lao Ji, and then dissipated. But Lao Ji also suddenly landed on the ground, spitting out a big mouthful of blood, and his breath wilted in an instant. I can only end here, old man. I'm really unwilling. Young master, our Don Quixote family will lose so much. Lao Ji doesn't have the strength of Doflamingo, and the big move to force Enel and Anna was hit hard almost instantly, to the end of the force. Chapter 206 Arrogant Brat. Looks like we're going to speed up too. Zoro, who was haunted by ghosts, looked like a beast at the moment, and his opponent turned out to be Torapal. Little devil, you dare to fight me alone as a senior cadre, I really want to know where your courage comes from. Torapal looked at Zoro, his eyes were extremely fierce and contemptuous. Courage. He, this is the instinct that comes from the heart and wants to keep getting stronger. Zoro hummed and replied, even though he couldn't stop breathing, there were wounds all over his body, and the blood flowed continuously. But there was never a little bit of fear and withdrawal on his face, and some were only excited about the battle. This is the final battle. If you don't beat you, then these guys will come. Zoro, it seemed like a nine-knife Ashura suddenly appeared. Torapal couldn't help but shudder at that terrifying aura. Arrogant, I am Torapal, one of the senior cadres, how dare you underestimate me? On the other hand, Torapal has no injuries at all. Then give it a try. With the guidance of instinct, anything is possible. Zoro moved, and the three long blades were all covered with haki, just like a fierce leopard, rushing in front of Torapal. Ghost Chi 9 swords flow. A fog of silver. In that instant, 9 knives came out at once, with the power to turn everything into mist. Torapal shuddered in his heart and dared not underestimate it. Sticky launcher. A large lump of tough mucus the size of a grinding disc suddenly appeared in his body. The toughness of these mucus was so great that Zoro had to use a big move to cut it off. Puff puff. Zoro slashed at high speed, and the squirt gun was heavy and powerful. Even in his current state of the 9 swords stream, it is extremely difficult. Little devil, just because you want to fight with me, let me tell you the strength level of the big pirates in the New World. Seeing Zoro's difficult appearance, Torapal laughed even more disdainfully. He shouted again, the snot wins. The slime that I saw shot out at a high speed in an instant, directly piercing Zoro's chest, and blasting him back fiercely. Little devil, get out of here. Torapal shouted again, and when he opened his hand, he sprayed several snots at Zoro again to take the white blade, completely defeating him. Zoro only felt tense all over his body, didn't dare to neglect, and shouted again with a big move, Ghost Chi 9 swords. Xuanwei. The surrounding scenery I saw changed in an instant, blood red. A slash that dashed forward and staggered, like a whirlwind, shattered the snot and seized the white blade, and arrived in front of Torapal. Hey! However, don't look at Torapal's bloated body, but his speed is not slow, and he appeared behind Zoro with a flash. Little devil, die. He opened his hand to face Zoro's head, and once again a snot grabs the white blade, pierced through the air. Ghost Chi 9 swords flow. Demon 9 flashes. Unexpectedly, Zoro reacted and turned around, and successfully avoided the blow with his head close to it. Then, the 9 long knives slashed at the same place in a rotating motion, tearing a large hole in Torapal's waist. Did it work? Seeing this scene, Zoro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fighting against Torapal, which can be said to be the strongest enemy he has encountered since joining Shajirching's command. Strong pressure, let him progress rapidly. Chapter 207 You are a smart person. The snot wins. Torapal's voice came again, and there was no chance for Zoro to resist. With a heavy blow, Zoro, who had reached the limit, was knocked to the ground. The wound on Torapal's waist that I saw was healed automatically, and there was no blood at all. Kid, it's over. Torapal aimed at Zoro's head, and was about to kill him here with one blow. That can't be done. This is a person with great potential that I see. If you kill me like this, wouldn't that be a big loss? At this time, a lazy voice suddenly came, and the air was trembling. Torapal couldn't help being surprised, and quickly looked over. But all he saw was the sole of his foot, which stomped heavily on his face, with terrifying power, and flew him straight out. Wow! Torapal suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief, and exclaimed, Why can you attack me? Why not? Armament hockey already has this function. Why, haven't you heard of fighting cattle across the mountain? The person who came here took a deep breath. It was none other than Shajirching. You don't think I can't beat you by wrapping yourself in slime and disguising yourself like this? You don't know that there is a thing in this world called ignition level armament hockey. Shamuyang pulled out the fire from his waist, and said to Zoro, who was standing up again with support behind him, Look, the feeling of a swordsman's slash is like this. After finishing speaking, Shajirching rushed in front of Torapal with strides, and a dazzling light suddenly erupted on the flowing fire, as well as the terrifying sword intent. Just under Zoro's gaze, a violent sword wave was split out. Don't underestimate me, Thunder Hunter. I'm not someone who will be defeated by your one move. Sticky Launcher. Torapal launched a powerful mucus ball again, trying to block Shajurching's sword wave. But Shajurching is not Zoro, his sword wave is not so easy to resist. Puff puff. All the clumps of mucus that hit were shattered, and they approached Torapal, and in his panicked screams, they blasted him out. The mucus on his body was also cut open in an instant, revealing his scrawny body, and then, with a scream, blood spilled into the sky. One move to defeat the enemy. It was really just one move, and he defeated Torapal. Boom. Elsewhere, the battle is over too. The remaining 4 Violet were also eliminated by Pazalu and Bentham. Lord Shajurching, this woman said she is the princess of this country, what should I do with it? Pazalu's voice suddenly came, and Shajurching heard the words and turned to look at him. But he saw Violet beside him looking at Shajurching and bowing to Shajurching. Thank you very much for saving Dressrosa and defeating the Don Quixote family. Princess Violet, you are very polite. You don't have to thank me. I want you to know what my purpose is to defeat the Don Quixote family. Shajurching looked at Violet and said, if you want to occupy Dressrosa, the world government will never recognize your existence, but will send Marine to destroy you. An LT, P and GT. In the role of Doflamingo and the importance of Dressrosa, Marine will likely send Marine Admiral. Lord Thunder Hunter, you should not have the ability to face Admiral and retreat. Rejected by Shajurching, Violet did not panic, but continued to talk. Chapter 208 Sword Fighter Cyrus. HMPH, you are a smart girl, go and invite you King Riku. You have that heart, but unfortunately, you don't have that ability. Shajurching looked at Violet and sat down cross-legged. Shajurching really never thought about occupying Dressrosa. This country is too special, and it will involve Tenryubito. It's very troublesome, and he doesn't want to get involved now. Therefore, it is better to leave it to the Riku royal family to deal with it. At the same time, he can also use the merits of defeating the Don Quixote family, and let King Riku return to the throne as a bargaining chip, and make reasonable demands with King Riku, so as to maximize the benefits. Anna, handcuff the sugar with a sea stone. I'm going to give King Riku a welcome gift. Shamuyang said to Anna behind him. Yes. When Anna heard the words and answered, she took out a set of sea-stone handcuffs that had been installed and isolated from the quagmire in her chest, and handcuffed the sugar. At the moment when the sugar was handcuffed, many strange changes suddenly occurred in the town of Dressrosa. Many dolls suddenly turned into people. They all looked at their recovered bodies in amazement, and couldn't help cheering in surprise, finally recovered. These people have been turned into toys by the ability of sugar in the past years. They have witnessed the atrocities of the Don Quixote family, and they are extremely disgusted with the Don Quixote family. They are the most eager for peace in this country. With their support, King Riku will return to gain more supporters and the throne will be firmly seated. However, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Riku King Shajurching and the others did not wait, but waited for another person. A tall man with only one leg, wearing a red battle cape. Dressrosa's first sword fighter, the winner of the title of Man of Thousand Victories, in the arena, Your Excellency Cyrus, do you have any advice for the sudden arrival? Looking at Cyrus who looked at him with a wary look in front of him, Shajurching asked with a fake smile on his face. But Zoro and Daz Bones were all staring at Cyrus. This is a powerful swordsman, allowing them to feel the meaning of a powerful threat. Even Shajurching looked at Cyrus with a hint of solemnity. This is a strong and fearless man with a 3,000 undefeated record in the Dressrosa arena. Thunder Hunter, what is your purpose? What do you want to do to Dressrosa? Cyrus looked at Shajurching fiercely and asked. At this moment, he looks like a beast, an angry beast. Then what do you think I want to do? Your Excellency Cyrus. Shajurching looked at Cyrus with all his leisure, and asked with his chest crossed. Whatever you want to do, but if you want to hurt Dressrosa, I will never let you go. Cyrus stared closely at Shazherching, and said every word very seriously. What if I said I wanted to? Shazherching grinned and let out a big smile, saying, You are courting death. After hearing this, Cyrus roared, and then he drew his sword and rushed straight towards Shazherching. Just in time. I also want to know how strong is Dressrosa's first swordsman, a man who can maintain an unbeaten record of 3,000 battles. Facing the rushing Cyrus, Shazherching also took a heavy step, drawing his sword and slashing away. Chapter 209 You are so weak. Bang! The moment they touched each other, Anna and the others covered their ears involuntarily. The piercing sound of gold and iron was too harsh. Boom! In the next second, Cyrus was shocked and retreated 5 or 6 steps. Seeing this, Shazherching immediately deceived himself and shouted, Why, do you only have so much strength? Just this kind of thing, you want to stop me from attacking Dressrosa? It's ridiculous. It was another heavy sword, which defiantly smashed the ground beneath Cyrus' feet. Definitely will not let you destroy Dressrosa. Cyrus suddenly exploded, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Even Shazherching was shaken back. Thunder Sword of Destruction. Seeing him holding the sword in both hands, pouring all his strength into the determination to protect Dressrosa to the death, he rushed in front of Shazherching, and the sword slammed down. Bang! Shazherching waved his sword to fight, but his face changed drastically in an instant. Boom! The ground beneath Shazherching's feet suddenly exploded, and he himself snorted, and his arm was bent. Enlightenment! Thunder Hunter! When Cyrus saw this, he roared and shouted, he was going to defeat Shazherching in such a rush. But it's a really good sword. If you can have this level of every sword, then I'm really happy. Shazherching's body suddenly burst out with a fierce sword intent, and a powerful force, and with a bang, Cyrus was knocked back. PFF'd. While Cyrus was retreating, Shazherching came to him in an instant, and a long knife in his hand slashed his chest fiercely. The latter fell to the ground with a cry of pain, and was about to struggle. Cyrus, it seems that your strength is not enough to protect Dressrosa. Shazherching pointed his sword at Cyrus' throat and said condescendingly. You. Cyrus clenched his teeth angrily, and his angry face instantly turned red. What, do you want to come again? Looking at Cyrus, Shazherching cast a glance at him and asked indifferently. The long sword directly hit Cyrus' throat. Be merciful, Thunder Hunter, have something to say, something to say. At this moment, a slightly old voice came from behind Shazherching and others. But I saw a burly old man with white beard and hair, dressed as a sword fighter, wearing a blue cape, and came over. Behind him was an equally burly middle-aged man with armor on his left hand and a meteor hammer hanging on it. He looked like the old man's guard. First meeting, King Riku, greetings. Seeing this burly and majestic old man, Shazherching put away the flaming sword instantly, put on a smiling face, and said politely. Your Majesty, it's great that you're all right. And Cyrus, who was behind Shazherching, saw this old man with a look of excitement. Lord Riku. Not far away, there are people exclaiming. Yes, the old man in the blue cape is the original king of Dressrosa, King Riku III. Thunder Hunter, I don't know what you want to talk to me about. Even if you occupy Dressrosa now, it shouldn't be a problem. King Riku looked at Shazherching. His tone could not be said to be repulsive, but he did not welcome at all. Chapter 210 You won't regret it. Hee, this is what I'm talking to you about. I think it's better for you to assume the throne of Dressrosa. Hearing Shazherching's words, King Riku couldn't help being a little surprised, and then asked, Why give it back to me? What purpose and request do you have? I think you should be a charitable person. King Riku was not at all happy, looked at Shazherching and asked. The more things you've experienced, the more vigilant you will naturally be. Hee, I don't have many requests. After Dressrosa restores order, it's enough to sign a cooperation agreement with our Summer Chamber of Commerce. At the end, seeing the vigilant look on King Riku's face, he added, of course, our Summer Chamber of Commerce must be the only cooperative chamber of commerce in your kingdom, how about that? Hearing Shajurching's conditions, King Riku couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and said, is this the end? He couldn't believe it at all. What was the difference between Shajurching's condition and Baiji's? That's right, what does King Riku think? Shajurching said in his heart, of course it's more than that simple. After all, I still need you to deal with Doflamingo's affairs. The world government is up to you to fool me. Interfering in the internal affairs of a member country at will is something that the world government cannot tolerate. Not to mention that Shajurching and the others also beat someone else's king. Most importantly, this king is still Doflamingo, an existence who knows the secret of Tenryubito's national treasure. If that's all, the old man thinks it's fine. King Riku pondered for a moment before agreeing. Even Cyrus had no objection to this condition. However, he still couldn't believe that Shajurching would be so kind. Happy cooperation. In the end, King Riku had 1,000 words in his heart, but in the end, it just turned into such a happy cooperation. King Riku, trust me, you won't regret making this decision. Shajurching smiled, then looked at King Riku and said, of course, if necessary, we can also provide you with guarding power, and even hunt down other kingdom enemies. You don't need to worry about this. Since there is nothing to do, you can leave. Cyrus on the side suddenly opened his mouth and said very badly. Hee, I almost forgot, with your excellency Cyrus here, the escort power shouldn't be a problem. If that's the case, then I'll wait for the good news from King Riku. After that, Shajurching turned around and left. Doing business and promoting door-to-door tone is better than signing a cooperation agreement directly with a country. In this way, the scope of the business will be huge at once. Dressrosa port side. Lord Natsu, why do you hand over a kingdom you can easily get to others? Then our hard work is not in vain. Anna asked with a puzzled look. Of course I'd like to take Dressrosa if I could, but I can't, it's just too special. Shajurching couldn't help laughing bitterly. Who made Dressrosa the king of these years? The troublesome guy Doflamingo. I don't want what happened more than a year ago to happen again. If I take Dressrosa, I'm afraid the world government will panic. And LT, P and GT. At that time, they sent not Marine Vice Admiral, but probably Marine Admiral. With our current strength, if we meet Marine Admiral, we won't be able to get it. Marine Admiral, he is comparable to the level of the 4 emperors. Shajurching said solemnly. Chapter 211 Amazing Bounty. So it is. After listening to Shajurching's explanation, everyone couldn't help nodding their heads, and they all showed a very solemn look. The Marine Admiral, indeed, was like a mountain on their heads, leaving them a little breathless. Seeing their appearance, Shajurching shook his head with a wry smile, and then left by boat. The next day, I actually defeated Shichibukai Doflamingo again. Also, this time I defeated everyone else. It's really tough. It's really messed up. After defeating the entire Don Quixote family, he didn't do anything, and just went straight away. This is probably the only thing that doesn't make a sound. It's a blockbuster. As expected of the most powerful supernova, as soon as it appeared, it immediately set off a rolling wave. The story of Shajurching's defeat of the Don Quixote family spread throughout the sea in just one day. New World, Onigashima. Bastard Thunder Hunter, how dare Doflamingo lose control of Dressrosa? Doflamingo, why is your strength so rubbish? The 4 emperors. Kaido drank wine and scolded angrily while weeping. New World, Moby Dick. Cool, good boy, there's a lot of commotion. When Whitebeard heard the news, he was quite happy, and his laughter resounded through the sky. Marine Headquarters. As soon as it came out, it made such a big move. Summer Chamber of Commerce, really have you? Even the forces like the Don Quixote family can't help you. The threat you are now is really getting bigger and bigger. The world government is already bombed now. After all, Heavenly Yaksha has a lot of Tenryubido's secrets in his hands. Marine Marshal Sengoku had an expression of schadenfreude, and then said to the lieutenant colonel standing in front of him, "Go, update their bounty." And this newcomer who suddenly appeared, also post a bounty. Sengoku looked at the smiling, freckled youth on the table. Vivi squinted. "Garp, if I remember correctly, this should be your grandson," he whispered. "Yes, that young man with a smile and freckles is Ace, who has already gone to sea. Natsu, the Thunder Hunter, with a bounty of 887 million Bailey. Thor Enel, bounty 468 million Bailey. Anna, daughter of the Mudslide, with a bounty of 428 million Bailey. Quickly kill Daz Bones, with a bounty of 180 million Bailey. Pirate Hunter Roranoa, Zoro, with a bounty of 154 million Bailey. The Chain Fighter Pazalu, the bounty is 134 million Bailey. The spread of the new reward order from the Summer Chamber of Commerce immediately caused a new wave of fluctuations in the entire sea. The first half of the Great Route is completely boiling. The pirates were so excited one by one, as if they had won some kind of grand prize. In stark contrast to this, it is the panic of the people. Especially the people in the first half of the Great Route, when such a powerful force suddenly appeared around them, they were panicked. Some island. Science warrior Gilzer, with a bounty of 90 million Bailey. Bentham, ballet dancer, 85 million Baileys. Gilzer and Bentham both looked at their bounty orders, and sighed at the same time, saying, "Our bounty is too low." Chapter 212 immediately shut down. Don't be discouraged, your bounty will definitely continue to increase in the future. At this time, a fragrant wind came, but Didia came over with a reward order. Bentham couldn't help but glanced at each other curiously, and then they shut themselves off. The content of the reward order I saw was, Jedidia, the steaming power, the reward is 100 million. Hee, then my reward order will make you autistic too. However, Hulina also walked over with enchanting steps, and the reward order in her hand also attracted everyone's attention. Queen of Slaughter Hulina, with a bounty of 112 million Bailey. Well, looking at Hulina's bounty, the two of Bentham are even more autistic. In the distance, watching Bentham and the others talking about the bounty, Shajarching couldn't help shaking his head, and then said, "Anna, let's start restoring our Summer Chamber of Commerce. I will visit those former clients one by one to see how many more partnerships can be established. Enel, those things developed by Sky Island, categorize them according to their uses. You and Gills will do this. Finally, when these things are more or less straightened out, it's time to start recruiting. But remember, those who left in the past can be recruited, but they must be strictly assessed, and they cannot be allowed to participate in important affairs. Shamuyang is deploying a power development plan." Got it. Both Anna and Enel nodded, indicating that they knew it. Then, there are two last important things left. Deal with the incoming Jack, and please go back to Tezzolo. Facts have proved that when you have money, you can do things very efficiently. The same goes for the rebuilding of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. And the new stronghold of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is, Mock Town. Yes, I chose this island that is very close to the four seas. From today on, this island is my territory, and everything has to listen to me, understand? At the beginning, certain people in Mock Town were really terrified of Shajarching's arrival, for fear that they would be killed by Shajarching if they said the wrong thing. After all, Shajarching is a big devil who is not many times more tyrannical than Bellamy the hyena of Mock Town. But after a few days, it was discovered that Shajarching had actually started to eliminate the evil pirates on this island. Moreover, when the regulations formulated are also very approachable, it can even be said to be extremely forgiving and reasonable. Only then did the people feel that Shajarching seemed to be a little different from other pirates. Shajirching doesn't seem to intend to be domineering. He prefers that everyone live in harmony and build a stable and harmonious environment. Bastard, why do you give those people a way to live, but they don't give us a way to live, pretending to be the Virgin Mary? The people were satisfied, but the pirates who were expelled were not happy. Suddenly lost their jobs, they are very uncomfortable. Okay, did you fight the Summer Chamber of Commerce? Didn't you just leave Mock Town? There are so many islands in the sea, we can just occupy one of them. Naturally, Bellamy the hyena was also driven out. He was very sensible. After being kicked out, he knew that he couldn't find Shajirching for revenge, so he just packed up and went to find the next target island. Chapter 213 Drought Jack, come. The resistance of the people in Mock Town is not great. How is our system implemented? On this day, Shajirching, who had just finished her business, asked Anna. What kind of resistance can there be? The systems you gave them, Lord Naz, are like heaven for them. Now they can't wait to offer you up and pray for your safety every day. Anna heard Isho and said jokingly. Oh, let them pay 10,000 Baileys a month and they're willing. No complaints. Shajirching couldn't help being a little surprised after hearing this. According to his imagination, these people should not want to. HMPH, how could they not be willing to pay 120,000 Baileys a year? Not only can they not be oppressed, plundered, and carry out business transactions normally. Also, you don't have to worry about pirates landing on the island and looting. These 120,000 Baileys are really worth it. Anna couldn't help but snorted, her face speechless. Is that so? Oh, it seems, I really need to change my mind. After listening, Shajirching listened to Isho, and then went to the headquarters on the island. Hello Natsu-sama. Natsu-sama has worked hard. Along the way, Shajirching was really greeted all the way. This made Shajirching unexpected, and felt an inexplicable sense of achievement in his heart. It's really thanks to Lord Natsu. With him sitting here, let alone no pirates dare to come and loot, even if we do business in the first half of the entire Great Route, no one dares to trouble us. Don't say 10,000 Baileys a month, I am willing to do 100,000 Baileys. Said the merchant on this island. Yeah, so worth it. Such words kept ringing in Shajirching's ears, making Shajirching unable to help Vivi shake his head, dare to say that he has become a good person. In the waters near Mock Town, a ship with the head of a giant mammoth on its bow is slowly approaching like a giant beast. It's so unscrupulous, this guy, he has established his power here. HMPH, so what, he is just our slave right away, let him be arrogant for the last moment. There was such a voice coming from the boat, and the tone was full of disdain. HMPH, today is his death, this time, I will never fail again. In the center of the ship, a huge passerby sat on the ground, with a ferocious aura that scared the nearby sea kings. That's of course, pick up the adults, the Hunter of Thunder, this time, we will definitely not have the same luck as a year ago, we are completely different from a year ago. This giant turned out to be Jack, the Drought Jack who chased all the way from the New World. Thunder Hunter, your doom is here. Jack looked at Mock Town, which was just a dot in the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This time, he will completely crush all hopes of Shajirching, proud. The world government didn't cancel Doflamingo's Shichibukai title. On the contrary, the Hexia Jinbei Shichibukai title was cancelled. Interesting, it seems that Doflamingo has made an incredible deal with the world government. An LT, P and GT. However, who are you going to give this vacant title? It seems that no powerful pirates have appeared recently. Of course, if the White Horse Cavendish counts, it may be possible. Shajirching sat on the roof of a certain building, looking at the newspaper in his hand. Chapter 214 How about Jack? Oh, did the Spade Pirates also go to sea? There's an amazing guy from the sea. I just don't know, how long will it take you to get the burnt fruit? Shajirching looked at Ace's freckled face and showed a very playful smile. Yes, the captain of the Spades Pirates is Portgas. Ace. As a newcomer, a reward of 35 million Bailey was offered as soon as he went to sea, which is really dazzling. Shazher Ching looked at Ace's reward order and showed a smile. If he was not reborn on the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, then Ace would have nothing to do with him. But now, Ace will join the Whitebeard Pirates soon, so, of course, it is family. I am really looking forward to it. Dad should have seen Ace's bounty now. He should be able to recognize Ace's identity at a glance. Shazher Ching made a phone call to check with Whitebeard at the same time, and asked about Whitebeard's physical condition. Cool, your kid actually discovered Ace's identity, it's not easy. Whitebeard's voice was separated by a phone worm. It had an aura that shook the world, making Bentham beside Shazher Ching a little nervous. Natsu-sama, Anna-sama found a strong enemy outside the island. The enemy is. Speaking of this, Bentham couldn't help but swallowed, and then said, Drought Jack, one of the 3 major disasters under the 4 emperors Kaido. Facing an enemy like Jack, even Bentham couldn't calm down. Oh, is that guy finally here? I've been waiting long enough. Since that's the case, I'm worried about going to see that Dad doesn't have any gifts, so let me take you as a gift. Let me see, it's past 1 o'clock, how is your strength now? After Shazher Ching heard it, there was no surprise at all. After all, he was thinking about getting revenge on Doflamingo, and Jack was thinking about finding him to be ashamed. Captain, that's Drought Jack. It's been a year, how strong is he now? Are you really sure? Bentham couldn't help swallowing and reminded. Don't worry, I know in my heart, the big deal will die together in the sea. Don't forget, I'm not afraid of sea water. Also, I'll let Enel prepare his ultimate move in advance. It's really bad, once the thunder hits, I don't believe Jack can withstand this blow in the sea. Shazher Ching Isho, with a face full of self-confidence, is confident in his chest. That's good, that's good. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, Bentham couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shazher Ching has a good heart. On a ship off the island. It's finally here. When Shazher Ching arrived, Anna and Enel had been waiting for a long time. And Jack's ship was also parked not far from Shazher Ching's ship. Jack, we meet again. Shazher Ching looked at Jack, who could not wait to stare in the eyes of the ship, and said without panic at all. Thunder Hunter, today, I will let you know how terrible the anger of the 3 calamities is. With the sword in hand, Jack didn't say much nonsense. He took a step and rushed directly to Shazher Ching. In the face of Jack who was rushing towards him like a guide bounce, Shazher Ching did not have any fear. He also took a step and slashed with a heavy sword on Jack's long knife. Chapter 215 The power is heavy as a mountain. Ding! The sound of bursting gold and iron exploded, and with the bursting sparks, the entire air trembled, turning into a rolling wave of air to vent. The ship under Shazher Ching's feet set off a huge wave, slamming the surrounding sea. The anger of the 3 calamities is nothing more than that. Such a weak blade can't kill me. Shazher Ching looked up at Jack with a mocking smile. He actually blocked Mr. Jack's attack. He actually blocked Mr. Jack without the help of that energy giant at all. This guy has become so much stronger in the past year. Just kidding, Mr. Jack has worked so hard to become stronger in the past year, but he still can't help him. Looking at Shazher Ching who blocked Jack effortlessly, Hold'em and others said in disbelief. You know, this year, Jack has been looking for the other 2 and 3 disasters to practice against each other, and even Kaido has been looking for it a few times. According to their ideas, Shazher Ching should be at the disadvantage everywhere. HMPH, then let you see what I'm really capable of. Jack suddenly glared angrily, and directly shook Shazher Ching out, and the breath on his body suddenly became several times sharper. Then, the deck of Shazher Ching's ship was cracked, and the bombardment came again. One-shot flow, Lebo. In the face of Jack in this state, Shazher Ching's heart suddenly froze, and his breath was also condensed several times. Bang! The two touched each other again, the air was directly distorted, and the scenery in all directions was blurred. The deck under the two of them burst directly, and the violent wind and waves directly overturned the railings, wrinkling the sea surface, and a torrent of waves came. Hem. Shajur-Ching suddenly groaned and felt a little lost. Jack immediately broke out again, knocking Shajur-Ching back. Then, he approached and slashed down again. Lightning armor. In the face of the big sword that fell again, this air front made the hair stand up in the air, and Shajur-Ching hurriedly entered the enhancement of the lightning strike armor. Bang! 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 Jack is really invincible, the violent sword keeps falling, and the violent sparks continue to burst. Little devil, defeat me! Jack's knife was heavier than the other. Looking at Shajur-Ching, who was like a lonely boat in front of the mad waves, Jack shouted proudly. Failed, who gave you the courage? Shajur-Ching suddenly drank violently, and the power on the stream of fire exploded, knocking Jack out. Then, Jack was not given the slightest chance to react and rush over again. Overlord, mental shock. Shajur-Ching glared angrily, and the Conqueror Haki vented out with a mixture of mental shocks, making Jack immediately stupefied. One-shot flow, profound meaning, destroyed. Shajur-Ching was like a demon in an instant, with a sharp breath that could directly split the sea from the air. Then, he moved to Jack in an instant, and a knife tore down from his chest. PFF'd. The blood splattered all over the place, and a large scarlet slit was ripped open in Jack's chest. He immediately woke up in pain and turned around, roaring, "Little devil, don't be too arrogant to me." He slashed at Shajur-Ching in front of him. This knife, the force is heavy, as if the whole sky is going to be stirred by him, rolling endlessly. Chapter 216 Kid, you are a brother. Bang! Shajur-Ching raised his sword, and the blessing of emission, armament Haki burst out together, fighting against this sword. Crack! But even so, the deck under his feet still burst into cobwebs in an instant. You can imagine how powerful Jack's knife is. Before Shajur-Ching could breathe a sigh of relief, Jack smashed the air and bombarded it with another knife. How dare Shajur-Ching be negligent, raise his foot and strike away. Bang! But in such a hurry, how could it be possible to resist Jack's heavy blow? The air that I saw seemed to be blasted, and Shajur-Ching was blasted out like a sandbag. PFF'd. Jack's strength was so strong that Shajur-Ching immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and slammed into Jack's ship. Little devil, your end is coming, die. Naturally, Jack couldn't miss such a good opportunity. In a flash, he bullied him like a maggot with a bone attached, and the machete in his hand fell fiercely towards Shajur-Ching's head. Boom! But Shajur-Ching suddenly stepped back, and before Jack's knife fell, he flashed back. Boom bang! Shajur-Ching stepped in the air several times in a row, and then he stood firm. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes instantly, and he shouted, "One sword!" After all, his whole person was like a long knife with extreme sharpness, and he had the terrifying power to tear everything, so he rushed in front of Jack again and fell with one knife. Little devil, don't be too arrogant to me, labor and management are drought Jack. In the face of Shajur-Ching rushing over, Jack was not afraid, and the two knives went to meet him. Boom! The entire sea exploded directly, and the ships on both sides were all shaken back a large distance, and the waves were surging. Crazy sparks fall like fireworks, it's amazing. What about drought Jack? You've been training like crazy for a year and a half. I'm sorry, I'm more crazy than you. Shajur-Ching shouted violently, and violent thunder and lightning began to linger on his body, and it also exuded an amazing magnetic force. How could I, who are on the brink of death, be worse than you? Fuck me. Shajur-Ching drank violently, and the lightning flashed on his body in an instant, and with a bang, Jack was blasted out of the air. Jack, what will greet you next is endless shame and pain. If you want to be ashamed, there is no door. Shajur-Ching was like the god of thunder, and there was an incomparably harsh sizzling noise all over his body. Then, After seeing him wrap Hockey with the fire in his hand, he threw it sideways, and let out a low shout like a beast. Lay done. Flying thunder sword. Boom. The air directly exploded an air ring that was more than 10 meters long, and then pierced through dozens of air rings all the way, and it had already bullied Jack. This blow came too fast. Jack had no time to dodge, but Jack did not intend to dodge. This blow was still within his acceptance range. It's not enough to want to hurt him. A mere attack, not worth mentioning. Jack drank violently, wrapped Hockey with 2 knives across his chest and fought away. Jack has power. Bang. The scenery around the world changed directly, and the crazy thunder and lightning turned into violent destroyers, plunging down countless terrifying tentacles and tearing the sea. Chapter 217. You are too happy. How can this guy, the Thunder Hunter, be so powerful? I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jack, who has been training for more than a year, can't take this bastard. Hold'em and the others looked at Jack, who was about to be suppressed by Shajur-Ching, and showed disbelief. Little devil, is that only so much? That's not enough. Jack is drinking wildly and fighting for strength. He is not afraid of anyone. HMPH, only so much. Jack, what joke are you talking about? Shajur-Ching actually stepped on the extremely fast moon step, as if sprinting in the air, and arrived behind Jack. Thunder escape. Chidori sharp spear. Shajur-Ching's manic thunder and lightning that lingered all over his body instantly converged and turned into a light-like thunder gun, which pierced through to Jack. Bang. Jack armament Hockey covered his back. This sharp Chidori spear, which had the same piercing power as the flying thunder sword, was actually blocked. See, kid, this is me Jack, and you want to break my defense, too. Jack roared triumphantly. Isn't it? Then let me tell you, you're too complacent. Facing Jack's almost provocative roar, Shajur-Ching laughed, and the lightning on his body strengthened several times in an instant. PFF'd. Without giving Jack the slightest chance to react, a hot, manic spear pierced Jack's body directly. The terrifying thunder and lightning suddenly bombarded Jack violently. The wound on the back naturally affected the defense in front of him. Jack's defensive double knife was bullied several times in an instant. Then, it was bombarded on the chest with a bang, and flew out in the air. And Shajur-Ching, who had already appeared in front of Lu Huo in a flash to catch it, then held both knives and roared, Yi Dao Lu. Profound meaning, going through the sun. Then, he slashed a terrifying slash that could directly tear the sky, approaching Jack. Since I can beat you once, naturally I can beat you a second time. Jack, wake up. Before the words fell, the slash shot down Jack, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Moreover, the sea also tore open an abyss, and continued to press Jack down. Little devil, you think you can beat me like this? Before Jack's words were finished, Shajur-Ching's voice came again, of course it's not over yet. Looking at the sky again, it was already covered with dark clouds. Shajur-Ching stepped on the moon step and pointed to the sky like a god, thunder escape. Heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment. Boom. The next moment, a thick indescribable thunder light poured down, causing the sea to boil. Supreme thunder and lightning poked out its ferocious minions, destroying Jack's defense inch by inch. The visible Jack's defense was rapidly withered, the mask was broken, the sword was broken, and the body was torn open with horrible scars. Lord Jack. How is it possible? Lord Jack has lost again. Save Lord Jack. After the shock told them and others reacted, they wanted to rescue Jack. Rescue Jack. Ha ha ha, do you think Enel and the others are eating dry? Hearing Hold'em and the others, Natsumi Yang suddenly laughed. 20 million volts. Thunder. Enel's voice came lazily, and violent thunder and lightning fell again in the sky. Seeing this scene, Hold'em and the others quickly retreated. One of them, the Bato no Mi capable, even grabbed everyone and left the ship together. Chapter 218. Jack, lose again. I won't let you succeed. How about it? I didn't expect it. I can actually fly. Ha ha ha, we are the 12 pillars. If you are defeated like this, then what face do we have to face the pirates of this new world? Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the Batman kept dodging freely, and even laughed at the same time. Is that so? At this moment, Anna's voice came. She said softly, sea current. Vortex mud roll. The moment the words fell, the sea suddenly became cloudy. Then, a huge stream of muddy water, like a monster under the sea, swirled its hideous mouth, wrapping their entire ship and all the people in the air. Batman and the others, there is no room for dodge at all. Ah! The moment they were swept in, their screams were heard. HMPH, if I'm on land, I might really have a headache. But the three of us, the best battlefield is the ocean. And you, all of you are devil fruit users, it really saves me a lot of effort. After Shazher Ching finished speaking, he plunged into the ocean. Jack's worth is not low, besides, first defeat, and then capture alive, this record is also very impressive. It took about 10 minutes for Shazher Ching to reappear with Jack. It's just that Jack has been chained around his body, and Seastone has been handcuffed to his feet. For a strong man like Jack, even bringing him a Seastone would not necessarily make him lose his combat effectiveness. Even if Jack has been hit so hard by Shazher Ching, that's the same. Go back to the island. Shazher Ching stepped on the sea, dragged Jack, and walked onto the island. And around the island, there were crowds of onlookers. They all looked at Shazher Ching with shocked expressions. Shazher Ching's power has far exceeded their imagination. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a god. When comparing Bellamy's who squeezed them before with Shazher Ching, it can really be said to be nothing. The kind of power that manipulates lightning, the kind of power that can make the sea tremble with a single blow, the kind of violent high-speed collision. In their eyes, it is something that only superhumans can do. In front of Shazher Ching, these ordinary people are as weak as ants. If Shazher Ching wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. That is, from this moment on, they suddenly had a strong sense of awe for Shazher Ching in their hearts. They swore that they would do whatever Shazher Ching said in the future, and there would never be any disobedience. Of course, Shazher Ching did not know that these people had such a great awe of him in their hearts. He imprisoned all Jack and the others, and then began to prepare for the Whitebeard pirates. Bentham, while we are heading to the Whitebeard pirates, the Summer Chamber of Commerce will be handed over to you. Shazher Ching looked at Bentham, who was neither male nor female, and patted his shoulder and instructed. Bentham does look very disgusting, but there is no doubt that he is definitely a very loyal person. And is a responsible man. Yes, Lord Shazher Ching. When Bentham heard that Shazher Ching actually handed the Summer Chamber of Commerce to him, he was so excited. Good job, I'm leaving. After all, Shazher Ching took Enel, Zorro and the others on the going boat and went to the New World. Chapter 219 Challenge Whitebeard. Because it is in a relatively remote place like Mocktown, there has been no news for several days. New World, aboard the Moby Dick. On this day, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are still having a banquet, and Whitebeard is also excited, and the majestic laughter is heard again and again. But it was when they were pushing the cups and handing each other, and they were in high spirits. Whitebeard, Marco and other captains suddenly turned serious, and then looked into the air. Just as they looked into the sky, a dark shadow suddenly landed heavily on the deck. All I saw was a man of normal height, dressed in black, with a mask on his face. He didn't say anything, just pulled out the long knife from his waist. Then, he rushed in front of Whitebeard in an instant, but his whole body was already exuding violent thunder and lightning, and shouted, "One shot. Profound meaning, destroy." Seeing this scene, the rest of the captains couldn't help being shocked and wanted to step forward to stop them. It's just that Marco, Jozu, and even Thatch shook their heads at those who wanted to rush up. The most important thing is that Marco and the others didn't plan to stop this man at all, leaving him to provocate Whitebeard. Cool, kid, you're so brave. Faced with the dark shadow coming, Whitebeard immediately pulled out his sword from behind to cut the clouds. He didn't even use his abilities, he just rapped hockey, and he was wrapped in a terrifying force that could split the sky, and collided heavily with the people who came. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted, and all directions were distorted, and the surrounding sea surface was tumbling in an instant, and terrifying waves erupted. Boom! However, the ground under the foot of the attacking person suddenly collapsed, and his arms were directly bent, and he couldn't help groaning. It was very difficult. Cool, kid, it's too early to challenge me. Whitebeard suddenly grinned Isho. His voice was incomparably strong. He stuck out his left hand, grabbed Shadra Ching's head, and slammed him into the ground. Boom! The deck burst open, and sawdust splattered. Natsu-sama. Seeing this scene, Anna on the going boat couldn't help but exclaimed. It's a bit too messy, Naz-sama. Seeing this scene, Gills couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Challenge the head of the four emperors, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, isn't this just looking for a fight? Even if there is a deal between him and Whitebeard. But this kind of provocation is a bit too misguided. Fortunately, Whitebeard seems to be in a good mood now, and the situation is not as bad as it seems. Gills didn't know the relationship between Shadra Ching and Whitebeard. The only person who knows this secret is Anna. The rest, Shadra Ching just told them that their summer chamber of commerce had reached a partnership with the Whitebeard pirates not long ago. As expected of the captain, he could let Whitebeard put down his hatred and make an agreement with him. This method is simply against the sky. Didia looked at Whitebeard, who had already sat back, and Shadra Ching, who was being joked by members of the Whitebeard pirates, said with admiration. However, just provoking Whitebeard like this, the consequences will be very serious. An LT, P and GT. Hulina's hand was already on her waist, and she aimed at Foil Vista with a dignified expression, ready to enter the battle at any time. Chapter 220. You are very good boy. As expected of Father Whitebeard, it turned out that I was such a weak ant in front of you, and I thought I was pretty good now. This person who came and attacked Whitebeard suddenly, except Shadra Ching, who else has the courage? Tell me, little devil, what are you doing here? If there is nothing important, you have to be mentally prepared. The majesty of the four emperors will never allow you to provocate. Whitebeard stabbed the ground with a knife and asked with extremely sharp eyes. As early as when Shadra Ching was still cultivating on Siji Island, Shadra Ching was already planning today's event. Therefore, the detailed plan, Whitebeard has been proficient for more than a year, and he can't see the feeling of acting at all. After all, Shadra Ching still can't fully believe his subordinates, and now is not the time to reveal his true identity. So, that's all it takes. Thunder Hunter, don't think that you can be so arrogant by reaching a cooperation with us. You should know the consequences of provoking our Whitebeard pirates. Marco, the showman, has also begun to speak. He also has a sharp face, and his eyes are quite dangerous. After all, Jozu, Foil Vista and the others all gathered around immediately. One by one, they all looked like they were going to clean up Shadra Ching, and seeing Enel, they were all ready to come on stage to support him. It's okay, Anna, go get my first present. Enel, stop the going boat, and the rest will bring my other gifts too. Of course Shadra Ching will not let this fight start. After all, they are all family members. Yes. Shadra Ching gave an order, and Anna and the others naturally followed suit. Seeing this, Marco and the others also looked forward to it. Then, when they saw the gift that Anna brought, they couldn't help but widen their eyes at the same time. This is Drought Jack. Marco looked at Anna who brought Drought Jack with gloves, and couldn't help but be surprised, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. I heard that Kaido of the Beasts recently invaded several islands of the Whitebeard pirates, causing slight damage to the Whitebeard pirates. So, I tied Jack to express my heart. Looking at Marco's surprised expressions, Shajur said with a shrewd smile like a businessman. Cool, you can actually capture a character like Jack, kid, good job. Seeing Jack, who was bound and struggling, with an angry face but couldn't break free, Whitebeard's mouth couldn't help raising a satisfied arc, and he also said with a smile. I think it will take a lot of money to redeem this Jack. Of course, the specific process depends on the negotiations. Seeing the relief in Whitebeard's eyes, Shajur couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly, with the expression of a child taking credit in front of his parents. Little devil, aren't you afraid that Kaido will trouble you? Jack is one of his confidants. Whitebeard pretended to be proud, cast a glance at Shajur and asked. Hee, I believe Father Whitebeard will protect me. After all, I even brought the protection fee. When Shajur said this, he instructed Daz Bones behind him, bring the treasure up. The latter took the order and left immediately, and after a while, he lifted several large boxes from the boat and placed them in front of Whitebeard. Chapter 221 You Kid is a character. These are the protection fees for us to honor you. You can see if this is enough for you to protect us once. Shajur said, looked at Marco and motioned him to count. Hey, you kid is really willing to do it. Looks like a person who can do great things. It's okay to catch Jack, and you know how to bribe our Whitebeard pirates. Your tactics are very good. Marco opened the box and saw, oh, there are all kinds of treasures inside. Pearls, goings, gems, crowns, and a crate of Baileys. And this is a wine that nourishes chi and blood. Drinking 2 cups a day will make your body healthier. Shajur looked at Enel again, who immediately brought 3 jars of wine. It's just that each of these wine jars is extremely huge, even if Whitebeard is in front of the wine jar, it's just the same height. Cool, you kid is really to my taste. Whitebeard's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine. He is so hungry. After serving the wine, Shajur suddenly strayed from Vivi and Marco. Then, Shajur lowered his voice and said, let the ship doctor watch more. Although this wine is good, it is not good for his body to drink it like that. You need to drink this wine slowly, and slowly adjust your father's body. Let the ship doctor test Dad's body every day. If this medicinal wine is not effective, let him drink less, and I will not give it again in the future. If it works, I will continue to send it in the future. Hearing this, Marco couldn't help but feel helpless to Isho. I'm afraid that your idea will be difficult to realize. Do you still know about Dad's temper? We have a few things that he believes are great. Shajur seemed to be the same when he heard it, and then he couldn't help but sighed helplessly. He said, I'm afraid he won't drink too much of this medicinal wine. If you drink too much, the taste will be much worse. An alcoholic like Dad should not be able to stand the bitter and salty taste. If I drink other wines at this time, I am afraid that all the wines will be tasteless. I hope that at that time, my father will not blame me. After finishing speaking, Shajur said to Anna and the others behind him, bring all the things I paid tribute to. Brothers. Yes, Natsu-sama. Seeing that Shajur and Marco and Whitebeard became one so quickly, everyone except Anna couldn't help but look at Shajur tisk amazement. In the end as their leader, is amazing. Immediately, they brought up a box of things. Inside are all kinds of medicinal materials and weapons. Cool, you have a heart, the gift is well prepared. There are also a group of good men. Whitebeard looked at Shajur with a smile on his face, and then looked away from Enel, Anna and the others, saying with satisfaction. Come on, it's banquet. Whitebeard raised his arms very happily, and all the members of the Moby Dick suddenly cheered. The banquet carnival lasted a whole night. The next day, Shajur and the others left on the ship. On the way back to his base camp, Shajur defeated Jack and captured him alive to Whitebeard, which quickly spread in the New World. What a lawless and terrifying guy, he even killed a powerhouse at the level of drought. This news is really exciting. It's been less than 2 years since his debut, and he has achieved such a reputation. This guy is about to completely eclipse all the newcomers of his age. Chapter 222 Become Shichibukai. Can this kind of prestige still be called a newcomer? Nonsense. This is already a representative of the extremely evil era. The next step is to be the New World silver medalist, and even to compete for the position of the 4 emperors. Everyone on the sea of the New World is boiling again because of the name Thunder Hunter. The sea, which was already not calm enough, suddenly became even more turbulent. Asshole. When the news reached Kaido's ears on Onigashima, Kaido turned into a big dragon in anger, flew into the sky, and dropped a discoloring thunder penalty against the surrounding sky event himself. Anger. It turned out to be the collaborator of the Whitebeard guy, which is equivalent to joining the Whitebeard pirates in disguise. He is really clever enough to hand over a hot potato to Whitebeard. Plague Queen smoked a cigar and said with a gloomy and cold expression. He knew that if he wanted to take Jack back, he would definitely bleed a lot, and Marco and the others would definitely not miss such a good opportunity to extort money. Foo. Well, as expected of the Thunder Hunter, his methods are really powerful. It seems that we should provoke this guy less in the future. Doflamingo, who moved out of Dressrosa, said with a dreadful expression. After being defeated by Shajirching 3 times in a row, he also began to have some psychological shadows on Shajirching, and he did not dare to speak ill of Shajirching anymore. Marine Headquarters. I originally wanted to find another person to hold this position, but now it seems that it is you. Your current prestige is probably the strongest in the entire Shichibukai. Sengoku finally finalized the last Shichibukai spot, and decided to be Shajirching. And those who were rejected by Sengoku were selected, including newcomers and veterans. The next day, some island. What an infuriating guy. He just stole all the glory from me and turned me into a down-and-out person who no one cares about. Damn. Cavendish, known as the White Horse, in the sea, looked at the various contents about Shajirching in the newspaper in his hand, and couldn't help stomping his feet with gnashing teeth. I saw the position of the genuine heart in the newspaper, a big headline, big decision. The last spot for Shichibukai belongs to the Thunder Hunter. Especially conspicuous. Just when Cavendish was gnashing his teeth and cursing Shajirching, almost the whole world knew about Shichibukai's last place, which belonged to Shajirching. Great. As expected. There is no one else except him. Shajirching became Shichibukai, completely expected by people on the whole sea. If such a dazzling Shajirching can't become Shichibukai, then Marine would be too inferior. And Shajirching became Shichibukai, and the happiest person was the resident of Mock Town. Before, they had the identity of the Thunder Hunter, and now, they have put on the name of Shichibukai. After this, who would dare to provoke them? 10,000 Baileys this month, it's really worth it. I always feel that the Thunder Hunter is deliberately looking for a pretext to collect some money, and then justifiably protect us. Shajirching's image suddenly became even taller in the eyes of Mock Town residents. So much so that when Shajirching came back, he was greeted by many residents. Don't say that Shajirching has never seen this situation, even Enel and the others are stupid. After becoming Shichibukai, Shajirching's business expansion also began. Chapter 223 Quests from Drum Island. After becoming Shichibukai, Shajirching's business expansion also began. There is no doubt that with the identity of Shichibukai, the difficulty of doing business suddenly dropped a lot. Shichibukai, what is that? A pirate who is legally looted by the world government and marine. What does that mean? It means that Shajirching can now go to any non-world government alliance country to loot. Totally legal and won't be hunted by marine. You can come as you want, even if you kill 1 or 2 marines, there is no problem. Of course, Shajirching wouldn't do something like killing marine. Do business, make money with peace. The Summer Chamber of Commerce, under the auspices of Shajirching, is in full swing and steadily. With Shajirching's central scheduling, the Summer Chamber of Commerce has recovered quite quickly. In less than half a month, it has almost recovered to the scale of more than a year ago. Originally, Anna meant to continue to expand, but Shajur rejected it. The reason is, the rice should be eaten in one bite, and the steps should not be too big at once, and it is easy to pull the crotch. Anna thinks it makes sense and has no objection. The progress of writing wheel has reached 90%, and the recovery is not far away at last. Without a system, Shajur felt that something was missing from him. This day. Lord Shajur, there is a country that hopes to establish a cooperative relationship with us. But the other party also gave us a task first, asking to help them settle the civil unrest. Anna came over and reported to Shajur. Oh, I don't know which country this is, so conscious. Shajur thought it was quite interesting when she heard it, so she couldn't help but ask. It seems to be an island not far from us. What is it called? What is it called? A magnetic island. Oh, by the way, it is called Drum Island. I heard that it is an island that has been in winter all year round. It is very cold. Now it is ruled by a man named Wapple, and the people's life is miserable. The person who made the request to us is the captain of the guard team on Drum Island. What is his name? Speaking of the name, Anna suddenly stopped again, frowned, her eyes were rolling, and she quickly recalled it in her head. Dalton, that's right. Shajur thought for a while. Drum Island, the captain of the guard team, and only Dalton who agreed with these two identities. Yes, that's him. Lord Naz knows him. Hearing Shajur say Dalton's name, Anna asked in surprise. I don't know, I just heard about his name. This Dalton, who later became the new king of the Drum Island Kingdom in the original book, and led the Drum Kingdom to become a world government alliance country, is a very talented person. Natsu-sama, do you want to agree to his request? Anna looked at Shajur and asked for his opinion. Yes, it is a good place, and it will be beneficial to me in the future. Drum Island has a very powerful old monster there. He wanted to take this opportunity to talk to that old monster. If he could abduct her apprentice, it would be perfect. Let Bentham and Zoro come with me, the rest have worked hard for the past half-month. Shajur said to Anna. Why don't you take me with you? Does Lord Natsu despise me now? When she heard that Shajur was going to Drum Island, Anna was still very happy, which meant that she could go to sea with Shajur. Who knows? Shajur shattered the hope in her heart with a single word. Chapter 224 Spade Pirates. What are you talking about, sister? You are now the second in command of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and your identity is extremely important. If you leave, Didia, if Gills and the others have something to approve, who will they turn to? Who can take responsibility? I left at the same time as you. I'm afraid that the Summer Chamber of Commerce will directly mess up. Shajur said helplessly. Is this really the case, instead of despising me? Hearing Shajur words, Anna asked in disbelief. Sure, would I lie to you about this kind of thing? Hearing this, Shajur nodded again. After receiving Shajur explanation, Anna smiled. Then watched Shajur, Bentham, Zoro and the others leave Mock Town and head to Drum Island. On the only way for Shajur to go to the magnetic Drum Island, a pirate ship with a black background of hearts, a smiley face, and a sad face, pirate flag on its skull is being run after it. Captain, it's over, you're going to be caught up. You eat that guy's devil fruit, he won't let you go. A man who didn't seem to be a strong man said to the freckled young man with a calm face on the bow. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Jajiba, nothing will happen. It's not just a bully Eugene, the bounty is only 280 million Bailey. The freckled young man at the bow was not worried at all, and said calmly. It's none other than the Portgas. D. Ace of the 35 million Bailey's bounty not long after going to sea. And behind this young man's ship, isn't the pirate group chasing after the tyrannical tiger Eugene that Shajur once met in the Kukuli Sea? Bastard, you dare to steal the burning fruit that I bought with all my savings, I will never forgive you. Tyrant Tiger Eugene was full of anger, and even looked at the ship in front of him, roaring and shouting. "Shoot me!" Eugene ordered to the men behind him. "Yes, boss." The pirates behind Eugene heard the words and immediately aimed their gun barrels at the ship of the Spade Pirates. It was just a few roaring cannonballs that slammed into the ship of the Spade Pirates. And at the moment of hitting, the explosion exploded. Boom! 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 The power of this cannonball blast is extraordinary. A huge wave suddenly set off on the sea around the Spade Pirates, flapping the ship with a rumbling sound. Many crew members were directly shaken to the ground, and the ship was completely deviated from the initial channel by this wave. And the tyrant, Eugene, took advantage of this opportunity to suddenly pull in the distance from Ace and the others. "Captain, it's no good, we deviate from the course. Moreover, the waves caused by the cannonball are too large, which has affected us to continue going." The helmsman looked at Ace in the bow, and his tone had become extremely anxious. "Dangerous, the bully Eugene has caught up, and they have launched a new round of attacks on us." At this moment, another person exclaimed in exclamation. Boom bang bang. The cannonballs I saw attacked like a torrential rain, exuding a terrifying aura, to bury them all on this vast sea. "It's over." Facing the falling cannonballs, a desperate voice suddenly sounded on the ship of the Spade Pirates. Some people even ran around in panic. This is not something that people like them can deal with. Chapter 225 What a Genius. If this is on land, they can still rely on their own abilities to dodge and protect themselves. But at sea, it's all over. Hey, how can I let you hurt my friends like this? They're my most important people, and I'm going to be One Piece, King of Pirates, and I'm not going to stop here. At this critical juncture, Ace, who has always been leisurely, finally took action. Fire Fist. Hot flames erupted from his body, and then the flames turned into a huge fist and attacked away. Boom bang bang. After the shells hit the flames, they all exploded immediately, shaking the entire air. Fire Fist still spared no effort to continue rushing towards Eugene the Tyrant Tiger. HMPH, this kind of soft fist wants to show off its power. Boy, do you really think you are the Hunter of Thunder? Unfortunately, you don't have that ability. Since Tyrant Tiger Eugene can become the overlord of the Kukuli Sea area, his strength is naturally tyrannical. In the face of this blow, he pulled out the big knife around his waist and tore it apart tyrannically. Then, take another step, and rush towards Ace like an arrow from the string. What, it was torn apart like this? Seeing that his fire fist was torn apart by Eugene, the bully tiger, Ace couldn't help but startled. In the face of Eugene, who was rushing over again, he did not touch him head-on, and hurriedly stepped back. Then, another fire fist blasted out, making the air roar. Go away. Facing the fire fist that struck again, Eugene roared and broke out a sound wave that directly shattered the fire fist and knocked Ace out. You dare to rob my devil fruit even at this level, kid, you're not too timid. A terrifying murderous intent burst out in Eugene's eyes, and he deceived himself. His huge figure completely shrouded Ace, and the big knife in his hand fell fiercely. He wanted to kill Ace here to relieve the hatred in his heart. Yang Yan. How could Ace let the Tyrant Tiger Eugene come close, and shoot a pillar of fire from the palm of his hand to fight it? Boom. This knife of Tyrant Tiger Eugene was actually blocked, and Eugene was also shaken back out. Excellent, Captain. Seeing this, the members of the Spade Pirates couldn't help cheering. Asshole. Eugene couldn't help roaring angrily. A rookie like Ace who just made his debut can show such a powerful strength after getting the burning fruit. If you let him eat it, wouldn't it be able to exert more powerful power? But now, this strength that should belong to him has been robbed by Ace. This hatred for stealing power is absolutely unforgivable. Today, I must kill you. Die, kid. Tiger stabs. Eugene shouted angrily again, and the hole sprinted like a sharp sword. Yang Yan. Seeing this, Ace plans to use the same trick against Eugene again. But PFF'd. When the pillar of fire touched Eugene's blade, it was torn apart in an instant. Then, Eugene's big knife pierced Ace's chest directly before Ace had time to react. Captain. Looking at this scene, the members of the Spade Pirates couldn't help exclaiming, being pierced through the chest, that was a terrible thing. Fire fist. But what is surprising is that Ace didn't do anything at all, and once again threw a more condensed flaming fist, forcing Eugene to retreat. Chapter 226 Shajir Ching is here. Okay, you guy is really a genius. You have mastered elementalization only after you have acquired so much kung fu. However, don't think that with elementalization, you can save your life. Eugene's grin was full of hideousness, and hockey was wrapped around the knife. Then, he sprinted towards Ace again, and slashed down. Fire fist. Facing Eugene, who was rushing over again, Ace burst into flames and broke through the air, turning into a fire fist to fight off. Boom. But there is no doubt that this fire fist was still torn apart by Eugene with one knife, and he continued to bully Ace. Hey. I don't know why, Ace felt a strong sense of crisis on this knife, so he quickly dodged away, instead of using the elementalization he just mastered to fight. Little devil, do you think you can dodge it? But before Ace hit the ground, Eugene's big knife slashed horizontally again. What? Looking at the big sword that was already in front of him, Ace couldn't help shrinking his pupils. People are in the air, there is no way to dodge. My life is over, Ace thought in his heart. Die. Seeing Ace's pupils shrank into needles instantly, Eugene was excited. But just as his sword was about to fall, a voice stopped him. Give me a face and let him go. At the same time as the voice came, Eugene's broadsword was also blocked, and there was already one more person in front of him. You are Thunder Hunter. Hi. After seeing the face of the person who came, Eugene couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the whole person immediately shivered. Long time no see, Tyrant Tiger Eugene, I'm not staying in the Kukuli waters, why are you suddenly chasing and killing new pirates? Of course, it was none other than Shajir Ching who saved Ace. He stole my burning fruit, how can you make me willing? Hearing this, Tyrant Tiger Eugene couldn't help clenching his fists and said very unwillingly. Although he was angry, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Shajir Ching. This is someone who can directly kill him. Oh, I already ate the yaki fruit. It's interesting. Hearing this, Shajir Ching couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Tell me, how much Bailey did you use to get it? I'll pay you back, and that's the end of the matter. Shajir Ching looked at Eugene, the Tyrant Tiger, and said with a flat face. Really, you compensate me? Hearing Shajir Ching's words, Tyrant Tiger Eugene couldn't help but be full of disbelief, and he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Am I going to come here specifically to find you happy? Shajir Ching cast a glance at Eugene and said indifferently. Yes, this fruit I spent a total of 700 million, you give 5,500 million. Tyrant Tiger Eugene didn't dare to look at Shajir Ching's face, he stammered. What a low voice, and the arrogance just now, it doesn't look like a person at all. Although I know you're false, but it's worth it, 700 million is 700 million. Shajir Ching turned the bully Eugene away, and then lightly patted Eugene on the shoulder, causing him to shudder violently. Then, he called Anna and explained the matter to her. Go ahead, go to Mock Town to get the money, and after you get it, go back to the Kukuri Sea area for me. If you dare to make a mistake, don't blame me for coming to the door to talk to you in person. Hearing this, Eugene nodded quickly, as fast as a chicken pecking at rice, for fear that if Shajir Ching was slower, he would regret it. Chapter 227 Develop well. Then, he left as if running away. He was extremely surprised and said happily, I didn't expect this new pirate to have a relationship with the Thunder Hunter. It's really surprising news. Fortunately, he didn't get seriously injured, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be doomed today. When Eugene left, Shajirching also turned to look at Ace and the others. Correspondingly, Ace and the others also looked at Shajirching. After all, who is Shajirching? One of Shichibukai, the big pirate with a bounty of nearly 900 million. In the first half of the Great Route, where the 300 million bounty is already incredible, what is the concept of 900 million? That represents the power of despair. However, is this the power of Shichibukai? A strong man like Eugene, the bully tiger, is as well behaved as a little cat, and he doesn't dare to make a fool of himself. The people behind Ace looked at Shajirching and thought in their hearts. This is so majestic. Be a pirate, that's how it should be. Portgas. D. Ace, first meeting. Shajirching smiled and looked at Ace with a vigilant look in front of him. In a flat tone, he said something that made Ace stunned. How did you know that? This last name. Aston was vigilant like a little leopard, ready to rush over to attack at any time. Hee hee, don't panic, I have no ill will towards you. Seeing this, Shajirching couldn't help issue. His eyes swept over his partner, and said, if you want to break into the sea, the current lineup is not enough. What the hell are you trying to say? Although Ace was grateful to Shajirching for saving his life, when he revealed his identity, he was enough to be vigilant about Shajirching. I just happened to be passing by, don't think about it, you are not worth my special trip to rescue. As for what I want to say, probably these. Shajirching looked positive and said, the sea is very wide, go and see more. Your fruit is good, develop it well, but you can't rely too much on the fruit, and you should also pay attention to other abilities. After speaking, Shajirching thought for a while, and after there was nothing missing, he turned around and waved to Ace and the others, and said, that's it, goodbye. As he said that, when he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, hide your identity well. You should know how much your identity will cause waves in the sea, and what kind of crisis you will get yourself into. I can save you this time, but not the next time. After speaking, he left without looking back. How does this guy know me so well, and why is he helping me out, what is he plotting? Ace didn't believe that Shajirching just came to help him out of the siege, and would help him out of the siege so unconditionally and aimlessly. How can there be such a good thing? The most important thing is that he actually knows his surname, which he has never told anyone. The only people who know this secret are him and Garp. He was very curious, how did Shajirching know? Is he here for my identity? Is he my father's crew? Ace wondered in his heart. And the pirate behind Ace also looked at Ace in surprise. Listening to Shajirching's words just now, Ace's life experience does not seem to be simple. But after seeing that Ace didn't want to answer, they didn't plan to ask too much. Sometimes, knowing too much is not good. It's better to keep a little secret for each. Chapter 228. Do you want to rebel? Lord Natsu, why do you want to save him? This is just an ordinary newcomer. Bentham asked Shajirching, full of puzzlement. Zoro beside him had the same doubts in his eyes, but because of his character, he was destined not to ask. Hee hee, you will know later, I can only say, I will have a good relationship with him. Wen Yan, Shajirching mysterious issue, did not answer Bentham. Okay. After getting such a specious answer, Bentham could only resign helplessly. Aboard the Spade Pirates. Captain, you know the Thunder Hunter, that's amazing. The people from the Spade Pirates looked at Ace and said with admiration. They don't need to ask about the secret of their life experience, but it doesn't affect their admiration for Ace. No, I don't know him, but he seems to know me well. But Ace made these people's happy faces stop in one sentence. Don't know. Why would a strong man like the Thunder Hunter personally rescue you, Captain? Everyone in the Spade Pirates was immediately stunned. I don't know either. Forget it. I don't care so much. I'll be fine. When I master the fruit ability, we will definitely get along very well. Since he doesn't understand, Ace doesn't plan to spend too much energy on this matter. Drum Island. Why hasn't the Thunder Hunter come yet? Isn't he coming? In front of the port of Drum Island, Dalton, the captain of the guard team of Drum Kingdom, looked at the still empty sea and said anxiously. Captain Dalton, what are you doing here alone? Your recent whereabouts are very strange. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a gloomy eyes appeared behind Dalton, and said in a dark way. Minister Wright, why are you here? Dalton couldn't help being surprised when he heard the words, and then turned around and said with a respectful look. Captain Dalton, because your recent whereabouts are very strange, I decided to temporarily imprison you, and your position will be led by me temporarily. Someone, tied up and put in jail. After the Right Minister finished speaking, he did not give Dalton the slightest chance to refute, so he ordered someone to control Dalton without giving any explanation at all, and did not give Dalton the slightest chance to resist. Minister Wright, you have no right to tie me up. What do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? Dalton roared at the Right Minister. His status is the same as that of the minister on the right, and neither of them can touch anyone else, only the king's order must be requested. HMPH, rebel. I think it's you. Let me tell you the truth, I have caught your accomplice, and he has done everything. It's unbelievable that the dignified captain of the guard is actually the mastermind behind the rebel army. You almost succeeded. Hurry up and take him away and execute him immediately. Never let him disturb the Drum Kingdom. The Minister of Right shouted. After the words fell, Dalton suddenly felt that he became extremely weak, and saw that his hands were bound by chains with sea stone. Asshole! Dalton suddenly made an unwilling roar, but this voice was so weak. He only felt that the current self, as if he had been emptied of all his strength, was so weak that he couldn't even stand. Dare we not arrive? The employer is already in danger of life. This is not acceptable. At this moment, a very young voice suddenly came from the sea behind Dalton and them. Chapter 229. I want you to regret it. Who is it? The sudden sound shocked the minister right, and he immediately turned around and looked at it angrily. But there was only a young man who was rushing across the sea like a cheetah. The vast sea was under his feet, as if walking on the ground, without any obstacles. And on the sea not far behind him, a ship with the Golden Sun pirate flag on a black background is also coming quickly. That's Thunder Hunter's ship. Minister Wright didn't see Shazher Ching's face clearly, but he saw the pirate flag clearly, and he suddenly let out a panicked exclamation. Then, he reacted instantly, pointed at Dalton and shouted angrily, "Bastard, you dare to collude with pirates! Quick, quick, execute him immediately, don't let him do bad things to me." The Minister of the Right has a good ability to change on the spot, and he can see the main contradiction of the matter at once, to solve Dalton. Hearing this, the armored soldier who controlled Dalton immediately said, "Captain Dalton, I'm sorry," and the long knife in his hand pierced Dalton's heart brazenly. "Die!" They shouted angrily, and the long knife was about to pierce Dalton's heart. "How could it be possible for you to succeed? Isn't that smashing my signboard?" When Shazher Ching saw the issue, she glared angrily, and Conqueror Haki burst out. Om! The color of the square changed, and the soldiers, including the Right Minister, all fell unconscious in an instant. Dalton couldn't help but snorted, barely holding on and not falling down. PFF'd. Dalton saw a cold light flashing in front of him, and then the feeling of weakness slowly disappeared. Looking at this, your plans seem to have leaked, Captain Dalton. Shazher Ching looked at the steady and serious man in front of him and said jokingly. Since it's here, let's get started. Dalton didn't intend to talk nonsense with Shazher Ching at all, and immediately turned around and walked towards the inside of the castle. I am so impatient. After Shazher Ching left a shadow clone to show Bentham and Zoro the way, he followed. But not long after they left, they were surrounded by a large army. Dalton, you bastard dared to betray me and plan to subvert my kingdom, I won't let you go. Behind this army, suddenly appeared a fat, ugly man with dark purple hair, a huge mouth, and a cylindrical tin plate attached to his chin. Of course, this man is none other than the king of the Drum Kingdom, the fruit tuning power, Wapol. Shazher Ching's target to kill this time. Wapol is a selfish tyrant. Those who give priority to themselves and often set some laws and regulations that benefit themselves regardless of the life and death of the people can be described as extremely bad. The most outrageous thing is that he also created the inhumane decree of hunting doctor, which made the Drum Kingdom, which was once known as a medical power, rapidly decline. Other misdeeds are even more difficult to describe. It's really a miracle that his subordinates haven't lost their minds until now. Come on, arrest all his accomplices and bury them with him. Dalton, I want you to regret betraying me forever. Wapol said suddenly and ruthlessly, and then issued an attack order. Open the cannon and blast him Dalton into slag. I want everyone to see the end of betraying me. Chapter 230 Swallow the Fruit. Not good. Hearing that Wapol was going to be detrimental to his partner, Dalton's expression changed and he panicked. Don't worry, Bentham, Zoro, you and Dalton are going to save their buddies, leave it to me here. With a calm expression on her face, Shazher Ching said to Bentham and Zoro who had already arrived. Yes, Natsu-sama. The two immediately took orders. Dalton glanced at Shazher Ching, and then led the way with confidence. In this situation, he knew in his heart that it would definitely not be difficult for Shazher Ching. Isn't that Shichibukai Thunder Hunter? Why is he here? After Dalton left, the blocked Shazher Ching appeared in front of everyone, and the ministers on the city wall suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Thunder Hunter, why are you here? Wapol was shocked when he saw Shazher Ching, and then asked in a very panicked tone. Isn't it obvious why I'm here? Came for money, of course, to help someone overthrow tyranny. Shazher Ching looked at Wapol and replied with a relaxed hug. Hearing Shazher Ching's answer, Wapol and the other ministers couldn't help but change in shock. Overthrow tyranny. Everyone can figure out who his target is with their toes. Thunder Hunter, I tell you don't mess around. I am a king of a country, you can't move me. Wapol was too scared to speak. Oh, then please give me a reason not to move you. Now in this Drum Kingdom, I hope you will step down as soon as possible. Shazher Ching fiddled with his fingers, but his tone was full of murderous intent. Asshole, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Shoot me and shoot him. I don't believe you're faster than a bullet. Wapol drank suddenly, although still stuttering, but with a tone of breaking the boat. Do you think I'll give you that chance? Shazher Ching cast a glance at Wapol. Conqueror Haki raged out. Om. The air trembled, and the colors in the four directions instantly returned to black and white. Then, nearly 1,000 soldiers with guns fell down. That is, many ministers on the city wall fell unconscious. Wapol was also half kneeling on the ground. His eyes were so horrified that he couldn't stand up at all. He said in his heart, damn, how can be so strong? There is no resistance at all. Actually, I'm here for another purpose. Shazher Ching appeared in front of Wapol with a flash of lightning, but before Wapol asked what it was, the fire in Shazher Ching's hand pierced his chest directly from behind. I saw your devil fruit. Go to hell to make atonement. Make atonement for the doctors and civilians who were persecuted by you. This knife, steady and accurate, directly tore Wapol's heart. Asshole. Wapol can't believe he died so easily. Swallow the fruit, come on, be mine. Shazher Ching took out an apple from his chest and placed it on Wapol's fallen corpse. According to the devil fruit transfer rules, as long as the ability person just died, take out a corresponding type of fruit and put it on the ability person. Then, the devil fruit will be reincarnated using this fruit as a medium. The moment the apple was put on it, it changed color, and then the shape, texture, and size began to change. After a while, it turned into a gray fruit. That is exactly what Shazher Ching wanted to swallow the fruit. Chapter 231 My purpose is not you. He took the tuntun fruit in his hand and looked at it carefully, and then packed it in a very ordinary bag. Looks like my mission is done. Shajurching tightened the big hairy robe on his body, and rushed directly to the castle and sat down. I don't know how long it will take you. It was at this time that a group of armored soldiers dressed as guards suddenly rushed under the castle. Shajurching looked at this team of soldiers, and suddenly grinned, revealing a playful smile. Then, before the leader could speak, Shajurching spoke. Your king is dead, surrender and put down your weapons and accept the adaptation. This sentence, Shajurching just said that. He didn't take it seriously at all, and he didn't think these people would do it. But, bang, bang, bang. This sudden sound of weapons landing one after another made Shajurching a little stunned. He saw that group of people actually put down their weapons and looked like they were waiting to be dealt with. This Wapol, how unpopular you are, and no one avenged you. Shajurching glanced at Wapol's body and said jokingly. Boom. 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 There was a sudden sound of collision not far away, as well as the sound of guns attacking. If you really think about the Drum Kingdom and want to atone for the crimes you committed involuntarily in the past, then bring the news of Wapol's death and let the Drum Kingdom restore its former peace as soon as possible. Shajurching is only holding the mentality of trying it out. He has no idea whether these people will execute it. But right away, he knew. The leader who I saw shouted, all armed, follow me to stop the turmoil and restore peace. After that, I told them to quickly rearm, and after the leader bowed to Shajurching, they left quickly. Thank me. What's the situation? Shajurching didn't understand this operation anyway. He just said a few jokes, thank him for what he did. Half an hour later. The sound of fighting and shouting gradually weakened, and the smell of gunpowder smoke that filled the sky above the Drum Kingdom also alleviated Vivi. Shajurching saw this situation. He knew that Dalton should have succeeded. 10 minutes later, Dalton, who had some injuries, appeared in front of Shajurching. Thank you, Your Excellency the Hunter of Thunder. I will personally deliver the remuneration on another day. If there is nothing else, please leave. Dalton looked at Shajurching, and there was already the meaning of expelling guests in his tone. It is not normal for a pirate to stay in the kingdom for a long time, and it is not conducive to the stabilization of the Drum Kingdom that has just stabilized, and to restore stability. Well, don't be so excited. I came to your Drum Kingdom, not just to help you overthrow Dalton. Shajurching waved his hand, but what he said made Dalton's color change suddenly, and he immediately became vigilant. What else do you want? Are you going to loot the island? Dalton looked at Shajurching fiercely. Don't worry, I won't plunder your Drum Kingdom. After all, there is nothing in your place worth plundering. The purpose of my coming here is for your famous doctor, Dr. Kurha. An LT, P and GT. Shajurching got down from the castle, glanced at Bentham and Zoro, and said, let's go to Sagu Mountain. Chapter 232 Please come out. After that, I didn't care how Dalton's face changed, he just left. At the end, he may have thought of something again, and said to Dalton, I hope you have settled the Drum Kingdom when I come down. In that case, I can sign a cooperation agreement with you. After he finished speaking, he still didn't give Dalton a chance to reply, so he left directly. Meanwhile, in a building on Magnetic Drum Mountain. Here is an amazing person. I don't know what the purpose of his visit is. A certain very fashionably dressed, blonde hair, but an old wrinkled old woman looked in a certain direction and said. This old woman is the goal of Shajurching and the others this time. Dr. Kurha. I hope I didn't come here looking for something, otherwise, the Drum Kingdom would be really dangerous. Kurha was carrying a bottle of wine, and after taking a few sips, he murmured. But don't look at her appearance and think she is not very old. In fact, he is 137 years old. It was Whitebeard in front of him, it was all grandchildren. As expected of Sagu Mountain, it really isn't that easy to climb. Shajurching grabbed Bentham and Zoro, and directly used the method of chakra absorption all the way, and easily boarded. I have to say, that snow rabbit is really difficult to deal with. In this vast snow field, being besieged by them is really a death thing. Shajur patted off some snow shavings on her body and said with a pretense of difficulty. Hee, Natsu-sama, you really know how to joke. Hearing this, Bentham and Zoro looked at each other, and then both showed a very weird smile. And somewhere down the hill. How could it be possible to knock out all the snow rabbits? Is this the strength of Shichibukai? It's rude and simple enough, all the obstacles in the way are cleared, in the end it's the Thunder Hunter, enough hockey. The soldiers of the Drum Kingdom looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes were full of amazement and emotion. But think about it, isn't Shajur the same when he played against Wapol? Bring down all who stand in your way. It really lives in a secluded enough place, worthy of a person who has lived for more than 100 years, and his temper is really a bit weird. Shajur stood in front of the castle where Clea lived, showing a touch of appreciation, and then said with emotion. Dr. Kurha, the junior Naz, come to visit, please forgive me. After saying that, Shajur went up the stairs and wanted to open the door. But the door was opened at this moment. Thunder Hunter, why did you come here to find my old wife from thousands of miles away? After all, the person who came was a pirate of Shajur level, and Kurha didn't dare to be too cold, and completely ignored it. Of course, even if she came to meet her at gate of opening in person, there was no sign of welcome on her face. If there are no patients, just come to chat with me, I think it's free. Kurha didn't want to chat with Shajur. She was a doctor, and she hoped that all those who came to find her came for treatment. My purpose is very simple, please come out and benefit more people. Shajur Isho, said, Senior Kurha also knows that one of the important projects of my summer business meeting is medicine. I think if Kurha-senpai joins, the medicine of my summer chamber of commerce will definitely benefit more civilians and save them from a lot of pain. Chapter 233 Win the Chopper. Is this really the case? Thunder Hunter, the old lady doesn't know much, but she still knows that as a businessman, you can never have such a simple ideal. He didn't believe what Shajur said to benefit the common people. Isn't my goal already stated? Please come out of the mountain. Of course, I also have a small personal wish, that is, I hope that the people around me can get the most timely treatment. Being refuted by Kurha, Shajur was not annoyed, she still said with a smile on her face. HMPH, you really look like a virtuous kid, okay, come in and tell me. Kurha turned and walked towards the house, and Shajur immediately followed after seeing this. He knew that this negotiation was a drama. I'm sorry, I'm used to this kind of seclusion. Your idea of asking me to come out may not come true. I never thought that when I entered the house and came to Shajur I was rejected by Clea. Hee, if you have an apprentice, that's the same. Shajur came here for only one purpose, either to invite Kurha to come out, or to invite her apprentice, Tony Chopper to come out. If Kurha doesn't want to, Chopper should be willing. After all, he was just a child, eager to see the scenery outside the Drum Island. Your real purpose is here. Okay, if Chopper wants to, I have no problem. Kurha also had an indifferent expression on her face, picked up the wine bottle, and gulped a few more sips of wine. Chopper, do you want to go out to sea with me to see the beautiful scenery outside? Shajur immediately looked at the door behind Kurha, timidly looked at their reindeer, and invited with a smile. But what Shajur got was silence. Chopper retracted his head and disappeared behind the door. Behind the door. How could someone invite a monster out to sea? Impossible, Chopper, don't fantasize about it. Chopper squatted on the ground and said with a face full of self-doubt. How could you be a monster? Chopper, I need your strength, go out to sea with me. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Chopper couldn't help but look up, only to see Shajur looking at Chopper sincerely. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm a monster, a talking reindeer monster. Chopper looked at Shajirching tentatively and asked. Ha ha ha, I've even seen zombies, and I'm not afraid. Do you think they'll be afraid of you? After hearing this, Shajirching couldn't help laughing. But when Chopper heard it, his whole body exploded, and he shouted in horror, Zombie! He went straight to Shajirching. Go to sea with me, you can see more interesting things. Chopper, let's go. Shajirching picked up the chopper and prepared to leave with a smile on his face. No, I can't leave you, I have to take care of Dr. Kurha. Hearing this, Chopper suddenly broke free from Shajirching's embrace and said with a struggling expression. That's a pity. Hearing this, Shajirching shook his head with a pity face and said, don't you want to use your medical skills to save more people? I bet, Dr. Kurha she still. Hearing this, Chopper's body trembled, and his eyes burst into tears. He couldn't help but struggle to look at Kurha. Chapter 234 Winning Success. Shajirching's words are very heartwarming. Shajirching is the third person besides Shirulik and Kurha who has looked at him with normal eyes over the years, not treating him as a monster at all. For this, he is very grateful to Shajirching. If there was no other reason, he would have promised Shajirching right away. After all, he also wants to go to the sea outside to see how wonderful this world is, and is it as colorful as his master Shirulik said. However, Kurha still needs his company. If he leaves, Kurha will be alone and no one will take care of him. He really can't decide, it's too difficult. Boom. At this moment, a big hole suddenly exploded on the floor in front of Chopper, which startled Chopper. I saw Kurha holding a gun, pointed at Chopper, and said coldly, I don't need your care yet. If you have a dream, you must realize it. Go, take the expectation of your quack master Shirulik, and go to the sea. I no longer welcome you here, get out of here. Dr. Kurha. Hearing this, Chopper cried even more sadly. He wanted to step forward, but Kurha pulled the trigger without hesitation, blasting the board in front of Chopper. Go away. With that said, he pulled the trigger again, another shot, and forced Chopper back. Dr. Kurha. Chopper shouted in grief. He wanted to step forward again, but he was still greeted by a bullet. Kurha's resolute attitude is simply a feeling of wanting to immediately sweep Chopper out of the door. Chopper, let's go. It's the same when you come back. At that time, Dr. Clea will definitely be proud of you, and your master Shirulik will be happy in the spirit of heaven. Shajirching picked up Chopper and rushed out of the castle. Dr. Kurha, I've been thankful to you for taking care of me over the years. When I return from my studies, I will definitely serve you again. After being led out of the castle, Chopper suddenly broke free again. Then, he knelt down in Kurha's direction a few times, and then he got up and turned into a huge reindeer, came up with the three of Shajirching, and disappeared into the snow without looking back. He was afraid that if he hesitated again, he would not want to leave. Stinky boy, you have to come back early. In the castle, Kurha looked at Chopper who was leaving and couldn't help but blushed. Years have passed, and no one knows when we will meet again. Chopper successfully recruited, the mission of this trip is completed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the process of going down the mountain, Shamuyang looked at Chopper who was still sad, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His main purpose this time is to recruit Chopper. As for helping Dalton put down the rebellion, that's all in addition. Drum King's Palace. When Natsumi Yang arrived here, everything was almost settled. The candidate for the new king, unsurprisingly, fell on Dalton. Congratulations, congratulations, I didn't expect that you will become a king in a blink of an eye. Shajirching sincerely congratulates Dalton. You, welcome. People are in good spirits at happy events, even Dalton, who is very hostile to Shajirching, can't show a bad face to Shajirching at this moment. To be able to recruit Clea Senpai's apprentice, amazing. As expected of a Thunder Hunter, his skills are really superb. Dalton sighed sincerely, and his eyes were full of admiration. Chapter 435 Direction, New World. After all, he wanted to invite Chopper down the mountain, not once or twice. But there was absolutely no response from Kurha. Ha ha ha, some tricks are not worth mentioning. Shajirching heard Isho, and then his expression suddenly became serious, and said, according to the content negotiated in advance, the Drum Kingdom will establish a friendly and cooperative relationship with our Summer Chamber of Commerce. King Dalton, can we start now? Another reason for Natsumi's promise to help Dalton overthrow Wapple's tyranny is to establish a cooperative relationship with the Drum Kingdom. Then sign it now. I have heard about your Chamber of Commerce for a long time, and I have a good reputation. I have long wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with you, but I have been suffering from no chance. Now that the opportunity has come, I will definitely not let it go. In the future, I will ask President Nachi for more advice. Dalton agreed, but his tone was completely different from when he was the captain of the guard. In this regard, Sha Muyang can only sigh. To see people talk to people, to talk to ghosts, this is the necessary quality of an excellent politician. Immediately, the two held a friendly negotiation on the branch of the Summer Chamber of Commerce in the Drum Kingdom, and finally reached a negotiation and established a cooperative relationship. Since then, we have been blessed by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and it feels a little unreal to think about it now. All of this has actually come true. But a few hours ago, the country was still gloomy and gloomy. Dalton may be in a really good mood, so he sighed at Sha Muyang. Ha ha ha, that's of course, after all, it's a matter of human beings, and a strong man like Dalton is in charge, what else is there that we can't solve? Shajirching also touted a sentence, which made Dalton suddenly feel a little overwhelmed. The feeling of being touted by Shajirching is really cool. The person in charge of the relevant branch, I will deliver it within a week, and in the future, please give me more advice. Shajirching stood on the ship and said to Dalton. Ha ha ha, definitely. Hearing this, Dalton couldn't help laughing out loud, and he readily agreed. Then I'll say goodbye. After all, Shajirching and his party left like this, and then quickly disappeared on the sea level. On the ship. Chopper, how is it? The sea is beautiful. After leaving the winter island of Magnetic Drum Island, Shajirching and the three immediately took off their big sweaters, put on very refreshing big pants, and lay on the deck to enjoy the coolness. Is this the sea? It's really beautiful, the sea breeze is so comfortable. Chopper lay on the deck and said with great enjoyment. Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning, there will be more interesting things waiting for you to discover in the future, Chopper, come on. Encouragement and comfort, although Shajirching is not very familiar with this kind of thing, but it is not smeared and ignorant. At least, there is no problem in comforting Chopper's existence. Zoro, let's go to the new world. Shajirching suddenly said to Zoro, who was at the helm, with a detailed road map in front of Zoro. He was not afraid that Zoro would deviate from the course. Isn't it going back? Natsu-sama, why is it suddenly like a new world? Bentham jumped close and asked with a puzzled look. Chapter 236 Target, Tezzolo. Hee, we still have a companion who didn't come in the new world, we should bring him back now. Shajirching's mouth curled into a playful smile and said. This smile made Bentham feel a chill all over his body. Looks like that companion, the next life will not be very easy. Bentham knew very well that as soon as Shajirching's smile appeared, someone would definitely be unlucky. Who is it, so unlucky to be targeted by Lord Naz? Bentham thought in his heart. That's when Bentham thought so. In the new world, on an incomparably luxurious cruise ship, in a room full of feasting lights, a man with a rebellious face suddenly shuddered. The sudden arrival of this feeling is really alarming. It seems that the man is coming. He is the only one who will make me have this ominous premonition. This man with a rebellious face put down the wine glass in his hand. Vivi lost his eyes, and said with a dignified expression. However, what will happen? I'm looking forward to it. After all, I, Tezzolo, are not someone to be bullied. Yes, This rebellious man is exactly Tezzolo, known as the Going Emperor. A rich and oily existence. Even Tenryubito is his guest at the banquet. With this relationship, his status is quite detached. It can even be said that it is black and white, and it mixes quite well. Going City, on the sea nearby. Going City, it's so beautiful. What a coveted place for lantern fans. Shajirching looked at the colorful Going City ships and showed a very emotional expression. In front of this Going City, the three of them looked like a country bumpkin. Tezzolo, here I am, I hope you are ready to welcome us. Shajirching looked at the going powder scattered all over the sky, and a layer of lightning armor was covering her body, isolating the gold powder. This thing will kill you. Just as Shajirching and the others entered the sea near Going City, Tezzolo sensed it. It's finally here, and I'm starting to get a little curious about what's going to happen next. Through those gold powders, Tezzolo knew in an instant that Shajirching and the others had arrived. The golden powder scattered all over the sky is all his eyes and ears. The entire city of Going was completely shrouded under his surveillance, and no one could escape his surveillance. I've become more and more cautious when I use the lightning armor to isolate my gold powder. Tezzolo shook the red wine glass in his hand, and the corner of his mouth evoked a smile of anticipation. Guru, Lord Naz, isn't our goal this time the Going Emperor Tezzoro in Going City? Are you really serious? It wasn't until he arrived at Going City that Bentham realized that Shajirching's goal this time was actually Tezzolo, the controller of Going City. He couldn't help being terribly startled. This is too stupid. It's a little crazy too. That is the Going Emperor, the famous ruthless man in the black and white way, the Going Emperor Tezzoro. This lord, it doesn't seem that they can provoke them now. Fighting with this master, no matter whether you win or lose, it seems that Marine Admiral will be recruited. At that time, it was their doomsday. Chapter 237. Don't deceive people too much. Hee, why are you panicking? Since I dare to appear here, I must be sure. Seeing Bentham's flustered appearance, Shajirching couldn't help but show calm. Really, don't lie to the slave family. Bentham heard that Shajirching was so confident, he couldn't help but say with some doubts. Why, you dare to doubt your superior's ability? This is not a normal thing, Bentham, what you do is very dangerous. Shajirching cast a serious glance at Bentham, so scared that he suddenly shivered and retreated, no longer dared to question Shajirching. Tezzoro, since you're here, come out. Hide and hide, this shouldn't be who you are. Shajirching suddenly looked at a corner above him and said in a leisurely manner. He, as expected of the Thunder Hunter, it's really amazing. I've hidden it so deeply, yet you still discovered it, amazing. The next moment, Tezzolo appeared in front of Shajirching and the others as an aristocratic son, with the red wine glass in his hand swaying gently. His manner was elegant and comfortable. My city of Going can be visited by the Thunder Hunter, it is really bright. Tezzolo had a courtesan tone, and what he said was extremely polite. Then I would like to congratulate you in advance for having a good time here and having a good time. Your happiness is the greatest support for me. Tezzolo was really angry with the tone of a qualified courtesan, and what he said made people feel so comfortable. Okay, you and I don't need to talk about those falsehoods. What is the purpose of my coming here today? I think you should be very clear in your heart. Shajirching was too lazy to talk to Tezzolo, and directly stated his purpose. Oh, I know it in my heart. Hee, I'm sorry, I really don't know very well. I also asked the Thunder Hunter to explain it clearly, so as to avoid any misunderstanding. Tezzolo still pretended not to understand. Shajirching's smile suddenly became dangerous and joking. Hee, don't you really know? If so, let me help you with a good memory. After Shajirching finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Tezzolo. He was already wrapped in a layer of tyrannical thunder and lightning armor, holding a long knife in his hand. The blade was unparalleled, and he ripped through the air and slashed down at Tezzolo. Bang! But seeing Tezolo stretch out his hand, there is a going fluid to confront and go, and the knife against Shajirching is defeated. As soon as we meet, you don't explain anything, and you use a knife at me, which seems a little rude. Thunder Hunter. Tezolo's eyes suddenly changed from being approachable just now, to gloomy and fierce. Not polite. You expect me to be polite to you now. The power in Shajirching's hand suddenly increased a lot, and the going actually made a cracking sound, and it trembled very quickly. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. Libo. Shajirching lifted his foot and another terrifying lightning sword wave blasted out, causing Tezolo to quickly back off. Then, reaching out to Young, a wave of going surged up in an instant, and roared towards Shajirching. Just let me see how hard your wings are now. I have already become my subordinates, but I just want to leave. When I am Shajirching, I really have no temper. Shajirching can tolerate Tezolo's arrogance, but he is absolutely not allowed to do things that trample on his majesty. If everyone can leave if they want, then what kind of leader and majesty does he have, and how will he control his subordinates in the future? Chapter 238. You are so weak. Let's talk about these things after you beat me. In this world, the weak have no right to speak. Tezolo didn't intend to continue nonsense with Shajirching, and directly put everything on the bright side. Then come on, let me see how much your strength has grown over the past year. Shajirching didn't flinch at all, and the thunder light all over his body burst into a more dazzling light. One-shot flow, profound meaning, destroyed. Shajirching started the big move directly from the very beginning, and with the terrifying sword intent fluctuations, he deceived himself and slashed down. Going fist. Facing this move, Tezolo's whole body exploded instantly, and there was a feeling of seeing death in an instant. Then, he also made a big move without hesitation. I saw the surrounding goings flowing like water waves, then turned into a huge fist, and slammed away. PFF'd. But this punch was torn apart instantly by Shajirching, and this hard going couldn't stop Shajirching for half a second. Shajirching continued to rush towards Tezoro without reducing his strength. Then, he passed by Tezolo, the sword intent erupted, and the cold light shone. PFF'd. Tezolo's eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. I saw a long opening in his chest suddenly, and blood splattered endlessly. What's the matter, is it only so much, Tezolo? Shajirching turned around again, covered by emission armament hockey, condensed all his strength, and punched Tezolo away. Asshole, stop being arrogant. Tezolo was immediately angry when he heard this, and the same amount of violence erupted. It turned into a huge fist again, exuding a hot breath, wrapped armament hockey, and slammed it away. PFF'd. But Tezolo really underestimated Shajirching. The moment they met, his expression changed. Then, it flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and spit out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? Tezolo roared, full of disbelief. What's the matter, Tezolo, who dares to yell at me so much, who gave you the courage? Shajirching instantly deceived himself and approached, and the fire in his hand was facing his chest, and he stabbed it fiercely. Going armor. Tezolo couldn't help but gasped, and quickly wrapped himself in a layer of going armor to resist. But that doesn't do much. The powerful force directly tore his armor and continued to act on his body, smashing him into the ground like a cannonball. Boom. The entire ship trembled violently, and the surrounding sea area was splashed with ripples. What happened? How can there be such a big commotion all of a sudden? Who is Tezolo fighting? Go and see. There must be something very interesting going on here. Going City suddenly became interested, and they all came in the direction of Shajirching and the two. Lord Tezolo actually started a war with someone. Could it be that Thunder Hunter is here? Let's go, hurry up and have a look. In case Lord Tezolo suffers, we can also help. After hearing this movement, the two subordinates of Tezolo quickly moved in the direction of the two. Tezolo had told them beforehand that the Thunder Hunter might come to trouble them in the near future. So, Feeling this huge movement, they thought of this crop for the first time. Chapter 239 Completely Suppressed. Tazolo, is that all you have? You're so weak. Shajirching stomped hard with moonstep in the air, just like a rocket, rushing towards Tezolo in the depression on the ground. Going bondage. Tezolo roared, and a piece of going roared like a stream of water, as if he had self-consciousness, wrapped around Shajirching. Give me enlightenment, in this place where going is everywhere, how can you fight me? Looking at Shajirching who was constantly dodging under the shackles of going, Tezolo suddenly became proud again. Then you probably forgot, Tezolo, what my abilities are. Showing your abilities in front of me is really courting death. Shajirching used the dual abilities of Kami-e and Observation Haki to dodge under the pursuit of going very calmly. Then, the lightning flashed on the body, and then, it turned into a dazzling and thick lightning. Thunder escape. Chidori flow. Shajirching drank lowly, and after hearing Shajirching's words, Tezolo's face changed suddenly. Seeing the thunder and lightning on Shajirching's body at this moment, he remembered that Shajirching's ability is thunder and lightning, extremely violent thunder and lightning. His golden fruit was completely suppressed in front of Shajirching. Going giants. Facing the terrifying thunderbolt that was rapping towards him, completely tearing his going restraint, Tezolo did not dare to neglect. Immediately, the ultimate move was activated, and an incomparably huge going giant wrapped him in it. Ziz. Almost at the moment when the going giant was formed, the entire going giant completely turned into a thunder giant. But this move doesn't do much damage to the going giant, not to mention the damage to Tezolo inside the going giant's body. Hunter of Thunder, let you see my growth over the past year. If you want me to come back again, just show the strength that can make me surrender. Going giant, Tezolo's arrogant roar came from. What about the going giant, Tezolo, do you think this will protect you? Shajirching snorted disdainfully, and then, a terrifying and violent wave lingered around his whole body, one sword. A move that poured all the power into a supreme sword wave, and the sky smashed into the going giant. Going God punishment. In the face of this supremely sharp knife, Tezolo did not dare to neglect, and he also burst out with all his strength. In the body of the going giant I saw, a manic golden pillar burst out, and the guided missiles' warheads mercilessly attacked the opponent. The air let out an overwhelmed whine, and the sags around the ship exploded. The power and oppression of this blow was unimaginable. Bang! When the crowd of spectators and Tezolo's subordinates arrived, they happened to see the shocking attack of the going giant and the sword wave colliding with each other. Boom! Immediately, an unimaginable violent storm swept out, affecting all the people around watching the battle, and blowing it out a few kilometers away. Boom boom boom. The terrifying collision also erupted with terrifying aftermath, and the ground beneath the going giant's feet was constantly collapsing. Even the entire going ship made a squeaking sound that was overwhelmed. Chapter 240 Let you know despair. Only. Damn, how could it be so strong? Tezolo's going giant has burst out with such a powerful attack as going God's punishment, and has used the strongest strength he can achieve so far. But even so, the going giant is still being slowly forced back, and the going giant's body is actually cracking. As if he could not bear this force at all, Tezolo suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure hit. He knew that he underestimated Shajirching and looked at himself highly. One-shot flow. Profound meaning. Going through the sun. A sword wave is already so terrifying, and facing Shajirching's attack again, even Tezolo can't help but feel a little desperate. Let me come. However, at this moment, a somewhat frantic voice came. I saw a strong man who looked like a fool, and he wrapped armament Haki with both hands, blocking the sword wave. Stupid. Seeing this brawny man's behavior, Tezolo couldn't help but scolded in his heart. Ah! Sure enough, within 2 seconds, the brawny man suddenly let out a scream, and then was slammed into the going giant's body. Boom! The sword wave smashed heavily on the going giant's body, and immediately smashed the air into a big hole. The sea behind the Going Giant was torn apart by many cracks. Going Giant also took a big step back, and I don't know how many buildings were broken. PFF'd. Tezzolo couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. The wound on his chest was torn even more seriously, and there was a thick horror in his eyes. Shajirching's strength was completely different from what he expected. This crushing strength was something he had never imagined. Kaka. Going Giant's body was shattered even more seriously, and Tezzolo felt like he was about to lose it. I won't just lose to you, Thunder Hunter, look down on others. Tezzolo drank wildly. He didn't want to lose to Shajirching like this. As a result, he gritted his teeth and directly limited the output. Immediately, the Going God's punishment was covered with terrifying flames, and the power suddenly increased sharply, actually resisting the two sword waves. Then, it was smashed and turned into a violent wind and waves raging. Suddenly, I don't know how many people were blasted out screaming, vomiting blood, fainting, and seriously injured. Seeing this, the people around couldn't help but stunned, and immediately stepped back a long distance. To make the Going Emperor Tezzoro so embarrassed, he is indeed the Hunter of Thunder. It really is terrifying. However, how did the Thunder Hunter conflict with Tezzolo? According to what the two of them just said, it seems that there is a lot of articles in it. The people around watched the battle between the two, and various discussions began to sound continuously. It's quite tenacious. If that's the case, then I'll give you another fire. Lay done. Flying Thunder Sword. Shajirching kicked hard, and all his strength was wrapped in the flowing fire, just like a rocket slammed into the Going Giant. Boom. In the face of this move, Tezzolo instinctively manipulated the Going Giant to fight, covering his chest with his arms. However, to his astonishment, after only 3 seconds of stalemate, this sword penetrated the arm of the giant Going, and then slammed into the giant's chest. The terrifying force blasted into the air, knocking the Going Giant back a few steps, and his chest exploded. Chapter 241 Hope You Don't. One-shot flow. Profound meaning. Destroyed. Shajirching appeared in front of the Going Giant again, pulled out the flowing fire, and shot down with a cold sword. Thorn. This sword is truly the best in the world. All the people watching nearby felt their bodies were cold, and their souls felt extremely tingling, so they could not help but retreat again and again. And Tezzolo, facing Shajirching who suddenly appeared in front of him, he didn't have time to react to manipulate the Going Giant. As soon as I saw the chest of the Going Giant, Shajirching ruthlessly cut a huge hole. Tezzolo, your end is here. This opening instantly connected Shajirching from the outside world and Tezzoro from inside the Going Giant. Shajirching looked at Tezzolo. He grinned into a wicked smile. Hey! After finishing speaking, Shajirching disappeared in front of Tezzolo, and then Tezzolo felt that a huge sense of crisis came suddenly in front of him. He didn't even think about it. Almost instinctively, he would use the Going restraint to stop Shajirching. It's just, how could Shajirching let him succeed? Overlord. Mental shock. Even if Shajirching stared, Conqueror Haki mixed with the power of Sharingan's mental shock, and rolled the air, which severely affected Tezzolo's body, causing his movements to stagnate. And it is this pause that determines the winner or loser. Boom. Shajirching grabbed Tezzolo's head and pressed it on the ground, causing the latter to spurt another mouthful of blood. How, Tezzolo, can you talk to me now? Shajirching had thunder and lightning in his hand, but it stagnated in his palm and never spread to Tezzolo's body. But Tezzolo knew very well that as long as he did anything wrong, the manic thunder and lightning would instantly let him know the pain. In the past year, your strength doesn't seem to have grown much. It's just a little bit stronger than when I first saw you. Why, after having a good relationship with Tenryubito, after the business has grown, has you been so complacent? Shajirching looked at Tezzolo jokingly. His left hand hovered above his chest, exuding a hairy sharpness. Don't you know this sentence? You need to be hard to strike iron. In this world, no matter how big your business is and how good your relationship with the world's nobles is, if you don't have the corresponding strength to support you, everything you have is just a castle in the air. Hearing this, Tezzolo suddenly laughed. As expected of the captain, I didn't expect that in just a year, I'm no longer your opponent. Okay, I'm done. I'm willing to accept your punishment, and I'm willing to return to the Summer Chamber of Commerce. This guy Tezzolo is really decisive in admitting counsel. As expected of a businessman, he only chooses the most beneficial choice for himself. Okay, since you already know what was wrong and are willing to return, I will not pursue the matter of your private departure. However, if you dare to do such a thing again in the future, trust me, at that time, I will not even give you a chance to argue. At that time, I hope you will not regret it until you die. Hearing Shazherching's icy words, Tezzolo couldn't help shivering. He knew that Shazherching was not joking. He really does it. Chapter 242 resolutely admit it. He forced a smile and promised, "Don't worry, Captain, I will never do this kind of thing again. If I do it again, the sky will be struck by thunder and I will be impoverished forever." Listen to Tezzolo's oath. Shazherching smiled again, and let go of him. "I hope you can keep your promise forever, and don't let you and I meet again in arms. Otherwise, I will have to take off your head and give an explanation to the brothers in the entire Chamber of Commerce." These words are full of pride, confidence, and indifference. Tezzolo only felt a chill from his heart, which made him shudder again. "I don't know what you're going to do with an industry as big as Going City." Without waiting for Tezzolo to breathe a sigh of relief, Shazherching suddenly asked. "It's just a ship and accessories. It's optional. If the captain doesn't like it, then give it up," Tezzolo said with a look of indifference on his face, but as for whether he really thinks so in his heart, I don't know. "What a pity to give up. Let's keep it, but from now on, we can't carry out this kind of malicious fraud and annexation of other people's money. A place of entertainment is reasonable if it exists, and it is also a way to make a lot of money. On the summer solstice, I don't believe that Tezzolo would be willing to give up such a priceless Going City ship. Just this one ship, I am afraid it will be worth billions. Not to mention the amazing benefits that the buildings on that ship can bring. Captain is wise." Hearing that Shazherching did not intend to attack Going City and ban it, Tezzolo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You don't have to rush to thank me first. Some of your illegal underground activities may not be able to continue. Drugs, abduction of slaves, and other things that can easily lead to the demise of a force, just cancel it. Arms, intelligence, assassination can be retained, understand? Also, this Going City is still up to you to continue to manage. But at the same time, I will also arrange for some other people to assist you in your management. You should understand the reasons for this without me having to say more. Those subordinates of yours, some of them are used for my use. I am very short of subordinates now." After listening to Shazherching's words, Tezzolo's face became a little bit unsightly. "Is this a bit too much, Captain? Without them, I'm afraid my Going City will not be able to function. Sending so many of his people out, and arranging so many people in Shazherching to come in, wouldn't that make him slowly empty? If you think it's unreasonable, you don't have to accept it. Of course, your Going City ship is used as another branch of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, so don't run any other activities like entertainment venues." Shazherching cast a glance at Tezzolo and said in an understatement. "Does this have to be done? Captain, are you not afraid that I will tear my face and let the world government handle this matter? What is the difference between not operating entertainment venues and the like, and cutting off his fortune? Choose one of the two, that's the only way. It's also a kind of tempering for you." Shazherching put his hands in his sleeves, and the smile on his face was very warm, but Tezzolo clearly felt the murderous intention from Shazherching's face. Chapter 243 You are a smart man. You have to be clear. Whitebeard is standing behind me now. The world government can bring me down, but can you withstand Whitebeard's impact? Besides, I still have a grudge against the beast pirates. If they knew you were related to me, do you think they would let you go? Even if you take refuge in Big Mom or the redhead, you can still get such good treatment, but not necessarily. Shajur-Ching cast a glance at him and said, you have to think about it. There is absolutely no way for you to grasp such a large financial source at Big Mom. And the redhead, the person who hates the second minister the most, whether he will accept you or not is still a question. Besides, if I spread the word about your relationship with me and your defeat at my hands, do you think those robbers who have coveted your property for a long time can still let you continue to live peacefully? In the whole world, the person who can tolerate you and give you the best treatment is me. Only I can achieve a win-win situation with you. Shajur-Ching threatened unhurriedly. What Tezolo heard was that his teeth were squeezing sparks, and his fists were constantly bursting with strength. But in the end, Tezolo couldn't help but sighed in frustration, and said, yes, I know. I accept your suggestion and send some people to other positions. Even if she is extremely reluctant, she can only accept Shajur-Ching's suggestion, threat. The fact is indeed as Shajur-Ching said, he can indeed use his relationship to suppress Shajur-Ching while he can still speak his identity. However, the consequences of suppressing Shajur-Ching were even more serious. After all, he had no absolute confidence to kill Shajur-Ching. And if he can't kill Shajur-Ching and face him in the future, only the 4 emperors can keep him. As for him, it is very likely that he can only get the blessing of one of the 4 emperors, and the price may be even heavier than now, and he may even be more angry than returning to Shajur-Ching. Tezolo is not stupid, he can still tell which result is more favorable to him. Returning to Shajur-Ching is the one that maximizes the benefits of all his results. That being the case, it doesn't matter if you feel wronged a little bit. You are a very smart person. Very good, I like smart people like you. Shajur-Ching tapped twice on Tezolo's shoulder, showing a victorious attitude. And outside, looking at the going giant who was suddenly motionless, everyone couldn't help but fall into speculation. This is what happened when the fight suddenly stopped, and who won? Was it the Thunder Hunter Natsu who was Shichibukai who won, or Tezolo who was once a candidate for Shichibukai? Natsu-sama won't lose. Listening to the heated discussions, Bentham was also a little uncertain. Natsu-sama, I will never lose. Zoro said very firmly. There are many people like Zoro who think that Shajur-Ching will win. However, there are more people who support the victory that Tezolo will win. Just when they were discussing like this, and there was no final result, the going giant suddenly dissipated. Then, Shajur-Ching, who was clean and tidy, and Tezolo, who was injured, landed at the same time. Seeing this scene, it is obvious who has the upper hand. Chapter 244 Only Surrender. As expected, the Thunder Hunter won. I knew it was so. Seeing this scene, someone in the crowd suddenly said this. But neither Shajur-Ching nor Tezoro paid any attention to these onlookers. Are you all right, Lord Tezolo? At this time, a woman with big burgundy waves came out, looked at Tezolo who was so seriously injured, and asked distressed-edly. No problem, no problem. Tezolo replied lightly, and then said to Shajur-Ching very respectfully, please, Lord Naz. Hearing Tezolo's words, the people around couldn't help being shocked. What did they hear? Tezolo actually called Shajur-Ching an adult. What is the situation? Bentham, Zoro, let's go. Shajur-Ching glanced at the two who were also surprised, and followed Tezolo to the center of the base camp on the ship in Going City. And Tezolo followed closely behind, alongside this burgundy woman, and did not intend to answer the various questions that were immediately posed by the surprised onlookers. Could it be that Tezolo was actually subdued by the Thunder Hunter? Otherwise, why would he call the Thunder Hunter so? After not getting Tezolo's answer, everyone around had such a guess in their hearts at the same time. Hoo-hoo, this is really big news. In some unknown corner, a man dressed as a gentleman who looked like a cockroach suddenly burst out with a weird laugh. Going Emperor Palace. Lord Tezzolo, do you really want to surrender to the Thunder Hunter and just abandon us? The burgundy wavy woman looked at Tezzolo and asked unwillingly. Yeah, although I'm very unwilling, this is the truth. If we don't submit to that guy, our future situation will be even more difficult. Tezzolo sighed, then looked at Shajurching who was walking slowly behind him, and said, Lord Natsu, do you have any instructions to give? Seeing Tezzolo being so respectful, Shajurching Vivi nodded and said, probably just follow the changes I told you earlier. As for the rest, see for yourself. This is your function and power as the branch president, and I will send the rest soon. Does the location of Going City need to be moved to the first half of the Great Route? Tezzolo asked again. Do you want to move out? Shajurching suddenly asked with a smile on her face after hearing this. Looking at Shajurching's smile, Tezzolo's heart suddenly lost his mind, because he couldn't guess Shamuyang's thoughts at all. Tezzolo wanted to say that he didn't move out of the New World, but he was afraid that if he said this, if he violated Shamuyang's taboo, it would cause him more trouble. Don't move, the headquarters of our Summer Chamber of Commerce will also move to the New World in the future, and your Going City should exist as a pioneer first. According to local conditions, since your Going City was developed in the New World, you should take root in the New World. At that time, my headquarters construction will also learn from you. As soon as Shajurching said this, Tezzolo couldn't help but let out a long breath. I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go first. I hope that when the people I sent arrive, you've changed the pattern here. Shajurching patted Tezzolo on the shoulder again, and then left. Chapter 245 Big News. Is this a deadline announcement? What a jerk. Looking at the back of Natsumi Yang's departure, Tezzolo said this. The next day. I heard that Going Emperor Teizoro was captured by the Thunder Hunter Natsu. Really? No kidding. This kind of thing happens. This report is false. How is it possible? How could someone like Going Emperor Teizoro surrender to the Thunder Hunter, Shichibukai? A newspaper from a news agency swept the entire sea in one day, and the entire sea was boiling because of this newspaper. Marine Headquarters. Thunder Hunter, what does this guy want to do? What is his purpose to expand his strength so rapidly? At this moment, looking at the contents of this newspaper, even Sengoku couldn't help but fall into contemplation, guessing Shajurching's purpose. No way, Shajurching is expanding too fast. To put it bluntly, he may not be as deep as Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote. Doflamingo now. But in terms of strength, it has already surpassed the Don Quixote family, and it is no exaggeration to call it the strongest force among Shichibukai. Such a powerful force is enough to turmoil the world situation. After all, Shajurching also has a trading relationship with Whitebeard, and this influence is not trivial. Cool, this kid can really win over his subordinates. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper with nothing but pride on his face. Dad, the person Shajurching rescued at sea that day is Roger's son. Marco sitting on the mast suddenly asked. Cool. You noticed it one step later than he did, Marco. Whitebeard's words have already answered Marco's question in disguise. Sure enough, Marco nodded clearly, and put down the ace's bounty in his hand. In other parts of the sea, the influence of the content of this newspaper is completely different. Some people are surprised, some people are afraid, and some people are very much looking forward to it. Then what will you do next? Are you planning to challenge the four emperors directly? Above this sea, there are only matters related to the four emperors, which can be even bigger than the events caused by Shajurching. After all, whether it is to capture Drought Jack alive, make a deal with Whitebeard, or conquer Going Emperor Teizoro, it is not very difficult, and it is not something that ordinary people can do. If you want to cause another sensation, you can only challenge the four emperors. And Shajurching, who was on his way back, was also holding this newspaper from the hands of the news agency President Morgans, watching with relish. It's the president of the news agency after all, this wonderful ability to describe words is really appropriate, penetrating 3 points. I think there are more people who are afraid of me in the whole sea now. But I may disappoint you in the next period of time. I shouldn't make any big noise again, unless there is something big trouble coming to my door. There is too much noise, too much, and it is not good for him. As a trainee who has been a trainee on the Whitebeard pirate ship for a year, he naturally understands this point. The next time there will be a commotion, it will probably be when the Summer Chamber of Commerce is mature. Shajirching arrived at Mocktown 2 days later. Along the way, Shajirching also encountered many pirate groups who wanted to join him, but Shajirching rejected them all. Those pirate groups that they brought to their door are either extremely vicious or full of evil, and Shajirching doesn't look down on them at all. The most important reason is because they are too weak. Chapter 218 The World is Shocked. The next day, Shajirching, who was rarely at ease, handed over everything to Anna without hesitation, and chose to be the shopkeeper herself. But when he was basking in the sun leisurely and feeling his life, Didia suddenly appeared in front of him. Only listen to the report of Didia Way. Our branch in East Blue was attacked 2 days ago. The material loss was heavy, and there were 3 casualties. Hearing this, Shajirching suddenly became interested and asked, "Who is the attacker?" "The people who dare to move our Summer Chamber of Commerce seem to be quite courageous." Hearing this, Didia replied, "It seems to be a fish man named Arlong. I heard that he hates human beings very much, and his behavior is cruel and vicious, violent and vicious." After listening to Didia's answer, Shajirching suddenly laughed. It turned out to be this guy Arlong. I mean, who is so daring? It's normal for him. After all, that guy thinks that their fish man is the strongest being in the world. Listening to Shajirching's words, Didia's face quickly flashed a look of surprise, as if she was a little surprised that Shajirching knew the murderer. Then she continued, "But when the Chamber of Commerce was attacked, we received another hire from East Blue. The hire fee is 30 million Baileys. Oh, the employment mission from East Blue, the employment fee is as high as 30 million Bailey. I am very curious, which kingdom king is to be assassinated, and the money is so much." How could Shajirching not be surprised? After all, the employment mission of the Great Root, the employment fee of more than 30 million Bailey is very small. Who is the one who hired us? Such a big hatred, willing to spend so much money. Who is his target? Shajirching asked again. The hire is from Kokoyasi village in East Blue, and it's a quest issued by a girl. And her quest goal. Speaking of this, Didia's face was a little weird, and suddenly swallowed. Seeing this, it was Shajirching's turn to be surprised. He looked at Didia and said, "What's the matter? Why didn't you say anything suddenly?" Hearing this, Didia sighed, and then said, "I think you will be surprised when you hear the hiring target of this hireling, Mr. Naz, and even think it is quite a coincidence. An LT, P and GT. Oh, would you be surprised?" Hearing this, Shajirching couldn't help frowning. Then, suddenly, as if he thought of something, he said with a little surprise, "Don't you tell me that the hiring target of the hired person is Arlong." Shajirching just remembered, Kokoyasi village, isn't that the hometown of the genius sailor Shinami? In Kokoyasi village, the only person worth spending so much money on is Arlong. Natsu-sama is really predictable. Yes, the task of hiring people is Arlong. And her name is Nami. Shajirching said it one step ahead of her, and he already had a rather playful smile on his face. Natsu-sama knows this girl named Nami. Hearing that Shajirching directly called out the name of the employer, Didia couldn't help being surprised again. "Ha ha ha, don't know, I just happened to hear her name." When Shajirching heard the words, he couldn't help but hit a ha-ha, and overturned this matter. Then, he stood up and said to Didia, "There is no need to arrange other people for this matter. I will go there in person. This girl named Nami is a talented person and is worth recruiting." Chapter 247 Bless yourself. You actually want to go in person. It seems that this girl named Nami is really capable. otherwise, you won't go in person. Hearing that Shajirching was going to go in person, the smile on Didia's face became interesting, even a little ambiguous. In this regard, Shajirching can only laugh bitterly. Obviously, Didia thinks wrong. East Blue, Kokoyasi Village. Will the Summer Chamber of Commerce take me on this task? Will 30 million Bailey feel that it is too little and refuse it? Damn, if I knew, I would have saved more Bailey before posting the mission. If the Summer Chamber of Commerce refuses and Arlong finds out about it, the village will be in danger. A certain girl who likes to eat oranges and has short shoulder-length orange hair, but is very talented in sailing skills, looks at the vast sea with a look of panic on her face. He is the genius navigator in Shajirching's mouth, Nami. Originally, without Shajirching's Summer Chamber of Commerce, Nami would never dare to hire someone to get rid of Arlong. But I can't stand the strong record of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the strong deterrence brought by Shajirching's identity. Nami, what are you trying to do at the port? Why, do you want to be like Dalton from the Drum Kingdom and hire the Summer Chamber of Commerce to deal with me? At this moment, a fierce voice came from behind Nami, and a tall figure completely enveloped her. When Nami heard this voice, her body couldn't help shaking violently, and a thick panic flashed on her face. She quickly restrained her expression, then turned around to look at this man, with an overly frightened smile on her face, and said, "How could I do such a thing?" This sentence, her voice is completely trembling. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his fingers kept shaking. She is a discerning person and can see that she has a problem. Nami, your state is very wrong. What's the matter? You are so panicked. You have never been like this on weekdays. Could it be, when the man in front of Nami said this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. His eyes gleamed and he said, "You are really doing something dangerous. For example, hiring people is not good for me." All I saw was a lilac-skinned saw-shark fish man, whose nose was like a sharp saw blade, which could easily pierce a big hole in a human. He is Arlong, the captain of the East Blue Arlong Pirates, the great villain who rules over 20 islands including Kokoyasi Village. The bounty is 20 million Bailey, and he is famous for his viciousness and extreme hatred of human beings. At the same time, he is also Nami's mother-killing enemy. No way, Lord Arlong. How could I do that kind of thing? Isn't that killing myself? Where do I have the guts? Hearing Arlong's words, Nami's face turned white with fright. Oh, don't have the guts. It's better to let us try. Arlong doesn't believe Nami's words at all. After all, Nami's expression is so abnormal that she clearly tells others that she has a problem. After that, Arlong ordered to the people behind him, "Come on, leave a few people here to patrol and observe the situation, and see if there is nothing abnormal on the sea. As for Nami, just go back with us and wait for news. Also, arrest the mayor of their Kokoyasi village and anyone related to Nami. Nami, you'd better pray that nothing unusual happens on the sea, otherwise, you will understand the consequences," Arlong said with a very cruel smile. After Nami heard it, she stopped in place as if struck by lightning. Her pretty face was extremely pale, and her fingers were constantly shaking. Chapter 248. You are very brave. What's the matter, Nami? You are so panicked. If you don't look like a ghost, I don't think anyone will believe it. When Arlong saw this, he suddenly showed a grim smile, and then said coldly, "Since you intend to harm me, then I have no choice but to apologize to you." He stretched out his palm and grabbed Nami's hair directly, and lifted him up. "Nami, pay for your wrong decision. Gia, your sister, the mayor of your village, and everyone related to you, will all die because of you later. Repent, blame yourself, go to hell and apologize to them because you killed them." After that, the serrated knife in Arlong's hand was about to cut off Nami's head. Don't hurt them, just punish me if you want to, please, don't hurt them." Nami struggled to raise her head, her face full of tears and weeping and pleading. Ha, don't hurt them. It's a pity, it's too late. Arlong grabbed Nami's neck, and the knife in his hand turned to pierce her heart. Feeling the coldness on her neck, Nami said in despair, "Is it the end here? Damn it, I'm really not reconciled. Die." Arlong drinks with pride. "You killed her, who am I going to ask for money? Wouldn't the reputation of our summer chamber of commerce be ruined by you like this? Can you afford it, Arlong?" At this moment, a lazy and even a bit mocking voice sounded, making Arlong turn his head to look, and shouted, "Who is it?" "Arlong, you are very courageous. You dare to touch the things of my summer chamber of commerce, and now you are planning to spoil our business. Who else can come here? Who can come to Kokuyashi village at this stall, except for Shajir-Ching, who is so lazy? Thunder Hunter, what do you want?" Seeing Shajir-Ching, Arlong's whole body suddenly tensed up. Shajir-Ching felt very dangerous to him. If possible, he didn't want to provoke Shajir-Ching. He said bitterly in his heart, "How come those guys on patrol haven't heard any news at all? Are they blind? Let's see how I will deal with you later. What do I think? Don't you have any points in your heart?" Hearing Arlong's words, Shajir-Ching smiled. "You attacked the merchant ship of our summer chamber of commerce 2 days ago. Why, don't you think that this matter can be left alone? Just some useless scraps and some lowly commoners. Does a person of your level want to trouble me because of such trivial matters?" Arlong said in a very arrogant tone, without the slightest feeling of admitting his mistake. "Useless scraps. A lowly commoner. He is really unrepentant." The moment Shajir-Ching's words fell, he appeared in front of Arlong, and the fire stopped on his neck. "Do you want to die, or compensate me for my losses? Asshole." Arlong was held to the neck with a knife was an unknown time ago. The long-standing life of domineering has long made him develop a domineering character of self-reliance, and he cannot stand the slightest threat. Now that Shajir-Ching used a knife to put a knife around his neck, he was instantly angry. "You're polite, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Then let me see what your strength is." Arlong stepped back suddenly, then threw Nami out, grabbed the serrated sword and slashed away. Chapter 249 Unhappy Retribution. Bang! Shajir-Ching easily blocked Arlong's knife with his knife, then he picked out his ear, and teased, with such a big breath, "Why is the strength so small? Is the kidney deficient? You bastard, stop being arrogant." Arlong immediately held the knife in both hands, his strength increased several times at once, and sparks flew out of his head. But Shajir-Ching didn't feel the slightest bit of difficulty, and even the one who was full of ridicule was about to speak. "Let you know how good I am." Arlong stopped Shajir-Ching from speaking, drew his knife and slashed down again, exuding a strong sharp aura, extremely manic. Bang! 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 Arlong's crazy knife slashes wildly, sparks fly, and it's amazing. Is this the power of Arlong? It's terrifying. Nami, who was watching the battle, was terrified, and every knife Arlong made could kill her. If it was her, she might not be able to catch it with a single knife, and it would be split in half. But Shajir-Ching didn't even move half a step, just moved with the long sword Vivi, and all of Arlong's attacks were blocked. It's like Arlong's violent attack, which can easily split boulders into pieces, is completely ignored by him. "Arlong, you dare to yell at me even with such a little strength, it seems that you have a lot of courage." Shajir-Ching suddenly stopped the blocking action, and Arlong hit the knife at the same time. But the result was completely different. The tall Arlong that I saw was actually shaken out a long distance, and even the big knife in his hand was thrown out. And Shajir-Ching came to Arlong like a stroll in the garden, stretched out her index finger in a catapult motion, and hit Arlong in the chest. PFF'd. Arlong's eyes suddenly bulged, his chest sunk in a big chunk, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Shajir-Ching dashed forward again, reaching in front of Arlong, sticking out his palm in Arlong's rapidly expanding pupils, grabbing his head, and pressing him into the ground. Wow! The ground exploded, and Arlong cried out in pain. The pit was dyed red with blood. Bastard! Arlong let out an unwilling roar, but Shajurching's palm was as powerful as he was, and he couldn't raise his head at all, so he could only let out an angry voice in vain. Boss! Seeing that Arlong was instantly defeated by Shajurching, Arlong's subordinates got the octopus fish Manhachi, the kissing fish Manajiu and others couldn't help being shocked. Immediately attack and head towards Shajurching to relieve the danger of Arlong. Thunder escape. Chidori flow. Shajurching reduced the power of the current infinitely. He was afraid that if it was a little stronger, Hachi and Ajiu would not be able to bear it and die. But even so, Hachi and Ajiu suddenly let out a scream, and then fell to the ground like this, losing their ability to move. Arlong, do you now choose death or compensation? Shajurching held the flaming fire sword and placed it on Arlong's neck. The cold sharpness made Arlong shiver. No one is not afraid of death. Arlong is even more afraid of death, the overlord of the evil side. But let Arlong apologize to Shajurching, a lowly human in his eyes, how could he be willing? But it was when Arlong was still struggling. Shajurching said again, "Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Someone bid 30 million Bailey to buy your head. It seems that you don't need to continue to live anymore." Chapter 250 You have today too, Arlong. Playful, playful. The dignified East Blue is like a toy in Shajurching's hands. His life is completely ignored by Shajurching. Is this the strength of Shichibukai? The gap is really too big. Such a powerful Arlong, he has no resistance at all in his hands, let him take life and death. This 30 million Bailey is really worth it. Looking at Arlong who was pinned to the ground at the moment, but had no ability to struggle at all, Nami couldn't help but slowly clenched her fists. Her face was full of happiness. She just wanted to say, Arlong, you've got today too, but it's really unpleasant. When he bullied others, he had thought about such a day. Miss Nami, then, what do you want to do with him? He is your captive now, you can do whatever you want with him. Shajurching looked up at Nami not far away and asked. Kill. Nami originally wanted to kill Arlong, but after thinking about it, killing him like this is too cheap for him. Let's leave it to Marine to judge his sins. After thinking for a while, Nami gave such an answer. He didn't kill him, but handed it over to Marine. It's a really good idea. For Nami's decision, Shajurching couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Letting go of hatred is not an easy thing. And after hearing Nami's decision, Arlong couldn't help letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart, feeling quite as if he had saved his life. Give it to Marine, then let Colonel fish him out. But, just when Arlong was thinking like that, Nami spoke again. However, I hope you can personally escort him and send him to Marine. First, don't trust Marine at this Kokoyashi village. Hearing this sentence, Arlong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No problem, wrap it on me, I'm sure Marine will thank me. Hearing Nami's request, Shajurching agreed immediately. Do me one more favor if you can, please. Nami looked at Shajurching with a firm look on her face and pleaded. Hearing this, Shajurching couldn't help frowning and said, Tell me, if you can help, I don't mind helping you. If you can't, then there's nothing you can do. Shajurching shrugged. He was very curious. What did Nami want to ask him for help? I want to report Colonel College Mouse for colluding with the pirates, oppressing the people, and doing the wrong thing. It's a heinous crime. Nami gritted her teeth bitterly. How could Kokoyashi village have suffered such a tragic life if it wasn't for the miserable relationship between Colonel Mouse and Arlong? If it weren't for the inaction of Colonel Mouse, how could his adoptive mother Belmere die under Arlong's hands? It is precisely because of the collusion between Colonel Mouse and Arlong, a vicious pirate like them, that this tragedy happened. Now that Arlong has been captured by Shajurching, why should the scourge of Colonel be left behind? Do you keep him and let him continue to harm Kokoyashi village? Hearing Nami's words, Shajurching nodded without thinking and said, No problem, I'll be happy to help you with this. However, doing this has a price, and I don't know if you can afford it. Hearing Shajur Ching's words, Nami's face immediately showed a hint of worry. A big man like Shajur Ching must pay a high price. But now, there is no way to quit, she secretly prepares herself mentally. As long as it's not too much, she can accept it all. Even if you sell yourself to Shajur Ching. Chapter 251 Arlong Pirates, all at once. You don't have to look so worried. The price I need you to pay is not too big, it just depends on how you choose. Seeing the resolute look on Nami's face, Shajur Ching couldn't help feeling issue. He said, I heard that you are very talented in sailing, so I would like to invite you to join us as our navigator. From now on, you will make nautical maps and routes for us, so that our Chamber of Commerce can conduct better trade. There is a saying that Shajur Ching did not say. If his identity is exposed in the future, he will be deprived of the title of Shichibukai and become a pirate. Then, she will become a navigator in the Shajur Ching pirates, formulate a reasonable route, and finally, completely conquer the sea. Am I really capable of being a navigator? When Nami, who is only 16 years old, can't help but look at herself with some doubts when she hears this, she is very unconfident. After all, now she can only draw some simple nautical charts and weather maps. How can she be competent for the position of navigator that Shajur Ching said? Haha, I haven't thought about it yet. It's okay, you can think about it slowly. When you think about it one day, you can come to me again. Of course, if you promise me, but you feel that your ability is insufficient, I can also take you to a place that specializes in learning sailing knowledge. Nami is an absolute genius in this field of sailing. Shajur Ching doesn't want to miss it, but she doesn't want to miss it. Yeah, seeing Shajur Ching talking so well, Nami nodded. Seeing this, Shajur Ching bounded Arlong, Aju and the others, and headed towards Arlong Park. In addition to the evil, the rest cannot be spared. When Shajur Ching arrived at Arlong Park, the people here were still carnival, so lively. And at the moment when they saw Sha Ziqing, they even showed grim smiles and said, someone has thrown themselves into the net, and since that's the case, then we're welcome. But the result can be imagined. To say such words in front of Shajur Ching, isn't that courting death? Together, they may not be able to beat Shajur Ching's finger. Before you say something like this next time, you should see who the target is. Otherwise, you will die without knowing how you died. After killing all the people in Arlong Park, Shajur Ching took them all away. Then, Shajur Ching called Marine Marshal Sengoku. This was one of the privileges he got when he became Shichibukai, and he could communicate directly with Marshal Marine. Mosamoshi, I'm Natsu the Thunder Hunter. Marshal Sengoku, I'm fine. After the call was connected, Shajur Ching said half-jokingly. I have something to say, this call is not for you to play. Sengoku in the mood to play with Shajur Ching, and he directly asked his intentions. It's not a big deal, just a letter from Kokoyashi village. Reporting the nearby colonel for colluding with the pirates, doing all kinds of evil for the evil village, seriously affected Marine's prestige. Marshal Sengoku, send someone to check, you don't want to see the negative news of Marine appearing on the sea soon. Especially this negative news is still in Garp Vice Admiral's hometown, East Blue. Shajur Ching knew very well that if he wanted to get the busy Sengoku to take care of a mere East Blue matter and take it seriously, he would need to use some special methods. Chapter 252 Are you going to know the law and break the law? Okay, I see, I will immediately notify the nearby Marine Branch Chief Smoker Pickett, so you are satisfied. Sengoku gave an answer that made Shajur Ching very satisfied. Okay, as expected of Mr. Sengoku, really efficient. However, the matter is not over. I have a few vicious pirates here that need to be handed over to you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that these pirates are the people who colluded with Colonel Mouse. And LT, P and GT. Originally, they should be killed now, but the whistleblower said that they must be punished by Marine, and they will spend the rest of their lives in the underwater prison to reflect on themselves forever. So, Marshal Sengoku, you shouldn't let this whistleblower down. Hearing Shajir Ching's words, Sengoku on the other end of the phone worm was silent for a while. Then, he said again, I know, then you can hand it over to Smoker and bring it back, and I will give you credit. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future, and don't live up to the rights given to you by the world government. After that, Sengoku hung up. It seems that the negotiation is successful, and I can also deal with others. Shajir Ching put away the phone bug, and then looted all the treasures of the Arlong pirates. Then, he walked towards Kokoyasi village. He hasn't received the 30 million reward yet, so he doesn't want to go away for nothing. Arlong pirates, you have today too. I didn't expect that you, who were high in the past, will now fall into the world. Nami looked at the Arlong pirates who had been swept away, and showed an extremely complicated expression. You guys have today too, Arlong, this is retribution. The head of Kokoyasi village, Ajien, also said with a happy expression on his face. The people around him were also full of hatred. Although they didn't sneer like Ajien and Nami, they definitely didn't have a good look on Arlong and the others. Marine is already on its way. Everyone, just imprison these people first, and when Marine arrives, their end will come. These treasures were plundered from you, and I still give them back. Shajir Ching's move naturally instantly won the approval of the villagers of Kokoyasi village. Buying people's hearts, sometimes it's that simple. However, Shajir Ching noticed. Among the crowd, a few people's expressions suddenly changed when they heard that he was going to hand Arlong to Marine. Then, it disappeared into the crowd, not knowing where to go. It seems that some mice are indispensable everywhere. Hee, it's no wonder that this guy has been able to run rampant here for so long, it seems that there is some truth to it. The corner of Shajir Ching's mouth moved, revealing a very interesting smile, and said in a low voice, if that's the case, let me see what kind of surprises these mice can give you. After Shajir Ching left a clone to preside over the situation, he released observation hockey and quietly followed behind those who were hidden in the crowd to see if their final destination was the same as he imagined. Marine Division 16. This is a branch of Marine set up in East Blue, in charge of the security affairs of more than 20 villages including Kokoyasi village. And the top manager of this Marine Division 16 is the notorious Colonel Mouse. Chapter 253 What are you doing? Hee, I didn't expect that a 16-year-old girl from a Kokoyasi village would have such a large fortune. Very good, they are mine from now on. A long and treacherous man with 2 long beards on his face, like a big mouse, twisted his beard and said sinisterly. Just 5 hours ago, Arlong told him that a girl named Nami in Kokoyasi village had a deposit of nearly 30 million baileys and hoped he could find it. Then, they both split. Such a fat pour, of course, the mouse is very happy to execute. After all, who can't live with money? Thinking of this, he immediately set off with someone. He didn't realize it at all, just a few minutes after he left, those few people who were hidden in the crowd in Kokoyasi village and called rats by Shajir Ching, rushed over with hurried faces. Then, when he got the mouse and went to Kokoyasi village, he suddenly showed a dead expression on his face. Going to Kokoyasi village at this time, isn't it self-defeating? Shajir Ching was waiting for him there. Can he come back now? These people have no heart at all. There was no way. They chased after him again, hoping that their own could catch up with Colonel Mouse and intercept him. But it's a pity that Shajir Ching, who has followed him all the way, will not let them do bad things. As a result, the mouse Shengxiao, just like to be caught in the net, came to Kokoyasi village. Why is that guy here again, and what does he want to do? Could it be that he is the one who came to take over Arlong's marine? Kokoyasi village couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the colonel who came here with arrogance. But they didn't make a sound for the time being, but looked at where is Colonel Mouse's destination. It doesn't matter if you look at it, it's startling. Xiao, destination on the mouse is exactly the direction of Nami's house. This time, the villagers suddenly fry the pot. After all, Arlong and his gang were being held underground in Nami's house. But just when they were about to complain, Shajar Ching, who followed Colonel Mouse, stopped them. Although I don't know what medicine is sold in Shajar Ching's gourd. However, since Arlong was taken care of by Shajar Ching, they also believe that Shajar Ching could take out Colonel Mouse. Mouse on Xiao, what are you doing here? When Nami saw the mouse going to the school, she immediately showed a full sense of disgust. I got the news that someone reported that you are hiding stolen money. Come here, search for me carefully, and make sure to search for the stolen money for me. The mouse on Xiao completely ignored the disgust on Nami's face. What is Nami's disgust, where treasure is important? But just as his men were about to dig, a voice suddenly sounded, stopping them. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, according to Marine's regulations, it is a serious violation of discipline to search the place where civilians live without any evidence. Why? Colonel Mouse intends to know the law and break the law, or bully the civilians and don't understand the law, or does not care whether the interests of the civilians are damaged or not, and does things that are my own. There is a bit of banter in the majesty of this voice. It sounds like a young man. Who dares to be presumptuous here? Hearing the voice suddenly coming from behind, Colonel Mouse immediately turned around to take a look. But he saw a young man with broken hair in a black robe, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a long knife with a fire pattern hanging around his waist. Shiren walked over. It was none other than Shajar Ching. Chapter 254. You just seek your own blessings. Seeing Shajar Ching, Mouse Shengxiao couldn't help shrinking his pupils. Naturally, he knew Shajar Ching. It's Shichibukai after all, one of the characters who needs his focus. Thunder Hunter, you don't stay in your own territory. What are you doing here? Is it possible, do you want to intervene in Marine's internal affairs? Leave now, I can pretend that I didn't find it, otherwise, you will regret it later. Marshal Sengoku will never allow any outsider to interfere with Marine's internal affairs. In the end, it is the old fritters and mice who are on Xiao. If it is someone else's words, they may really have concerns and choose to quit. But who is Shajar Ching? Can the mouse on Xiao threaten him? Non-existent. Interfering with Marine's internal affairs. No, I have never thought of this, so please don't put a hat on me. I just happened to be passing by here, and I saw someone doing something reckless, so Vivi's righteous words are nothing more than that. Besides, whether Shichibukai can do it or not, it doesn't matter if you go to a branch in a mere faction, but Marshal Sengoku has said it. Shajar Ching said with a playful look on his face. Then, before waiting for the mouse to get angry, he said again, however, since you are here, why don't you talk about the dirty things between you and Arlong? This matter should have an end. You should know that there are a lot of Marines in Marine who hate evil and cannot tolerate sand in their eyes. If you let them know what you and Arlong did, I'm afraid they will want to tear you to pieces. Tisk tisk tisk, you shouldn't want to die so miserably. Threat, Shajar Ching has done a lot of this kind of thing, he can be more skilled than the mouse. Hearing Shajar Ching's words, Colonel Mouse couldn't help but change his face instantly. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, me and Arlong. Hey, I'm a dignified Marine, what are you kidding me? How could I have anything to do with Arlong's vicious pirates? Stop slandering me here. Do you still want to be stubborn now? Oh, well, let's wait with us, and wait for the commission sent by your Marine to deal with this matter. What do you mean? What is meant by an imperial envoy from the Marine faction, could it be? Hearing Shajar Ching's words, Colonel Mouse suddenly had a bad guess. Yes, as you guessed, you Marines have already noticed what you have done, so the imperial envoy is already on his way, and it should be coming soon. Colonel Rat, just ask yourself for more blessings. I hope that when you enter the military prison, you can still be as stubborn as you are now. Oh, that's right, Shajurching suddenly got close to Colonel Mouse, and the corner of his mouth evoked a wicked arc, and said, "The Arlong pirates have been wiped out by me. They have all recruited, and I have reported them all to Marshal Sengoku. If you don't want to die so miserably, when the Imperial Envoy asks, you should be guilty and make merit." Hearing Shajurching's words, Colonel Mouse's face suddenly changed, pale and weak, and he almost stumbled to the ground. How could it be? How could Arlong say, "No way, it's absolutely impossible"? How could Arlong confess to me? Colonel Mouse roared at Shajurching. Didn't you just say that you have nothing to do with Arlong? Why do you admit it now? Shajurching looked at Colonel Mouse with a playful face, holding a phone bug in his hand. "I recorded all of your performance just now, and it's all evidence." Chapter 255 Come with me all. Bastard, you dare to lie to me and threaten me, Thunder Hunter, don't give me too much. The mouse Shengxiao roared, and after saying that, he was about to snatch the phone bug in Shajurching's hands. But the mouse can't even beat Arlong in these 2 times, let alone Shajurching who can hang Arlong. He was directly grabbed by Shajurching's neck and picked up, and then threw him heavily on the ground. Seeing this, the subordinates of Mouse Shengxiao immediately pointed their guns at Shajurching. Shajurching glanced at them and said, "If you don't want your mouse to die, don't move. You can't be held responsible in case of mishaps." Only then did all the Marines see that Shajurching was holding one, on the hand, which was aimed at the mouse Shengxiao's head. They didn't dare to move. If something happens to the mouse, their future will be over. The surrounding villagers clapped their hands and applauded when they saw this scene. They have been oppressed by mice innumerable over the years. When they were bullied, they had fantasized countless times, like Shajurching taught a mouse a good lesson. But unfortunately, they don't have that ability and can only accept reality and fate. And now, Shajurching helped them achieve it. Damn, Thunder Hunter, don't overdo it for me. If you do something to me, who is a member of the Marine branch, you'd better figure out the consequences for me. Mouse Shengxiao is still trying to threaten Shajurching. HMPH, that's all you need to do. You'd better enjoy your last little bit of freedom, because you're about to be judged. Shajurching grinned Isho, completely ignoring the threat of the mouse getting on the Xiao. What is the threat of Xiao on the mouse? Does he need to care? But I'm embarrassed. You want to take all the things that others have worked so hard to get. You really don't feel ashamed. Shajurching sneered, and let the mouse Shengxiao clench his fists, but he didn't dare to move, for fear of being shot in the head by Shajurching. And just like that, they deadlocked. But within 3 hours, the stalemate was broken. On the sea, a huge warship is driving. It's finally here. Seeing that warship, Shajurching suddenly showed a smile. And when the mouse got on Xiao, when he saw the people on the warship, he suddenly showed a look of grey defeat. White Hunter Smoker, why him? If there is anyone in this East Blue that you don't want to see on a mouse, it is undoubtedly the Smoker. This guy belongs to the existence of Shajurching who can't rub sand in his mouth. Let him deal with this matter. I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to be kind. What's more, in this Kokoyashi village, there are so many witnesses who have witnessed his crime, not to mention that Shajurching, who is in the way, is here. Colonel Mouse feels that the situation is too bad. After a while, the Smoker warship docked, and he came over majestically with 2 cigars in his mouth. Thunder Hunter, leave this guy to me. Smoker didn't show any kindness to Shajurching at all, so he took the mouse Colonel from Shajurching's hands. Then, he turned his face to the people present, including Nami and others, and said, "Are you witnesses? If that's the case, then come with me, Thunder Hunter, you too, come with me." Domineering, there is absolutely no room for rejection. Chapter 256 Are you really wronged? It's really domineering and doesn't give people a chance to refuse. Shajurching sighed with sincerity. Smoker gave Shajurching a cold look and said, "This is also your Shichibukai, obligation to cooperate with our Marine's work when necessary. Since you got here before us, you must know the situation better than us. If you don't go, what if you miss any clues? There's nothing wrong with Smoker's words. Okay, I work with you. What else can Shajir do? She can only cooperate, beautifully. An open square in Kokoyasi village. When Smoker and the others arrived, the place was surrounded by villagers from Kokoyasi village. They can't miss out on such a delightful event on the trial of mice. Colonel, talk about it. Why do you want to collude with Arlong? It is a disaster for the village, especially in this Kokoyasi village. Do you want to ruin our Marine's reputation? Tell you, if that's the case, I'll never let you go. Smoker came up. He asked as if you were already a sinner. Although Shajir really wanted to complain about his style of doing things, as soon as he came up, he carried out the interrogation work with the tone of the suspect as a sinner, which was a very incompetent performance. But there is no doubt that this set is quite suitable for a heinous person like Colonel Mouse. I didn't, I'm wronged, Colonel Smoker. Don't listen to their nonsense. How can you believe the words of someone like Thunderhunter? Colonel Mouse shouted injustice. You can't believe what he says, but you can believe what I say, and everyone in our Kokoyasi village can believe it. Colonel. At this time, Nami's incomparably cold voice suddenly came, which made people shudder violently. You. Colonel Mouse looked at Nami, showing a deep look of anger. You can think about the consequences before you speak. The guilt of slandering Marine is not something you can afford. Colonel made a threatening voice, trying to make Nami throw the rat's arms and not say those unfavorable words to him. Slander. What did you do in our Kokoyasi village, don't you know? Nami sneered when she heard the words, her face full of hatred. Then, he looked at Smoker again and said, Lord Marine, it doesn't matter if he doesn't speak, you can go to his branch to investigate. The money that he has colluded with Arlong for these years will not be transferred so quickly. If I remember correctly, I saw it when I was forced to draw a nautical chart for the Arlong pirates. After he made a deal with Arlong would record it with a bill. Go search now and you should get those very complete bills. Of course, it's not enough to just listen to our Kokoyasi village for his crimes. You can also go to other villages under his rule and ask to see if it's the same as what we said, he colluded with the Arlong pirates to be the evil one. Nami's words were taught to her by Shajir, because what she said is more credible. After all, she is one of the parties. Colonel Mouse, you say that you were wronged, it seems that your name is not true. Smoker looked at the sweaty Colonel and showed a mocking smile as well. Then, he winked at his subordinates, and 3 waves of people dispersed. Chapter 257 You are dead. A wave signaled Nami to lead the way to collect evidence. The other 2 waves went to sea, one team went to other villages, and the other team went to the branch to investigate the funding issue. Watching this scene, Colonel College Mouse slumped on the ground. These 3 waves of people, any one wave is enough for him to be sent to the underwater prison. If it was confirmed that he came together, he should have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Seeing this scene, as long as Smoker is not blind, he should know what the situation is. He immediately ordered the Colonial Mouse to be controlled, and then waited for his men to come back. Then, he looked at Shajir and asked, Thunderhunter, why is your dignified Shichibukai here? Don't tell me, you just happened to be passing by. Smoker can't believe this kind of nonsense. Our Summer Chamber of Commerce received a job offer from Kokoyasi village, so here I am. Shajir said calmly. Oh, that means, the Arlong pirates have been taken over by you. Hearing Smoker's words, Shajir smiled. Then, he stared at Smoker and said, then why don't you think you came here all of a sudden, but I reported this to you Marshal Sengoku. If you have nothing to do, I will leave, and I have no contact with this next thing. Shajir is about to leave after speaking, but Smoker will let Shajur-Ching leave like this. Impossible. Let's wait until this matter is completely over. Thunder Hunter, since we are witnesses, let's witness the end of this matter together. Well, Smoker said so. What else can Shajur-Ching do, but stay? Not long after, Marine, who went to the Arlong pirates to search, returned. Smoker glanced at them with a questioning look, and the latter nodded. Then, they handed over a bill, which Smoker took and flipped a page, all descriptions of a big gray deal. Colonel Mouse, how do you explain this? Smoker said with a very bad face. This is a fake account. This must be made by them to frame me. Yes, it must be like this. Colonel Mouse is still complaining, and then he is going to destroy the bill. But Shajur-Ching had already snatched the bill quickly and said, I'm still going to be tough and want to destroy the evidence. Do you think it's that simple? With such solid evidence, it would be a bit too pale to want to deny it. Smoker closed his eyes and waited. Another 5 hours have passed, and Colonel Mouse is on pins and needles. Marine, who went to the Rat campus branch, is back. And they brought back a bunch of boxes. Colonel Smoker found 50 large boxes in Colonel Mouse's room and branch, which contained various Baileys, treasures, non-marine military expenses, you see. The report behind Marine didn't say it, but the consequences are already obvious. To this, Smoker nodded, and then said, Colonel Mouse, this time, I don't want to listen to your excuse, let's wait for the last team to come back. But I can tell you right now that you're done. Hearing these words, the mouse Shengxiao immediately slumped on the ground. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he pointed at Nami and said, I report that this woman also has stolen money, and it's a huge sum of 30 million Bailey. If you want to arrest her too. Go. Chapter 258 Join Nami. Hearing this, Smoker immediately looked at Nami, who glanced at Smoker and said, Oh, how much money do you know so well? I remember, it seems that only me and Arlong know about this matter. How did you know? You also said that you didn't collude with Arlong. How could he tell you such an important thing? What's more, I stole the money from various pirate groups. When did it become your stolen money? Isn't it a normal thing for pirates to grab pirates? Nami said very confidently, and Smoker couldn't refute this. Another 3 hours later, the last wave of people came back, and they also brought back the various deeds of Xiao on the Mouse. Take it away and send it to the judiciary, Fa Island for a good trial. This matter will end here. Smoker got up and gave an order. He signaled his men to take the mouse away. When passing by Nami looked at Colonel Mouse and said, You once said that no matter how much you do bad things, you will never be punished. Now, how does it feel to be beaten in the face? Do you regret it? What a coincidence, Arlong felt that way before he fell. After speaking, Nami smiled, but tears came out of her eyes. Colonel Rat was arrested and the Arlong forces fell, which means that from now on, Kokoyasi village will never be bullied again. His adoptive mother, Belle Mere, was killed, and it was also avenged. Asshole. Colonel Mouse left only such a roar before being sent to the warship. Thunder Hunter, you can leave now. I hope to see you next time. The fate of Colonel Mouse will not be your fate. And LT, P and GT. Before leaving, Smoker said this to Smoker. Don't worry, his fate will never be mine. How could someone as good as me be like him? Shajur-Ching immediately responded. Even if I am caught one day, don't worry, the person in charge of escorting me will not be you. You have no qualifications to escort me now. You are very confident. I hope that will be the case then. Smoker is gone, left with the Arlong pirates and Colonel Mouse. Kokoyasi village let out a long cheer, and the fear and oppression that haunted them were finally eliminated. From then on, they can finally live without worrying about it every day. Many people were so excited that they burst into tears. Looking at this scene, if Shajur-Ching said that he had no emotion, it would be a lie. But it's just a feeling. His original mission was to help Nami kill Arlong. The reason why he also brought down Colonel Mouse was just a request to Nami. Successfully overthrowing Colonel Mouse, Nami can be said to have owed him a big favor. This kind of love, but it's not good. Therefore, just as Sha Ching was about to leave the port, Nami suddenly caught up and stopped him. Thunder Hunter, I agree to your request and become your navigator. Today's Nami wants to continue to protect Kokoyashi village and join Sha Ching. It will be a very good choice. Okay, will you come with me now, or will I send someone to pick you up in a few days? Sha Ching looked at Nami and asked. In a few days, I need a little time to prepare. Next, I will definitely work hard to improve myself and become a qualified navigator. Nami said very firmly. Chapter 259 Eye-Opening. Okay, then I'll wait. I'll send the banner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce in a few days, and from now on, this will be the site of my Summer Chamber of Commerce. After listening to Nami's words, Sha Ching also gave a welfare to Nami's peace of mind. With the blessing of summer business, Kokoyashi village will no longer be in danger. It's worth taking a trip in person. With such an excellent navigator as Nami, I can avoid many detours after the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Sha Ching was lying on the deck, thinking in her heart. However, I didn't notice that Ace went to sea a year later than in the original. No wonder the burning fruit was also stolen from Eugene the Tiger. In the original book, Ace's burning fruit was picked up by him on a desert island. But now, it was stolen from Eugene the Tyrant Tiger. Since you've come to East Blue, it's really a waste of time not to visit that place. Hey, in 2 years, someone is going to go to sea. The person in Sha Ching's mouth is the Straw Hat Luffy. Windmill Town. On this day, a ship with the Golden Sun flag on a black background approached here. And not far from this ship, a pirate ship with a black leopard head and skull flag is docked. Panic screams and the sound of artillery bombardment could be heard faintly on the island. Alula, who is this, so blind, the place where the 4 emperors' red-haired shanks once visited? Why are there still people who come here to loot blindly? Sha Ching got up from the deck, stretched, and then released observation haki to cover the entire island to see what was going on. Then, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and he disappeared in place in an instant. He saw something very interesting. I won't let you hurt Big Sister Makino, I'll blow you bastards away. Sha Ching had just entered Windmill Town when he heard a high-pitched shout. I saw Windmill Town, which has always been very peaceful on weekdays, but now it is in a panic, and a group of pirates are looting here. In front of the pirates, a boy with a straw hat about 14 or 15 years old is fighting to stop the ravages of the pirates. The high-pitched voice that Sha Ching heard was from this little boy. Rubber pistol. I saw the child's arm suddenly grow old, and then attacked away. There are constantly pirates being blasted out. And behind the straw hat boy, all the old and weak women and children on the island were there, looking at the straw hat boy with panic. Little devil, actually blocking our way of making money. I am really impatient, you really take yourself as a character. At this moment, a man with a tattoo on his right arm, long silver hair, and a machete on his back came over. The pirates who were besieging the boy the moment before saw the man, and immediately retreated away. Just like what kind of beast this man is, his face is full of panic. No matter who you are, I will never let you hurt everyone's lives in Windmill Town. The boy looked at the tattooed man solemnly, and shouted solemnly. He also felt a powerful oppression from this man, which was an aura he had never felt before. If you're not ashamed, then let me see how long you can last under me. The tattooed man didn't talk nonsense at all, he slashed with a knife, and his breath was violent and terrifying. Chapter 260 It's good to know to be afraid. Boom. The boy didn't dare to take the knife hard and dodge away. I saw that man, he actually tore the earth open with a knife. Then, before the boy could react again, the tattooed man suddenly punched out, knocking the boy into the air. Then, after a few steps, he grabbed the boy's neck and threw him to the ground. Wow! The boy immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a scream of pain. The villagers exclaimed, "Luffy, are you alright?" That's right, this Straw Hat Boy is the protagonist of One Piece, King of Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. To dare to fight against the deputy captain, I am really impatient. I thought he was a powerful devil fruit person, but it turned out to be only half a bucket of water. The pirates who were watching suddenly made a mocking sound, and then they rushed towards the villagers with a smile. You are not allowed to hurt the villagers, stop me. Seeing this scene, Luffy, who was thrown to the ground, immediately shouted to stop these pirates, but you're dying yourself now, and you still have no time to take care of others. Little devil, the end of meddling is death. After the tattooed man said that, he slashed Luffy's neck with a knife. Luffy. Seeing this scene, the villagers couldn't help shouting in horror, especially a woman with a turban and dark green hair was the most excited. But it's a pity, she can't protect herself now, she can't save Luffy at all. Bang! Just when the sword was about to cut off Luffy's head, someone helped him block the sword. Dare to move the island where the woman of the fourth emperor is located and hurt the heir chosen by the fourth emperor. I wonder how many heads you have to withstand the four emperors' wrath. A young man holding a sword said in such a leisurely manner. Who is it? Faced with the man who suddenly appeared in front of him and also stopped him, the tattooed man couldn't help drinking. Then he looked towards the young man, wanting to see where the divine was. But when he saw the young man's face clearly, he only felt as if someone had poured a basin of cold water from head to toe, and he felt cold all over. Shichibukai Thunder Hunter, why are you here? Before he could finish speaking, the young man, Shajar Ching, interrupted him. You can come here, why can't I come here? By the way, are you serious about robbing Windmill Town? Don't you know that this is the island where the women of the four emperors live? Do you think your own strength and wealth can withstand the wrath of the four emperors? Hearing Shajar Ching's words, the tattooed man couldn't help swallowing, and said in a daze, four emperors. How could this East Blue have anything to do with the four emperors? Which four emperors? Whitebeard, or Kaido, or red-haired Shanks? This tattooed man has absolutely no idea which four emperors this Windmill Town is related to. He has dominated East Blue for so long, but he has never heard anyone say that finding a place like Windmill Town has something to do with the four emperors. He even suspected that Shajar Ching was lying to him. Seeing this, Shajar Ching shook his head helplessly and said, You don't even know this, so you dare to rob this place. You are really a stunned young man. I'm really afraid that you won't know how to die then. You think this place is so rich, why didn't all the pirates in East Blue come here to loot? It's not because they know that they can't afford this Windmill Town. Chapter 261, Scared to Shrink All. He looked at the tattooed man with pity on his face, and said, If you don't want to die, tell your captains and leave here immediately, or wait for the red-haired Shanks to trouble you. What, red-haired Shanks? Hearing Shajar Ching's words, the tattooed man was so frightened that he took a few steps back. It's good to know that you're afraid, hurry up and leave with your people. Otherwise, you will all wait to be buried in the sea when the time comes. Shajar Ching cast a glance at the tattooed man, and then said again, And this kid, but the grandson of marine hero Garp, you dare to kill him, are you not afraid that Garp will beat you to death? What, Garp's grandson? Hearing Shajar Ching's words, the tattooed man couldn't help swallowing again. Provoking a redhead is already scary enough, and then provoking Garp, the tattooed man feels like he is really dead. The rest of the pirates are like eggplants that have been frosted. In stark contrast to the arrogance just now. Hurry up and notify the captain and retreat. The tattooed man pondered for a moment and then quickly gave the order to retreat. Then, this group of pirates who were arrogant just a moment ago fled away as fast as they wished to have two less legs. And the deputy captain, with the two of them, rushed to another place. Not long after, there was a sudden exclamation from another part of this windmill town. Then, I saw a tall man with one eye, hurriedly escaped from this windmill town. Oh! Seeing this scene, the villagers in Windmill Town couldn't help but burst into cheers, which can be said to be a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Shazher Ching, who was picking up Luffy, with grateful expressions on their faces. And the woman with the headscarf also thanked. Thank you for your help in time, otherwise, we may not escape today. It's just a little effort. I just wanted to come and see Luffy, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Shazher Ching waved his hand, then looked at the hooded woman, and said, Your Excellency Makino, can I ask for a glass of water? All the way, Shazher Ching is really thirsty. Yes, this hooded woman is the red-haired secret wife, the bartender in Windmill Town, and Makino who teaches ace etiquette. A legendary woman who looks ordinary but has a bunch of terrifying people behind her. Please. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, Makino couldn't help but froze for a moment, then made a welcoming gesture. Although I don't know why the dignified Shichibukai of the summer is here, he doesn't know what his purpose is. But after all, he saved everyone in Windmill Town. Before he showed any malice, he was a distinguished guest of Windmill Town. Sister Makino, I want to drink juice too. At this time, Luffy also shouted loudly. Okay, I'll get you your favorite orange juice. Makino replied with a smile. It can be said that Isho is alluring, and it is extremely heartwarming. Having such a virtuous wife is probably the dream of all men on the sea. Seeing this, Shazher Ching thought so in her heart. Having such a wife makes me feel at ease and peace of mind when I think about it. It was said to be asking for a glass of water, but of course Makino couldn't just give Shazher Ching a glass of water to drink. She prepared a very hearty meal for Shazher Ching. Chapter 262 Luffy's Ominous Foreboding. Then I'm welcome. Not to mention, Shazher Ching is really hungry. After 3 rounds of meals, you will be full of wine and food. Shazher Ching looked at Luffy and said, I saw Ace in the sea. Hearing this, Luffy immediately looked up at Shazher Ching and asked, How is he? Is he doing well? He's made a name for himself. Luffy, keep going. At this level, be careful that you won't be able to complete the agreement with Ace. Shazher Ching teased. Don't worry, I will definitely work harder in the future. I will definitely be able to catch up with Ace and fulfill the promise. Hearing this, Luffy suddenly said in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, well, then I will wait for your news. Next, you have to work hard. I will always pay attention to you. Hearing this, Luffy immediately showed a confident smile and said, then a word is settled. Okay, it's a deal. After speaking, Shazher Ching got up and said goodbye. This made Makino a little confused, and it also made the village head of Windmill Town a little confused. Dare Shazher Ching really just happened to pass by here? Even after Shazher Ching left here for so long, they were still a little unbelievable. Come around this windmill village for a while, and flicked Luffy along. Hey, Garp, after you know, it's estimated that the sea will be chasing after me. After all, Luffy can't wait to go to sea, and now he has made an agreement with him. I'm afraid he can't wait to go to sea now. Thinking about it, it seems that my current situation is still a little dangerous. Shazher Ching crossed Erlang's legs and thought so happily in her heart. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. Garp sneezed suddenly for no reason, and he said with some doubts, What's going on? Why does this old man have such a bad premonition? However, it seems that I haven't gone back to Windmill Village for a while. Ha ha ha, it's time to go back and see Luffy too, and give him a little love teaching by the way. Garp said with a big laugh. And this thought of his made Luffy of Windmill Village shudder violently. He has a bad feeling. Whenever there is such a hunch, it seems that his end is not very good. Could it be that Grandpa is coming back again? Luffy thought so uneasy in his heart. He began to worry about his future faintly. It's Ace, after all, the bounty has reached 100 million so quickly. Shazher Ching, who was about to arrive at Mock Town, held a newspaper in his hand and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. If he remembers correctly, Ace is only half a month away from getting the burning fruit. In half a month, the bounty has increased from 35 million to 100 million, which is simply going against the sky. Is it Roger's son, or is he talented? Shajir-Ching sighed like this, and then the ship approached the port of Mock Town. Natsu-sama, you are back. Anna actually appeared at the port to welcome Shajir-Ching. You're not in charge of things, why did you come here? Shajir-Ching jumped off the boat, appeared in front of Anna, and asked. Don't you know that Lord Naz is back, leave for a while, and come to greet you? Anna looked at Shajir-Ching resentfully, with a look of Shajir-Ching puzzled. Chapter 263 Do You Miss Me? Here, a present for you. Seeing Anna's appearance, Shajir-Ching suddenly took out a small box from her chest and handed it to Anna. Give it to me. Taking this small box from Shajir-Ching, Anna said with a face full of surprise. Of course, I bought it for you. Shajir-Ching, Isho, immediately made Anna smile, and even blushed, and said, Is it really for me? Of course. Shajir-Ching glanced at him angrily, and then said, As a powerful assistant like you, how dare I treat you badly? After that, he walked away. Is it just a great assistant? Hearing these words, the joy on Anna's face suddenly turned into loneliness. No, it will definitely not be just an assistant, I will definitely go further and achieve the ultimate goal. Anna said with such a firm expression that he believed that as long as he was good enough, there was nothing she couldn't do. For the next month, the Summer Chamber of Commerce was quiet and nothing happened. Shajir-Ching is also calmly strengthening his strength, and he has not done anything. The sea, this period of time can be described as quite calm. Except for one who has made a name for himself to Fire Fist Ace, other than that, nothing has happened. The writing wheel eye system, the progress has reached 97%, and it is finally time to wake up. Shajir-Ching got up and walked out of Mock Town. It's time to see Hancock. She hasn't seen her for so long. She shouldn't be angry, Shajir-Ching thought. Then, he set off. He didn't realize that just behind him, Anna looked at Shajir-Ching who was leaving with a complicated expression, her face full of gloom. Where is he going? Anna clenched her fists secretly. Shajir-Ching went out this time, not to carry out the normal mission. She definitely knows if she's on a mission. Could it be that he went to see the wild woman he was outside? An idea suddenly popped into Anna's head. As soon as she thought of this, she wanted to chase out, but she stopped immediately. If she left, what would happen to the Summer Chamber of Commerce? Damn. Anna couldn't help stomping her feet fiercely, and then she could only watch Shajir-Ching go away on the sea. Windless Belt, Amazon Lily. Hancock, long time no see. Looking at Shajir-Ching who suddenly appeared in front of him with a smile on his face, Hancock suddenly changed from a proud queen to a gentle little woman. Natsu, you finally came to see the concubine is so happy. Seeing Shajir-Ching coming, Hancock's face was full of joy, and his face instantly blushed, just like a little girl. I miss you, miss me. Shajir-Ching suddenly approached Hancock and said softly. No. Hancock suddenly had smoke on his head, blushed all of a sudden, and fell directly into Shajir-Ching's arms. Mosquito said, I think about you every day, and it's you who dreams of you. An LT, P and GT. Hearing these words, Shajir-Ching couldn't help but immediately hugged Hancock and whispered in her ear, Since you miss me so much, I will accompany you this time, okay? After hearing this, Hancock nodded his head happily, okay, my concubine is so happy. Seeing this, Shajir-Ching immediately picked up Hancock, stepped on it, and disappeared in place. Chapter 264 Unacceptable. Lord Natsu is finally here, and the Empress finally doesn't have to sigh every day. That's great, the Empress can finally see a smile on her face. Mary Go looked at this scene and said with heartfelt joy. The happy time is always so short. In a blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. My concubine is so happy. But my concubine is so sad. Seeing Shazher Ching, who was about to leave again, Hancock wept with tears in his eyes. Hancock, give me a little more time. When I develop the Summer Chamber of Commerce even stronger, then I can accompany you every day. Shazher Ching now has enough strength to protect Hancock, and the rest is only a matter of time. When the Summer Chamber of Commerce develops, he can move the entire Amazon Lily, or move the headquarters of the Summer Chamber of Commerce to the Windless Belt and merge with Amazon Lily. At that time, he can accompany Hancock every day. Well, I'm waiting for you. No matter how long, the concubine will be waiting for you. Hancock nodded obediently after hearing this. Then I'm leaving. You have to take good care. Call me if you miss me, and I'll come to see you when I have time. Shazher Ching kissed Hancock's forehead, and then boarded the ship and left Amazon. On the windless sea. The wheel writing system is still 1% away, and it's finally time to reopen it. 10 days have passed, and the upgrade progress of his Sherinian system has also reached 99%. Just the last bit. Shazher Ching is now waiting silently, waiting for the Sherinian system to wake up again. Sailing days, of course, will not be boring, because he and Hancock are on the phone. It's just that his love with Hancock was quickly interrupted. Giala, little devil, where else do you want to escape? The things our big pirates have set their sights on, no one has ever been able to escape. Just when Shazher Ching had just embarked on the great route, not far from his ship, there was such a sharp crow-like laughter. I saw a man with a long tongue, a wreath and a cane in his hand, dressed in colorful clothes, chasing a giant with an incomparably huge body. If this is the case, Shazher Ching will not see it. After all, it has nothing to do with you when someone arrests someone. But, things are often not so good. Just as Shazher Ching was about to turn, his ship's port side suffered a heavy blow, and Shazher Ching's face suddenly darkened. Before he could speak, 2 more hard particles with a fruity scent slammed into his ship. Immediately, he slammed his ship into 2 big holes again. Parasparrow, don't give me too much. Shazher Ching's good mood for the day was gone in an instant. He shouted at the tall and thin man wearing colorful clothes and licking his tongue. That's right, the man in all kinds of strange clothes is the candy minister of the Big pirates, the eldest son of Big Parasparrow. The big pirate with a bounty of 700 million Bailey in the original book. It was not until after hearing the roar of Shazher Ching that Parasparrow noticed Shazher Ching. When he saw Shazher Ching, he couldn't help be thinking in his heart, this is not a guy to mess with. But it's just not easy to mess with. Parasparrow said in his heart, if you dare to interfere with my mission and let the little devil run away, even if you are Whitebeard's partner, it will be useless. So, he looked at Shazher Ching and said in a reprimanding tone, why does Thunderhunter want to hinder me from performing my mission? Chapter 265. Let me see what you can do. You destroyed my boat for no reason, don't you have anything to say? Hearing what Parasparrow said, Shazher Ching's face suddenly became even more gloomy. What do I need to say to you, Thunderhunter? Parasparrow asked with a provocative rhetoric when he heard the words. As one of the members of the 4 Emperor Pirates, is it possible for him to give others an explanation? Don't tell me, just stay here today, Parasparrow. Hearing these words, Shazher Ching immediately pulled out the fire sword from his waist and rushed to Parasparrow. Since you won't make it easier for me, Parasparrow, I won't make it easier for you either. Looking at Parasparrow, who was close at hand, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he said to the little devil Ozjr behind him, escape now, I'll stop this guy for you. If you don't know where to go, you might as well go to Whitebeard, where you are welcome. Okay, thank you. When the little devil Oz Jr. heard Shazher Ching's words, he immediately responded, and then he started his huge ship and fled. Thunderhunter, you are playing with fire. Seeing this scene, Sparrow's eyes suddenly became dangerous. HMPH, playing with fire. So what? I'm going to play with fire today. Hearing this, Ching grinned and sneered, of course, if you don't agree, use your strength to subdue me. Natsumi-young frantically provoked Sparrow, who immediately responded, then let me see, what ability do you have, do you really think you are so amazing? Sugar solution fix. He waved his hand and blasted out a thick fruity sugar liquid, and he was about to wrap Natsumi-young in it. Thorn. When Ching drew his sword, it was torn apart by several bright lights, and then, thunder and lightning raged all over his body, 1,000 birds. The terrifying thunderbolt smashed the sugar liquid that came together again. Candy Rain Needle. Facing this violent thunder and lightning, Sparrow stepped back suddenly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a piece of sugar liquid appeared in front of him and turned into a long sharp needle. Each one has the thickness of a finger, wrapping armament hockey, and bursting at Ching with an extremely hard breath. He wanted to use this skill to force Ching out. However, he may have underestimated Ching too much. In the face of the terrifying long needle that burst out, he whispered, lightning armor. All the long needles that flew over hit the lightning armor without any effect, and all fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Sparrow couldn't help being taken aback. He didn't dare to show any negligence. He immediately mobilized all his strength and shouted, Candy Iron Maiden. He can't let Shamuyang come close. He is very aware of Ching's close combat strength. He himself is a remote-controlled existence. If he can fight in close quarters, he will not fight in close quarters. I saw a huge candy woman sculpture, covered with hockey, and fell with a heavy momentum. Covering a range of more than 100 meters around, the speed is extremely fast, and the air is collapsed. If you don't give Ching a chance to react at all, you will engulf Shamuyang. Seeing this scene, Shamuyang immediately flashed back. Seeing this scene, a terrifying light flashed in Sparrow's eyes, and said, waves of sugar liquid. Chapter 266 What a disappointment. I saw a piece of sugar liquid like a storm, wrapped around it, completely wrapping Ching in the middle. Coupled with the candy virgin on top of her head, Ching had no chance to escape, and was directly enveloped in it. Die. Seeing this scene, Sparrow's face suddenly flashed fierce anger, and he wrapped the whole candy virgin with sugar liquid. Then, he opened his hand and shook it, and there was a cruel penetrating sound and a terrifying heat inside the Candy Iron Maiden. Purro, the Iron Maiden in candy will release super high temperature to suffocate people at the moment when the target is enveloped. Of course, what is really deadly is the countless spikes that can turn people into a sieve in an instant. It is said that your Thunder Hunter is extremely powerful, and now it seems that it is nothing more than that. HMPH, if you dare to provoke me, I'll let you know what the hell is out there. Don't think I'm an idiot like Jack. But now it's useless to tell you these things. I think you've been beaten up and you're almost dead. Feeling that there was no sound in the Candy Iron Maiden, Sparrow immediately dissipated this posture, wanting to see Ching's tragic situation. But, just as he dispersed the Candy Iron Maiden and saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but screamed bad. Inside the Candy Iron Maiden, it turned out to be empty, only a piece of broken wood. And at this time, a sharp breath came from behind him, and he couldn't help being surprised. He didn't think about it, and immediately shouted, Candy Shield. He created a candy shield behind him to resist, and then he wanted to evacuate. One-shot flow, Lebo. But obviously, Ching, who appeared behind him, did not want Sparrow to withdraw. PFF'd. With a sharp knife, the candy armor was torn apart without any obstruction. Sparrow couldn't help being horrified. This armor was harder than steel, yet it was torn apart so easily. Ching's strength was truly terrifying. Then, he felt a sense of incomparable pain hit. Ching ruthlessly ripped a huge hole in Sparrow's body with this knife. PFF'd. The cold light fell, blood splattered, and Perospero couldn't help screaming. This severe pain made him almost lose his ability to think. Baikumum's eldest son, his strength turned out to be nothing more than that. You really brought glory to the Bigumum pirates. As the eldest son, you were seriously injured by the Thunder Hunter. Tisk tisk tisk, I want to hear this news, it will spread to the whole sea immediately tomorrow. Shajurching wrapped armament hockey on his sword, pointed at Perospero, and said contemptuously. Perospero's strength is weaker than he imagined. I heard your domineering tone just now, I thought you were strong. In the end, I just started to exert my strength, but you lost, just like the soft-footed shrimp, it's really disappointing. Shajurching perfectly interprets what is called professional ridicule. But it wasn't over yet, he continued. After running away from the prey, it must be difficult for you to go back. As a big brother, it is really sad that you can't even enter the 4 generals. Hearing Shajurching's words, Perospero was instantly angry. Chapter 267 Incompetent Idiot. Asshole. He roared and wanted to launch his ability to attack Shajurching. But before he could act, a terrifying electric current appeared all over Shajurching, shrouding Perospero in a manic thunder and lightning, making him lose the power to resist. You don't be proud you're going to die today. Seeing Perospero suddenly seemed to have thought of something, showing a smug smile. His voice was incomparably small, but Shajurching couldn't help but look behind him as if thinking of something. Just as he turned around, a long stick of glutinous fragrant rushed towards him. Hey! Shajurching immediately used shaving dodge to escape, and after losing the target of Shajurching, the glutinous ball stuck to Perospero and rescued him. The next moment, Shajurching appeared on the other side of the ship, and couldn't help but look at the person who attacked him. The Hunter of Thunder, obstructing our Bigumam pirates from doing business, and wounding our Shakuro family members, do you want to die? The man standing on the bow with sharp and cold eyes, holding a trident, said in a deep voice. I saw that this was a tall man with short amaranth hair and slender legs. He has a skull tattoo on his left arm, a white scarf like a flower, black jeans, a white knee pad on his left knee, and a pair of black spiked boots. Katakori, I didn't expect you to come out in person. Shajurching looked at Katakori with a very solemn expression and said. That's right, the person who attacked Shajurching and rescued Perospero was the head of the 3 generals, the second in command of the Bigumam pirates, known as Katakori of Ka-ur, and the sea with a bounty of 912 million bells. Thief. It's troublesome now, this kind of opponent is not easy to deal with. Shajurching looked at his broken ship, and then looked at the ship under his feet, and his heart suddenly became extremely heavy. And just when Shajurching was thinking like this, Katakori's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he directly attacked Shajurching. His observation haki saw the future and saw the escape of Shajurching. But can he let Shajurching escape? Impossible. Afraid that Shajurching would escape, their Bigumam pirates would be a real shame. He took a heavy step and disappeared in a swish, and then appeared in front of Shajurching. The long legs turned into glutinous balls, became longer and larger, and covered with armament, they kicked through the air and came out. The speed was so fast that Shajurching couldn't even react. Bang! Shajurching waved his sword to fight, and at the moment when the pair met, the deck under his feet cracked and was knocked back. To actually fight with Katakori-sama, I'm really courting death, I think I have a long life. The mere Hunter of Thunder, dare to fight against Katakori-sama, he is also worthy. I don't even think about my own strength. I really don't know who is innocent. HMPH, he's dying anyway, why bother with a dead person, and dare to hurt Lord Perospero, Lord Katakori will never let him go. The people around looked at this scene and sneered disdainfully. Just as they were talking, Shajurching was repelled by Katakori by more than 10 meters, and he was completely at a disadvantage. Chapter 268 Kaleidoscope, Wake Up. Bang! 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 As the sparks splashed, Shajurching only felt more and more struggling. He knew that it would not go on like this, so he quickly entered the lightning strike armor mode. Boom! But he had just entered the lightning strike armor mode when he received a heavy punch in the chest, and Katakori said in a low voice, "Jiao Nuo Tuan." I saw Katakori's hand turned into a stick-shaped glutinous ball, wrapped around armament hockey, and spun very fast. It actually dented Shajirqing's lightning armor with a single blow. Wow! Shajirqing spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a sandbag. Famous chestnut rice cake. Katakori approached again, his arms turned into rice cakes, wrapped around the mighty armament hockey. Then, the bar-shaped rice cake arm accelerated instantly, bombarded away in all directions indiscriminately, and possessed the terrifying power to completely shatter the earth. And under the precise manipulation of Katakori, they all gathered around Shajirqing and struck away. Puff puff. The power on this fist is simply indescribable. Shamuyang looked at the lightning strike armor that he was proud of. At this moment, it was torn apart like a fragile piece of paper. Lightning strike armor was originally just an augmentation skill, with some defensive functions attached. Now that he was torn apart, Shajirqing, who had no booster, could hardly get a chance to breathe under Katakori's torrential rain attack. He instantly realized what a stormy blow. Puff puff. Shajirqing felt that his chest fell into pain in an instant, and then, there was no feeling at all. His chest sank all of a sudden, and the pain was numb. He didn't even have time to cover armament, and even before he could seal it, he was crushed all the way into the cabin, vomiting blood. His consciousness was instantly blurred. Damn, are you going to stop here? Shajirqing is not Luffy, she has no blood and blood, she can stand up even after being beaten infinitely. Shajirqing's consciousness became more and more blurred, and he roared in his heart, "Bastard, if the writing wheel eye system is here at this time, and my kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is there, how can the situation be like this?" Just when he was just thinking about this, a long-lost voice suddenly came from his head, "Ding. The upgrade and repair of the Sharingan system has been successful, whether to start using it." Hearing this voice, Shajirqing, who was already unconscious at first, was instantly overjoyed, as if his body had been injected with endless power, and shouted, "Susanoo!" In an instant, an evil and icy force erupted, and Perospero's ship sank a lot. A purple energy giant of more than 20 meters appeared in front of Katakori, holding a shield in one hand, and actually resisted Katakori's attack. But Shajirqing clearly saw that Susanoo's body was slowly cracking, and he couldn't resist Katakori's terrifying attack. As expected of Katakori, it's amazing. Shamuyang sighed in his heart. In the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye state, Katakori's force value, he can see clearly, has reached a terrifying 458. It's already so terrifying now, how strong was he when he fought against Luffy in the original book? Shamuyang did not dare to neglect, and immediately turned the wheel-shaking eye, Akina. He boosted it with all his strength. In an instant, this warrior like Susanoo exuded a hard aura. Chapter 269 Susanoo is tough. 8 arms Shira. Lightning armor. Shajirqing shouted, and Susanoo's body was wrapped in a layer of lightning armor. At this time, Shajirqing looked really majestic. Is this the trick to defeat Jack? Sure enough, but... Katakori looked at the incomparably tall Susanoo and rushed over with a gun, saying, "In the future I see, you will lose to me." Bird rice cake. Katakori saw a rope-like rice cake emerge from his body, and rushed towards Susanoo. Chindori Ryu. Shajirqing shouted, and the current of up to 100 million volts violently attacked. Shish. But in the face of such a violent current, Katakori's body is like Logia's elementalization, and it can't hurt him at all. The rope-like rice cake is also extremely flexible, and the current can't stop its going at all. Illusion. Gold binding. Seeing this scene, Shajirqing suddenly glared angrily and shouted. Shoo! A wave visible to the naked eye enveloped Katakori, but Shajirqing did not dare to relax his vigilance. Observation haki of this guy Katakuri is really incomparable. If he foresees the future, he may know what effect this move will have, so that he may unlock the illusion the moment he is hit. But this trick, the effect is still there. At least the rope-like rice cake that flew in, suddenly seemed to have disappeared, and fell to the ground softly, without any attack power. Famous chestnut rice cake. Katakuri didn't even have the slightest sign of being hit, so he launched this storm-like attack on Shajirching again and again. The air was directly blasted. However, if Shajirching looked closely, he would find that Katakuri's palm was punctured and was bleeding. Obviously, he solved the illusion instantly by relying on pain. Armed. Seeing this scene, Shajirching would not be shy. The 8-armed Shira-wrapped armament haki, violently punched out, and fought away. I didn't write wheel eyes before, he just couldn't do it. Now, humph, it's not certain who will kill the deer. Now that his force value is as high as 391, he is worse than Katakuri under the increase of Susano and Agena. Even if it's bad, maybe you can improve your haki cultivation level during the battle with Katakuri. Katakuri tricolor haki are all powerful and make a great sharpening stone. Bang! 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 The confrontation between the two suddenly produced a terrifying wave. The originally very calm sea turned violent waves, and a wolf head was more than 10 meters high and tens of meters high. Even the Katakuri ship was swayed by the waves, and it felt like it would be engulfed. The people on that ship were worried, and quickly started the ship, and then exited. Boom boom boom. It was so fast that the two hands fought each other, almost to the point where the arms of the two of them completely became an afterimage, tearing the air and making a loud noise. From time to time, there are sparks sputtering and lightning blasting, which is completely unapproachable by ordinary people. The violent aftermath made the surrounding air distorted and became heavier, and the waves in the 4 directions of the sea were rolling. Under Shajirching's feet, sawdust exploded constantly, flying everywhere. Chapter 270 Conqueror Confrontation. To be able to have such a terrifying collision with Katakuri-sama. Just kidding, why did this guy suddenly become so strong as if he had been beaten by chicken blood? Is this the strength of the Thunder Hunter? This is too strong. Katakuri's subordinates looked at this scene and couldn't help but say in disbelief. In their opinion, Shajirching should be suppressed by Katakuri soon. After all, Katakuri is much stronger than Jack. But the scene that is happening in front of them is telling them all the time that what they think is impossible is happening right in front of them. Just when they thought so. Seeing Katakuri's eyes suddenly lit up, and then glared at the same time as Shajirching opposite him, releasing a domineering, majestic, icy power. Om. Conqueror vs Conqueror. The entire sky instantly changed color, and the ships under their feet even exploded, and the collision of breaths was extremely violent and shocking. Conqueror. How is it possible to be on a par with Katakuri-sama on Conqueror? Seeing this scene, those Katakuri's subordinates were shocked. Are you surprised? Seeing this scene, Shajirching smiled, and then said softly, what surprises you even more is yet to come. Overlord. Mental shock. Shajirching glared again, and Akina shot out, and a more domineering force descended like a crushing force, which instantly overwhelmed Katakuri's Conqueror. Hi. This time, even Katakuri didn't even think about it, and saw his Conqueror being captured by a force of force. Then, a gigantic force rushed into his brain, causing him to be in a trance. Seeing this scene, how could Shajirching miss such a good opportunity, and immediately attacked with all his strength. Yi Daolu Profound Truth destroyed. PFF'd. Susano slashed and tore Katakuri in half. Not only that, the ship under his feet was also split open, and the raging waves that were raging were torn apart in an instant. Not only that, but the ship of Perospero and the others was cut off in an instant, causing the ship to fall in a certain direction. A long crack appeared in the sky, and it rolled over. Lord Katakuri. But now these people don't care about that. Seeing Katakuri being split in half by Natsumi Yang's blow, they can't help but cry out in shock. Flowing glutinous balls. But Katakori's voice came immediately. The deck under Shajirching's feet suddenly turned into a flowing glutinous mass, which swallowed Susanoo's lower body and restricted his movements. Ability awakens. Shajirching had seen this kind of thing once in Doflamingo. But to predict such a thing in the future, although Shajirching had already made psychological preparations, he still felt scalp tingling when he actually faced it. With such a strong blow, he didn't hurt Katakori at all. Katakori appeared in front of Shajirching unscathed, and then waved, "Weeping rain." The thick glutinous ball that I saw was spent, and then, it turned into an incomparably fierce attack and slammed into Susanoo. Chapter 271 See the Future. 8 Knife Flow. Libo. In the face of the glutinous balls coming from all directions, Shajirching shouted, and a long knife appeared on Susanoo's 8 arms. Then, he swiped out a fierce sword wave. Whether this sword wave is speed, strength, or sharpness, it is first class. Even if a mountain is in front of Shajirching, he can also split it. Such a terrifying attack collided with this glutinous ball. Logically speaking, such a terrifying sword wave should be able to tear this glutinous ball apart effortlessly. But, PFF'd. Without causing too much movement, the sword wave was blocked by the glutinous ball, and then it exploded with a bang, shaking the world. And Katakori had gotten close to Susanoo's shoulder, and stabbed Shajirching with a shot, stabbed with sticky balls. Seeing that the spear in his hand was immediately wrapped in glutinous balls, and then, it turned extremely fast, exuding an incomparably penetrating power, making Shajirching dodge quickly. "You can't dodge." Katakori shouted like this, and he moved the attacking position of the gunhead while stabbing at high speed, avoiding Natsumi Yang's block. Then, he stabbed Susanoo's body fiercely. Crack. Hearing a cracking sound, Susanoo's chest split open. As if being hit by a galloping mountain, he stepped back a few steps and sank the ship a lot. "Thunder Hunter, next, you will completely lose to me," Katakori said coldly, then waved his arm and said, "Muso Donut." In the void that I saw, a huge donut suddenly appeared. In an instant, an incomparably powerful aura locked onto Shajirching, which made him feel a sense of horror as his hair exploded. One-shot flow. Profound meaning. In this regard, Shajirching did not dare to neglect, and slashed out with all his strength, exterminate. Fantastic rice cake. Katakori said in a low voice. A square glutinous ball blasted out at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, rushing towards Shajirching's long knife. "You won't hit my attack." Katakori's eyes lit up again and said confidently. Then, the horn-shaped glutinous ball that I saw directly brushed the knife and hit Susanoo's chest hard. Katakori had already predicted the trajectory, power, and even the angle of this sword in advance. He used the glutinous body he made, together with the ship that had been glutinous, into a soft glutinous fluid to buffer against this blow. PFF'd. The power of this punch was so strong that Shajirching was directly shocked by a mouthful of blood, and Susanoo almost dimmed a lot in an instant. Shajirching's eyes couldn't help but blood flowed out, and his vision began to blur. Ah! Shajirching couldn't help covering his eyes and exhaling in pain after the change in Sharingan. The Peerless Donuts. Seeing this, Katakori immediately waved his arms and said, "The strange power rice cake. Just saw that lightning-like attack just now, blasted out again. Block me." In the face of this blow, Shajirching's whole body was tense, so he manipulated Susanoo and swung the thunder and punishment of heaven and earth to confront him. "You can't stop it," Katakori said confidently like a repeater. Then, as he said, Shajirching's blow with all his energy was about to collide with Katakori's attack. Chapter 272 Shajirching is desperate. However, Katakori just got out of the way. His punch folded and rebounded at an extreme speed in the air, and he attacked Susanoo again heavily, and the air exploded directly. PFF'd. Shajirching spat out a mouthful of blood again, and Susanang was almost forced to retreat nearly a dozen meters, and the whole sea was shaking violently. Wu Shuang donuts. Weird rice cakes. Katakuri blasts out again like an icy killing machine. Damn. In the face of the fast long punch coming from another heavy blow, Shajirqing pushed the kaleidoscope to the limit, and 8 arms blasted out at the same time, covering the 1,000-bird stream lightning and spreading the attack away. He couldn't believe it. He wouldn't even be able to resist a blow from his Katakuri. This time, your attack is this way. But in the face of all-round fists from Shajirqing's bombardment, and the current that came from covering it, Katakuri said so indifferently. Then, his body turned into a glutinous ball, and was riddled with holes by lightning, but nothing happened. It's like he has seen through the attack route of Natsumi Young, and has already calculated the countermeasures. Boom boom boom. I saw his blasted arm folded countless times in the air in an instant, perfectly avoiding all the attack gaps of Susanoo. Then, like a spring erupting, it was wrapped in supreme power, and it smashed Susanoo's chest directly into a huge pothole. PFF'd. Shajirqing spat out a mouthful of blood again, and Susanoo was almost blown down. Then, Katakuri waved his hand, and a piece of glutinous ball was wrapped away, squeezed, and continued to spread to the whole body, to completely crush Shajirqing. Damn. Among all Shajirqing's opponents, there is no one who can make him feel like Katakuri is not an opponent at all. You know, his current combat power is similar to that of Katakuri. But when he really fought, he was beaten by Katakuri. Paropolo, Hunter of Thunder, let's just stay here this time. How dare you provoke Katakuri? I really don't know how high the sky is. Looking at the embarrassed Shajirqing, Perospero showed a mocking smile. Katakuri's observation haki is so powerful that even Bigumum is horrified, let alone a Thunder Hunter. Come on, Katakuri-sama. Thunder Hunter, go to hell. Ha ha ha, how dare you fight against Katakuri-sama, I really don't know how high the sky is. Standing on the candy monster created by Perospero, Katakuri's subordinates echoed it. Thunder Hunter, it's over here. Katakuri looked at Susanoo, who had already covered most of his body, and said this. Then, he waved his arm and said, you are the first person who can let me use this trick besides the other 4 emperors. After speaking, he waved his arm again, Wu Shuang donut. 9-headed rice cake. In an instant, 9 huge donuts appeared, and Shajirqing instantly felt a sense of panic like falling into an ice cellar. Damn, are you going to lose to Katakuri? If only I could see through the future, or see the flaws in all the tricks. Shajirqing truly felt the terror and oppression that Katakuri brought him. Simply hopeless. Chapter 273 Writing Wheel Eye System, Wake Up. It's over. Perospero and the others said with a grim look on their faces. Seeing this scene, Shajirqing immediately clenched his fists and roared in his heart. How could it end here? Shiranyan, system, give me strength, I want to be able to defeat Katakuri's strength. And LT, P and GT. Ding, the host's strong emotional fluctuations have been detected, and the experience effect of the right eye ability, ANA, has been activated. Shajirqing felt that the world in front of him suddenly changed completely. Katakuri bombarded at that moment, in his sight at the moment, turned into pictures that stopped one by one, and were divided into fragments of various moves. He can clearly see the weakness of every trick fragment. The sky does not die, so do I. Seeing this scene, Shajirqing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then, he directly supported Susanoo again. The 8-armed Shira came out at the same time, and Ajina blessed it, and the power and speed exploded. In the eyes of Shajirqing, the world is infinitely slow, but it is not like this in the eyes of others. Seeing Shajirqing attacked again, although Katakuri was surprised, he didn't think it was possible for Shajirqing to turn defeat into victory again. Katakuri is like this, and the sun and the moon are even brighter. I still plan to fight stubbornly, I really don't know what to do. Perospero looked at Shajirqing, showing a strong sense of ridicule. That's it. The people behind him immediately echoed their voices with contempt on their faces. No. But at this moment, Katakori's voice suddenly came, and he looked at Shajirching with a dignified expression, his brows furrowed together. What's the matter? Looking at this scene, Perospero and the others couldn't help but be a little stunned and didn't know what happened, but the next moment, they understood. I saw Shajirching, who was hanged and beaten by Katakori before, and actually manipulated the attacks of Susano and Katakori, and collided brazenly. Shajirching actually blocked Katakori's attack that not only has super high speed, but also has extreme transformation ability. Boom boom boom. The aftermath of the battle between the two almost turned the sea over, causing Perospero's complexion to change and quickly create a shield. Then, they were slapped by a violent wave and flew a few hundred meters away. The violent air waves opened up the terrifying waves, which continued to shatter the sea surface. Katakori, the situation has been reversed from this moment. Shajirching roared, and the writing wheel turned quickly, and suddenly a more powerful force erupted. He has to end the battle quickly, otherwise, when the right eye ability experience period has passed, he will be suppressed by Katakori again. I'm not so easily overwhelmed by you. Katakori felt Shajirching's sudden burst of power, and he shouted loudly, strengthening his power. Boom boom boom. The more terrifying collision produced a more terrifying momentum, and the terrifying air wave directly began to traumatize the two. Crack. Boom. PFF'd. Katakori and Susano were constantly shattered by wounds, and both of them received a very strong impact, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. But the two did not flinch at all. Lay done. Angry Thunder Tiger. After being able to see through Katakori's attack, Shajirching has no scruples in attacking. Chapter 274 Experience Card expired. Roar. In the endless thunder and lightning, a fierce tiger condensed out. Then, walking on the roaring pace of wind and thunder, perfectly dodged all the obstacles of Katakori, wrapped in an incomparably heavy force, biting towards Katakori. The sticky ball barrier. Seeing that his attack was completely unable to stop Shajirching for a moment, Katakori immediately created a barrier to block it. Boom. The thunder and lightning tiger slammed into the barrier fiercely, and suddenly a billowing wave of air erupted, and it exploded fiercely. Zizz. Suddenly, a fierce and manic thunder and lightning raged like this, shattering the entire sea. Seeing this scene, Shajirching immediately whispered, "Lay done. Flying Thunder Sword." Just like a thunder sword blasted out, it has the terrifying ability to pierce everything. Just like light, it pierces this glutinous barrier directly, and it will pierce Katakori's body. Quote. Hey. But so many years of anticipating combat experience in the future gave Katakori a super fast reaction speed, and this immediate blow made him dodge the past. Then, can you dodge this blow? In the eyes of Shajirching at this moment, there are several flaws in Katakori's movements, and there is no better time to attack than now. Shajirching appeared in front of Katakori, exuding a terrifying thunder light all over his body. He threw the fire in his hand into the air, and then kicked it away. PFF'd. This blow, even if Katakori has the power of a fairy, he can't dodge it. His chest was directly pierced, and all of a sudden, the extremely powerful and manic thunder and lightning completely drowned Katakori. 200 million volts. Shajirching has no hidden thoughts at all, and she will output with all her strength. The air was suddenly collapsed by this thunder and lightning bombardment. This violent thunder and lightning, even Katakori couldn't bear it, and let out a muffled sound. Katakori, your end has come. Shajirching dispersed Susanangu, gathered all the strength, pulled out the flowing fire, and blessed China, shouting, "One sword flow." Profound meaning. Go through the sun. PFF'd. A blade of cold light passed by, the sky was broken, and the sea was broken. Katakori's shoulder immediately, and a deep hole was torn in his chest. If Katakori hadn't covered armament in time, I'm afraid he would have been split in half by Shajirching by now. Bang. Before Katakori's had a chance to react, he stomped heavily on Katakori's chest and kicked him out. Nine-headed rice cake. But in the end, it was Katakori, and at the moment when he flew out, he still made Shajirching fall into a siege. Shish. Even with Aina's blessing, Shajirching still did not dare to relax his vigilance. If he was not careful, this attack would be fatal. But just when he was about to dodge the last blow and end the curtain perfectly, he suddenly felt his heart tighten suddenly, and then, Aina's effect group disappeared. Not good. The moment Aina's effect disappeared, Shajirching couldn't help crying out in her heart. This attack, which he could avoid in his eyes, instantly became his life reminder. PFF'd. Shajirching was also blasted out like a sandbag, and flew out fiercely above the sea. Wow! Shajirching spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. Katakori's punch almost killed it. Chapter 275 Both loses. Thunder escape. Heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. Shajirching gritted her teeth and quickly formed the seal, releasing the last chakra in her body, turning it into this final blow. He's almost dead, but how much fighting power Katakori still has, he doesn't know yet. If he doesn't want to be forced into a desperate situation after Katakori waits to be slowed down, he must seize this opportunity. Cut off Katakori's only chance to pursue him, destroy the ship and hold Perospero. Rumble. Suddenly, a dark cloud floated above the sky. In an instant, an incomparably heavy aura descended, and an incomparably arrogant and fierce aura burst out, with supreme killing intent. Boom. A thunderlight that illuminated the entire sea, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations, directly aimed at the pirate ship of Katakori and others. Then, with the momentum of the thunder, it landed down with a bang, and the air could not stop it for half a minute. Not good. Looking at this huge thunderstorm that fell from the sky, Perospero and the others couldn't help but change their faces. What are you most afraid of on the ocean? Storm, thunder and lightning weather. Stronger than a generation of hero Golden Lion Shiki, isn't it also because of the stormy weather that such a huge fleet was finally wiped out? And in the face of a thunder calamity that is as destructive as a storm, one can imagine what would happen if he didn't avoid it in time. As soon as these devil fruit powers encounter the sea, everything will be over. They who become ordinary people and lose most of their strength may directly drown due to lack of oxygen. Candy barrier. Perospero quickly blessed himself and others with a defense to block the lightning. At the same time, facing Katakori, who was also blasted out of the sea, create a group of candy monsters to hold him up to prevent him from falling into the sea. Next moment. Boom. The whole sea instantly turned into a day, and manic thunder and lightning continued to bombard the sea, setting off a surging wave, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it is also difficult for Katakori to attack Shajirching. Because the injuries he received were almost fatal, he also lost his combat effectiveness. This confrontation lasted for nearly a minute. Finally, when the aftermath dissipated, there was no trace of Shajirching on the sea. Only the breath of thunder and lightning still remained in the air, vaguely indicating that Shajirching once existed. Thunder Hunter, that guy is so powerful. Miscalculation, Katakori said, looking at the sea. Master Katakori was wounded like this. Is that Thunder Hunter already so powerful? Katakori looked at Katakori, who was humped over, with a huge bloody hole on his chest, and Katakori with a face, said in shock. That is the undefeated legend Katakori in their eyes. There is no one Thunder Hunter today. Terrifying. We underestimate that guy too much. That guy has become the top part of the strength in this sea. Katakori clutched the scar on his chest and said out of breath. Next time you meet him, you'd better run away. Unless it's our three generals, no one is his opponent. Katakori stood up, his face even paler. This blow, it can be said that he almost killed him. Is this guy so powerful? Katakori. When Perospero heard this, he couldn't help being a little surprised. Chapter 276 Bigumum is in a hurry. Brother, You have already experienced his strength, he deserves such an evaluation. Katakuri glanced at Perospero, then looked away, and said, in the future, you should start to be careful about this guy. No, you should start to be careful about the Whitebeard pirates. This guy has a partnership with Whitebeard, and there's no telling that he'll get involved in the fight with us when it's necessary, and at that time, it's dangerous. Katakuri said with a rather solemn expression on his face. Marco's observation hockey is only higher than mine, and with his special abilities, he is a very difficult opponent. An LT, P and GT. With this Thunder Hunter today, our future may not be so good. The friction with Whitebeard will make us collide again one day. At that time, getting rid of him was one of the keys to deciding the outcome. He was as tricky as Marco. Hearing this, Perospero nodded in agreement, and he naturally knew that Katakuri was not talking nonsense. I don't want to admit it, but it's the truth. The sea, once again on the cusp of turbulence. The last time I felt this way was 10 years ago, when the New World had just elected 4 emperors. Hearing this, Perospero sighed with emotion. Time is really ruthless, 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Immediately, they turned back. The next day. Damn kid, how dare you destroy my interest, I will kill you. When Bigumum learned that the toy little devil Ozzy Jr. she liked was intercepted and let go by Shajir, she was directly angry. But the point is that this is not over yet. Shajir actually injured her eldest son Perospero and second son Katakuri one after another. This is simply frantically ravaging her Bigumum's face, completely ignoring her Bigumum's majesty of the 4 emperors. Can Baikumum take this anger? How can it be? Who is she? Bigumum, the 4th emperor. The emperor of the New World, the absolute king who rules the sea, is a goddess who is aloof and bossy, and decides the fate of a quarter of the pirates in the whole New World. But now, he has been slapped, provoked by a stunned young man like Shajir. If Shajir is not taken down and her corpse is broken into thousands of pieces, how can she maintain her majesty and continue to rule the sea, making the pirates from all over the world fearful? Bigumamu directly stepped on the thunder cloud Hormes, Zeus, with the fire cloud, Prometheus, on his head, carrying the machete, Napoleon, and rushed directly to the first half of the Great Root, to personally cut Shajir to vent his heart anger. And this explosive news spread wildly over the entire sea when Bigumamu rushed to Mok Town in the first half of the Great Root. Injuring the 3 generals, letting go of the prey that Bigumum was interested in, and letting Bigumum go out in person, this is simply going against the sky. The whole sea went crazy again because of Shajir. What a terrible guy. It's only been so long, and there is such a big commotion. All kinds of forces on the sea were frightened by Shajir terrifying record. Cool, good boy, it has already reached this level, very good. When Whitebeard found out about this, he couldn't help laughing out of relief. This is so comforting. Chapter 277 Sengoku is also excited. Katakuri is a 3-general star, someone who has already stood at the pinnacle of this world's combat power. Injuring him and getting out of it is more shocking than beating Jack. The gold content is different. However, the people of our Whitebeard pirates can't be disturbed. Little ones, follow me to intercept Bigumum. Whitebeard intends to help Shajir stop Bigumum. Although Shajir faced Katakuri and Perospero alone, both of them retreated completely, and he also suffered heavy losses with Katakuri. But this is his limit now. No more than that. And Bigumamu is the 4 emperors, and his strength is much stronger than Katakuri. Shajir is stared at by her, how can it be better? Whitebeard does not take action. It is estimated that tomorrow we will see the news that Shajir was killed by Bigumum. Therefore, the Whitebeard pirates set off in a mighty way. In an instant, the whole New World became turbulent because of the movements of the 2 emperors. All eyes are on these 2. In the New World, the biggest news is naturally the collision between the 4 emperors. But hearing this news, there is one person who is more excited than those pirates in the New World. This person is Marine Marshal Sengoku. Any collision between the four emperors has the potential to change the world order. So Marine had to treat every collision with rigor, be heavily guarded, and keep an eye on it. Thunder Hunter, can't you live in peace? If it weren't for the fact that you have a great effect on deterring pirates, I really want to withdraw you now and send Admiral to crusade against you. Sengoku glanced at Shajir-Ching's photo and hated it. Of these recent major events, which one of them was not the result of his Thunder Hunter? The matter of provoking Kaido in the past has just subsided, and it has provoked another four emperors, Bigumum. According to his trend, shouldn't the next one be red hair? Next, you'd better give me a little peace of mind, otherwise, don't force me to forcibly dismiss you. Sengoku took a deep look at Shajir-Ching's photo again, and then handed the photo to the file-chewing goat beside him and let him eat it. And on the other side, the last four emperors, and also the youngest four emperors, the red-haired Shanks is here. Now there are rumors in the ocean that the next target of the Thunder Hunter is you, Redhead. Don't you have any ideas? Dracule Mihawk, who was the Shichibukai at the time and was known as the world's greatest swordsman, looked at the redhead with a drunken face and asked. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Mihawk, that guy won't. Speaking of which, I heard that he also saved Makino in East Blue. Hee hee, I owe him a big favor. The redhead had a confident look on his face, and he didn't know if he was talking drunk or the truth. Mihawk glanced at him, and then he raised his head and drank his glass of wine. The Thunder Hunter, he's a very powerful swordsman. After Mihawk left such a sentence, he got up and left. New World. It's terrifying. The battle between the two emperors directly tore the sky, making the surroundings as terrifying as the end. Kizaru Borsalino with a frightened face stood on the warship, looking at the turbulent sea in the distance, and spoke in a strange tone. Behind him, Onagumo, Momonga, Yamakaji, Stoloberg and other Vice Admiral line up, their faces are extremely solemn. Chapter 278 Stop Being Arrogant. There is also a particularly huge dog-headed warship behind them, on which stands Garp, the spiritual hero of the entire marine. And the two admiral alternates behind him, Vice Admiral Momoshige Gion, Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake Overtime. Behind them, there are more than a dozen warships, all of which are marine elites. Such an open battle between two New World emperors is unusual. This kid, if he hits a big disaster, he will directly look for Whitebeard's blessing. He is also a talent. Garp looked at Whitebeard and Bigumum who were lying on the Moby Dick at the moment, and looked at the fighting Whitebeard and Bigum like a melon crowd, and said helplessly. Who says it's not? This kid, it's like he's a jerk. Said Chaton Tokikake behind Garp. Whitebeard, why stop me? Bigumum couldn't get any advantage in Whitebeard's hands, and couldn't help shouting at Whitebeard angrily. Cool, do I need to explain to you what I do? Listen to Bigumum's words, Whitebeard's heroic Isho, Haki's peerless. Asshole. When Bigumum heard this, she was instantly furious, but no matter how angry she was, it would still have no effect. She couldn't break through Whitebeard's block at all. I can only watch Shajir-Ching lying leisurely on Whitebeard's ship, looking at her with a good show. Smoothie, I advise you not to mess around. Marco also faced Smoothie in the heat of Whitebeard's battle with Bigumum. Marco looked at Smoothie with a smile on her face, making her not dare to move at all. Damn. Being stared at by Marco, how could Smoothie dare to move? Cracker, I advise you not to tamper with it. Foil Vista looked at Cracker and said. Damn. Smoothie didn't dare to move, and neither did he. Foil Vista, this is an absolute ruthless man. The strength is only higher than that of him. Oops, it's so relaxing. Shajir-Ching suddenly uttered a very rude remark, making Snagger, who was still only an alternate star at this time, glared at him fiercely with gnashing teeth. In the original book, Snug will officially become one of the four generals after half a month, and then 4 years later, he will lose to Yoroj and be deprived of the name of the four generals. Why, General Snug, are you dissatisfied? Seeing this, Shajur stood up. Although he was still seriously injured and his face was pale, he still didn't take a snag. Damn, you kid, don't underestimate people here. Seeing this, Snag couldn't help roaring, and he was about to rush over to duel with Shajur. However, at this time, another voice came from behind Shajur. Snagger, make no mistake, your opponent is me. The Diamond Jozu I saw came over with a mighty head, and said provocatively with a face full of fighting intent. Diamond Jozu, you bastard. It can be seen that Snug is very afraid of Jozu, so even if he is extremely angry, he still restrains himself and does not rush over to find Shajur to settle accounts. Coward. Seeing this, Shajur pursed her lips, looking down on others, and suddenly made Snag explode. Little devil, stop being arrogant and watch me screw your head off. He rushed over with a bang. Snagger, you better go back to me honestly. Seeing this scene, Diamond Jozu immediately turned half of his body into a diamond, covered with hockey, and blasted out with a unique punch. Chapter 279 You Wait for Me. Boom. The air suddenly trembled, and the waves rose one after another, extremely terrifying. Brother Jozu, retreat. Shajur voice suddenly came, and Jozu backed away immediately after hearing this. The next moment, a fierce thunder and lightning illuminated Snug's eyes. Don't think about. Seeing this, Snag immediately wanted to say that he would not succeed, but before he finished speaking, Shajur said, Overlord. Mental shock. Ohm. The whole air trembled all of a sudden, and Snug felt that his soul had been bombarded, and his consciousness suddenly became blurred. Thunder escape. Chidori flow. As soon as the words fell, Snag's whole body was covered with thunder and lightning, causing him to let out a scream. Big Brother Jozu. Shajur shouted again, and the latter responded with an, understand, then twisted his body and stomped again, rushing to Snag. Drink. A punch smashed out of the air, hitting Snug's chest, blasting the air. PFF'd. Snug spit out a big mouthful of blood, and then smashed towards his ship like a meteor. Boom. After hearing a dull explosion, sawdust overflowed, and layers of waves splashed on the sea surface, raging away into the distance. Lord Snag. Seeing this scene, the people on the ship couldn't help but rush to check Snug's situation. Damn. Seeing this, Smoothie and Cracker both gritted their teeth bitterly. The situation was getting worse and worse for them. Lula la, Bigu Mum, it seems that you have no advantage at all. If you don't retreat now, I will completely take over your territory. Whitebeard also saw this scene, so he couldn't help laughing out loud again, making Bigum's teeth clenched with sparks. Mom, let's get out and keep going. It doesn't do us any good, that's what katakuri means. At this time, Parosparrow appeared beside Bigumum and said persuadingly. Katakuri. Hearing this, Bigumum couldn't help squinting his eyes. Then, she took a deep look at Shajur and said, Whitebeard, you'd better guarantee that you will never die and protect him the Thunder Hunter forever. Otherwise, one day I will make that kid pay the price. After speaking, Bigumum shook Whitebeard back and shouted, Retreat. Bigumum wanted to retreat for a long time, but there was no reason for it, and now, Parosparrow gave her a reason. Of course, she immediately borrowed a donkey to go down the hill. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. Don't worry, Bigum, that day will never come. Oh, when, the Bigum pirates retreat. The moment the Bigumum pirates retreated, the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed in excitement. This made many members of the Bigumum pirates clench their fists in humiliation. Yo, Mr. Kizaru, Mr. Garp, you can go back. When the people of the Bigumum pirates were retreating, Shajur moved towards the sea not far away to watch the Marines, who waved and said, What a terrible guy. Kizaru pouted and turned around, saying, Let's retreat, everyone. Mr. Borsellino, why don't you take advantage of this time and destroy Whitebeard in one fell swoop, eliminating a major scourge? Hearing Kizaru say to retreat, Onagumo followed up in a puzzled way and asked. Chapter 280 Little Oz joins in. It's normal for him to think so, Admiral Kizaru, plus so many Vice Admiral. There are also 2 alternate Admiral, and a Marine hero Garp. It seems that it is not so difficult to kill 4 emperors. Hey, Whitebeard is too scary, let's do it next time. Don't you think Mr. Garp didn't rush to challenge Whitebeard? Since he doesn't feel anything wrong, so be it, the order of the new world can't be disrupted for the time being. If you do this without any preparation, then there will be trouble, and then it will really be the end of the sea. It's just a joke to attack any of the 4 emperors casually. We still need people like the 4 emperors to help us deter the vicious pirates on the sea. Without their shock, we can't control those arrogant and unruly pirates on the sea. These reasons are only a part, and there is one most important reason that he did not say. That is, the world government does not allow their marine to carry out a plan to destroy the pirates. If pirates don't exist, what else do you need marine for? Of course, he wouldn't say such a dark thing. This is not in line with Marine's beliefs, and will easily affect Marine's prestige. Marine headquarters. Okay, I got it, nice job. Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over, Thunder Hunter, you are a real troublemaker. Sengoku rubbed his temples with a headache and said with a very headache. However, just being a partnership, does Whitebeard really make such a big deal for you? Sengoku looked at the document on the table and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In his mind, the name of the Thunder Hunter Natsu was more and more coincident with Shajirching with blood pupils. If you're the same person, it really makes sense. Speaking of which, Sengoku couldn't help frowning again and murmured, but it's true that Shajirching was killed, that head can't deceive anyone. Sengoku is really confused now, what is all this about? Welcome to the Whitebeard Pirates family, Ozzy Jr. A smile appeared on Shajirching's pale face, looking at the giant in front of him and said. Thank you for saving me, but if you didn't stop Perospero by suddenly showing up, I'm afraid I'd be caught as a toy for Big by now. Looking at Shajirching, Little Oz Jr. said gratefully. Shajirching said with a smile, ha ha ha, it should be, how can a talent like you become Big Mum's toy and spend the rest of his life empty? The great freedom and the scenery should be visited to see this life. Ozzy Jr. touched his head and smiled when he heard the words, and said in agreement, that's it. Then, he looked at Whitebeard with some restraint and shouted, Dad. Cool, don't be so restrained, even if you think of this place as your own home, everyone is your family. Whitebeard waved his hand and said very boldly. Yes, Dad. Whitebeard has a lot of personal charisma. With such a heroic spirit, Ozzy Jr. immediately gave him a strong sense of recognition in his heart. Ha ha ha, come, drink, you are welcome to join the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm Marco, just call me Big Brother Marco. Marco raised a big glass of wine and invited Oz Jr. Chapter 281 System Changes. Yes, come, drink. The rest of the people saw this and immediately said. Hem. Little Oz responded, raised his glass, and started drinking. I have to say, a man's friendship comes out after a drink. As the facilitator of all this, Shajirching held a glass of juice and drank it unhurriedly. No way, the body has not grown up, drinking is not conducive to physical development. Shajirching stayed on the Whitebeard Pirates for 3 days, and it was not until Little Oz completely made up with Marco and the others that he returned. Back to Mock Town, 2 days later. It took Shajirching half a month to go out this time. The biggest gain is, of course, that the Sherinian system has reawakened. But the specific effect, Shajirching had not looked carefully before. And in the past 2 days, he happened to have nothing to do, so he carefully studied the writing wheel eye system. Then, he had a very thorough understanding of the upgraded system. As with most updates, there aren't many feature changes. Among them, the only thing that has changed is that the number of evolution points generated every day has increased, from 200 per day to 220 points. And when the evolution point is exchanged for the force point, the ratio between the pupil power has become larger. From the original 10:1, it has become 20:1. It seems that the strength growth will not be so fast. With such a change, Shazherqing didn't know why it happened. But he could feel that his strength was getting more and more stable. Just as the foundation was laid too hastily and was unstable at the beginning, now this foundation is gradually being consolidated layer by layer, which makes him feel a little more at ease. Such a change is also a good thing for me, allowing me to go further in the future. Then, he injected all the 1,320 evolution points accumulated in the past 6 days into Sharingan. Then, he opened the long-lost system panel. Host, Shazherqing. Writing wheel I state, kaleidoscope 12,470 50 thousandths. Pupil power, 75 100ths. Strength, 392. Skills, Chidori series, Thunderbolt series ninjutsu, new ninjutsu lightning armor, flying thunder sword. Illusion series, 3 body art, shadow clone art, 3 color hockey, marine rokushiki. Swordsman swordsmanship, Yi Dao Lu. Libo, profound truth. Destroyed, continued sun. By the port. Lord Shazherqing, you are back. It was still Anna who greeted Shazherqing by the port. Shazherqing said to this Isho, it's hard work. It's not hard work, it's my honor. Hearing Shazherqing's words, a hint of pink flashed on Anna's head, and her voice became gentle. Let's go and see your development. It's been more than half a month. Let's see how our summer chamber of commerce is developing now. Shazherqing said to Anna behind him. Good. Anna nodded in response, then followed behind Anna and walked towards all parts of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Commercial Medicine Department. Didia, who was waiting outside, couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Shazherqing. When she was about to open her mouth to greet her, she was stopped by Shazherqing. He signed and said, I'll just take a look at it without disturbing them. These medicines must be dried before proceeding to the next step. Otherwise, the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced. And these, poisonous parts, must be completely removed, otherwise, something will definitely happen. There is also this Ekita flower, only its petals can be used as medicine, and the rest is useless, and it will be highly toxic when mixed with other specific medicines, it must not be mistaken. Chopper's voice is immature, but with the majesty of a doctor, it keeps coming. Chapter 282 Development is no small matter. As expected of Chopper, he is absolutely serious in medicine. Looking at Chopper, one of several doctors in the commercial pharmaceutical department, Shazherqing nodded with satisfaction, and then left. With Chopper here, you should be at ease here. He will strictly control the safety of every medicinal material in the commercial pharmaceutical department. Research department. How many times I've said it, you can't be wrong by a single point, and you must never desert on key issues. Isn't the fate of those who deserted enough to wake you up? As soon as he arrived here, Shazherqing heard Giles's roar. I saw that the scientific research department was filled with the smell of burning metal and other compounds, which made Shazherqing frown. This smell is not very good. It's tough too, Gilser. In the same way, he just took a look at everything that happened here. For the specific situation, he will find Gilles to find out later. Next, Shazherqing visited the intelligence department, sales department, warehouse management department and other departments. Without disturbing many people, Shazherqing had a general understanding of the development of the entire Summer Chamber of Commerce. Anna, how's the Sky Island mobile machine going? Also, how about the development of instruments that can come and go freely between Sky Island and Blue Sea? After Shazherqing finished browsing all the parts, she asked Anna behind her. It should be soon. Gilles is continuing to follow up every day, and with the cooperation of Enel, the launch date should not be far away. Anna replied. Well, this matter is very important to us. It will be a life-saving weapon for our summer chamber of commerce. We must pay attention to it. Xia Zhiqing nodded and said again with emphasis. Got it, I'll tell Gills. Anna nodded, indicating that she knew. Xia Zhiqing asked again, how is the situation of the other branches? How is the development going? Is there anything wrong? Anna replied, it hasn't appeared so far, except the one from the New World is a little unstable, everything is fine. Hearing this, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help squinting his eyes, his voice became a little colder, and asked, are you saying that Tezzolo is dishonest? It's not dishonest, or it's just that I'm not quite used to the kind of life that doesn't have explosive income. After their foreign exchange gambling industry became formalized, they no longer engaged in hacking and cheating, and their income was reduced by 40%. Some can't get used to it, so I've been warned several times. Hearing Anna's words, Xia Zhiqing said, a behavior like his black and white behavior cannot last forever. One day, he will fall into the hands of others. Instead of doing this, let's cut off this danger first and save his life. Xia Zhiqing sighed, in this world, not everyone will obey the rules. Just like Xia Zhiqing, like Straw Hat Luffy. Such as world government. In the hands of Xia Zhiqing and Luffy, Tezzolo's life can be saved, but once it falls into the hands of the world government, Tezzolo's life will be over. As long as Tezzolo has no use value, as long as Tezzolo's effect on them is exhausted, or Tezzolo's development is beyond their control, then, he is really dying. The world government will never tolerate the appearance of a person beyond their control. Chapter 283 It's just a joke. Let him get used to it first, and accompany me to visit various branches. Hearing is false, seeing is believing, our foundation has just begun, and this foundation must be laid firmly. Xia Zhiqing has time now, just in time to see how these foundations of his own are developing. Anna answered and followed behind Xia Zhiqing, embarking on the inspection journey. 7 days later. Xia Zhiqing has a specific understanding of the development of each branch. However, on his way back, he heard a bit of bad news. This was heard on an island called Cable Island. Damn summer chamber of commerce, all the medicinal materials and equipment I bought were crippled, and they had no effect at all. I took the items that I hadn't used yet and went to them for an explanation, but I was put off by their words. This has nothing to do with their summer chamber of commerce, this is not something of the summer chamber of commerce. Quote. It's obvious that the seller is there, but they are blind and don't recognize people. Damn it. And this person's words are like opening a Pandora's box, and many people also said, I have this experience too. It turns out I'm not the only one who has suffered this kind of suffocation. I was deceived by nearly 100,000 Baileys, and all the things I got in the end were useless and unusable at all. For a time, there was a lot of people talking, and everyone was talking with indignation on their faces. They all say that they need to discuss an argument, to be fair, and to be just. But no one has ever come forward with a specific plan. Forget it. Let me say, the Thunder Hunter is a pirate after all, how could he give us the justice we want? Everyone, choose other chambers of commerce to buy things in the future, this time is a lesson to buy. Continue to entangle, in case of retaliation by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, it will be over. You're all right, Sai, we were too young to believe in the Summer Chamber of Commerce, so don't make the same mistakes again in the future. To avoid losing people and money, and falling into an unknown crisis. In the end, it was the person who spoke at the beginning and gave the most specific suggestion, but this suggestion was an extremely indignant suggestion. That's right, the Thunder Hunter is behind the Summer Chamber of Commerce. The Thunder Hunter is Shichibukai, and he is also the partner of a terrifying pirate like Whitebeard. It's too easy to kill us. Also, alas, we are unlucky. This suggestion has been approved by many people. Don't tell me, I was thinking of going to Mock Town to complain, but I was stopped by a group of pirates and threatened. Summer Chamber of Commerce, hee hee, I think it's just a joke. This is a voice that came from nowhere, full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Shazherching's eyes could not help flashing a gleam of light. Anna looked at Shazherching's appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that there will be a bloody storm. After listening for a while, and after these people got up and left, Shazherching stood up, looked at Anna, and then followed. The person they followed was the one who spoke first. When he came to a fork in the road, Shazherching stopped this person. Are you? After being stopped, the man looked at Shazherching and the two of them with vigilance and said. Chapter 284 Fat Sheep Delivered to Your Door. Then, he saw that Shazherching suddenly showed a hint of horror, and said somewhat uncertainly, You are the hunter of thunder. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back, and then gritted his teeth. Are you here to trouble me? I know that the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. No wonder those people dare to be so unscrupulous, so it is. An LT, P and GT. Ha ha ha, what is good to the people and only does business. I think it's just bullshit, you can only deceive children. This man had a deadly expression on his face, but, looking at his trembling legs and white lips, it was obvious that he was just stubborn. Don't worry, even if my thunder hunter is looking for trouble, I won't let you find you. Because that's too cheap. Shazherching said a word. This person was a little unbelievable, and said, You really didn't come to trouble me. Of course, do you think you are worthy of my trouble? Although Shazherching's remarks were very rude, it made this person feel at ease. I'm looking for you to find out what you said about the Summer Chamber of Commerce. As the head of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, I can't let my people destroy my signboard. Shazherching said with her arms crossed. It turns out to be like this. Ha ha ha, retribution, finally someone can come and punish them. Hearing Shazherching's words, the man suddenly laughed, and the smile was extremely arrogant and happy. Then, he began to tell Shazherching all the experiences of himself and others. An hour has passed. It turns out to be like this. It seems that it is indeed time to rectify it. After listening to this, Shazherching nodded, and after thanking him, he instructed, You should keep quiet about this matter, and don't leak the rumors, understand? Because it is your own interests that will be lost. Okay, I see. The man nodded in response, indicating that he knew. Immediately, Shazherching and Anna left. On the way. Kobo Island. It's too careless, I forgot that we still have such a branch there. Shazherching checked so many branches, but he forgot that there was another branch on Kobo Island. This was set up by Anna and the others in the year and a half after Shazherching disappeared. It's true that we forgot. I didn't expect that there would be a problem in that place in the end. Anna also sighed unexpectedly. If that's the case, then you can't let it go. The reputation of the Summer Chamber of Commerce cannot be destroyed by them. Anna will never allow anyone to do something unfavorable to the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Kobo Island. What kind of tricks are there in it? Let's see for ourselves. Shazherching glanced at each other, and then walked into the Summer Chamber of Commerce on Kobo Island together. Welcome. What do you two want to see? We have everything in our Chamber of Commerce, the quality is guaranteed, and the two of you can buy with confidence. As soon as he came in, there was a man like a servant who walked over with a smile on his face and greeted the two of them. Let's just take a look. Of course, if you have something good to recommend, that's even better, just to save us time. Shazherching glanced at the servant, and said with a half-smiling look on his face. Then I'll be ugly. Hearing Shazherching's words, the little servant suddenly showed a hint of happiness. Shazherching noticed that after hearing what he said just now, all the servants' faces were full of playful smiles, and their eyes were even brighter. Chapter 285 It's hard today. Their scorching eyes, like encountering a big fat sheep, will be slaughtered fiercely. There are still people who go to the Summer Chamber of Commerce to buy things. It's a fool and a lot of money. Suddenly, such a mocking voice came from outside the door, but when Shazherching looked at it, there was no one in sight. Has the reputation of the Summer Chamber of Commerce fallen to such a degree? Shajurching turned around and said in his heart. Guests, don't listen to their nonsense. They are just jealous of our Chamber of Commerce business, so they deliberately sent people to interfere with our business. Look, our business was booming just a few days ago, but now it's turned into such a mess. Seeing that Shajurching showed a hint of thought, this little servant immediately yelled out in his heart, and then pretended to be very pitiful. So it is. Shajurching nodded when he heard the words. He still needed to know more details, so naturally, he had to cooperate with these people to play. Come on, let's see something. After Shajurching finished speaking, he went to the medicinal material area first. What kind of medicinal materials do customers want? All the medicinal materials in our Chamber of Commerce are genuine dry goods. Among the same price, the medicinal materials in our Chamber of Commerce must be the best. This little servant can really speak well. Shajurching glanced at him when he heard the words, and then Isho said, "Is it like this? You will know after reading it." He picked up a medicinal herb and looked at it. Not to mention, it is indeed the real thing. This thing is indeed true, but I want to know where is the best part of it. Why is the most essential part of the Luotian bone in my hand gone? Without this part of the essence, this Luotian bone is a chicken rib, and the effect is not great. But you sell this thing at the original price, which is called quality assurance. And this full moon flower, without the core bud, leaving only the petals here, what effect can it have? If it wasn't for me who happen to know the goods, I'm afraid I really want to. Shajurching was interrupted by the servant before he finished speaking. I didn't expect to be a master of goods, which is rare. But so what? Boy, you have to buy all the things you touched just now. Your exposure has already affected the effects of those medicinal herbs. If you don't listen to us, don't blame us for buying and selling. If you can't pay the money today, I'm sorry, but you have to deduct the woman behind you here until you can pay off the money, and then redeem her. During this period, this woman is our product. We can do whatever we want with it. You have no right to ask, understand? This little servant looked at Shajurching proudly and said threateningly. It's true that if you turn your face, you will turn your face, without any hesitation, and don't want to cover up too much. Hee, listening to you, I want to leave today. It seems that I will have to bleed once. Hearing Shajurching's words, the little servant laughed, and the little servants around him actually gathered around and said, "You are quite sensible, yes, if you don't pay a price today, how can you be worthy of the brothers? After waiting for so long, you should pay some hard work." Quote. Chapter 286 You Can't Bear the Consequences. Hey, the brothers haven't had meat for a few days. Boy, if you know each other, let this woman accompany our brothers and have a good time. The eyes of these people are almost all focused on Anna, who is fair-skinned, beautiful, arrogant and cold, and exudes a celestial air. What if I say no? I don't think you can beat me. Shajurching Isho, with his hands in his sleeves, looks like he is not afraid of everything. Ha, did you hear me, brothers? There is another guy who wants to be beaten. If that's the case, let him know how good we are. When these little servants heard this, they couldn't help laughing. Then, they suddenly took out a phone bug, and they dialed it. They said, "Come to fight," and hung up. Then, they even closed the door, so that Shajurching had nowhere to go. Boy, how dare you act wild here, you don't even look at who we are. That's Shichibukai Thunder Hunter Naji-sama, understand? Who is that, Lord Naz? Defeated Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, captured one of the three disasters, Jack of the Drought, and the terrifying existence of Katakuri, the leader of the three generals. Not to mention that he still has a cooperative relationship with Whitebeard. With his reputation, who would dare not surrender in the first half of the entire Great Route? Under his reputation, who would dare to make trouble on our Summer Chamber of Commerce? One of the servants sneered, I want to see if you dare to do it later. However, before you do it, I advise you to think clearly. If you dare to hurt us, you are slapping Lord Naz in the face. Such consequences, I don't know if you can bear it. This little servant, he really can pull the flag on the tiger's skin, and threaten to do it all. I'm thinking, if Nasu, the Thunder Hunter, knew that he had a group of men like you, he would definitely vomit blood. When Shajurching heard the threats from these people, she couldn't help laughing. Does he need to be afraid of this threat? Of course not. Could he still take revenge on himself? Hey, you don't have to worry about this. Boy, it's too late for you to regret it now. Otherwise, you will know what regret is when you make a big mistake later. You don't have to think about destroying the gate and running out. The gate is made of fine steel, and there are not many people who can break open the first half of the entire Great Route. These people continued to threaten. Regret? No, I never need to regret it. Shajurching smiled again. You are worthy enough to make me regret it. I'm sorry, you are not worthy. Okay, the path is yours to choose. Since you don't eat and drink fines when you toast, let's show you our methods. It was the first that the little servant said with such a murderous face. Behind the two of Shajurching, there also appeared a group of people with various weapons. All faces were fierce, and they didn't seem to be good. You or I? Looking at this scene, Shajurching glanced at Anna and asked. Come on, let me see if they have the ability to conquer me. Anna's face was gloomy, dripping water, and her phoenix eyes were filled with boiling murderous intent. Boy, your doomsday is here, now surrender and pay the ransom, I can spare you, otherwise. Still the first servant, he wanted to continue threatening Shajurching, but he was interrupted halfway through. Chapter 287 to this extent. Anna, who just listened, said in a very cold tone, I thought you were so loud, what surprises could you give me? I thought you would call out a few pirates with a bounty of over 100 million to entertain me. Is it only to this extent? Quote. It's really hard for you to keep a bunch of thugs with a bounty of 5 to 20 million Bailey. With that said, Anna turned to look at the boy who started the youngest again. If I read correctly, you should be the speaking JN with a bounty of 12 million Bailey, right? Hearing Anna's words, the young servant who spoke first couldn't help squinting and said, I didn't expect you to know me. It seems that we have met an expert this time. However, so what? We are the people of the Thunder Hunter. Since you know me, you should know the horror of the Thunder Hunter. You should think clearly about what will happen to us. Besides, do you think you can compete with us just by being a weak woman? Jia Jian couldn't help but snorted coldly, his face full of pride, completely fearless. They have repeatedly mentioned the name of Thunder Hunter, as if this name will definitely deter all those who want to make trouble. Woman, surrender quickly, and then lie down on your stomach. If you can please the uncle and us, you may be able to let you live. That's right, woman, do you think you can fight us with your little arms and thin legs? Give it up, your role is just for us to vent. Yes, woman, let's get started, or we'll be rough later. These people were all talking dirty words, making Anna's face colder and colder. Competing with you? Huh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard this year. Anna's mouth was full of disdain. She looked at Jia Jian and the others and said, if you want to fight with me, at least you have to prepare a warship. You guys. As she was talking, Anna, who saw it, stretched out her hand and said, I'm afraid it won't be enough to put my teeth in. Then, a piece of flying clay flew out, and there was a whistling sound that cut through the sky, and it turned into a huge lion head and wrapped it towards these people. Not good. In the face of the flying clay lion head, these people suddenly felt an extremely dangerous breath coming, and they all retreated quickly. Hide, where can you hide? Seeing this, Anna snorted, and the lion head instantly turned into a tentacle, rushing towards everyone precisely. Ah! This tentacle pierced the air directly, reaching the speed of sound. How could these people react? And all of them were suddenly swept away. Why, you were so arrogant just now, but your hands wilted as soon as you freeze them, soft-footed shrimps. Looking at these people who were swept away, Anna said with a look of contempt. She continued, with your little strength, you also want me to lie down in front of you and become the target of your venting. You really know how to eat swan meat. Damn. Stop looking down on people. Don't be too arrogant. Listening to Anna's extremely humiliating words, how could these people hold back, and immediately rushed over again with a roar. PFF'd. But their results can be imagined. In the face of Anna, how could they be opponents and be pumped out again? Chapter 288 Who Are You? Then, they were bound by Anna's clay tentacles without any resistance. Why, are you all capable of this? I haven't even started the warm-up yet, so you can't do it. Anna looked down at the captives in front of her, her face full of mockery. Who the hell are you? When did you have such a powerful woman on the great route? A pirate looked at Anna in horror and asked loudly. No matter how much he thought about it in his mind, he couldn't find a look similar to Anna. Because he didn't think about it at all. HMPH, ants don't need to know so much, besides, you don't deserve to know my identity. Anna snorted coldly when she heard the words, extremely proud. Damn, stop being arrogant, woman, who are you looking down on? The pirate suddenly said with anger on his face, all the blue veins on his forehead. Why does Anna look down on them? HMPH, I want to see how long you can be proud. To tell you the truth, our branch president is already on his way after getting my report. Don't think that you can suppress us, it's amazing. In front of our president, you are just an ant. There is a big pirate guard with a bounty of 200 million beside him. Hey, I want to see how you escaped from our branch president. At that time, I must make you kneel in front of me and beg like a dog to ask for my forgiveness. It was another pirate who spoke, and he was extremely fearless, and his eyes were extremely fierce. It seems that in his eyes, this branch president must be invincible. You are clever, and you know how to inform your branch president, but you haven't spent so long in the sea in vain. Shazher Ching's voice suddenly came over, full of jokes and ridicule. How about it? You are afraid. If you know you are afraid, let us go quickly. Maybe I can intercede for you in front of the branch president, so that you will not be hurt. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, another pirate immediately opened his mouth and threatened, his face full of complacency. He thought Shazher Ching was afraid. But will Shazher Ching be afraid? I'm afraid I'm joking. Afraid? Hee hee, how can you tell that I am afraid? Even if your branch president really appears in front of me, I will be afraid if I don't see it. Shazher Ching glanced at these people and said, if you live peacefully on the sea, maybe we can be at peace with each other, but since you want to participate in destroying the reputation of the Sha Chamber of Commerce, I'm sorry, today whoever came. At this point, Shazher Ching's tone suddenly became extremely cold. You all have to die. This sentence, like coming from the nine nether hell, with a strong chill and fierceness, made these people shudder at the same time. Boom. At this time, the iron gate behind Shazher Ching and the others suddenly exploded, and then two figures of different fat and thin walked in. The skinny one exudes a bloody aura all over his body, which is shocking. And the fat one had a harmless expression on his face. He put his hands in his sleeves, and after walking in, he first glanced at the scene, then put his eyes on Shazher Ching, and said, Your Excellency, it's not good to ruin my business and hurt my subordinates. Chapter 289 Who gave you the courage? Well, admit your mistake now, I can still have a good talk with you about the compensation in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will come in and go out. These words are extremely plain, but they are full of cold murderous intent, which makes people shudder. I heard it, don't hurry to beg for mercy, otherwise, you may not even have the chance to beg for mercy later. That's right, just kneel down and beg for mercy, don't think about resisting. Don't say it's you, that duo Jack who offered a bounty of 100 million back then, didn't he obediently apologize to our branch president? Resist. Quote. Hurry up if you don't want to die, our branch president hates letting others dawdle. Hearing the words of the president of this branch, those pirates immediately echoed proudly and shouted loudly. Hearing these people's words, Shajurching suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, admit your mistake. Compensation matters after the conversation. Edex, I want to know who gave you the courage. Thunder Hunter, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to give you this kind of courage. This sentence, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, makes one's heart tremble. But this branch president is Eds. Hearing that Shajurching called out his name, he couldn't help asking, who are you? How do you know my name? Who am I? He, it seems that you have had a very good life for more than a year. You don't even know the abilities of your direct supervisor. Shajurching basked in issue, but his words made Ed's pupils shrink instantly. But before he could speak, the thin figure beside him was already impatient. To make a fool of yourself, let me, the cheetah Benes, see if you are as powerful as your mouth. He suddenly rushed behind Shajurching, grabbed a bright long blade from his fingers, and stabbed Shajurching's back. Die! Benes shouted with an extremely ferocious expression. He wanted to see how capable Shajurching was. Fool, come back. But at this time, Eddie's voice suddenly came over, and he was extremely panicked, even a little scared. And, what's there to be afraid of? Hearing Ed's words, Benes couldn't help but sneer, but he was just a helpless kid. He couldn't understand why Eds was so panicked. What's there to be afraid of? You can experience it for yourself, if you don't know it. Shajurching said softly, then reached out and grabbed the long blade of Benes, and then slowly squeezed the long blade. Hi! Seeing this scene, Benes couldn't help gasping for a moment, only to feel a coolness rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Squeezing his refined long blade with his bare hands is impossible even for him. He couldn't imagine how much effort it would take. He realized that it was not good, and wanted to withdraw and make plans. However, before he could react, he felt that his neck was suddenly locked, causing him to suffocate in an instant. How it's possible I am powerless to fight back. In an instant, Benes felt his vision blurred, and he completely lost the power to resist. Boom! The next moment, he was liberated, but he also fell into pain at the same time. He vomited out a big mouthful of blood, and his blood was tumbling. Chapter 290. What do you need to forgive? Now Lord Nachi, and Lord Anna, how could you two come to this place? There are. Eddie's voice trembled incomparably, his feet were wet with cold sweat, and looking at his posture, he was about to fall to the ground. Eddie regretted infinitely in his heart. He blamed himself for being so blind, seeing the clay tentacles and not having the ability to recognize that it was Anna at the first time. He had to remember this matter after Shajurching reminded him. Who else could his immediate boss be except Anna, the daughter of Mudflow? However, it is too late to say all this now. He actually made nonsense against Shajurching and the two of them and threatened them. What kind of crime this is, he knows too well. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Shajurching discovered directly and positively about his strong buying and selling, cheating. For this kind of crime, he has 9 heads that are not enough to chop off. If it were someone else, he might be able to escape. However, the person in front of him now is Shajurching, the Thunder Hunter who captured Jack alive and forced Katakuri back. He can't escape even with his wings on. What? Thunder Hunter? How is that possible? When the bound pirates heard Ed's words, they were so frightened that their urine flew out. One by one was so frightened that his face was extremely pale. Who is the Thunder Hunter? There are famous strongmen in the whole New World. It is not an easy task to clean up them. It can even be said that their little lives are in Shajurching's thoughts. They never thought that Shajurching would actually come to the door in person. It's just that they have no eyeballs and haven't recognized it yet. You did a great job, Eds. I finally established the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and everyone worked together to establish a good reputation. However, you are doing the opposite, buying and selling by force, cheating, and exhausting all the reputation of my Summer Chamber of Commerce. You don't need to say anything to apologize for your death. I can tell you very clearly that you are dead. Including all those involved in this matter, I will not let it go. Shajur turned around and looked at Eds, who was covered in cold sweat, with a look of disappointment on his face. I made you the branch president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce on Kobo Island. My plan was to let you pass this. An island that has put our name on the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Looking now, I was really blind back then. It was really because I didn't know who I was that led to today's consequences. Hearing Shajur words, Eds couldn't help clenching his fists and said, I really can't look at the amount of money I have contributed to the Summer Chamber of Commerce, or what I have done for the development of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Contribution, give me a chance. Hearing Ed's words, Shajur couldn't help laughing at him. Let's let you go. For the sake of contributing money. HMPH, then tell me what contribution you have made to the development of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. An LT, P and GT. All I have seen is your destruction of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Now you go out and find out, when everyone around Kobo Island mentions your name or the Summer Chamber of Commerce, which one is not gnashing their teeth. I wish I could eat your flesh and blood. Hearing that, Eddie suddenly raised his head, and then indifferently wiped the sweat from his head, but his eyes were full of ferocity, and he said, that is to say, you really don't intend to let me die. Isn't it? Chapter 291 Funeral, Are You Worthy? Yes, do you still need to be forgiven? After hearing this, Shajur nodded without hesitation. After hearing this, Ed suddenly laughed and shouted with madness, if that's the case, let's die together. After he finished speaking, he saw that he took out a starter from his body, and then pressed it down. Eds roared proudly, with you backing me, I won't waste my life. Thunder Hunter, give it to me. Let's be buried with you. Buried. HMPH, you deserve it too. Seeing this, Shajur did not panic at all. She glared angrily, a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye appeared, and said, golden binding technique. I heard a faint, sound, and Ed's movements stopped immediately. Then, everyone saw a sudden flash of lightning, and then Shajur appeared in front of Ed's and took the starter from him. VV supports Thunderbolt. This launcher is directly scrapped. Edex, if you have any other tricks, let's use them together. Let's see if you can continue to surprise me. Shajur looked at Eddie with a playful look on his face and said. Damn, even so, is it still blocked? Ed said in a very weak voice. Looking at such a young Shajur Ed's only felt a surge of despair in his heart. Too strong, this man. In front of this man, he has absolutely no resistance at all. Nothing can succeed in front of him. HMPH, to be arrogant in front of Lord Naz, it's really too much. Anna's voice also came over, full of disdain. Anna, I'll give it to you, let's take it all with you. Shajur took one last look at Ed's and lost interest. Yes. Anna responded with a slap, and she stretched out her palm and absorbed Ed's in. Even that Banaz didn't have the slightest resistance, so he was wrapped in clay. Take it all with you. Shajur glanced at the pirates, completely ignoring their pleas for mercy. Now beg for mercy, what's the use? Why did you go early? When Shajur and the two came out of the Summer Chamber of Commerce branch, there were already some people watching from afar. When they saw Shajur and the two, they didn't feel anything wrong, but they were a little surprised that Shajur and the two were able to come out of the Summer Chamber of Commerce alive. But when they saw the pirates who were being led out behind Shajur, these people couldn't help being surprised. Someone dared to attack the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Aren't you afraid of the Thunder Hunter's revenge? Aren't you afraid of getting revenge by Eddie? What background, so arrogant. But just when they were guessing the identities of Shajur and the two of them, the appearance of Banaz suddenly surprised these people again. Who is Banaz? That's Ed's gold medal fighter, and the people on these islands have been oppressed by this guy a lot. Banaz has been arrested, doesn't that mean? These people couldn't help but guess. They all know one thing, That is, Eddie and Benaz are almost inseparable. As long as one of the two appears, then they will not choose the other one. By this logic, could it be that Eddie was also arrested? Some of these people thought in their hearts in disbelief. Chapter 292 Thunder Hunter. Just when they guessed like this and didn't have much confidence to be sure, the bound Eds just appeared in their sight. Wow! Suddenly, everyone present became excited. What did they see? Eds, the boss who was on the evil side of Kobo Island by relying on his position as the president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce branch, was actually being led away like a prisoner at this moment. What happened? Who is this person? He even captured Eds directly. Isn't he afraid of the Thunder Hunter's revenge? The people around were stunned by this scene. It was the first time they knew that there were people in Eds who dared to move. After all, before this, no one had dared to touch him. There was no way. Who let the person behind Eds be the mighty Thunder Hunter Natsu? In the first half of the entire Great Route, no one dared to provoke the Thunder Hunter. This name is even more terrifying than the title of Shichibukai, and it can shock the quartet even more. Just like the name of the four emperors of the New World, it has the ability to absolutely suppress and deter. Naturally, Shajur-Ching ignored the surprise of these onlookers, and took Eds and the others, and went straight to the Kobo Island open-air plaza. Go, follow and see. Everyone who was very interested in this matter immediately followed. Kobo Island. Since everyone is here, I won't invite you one by one. As you can see, I'm going to deal with Eds publicly here. As soon as these words came out, the people in the entire square suddenly boiled, and they couldn't stop exclaiming. Since the establishment of the branch of the Chamber of Commerce on Kobo Island, they have been blackmailed by Eds all the time. It can be said that they were deeply hurt by it, and they hated Eds in their hearts. Constantly looking forward to personally sanctioning Eds. But unfortunately, they are not strong enough, they can only think about it. Never thought about it, today it becomes a reality. But, dare to ask Your Excellency. After a while of excitement, some people calmed down and asked curiously. Before they figured out Shajur-Ching's identity, they didn't dare to be too happy. If in the end it's just an empty joy, then it's really worth the loss, and it will even offend Eds even more. In that case, they will have a hard time in the future. They shuddered a little when they thought about Ed's methods. They have all been blackmailed for more than a year. Why does Shajur-Ching know nothing of the inside story? It's not because Idesh's secretive work is well done. There's a bunch of his eyeliners around the summer chamber. Anyone who dares to divulge the true situation of this Kobo Island will be greeted, intimately, by eaters until you give in completely. Therefore, even though the residents of Kobo Island were bullied badly, they never dared to talk indiscriminately, so as not to bring disaster to themselves. Hearing the words, Shajur-Ching Isho, I can't change my name, I can't change my surname Thunder Hunter, Nachi. Wow! Hearing Shajur-Ching reporting to his home, the crowd of onlookers could not help but exclaimed again. Then, someone took out his reward order, and immediately his pupils shrank into needles, and exclaimed, follow the reward order. Above exactly the same. Really a hunter of thunder. That's right, it's really him. The onlookers exclaimed in excitement one after another. Chapter 293 You have today too. Thunder Hunter, you are finally here. Ha ha ha, Eddie, you have today too. Finally someone can punish you. There were tears of excitement. Because they know that their hard days are over. Then, let's get started. Shajur-Ching said, then looked at Eds and walked away. I have nothing to say to you. Just cut it on the spot. Hearing Shajur-Ching's words, Eds couldn't help raising his head, he couldn't believe it. Thunder Hunter, you can't do this to me. Eddie suddenly drank violently, and his voice was full of panic. Can't do this to you. Anna, do it. Shajur-Ching gave her own answer with practical actions. Yes. Anna responded, pulled out the musket from her boot, put it on Ed's head, and said, goodbye. No. Eddie screamed in horror. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. His whole body seemed to be clamped by iron tongs, and he couldn't move at all. Boom. The next moment, a sharp pain hit him suddenly, making him instantly conscious. Then, there was a strong feeling of the passing of life, and his physical strength was quickly taken away. Thunder Hunter, hello ruthless. After only weakly uttering such a word, Eddie tilted his head and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone in Banas was even more terrified. Kill. But no matter how terrified they were, it couldn't change their ending. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Give me another chance. I really don't dare. In the face of death, these people can't care about their dignity, and they all begged for mercy. Ha ha ha, you have today too. When you deceived us, you were so high-spirited. Our poor pleading begged you but didn't see it. Now the feng shui has turned, it's your turn to beg for mercy, and we are watching the fun. Thunder Hunters, please, don't let them go. Yes, they must be severely punished, and they cannot be spared. When the crowd of onlookers heard this and saw this scene, they immediately became aggressive and refused to let these people go. I heard that everyone is unwilling to let you go, so let's cooperate a little bit. Shazher Ching glanced at these people with a good time, and then issued an extremely indifferent order. Don't kill me. I know wrong. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, these people were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they kowtowed like smashing garlic, but before they could finish speaking, they all fell into a pool of blood amid the sound of gunfire. Good. Seeing this scene, all the onlookers immediately clapped their hands and applauded. My negligence has caused everyone to suffer. As compensation, the entire island can receive 50,000 Bailey's comfort money. I hope you can continue to support the Summer Chamber of Commerce in the future, and help me promote the Summer Chamber of Commerce. NLT, PNGT. Next, I will rectify the Summer Chamber of Commerce, improve the training and quality of service personnel, and strictly control the conduct of the person in charge of each branch to ensure that this kind of thing will never happen again. At the same time, I will set up an opinion complaint channel. If you encounter any service problems, you can complain in time, and supervise the various branches of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, so that our Summer Chamber of Commerce will continue to improve and improve your own ability. Thank you all. Quote. Shazher Ching said very politely. At the end of the sentence, he even bowed to these people. Chapter 294 Terrified. How polite, how did the people who came to watch these people have seen such a battle? Someone like Shazher Ching would actually bow and apologize to them. They have lived most of their lives and have never seen such a thing. Good. We support you. We look forward to the Summer Chamber of Commerce to be even better. The people also responded with excitement. In that case, see you again, everyone. The reorganization of the Summer Chamber of Commerce will be carried out soon, and I hope that the Summer Chamber of Commerce can satisfy you by then. After saying this, Shazher Ching and the two were ready to leave. At the end, Shazher Ching seemed to remember something and said, please help me deal with these corpses. It must be sure. These people responded quickly. The next day. I didn't expect the Thunder Hunter to have such great courage. It's terrifying. This guy is born to be a great person. However, I always feel that he will break the rules by doing so. I always feel that those scoundrels in the future will also ask us to the same standard. Some people are quite worried. Of course, his worries are not without reason. Shazher Ching made such a sincere apology for such an accident. Once they form a habit in the sea, their future business will be difficult to do. But no matter how worried they are, it's all going on and they can't stop it. After returning to Mok Town, Natsumi Young immediately launched a more detailed inspection. Suddenly, the entire Summer Chamber of Commerce fell into a high-intensity vigilance. This inspection lasted for half a month. As for the effect, there is still some effect. At least, the ills accumulated in the rapid development in the past have almost been cured. Because Shazher Ching once cold-bloodedly dealt with Eds and his party on Kubal Island, all the people involved this time were frightened and turned into frightened birds. I am afraid that the next edict will be me. For this situation, Shajurching can only say helpless. Feeling these people regard themselves as executioners. EDS is a heinous crime. These people are just some mistakes in decision-making, causing some loss of interests, and they are not guilty at all. At most, the detention that should be held after the trial, the education that should be educated. Natsu-sama is wise. When these people heard that Sha Muyang did not intend to kill them, they all kowtowed like garlic, and they were very excited. After dealing with these people's affairs, Shajurching began to improve the relevant management system. This inspection made him realize that there are still many loopholes in his management system. With this inspection, Shajurching also regulated the banner behavior of all residents of Mok Town. The so-called flag behavior means that after paying a certain fee, the residents of Mok Town can use the flag of the Summer Chamber of Commerce to go out to sea for trade, and use the prestige of Shajurching to deter other pirates without being plundered by them. The reason for the regulation is because some people are dishonest. They make a big banner with tiger skins, and they have committed pirates looting, which has seriously affected Shajurching's reputation. Regarding this kind of behavior, Shajurching said that once it is discovered, it will be banned directly. Since they don't cherish this precious opportunity, let them regret it. Chapter 295. One wave is not flat, another wave is rising. Naturally, after the banner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce was taken away, many people who had done the tiger skin to make the banner all regretted it. But unfortunately, it's too late. Since they have a stable life, let them feel the passion of the pirates. Another calm day. A month has passed since the spot check. During this month, the word of mouth of the Summer Chamber of Commerce experienced a decline, and then rose again. There is no doubt that it can rise, indicating that people on the sea recognize Shajurching's handling method. And Shajurching's instructions to the people on Kobo Island a month ago, they are also proceeding smoothly. Isn't there a saying that goes well, gold cups and silver cups are not as good as the public's word of mouth? It can be said that the permanent reputation of the Summer Chamber of Commerce was bought with 50 million Baileys. This business is worth it. Certain port in Mok Town. I finally got the matter of the Chamber of Commerce. It's really not easy. I'm exhausted. Shajurching was lying on the chair, basking in the sun leisurely, so relieved. Natsu-sama, it's not over yet, it's too early for you to breathe. Suddenly, a voice suddenly came from next to Shajurching, and Anna, who was wearing extremely hot clothes, came over with swaying lotus steps. Hey, Anna, don't bring anything like this. Just this sentence made me fall from good expectations into despair. This is not what a mature subordinate should do. Shajurching couldn't help but complain a little. This woman, Anna, is getting more and more rude now, and she is getting more and more excessive. What do you say? How dare I, Lord Naz? Anna pretended to be coquettish and said coquettishly, that extravagant sound makes people feel like their bones are crisp. Let's talk about it. What else is there? The chief manager of our labor, Anna, is here to disturb my interest. Shajurching had no choice but to ask Anna what happened. You have rectified so many people at once, and there have been shortages of personnel in many places. If you don't recruit people again, our Summer Chamber of Commerce will not be able to develop. If we continue, it is very likely that there will be trouble. Everyone's work intensity is very high now, and they are already tired of work. When Anna heard the words, she first gave Shajurching a blank look, and then said, "Look at my memory, I forgot about such an important thing." Shajurching couldn't help but patted his head after hearing this, and then said, "Okay, then recruit people, you can discuss the specific matter with Jeers. I'll be there to check it out. Also, give 3 times the reward to the existing staff, thank them for their efforts, and calm their emotions." Listening to Shajurching's decision, Anna got up satisfied and said, "Then I won't disturb your tranquility, Lord Natsu." After that, he swayed the lotus step and left. This woman is getting more and more presumptuous. Looking at Anna's back, Shajir said helplessly. 2 days later. What? The Summer Chamber of Commerce wants to recruit talents. This is a good opportunity, you must sign up quickly. An opportunity like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and must not be missed. Maybe it was successfully selected, it's okay to try. Thanks to the good reputation of the Summer Chamber of Commerce all the time, as soon as the recruitment of the Summer Chamber of Commerce spread, it immediately got a lot of responses. Chapter 296 Evil Ace. Marine Headquarters. This guy is really rich and self-willed, and he actually prints this kind of thing directly in the world news. Sengoku looked at the content of the most central piece of the newspaper in front of him, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. The recruitment of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is published on it, and the specific content is above. I'm afraid this guy is the only one in the world who can do this. Sengoku thought so in his heart. He turned his eyes to the other side. There was a brand new reward order on it, and his expression suddenly became serious. I knew from the first time you were offered a reward that you were not a good stubble, and now it seems that it is so. Even the crocodile guy has suffered a loss in your hands. I heard that you had a conflict with Moria. It seems that it will be a scourge when you grow up in the future. Sengoku's eyes were placed on the amount of the reward order, which was as high as 200 million. More than a month ago, it was only 100 million, and now it is 200 million. With this growth rate, if there is no Thunder Hunter standing in front of you, you can really be said to be a generation of evildoers. Next to this brand new reward order, there is a slightly older reward order. The picture above is exactly the same, but the reward amount is different, only 100 million. Fire Fist Ace, who will be your next target? The only strong players in the first half of the Great Route are Natsu, the Thunder Hunter, and Mihawk, the Hawkeye who may appear here. Now you are planning to challenge them. Having said that, Sengoku said no more. Yes, the reward order placed on the Sengoku desk is aces. Mock Town. Everyone's participation is very high. Looking at Mock Town, which was crowded all of a sudden, Shajir sighed with emotion. According to his rough estimate, the number is at least around 50,000. Yeah, I didn't expect so many people to participate. It seems that everyone trusts us. Anna standing beside Shajir was also a little surprised. She added, but I think about it, as long as you become a member of our Summer Chamber of Commerce, the benefits you can get are not ordinary. It's worth their excitement. But then again, although there are more people coming, you still can't relax at all in terms of the assessment criteria. Things like a month ago can't happen again. This is the bottom line this time. I think you should be clear. Quote. This point, Shajir must make it clear. Anna said, of course, you don't need to tell us, we know it too. I watched the Summer Chamber of Commerce grow up, and I will never allow anyone who makes a fuss to come in. This assessment lasted for a whole week. In the end, of the 50,000 people who came, only 6 people remained. Here, there are all kinds of talents, guards, scientific research, sales, development, manufacturing, medicine, and so on. It can be said that the people who stay are almost all elites. From this moment on, everyone is a member of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for trusting me, the Thunder Hunter and the Summer Chamber of Commerce. As long as you live up to me, then I can also tell you with certainty that I am absolutely satisfied. I won't let you down. Shajir speech was quite brief, and there was no more words left. And behind him, Enel and others lined up in a row, full of faces. Chapter 297. You don't believe me. This is Enel, the immediate boss of your combat team. Your future training will be managed by them. Enel's deputy is Didia, and he is also your vice captain. Matters related to personnel appointments and removals are managed by him, and I can make decisions after reporting. Shajir began to introduce the people behind him. And then there's Tony Chopper, the captain of the medical department. Don't be so shy, he's a very reliable guy. Looking at the shy Chopper who started dancing, Shajurching couldn't help showing a hint of helplessness on his face. And then there's Gers, the captain of the scientific research department. Many of the small devices you use every day are researched and developed by him. And then, Shajurching introduced the people behind him one by one, so that these newcomers would have a clearer understanding of the team structure of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and improve work efficiency. Finally, Shajurching looked at Anna, who was standing almost side by side with him, and said, "I don't need to say who this is, Anna, the daughter of Mudflow. She is in charge of all affairs of the entire Summer Chamber of Commerce. He is the third in command of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and, at the same time, my deputy." Quote, "In the future, Anna will assist me in deciding and planning all affairs of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. If I am not here, her orders will be equivalent to mine. I hope everyone will remember this. Next, you should follow your own division of labor and follow your captain to work. I think you all know the relevant benefits very well, so I won't go into details. If you feel that the content of the benefits does not match, you can also first time to report to the law enforcement team. Anna and I will take it seriously." Quote. After speaking, Shajurching looked at these people again and asked, "Do you have any questions now?" "No," these people shook their heads and said in unison. "Then go, Summer Chamber of Commerce, it's up to you," Shajurching said to these people quite politely. Then, these people withdrew. "It feels like you have found a lot of things for us in an instant, Lord Natsu." After these people had dispersed, Anna looked at Shajurching with resentment and said, "How can it be? How can you think so?" Not to mention, being looked at by Anna's resentful eyes, Shajurching felt guilty. "Without your guilty conscience, Lord Naz." Looking at Shajurching's appearance, Anna couldn't help squinting her eyes and said, "No, you must have read it wrong." Shajurching gave a ha-ha, and then quickly slipped away. Being forced into this state by his subordinates, only Shajurching was left. "It's been a month again, it's so fast, I haven't had time to see her. Go see Hancock, it's not good if I get angry." With nothing to do, Shajurching went to the Amazon lily in the windlass belt under the pretext of going out to sea to find talents. After getting tired, Hancock fell into Shajurching's arms and asked, "When can I let my concubine be with you forever?" "It's coming soon, that day is not far away." To this, Shajurching can only answer like this. "After all, it's really fast. You say this every time, and the concubine doesn't believe it." Hearing Shajurching's answer, Hancock reluctantly pouted. "Half a year, it should be almost the same. At that time, we will find a good place to live in seclusion and live our little life, okay?" Upon seeing this, Shajurching immediately gave a specific time. Chapter 298 Let you know great. "Okay, then I'll trust you again." Hancock replied weakly, "Where can I see that this is the all-powerful Empress Hancock? There is no hockey sharpness at all. Like a weak woman. Fool, you don't believe me, see how I punish you." Shajurching suddenly picked up Hancock and walked to the bedroom with a fierce look on his face. "No, the concubine is wrong." Seeing Shajurching's action, Hancock's face flushed instantly, and he quickly begged for mercy. "HMPH, it's too late, even your husband doesn't believe it. If you don't punish you well, how can you know it's wrong?" Shajurching said, viciously, extremely resolute. Gia, accept the punishment, Hancock." Shajurching looked like a big wolf, and after placing Hancock on the bed, he rushed over. "No." Hancock blushed suddenly, and then, screamed out. "People really know they're wrong." An hour later, Hancock, a man with sweaty head, was full of weak eyes. "HMPH, it's good to know that you were wrong, otherwise, I will continue to punish you next time." Shajurching's face was full of satisfaction. She threw away the long hair bundle in her hand, and helped Hancock put on her shoes. Yes, he said that the way to teach Hancock a lesson was to scratch the soles of his feet. Shajurching said in his heart, "Those who think crooked should go to the wall and think about it." How could a person as pure as me be able to drive at high speed without braking? Shajurching severely condemns those who think crooked. This time, Shajurching stayed at Amazon Lily for 4 days, and after explaining to Hancock, he set foot on the journey back. On the way, he opened the Properties panel. A total of 8,800 evolution points have been accumulated in more than a month. It's time to evolve the Writing Wheel I, and add a buff to the Writing Wheel I pupil power. Shajurching first used 6,300 evolution points to exchange 63 points of pupil power, so that the pupil power of the Writing Wheel returned to its heyday. While restoring vision, it also relieved the discomfort caused by insufficient pupil power. The remaining 2,500 evolution points are all added to the evolution of Shiranyan. His current force value is enough, so he can improve Shiranyan first. It's nice to not have to wear glasses. Looking at the surroundings that were still clear even after taking off his glasses, Shajurching couldn't help showing a cheerful look. It's a lot stronger again, Shiranyan. When Shajurching thought about it like this, she looked at the genus panel. Host, Shajurching. Writing Wheel I state, Kaleidoscope 12,970 50,000ths. Pupil power, 100 100ths max. Strength, 392. Skills, Chidori series, Thunderbolt series Ninjutsu, New Ninjutsu Lightning Armor, Flying Thunder Sword. Illusion series, 3 Body Art, Shadow Clone Art, 3 Color Hockey, Marine Rokushiki. Swordsmanship, Yidao Lulibo, Profound Truth Destroy, Kanri. Mocktown. Natsu-sama, it's been a long time this time. As soon as he landed on the shore, Shajurching saw a bad-looking Anna, which made him scratch his head in embarrassment. What should I do in the future? It will not be turned upside down. Quote. Oh, sure enough, it's enough for a straight man like me to have 2 women, and 1 more brain cell will die. I really don't know how a person who can maintain harmony with 3 wives and 6 concubines does it. Quote. Chapter 299 I'm going to cut you. Then, he sighed and said, Anna, don't worry about this. When you have time to worry about it in the future, you can say this again. Saying that, he didn't know where he took out a gift box like a conjuration, and said, it's for you, take a look, it should suit your heart. HMPH, don't bribe me, I'm responsible for the Summer Chamber of Commerce. As the president, you can't mess around. While talking, Anna opened the gift box. Then, her words came to an abrupt end, and she said with a look of surprise, "Is the contents here for me?" Of course. Shajurching breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Anna's appearance. HMPH, there is nothing to be courteous, either a traitor or a thief. Hearing this, Anna snorted very happily, but she still pretended to be very serious. Then, just when Shajurching thought she was going to talk about business affairs, she suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, it seems that you are so sincere, I will forgive you, Lord Natsu." Hearing Anna's words, Shajurching couldn't help sighing again, thinking, it's really a woman's heart needle. Then, he disembarked and came, and Anna, her eyes were completely attracted by the contents of this exquisite gift box, and she remained motionless. What I saw in this gift box was a string of sparkling gemstone necklaces, which were delicate and beautiful, extremely extravagant, and matched Anna's aura. Don't look at it so small, the price is as high as 9 million Bailey, and it is carved by a famous jewelry master in 1 year. It also has a nice name, God's Starlight. It is said that there are only 2 in the world. An absolute treasure. And the reason why Anna was so pleasantly surprised was because of this necklace, which she had been interested in for a long time, but never had time to buy it. Never thought that Shajurching actually bought it back for her. HMPH, you still have some conscience. Anna happily followed behind Shajurching and left like a little follower. On this day, Shajurching was still basking in the sun, but a news suddenly came, forcing him to dispel the idea. Our Chamber of Commerce was detained in Flower Kingdom. Hearing the news, Shajurching couldn't help but be a little surprised, and then set off with the only free Zoro. Hey, why are you taking me out to sea? I'm very busy with training, don't you know? If it was someone else, he would be happy to be taken out to sea by Shajurching, but only Zoro would feel irritable and even talk back to Shajurching. Ah, Zoro, can't you look at me as your boss, be polite to me, and let me feel the majesty of being a boss. Hearing Zoro's words, Shajurching couldn't help wiping the cold sweat on his forehead helplessly and said, "Sorry, I can't." Zoro refused, and then went on to exercise. What a training madman, no wonder his talent is not high, but his strength is so strong. Seeing Zoro working so hard, Shajurching couldn't help sighing, and then, she gave Zoro a help from Vivi. Ah! Zoro, who I saw, was suddenly covered with thunder and lightning, and then he screamed out. "Asshole, one day, I will cut you." Zoro roared angrily, his expression like a beast, excited and angry. Chapter 300 Who Gave You the Courage? I'm waiting. Lying on the mast with Erlang's legs crossed, Shajurching said nonchalantly, and continued to close his eyes and rest. "It will definitely cut you." Zoro's weak voice came faintly. Needless to say, the voyage on the sea is naturally boring. So, in order to get rid of boredom, Shajurching chose Zoro, the famous name, Exercise Zoro. Not to mention, Zoro actually practiced against Shajurching with great interest, naively thinking that Shajurching really wanted to help him improve his swordsmanship. Therefore, no matter how abused by Shajurching, he never doubted Shajurching's purpose. Just paper can't hold fire. Shajurching's conspiracy will be discovered one day. So, you bad old man, I believe in your evil. On this day, Zoro, who was covered in injuries and sweat, was lying on the deck, as if he just realized that he had been deceived. Nah, you're only reacting now, it's too late, don't worry about it, how bad it hurts your body. Shajurching took out his ears and said indifferently. Then, he looked forward, and the Flower Kingdom was already in sight. Flower Kingdom, let me see, what the hell are you guys, you dare to detain my people and my goods. You are really brave, Shajurching said in a low voice. Just when Shajurching was thinking like this, in the Flower Kingdom Palace. Your Majesty, do you really want to offend the Thunder Hunter like this? A middle-aged man who looked like a minister looked at the king on the throne and persuaded worriedly, that guy is. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Minister Zuo, needless to say, what about his Thunder Hunter? Our Flower Kingdom's Hapo Navy is not a vegetarian. If he dares to come, I'm sure that he can't leave Flower Kingdom. Others are afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of him. It's just a young man, how powerful he can be, and it's not rumored. Flower Kingdom said with a face full of indifference, his tone of domineering is beyond doubt. But, after all, he is a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million, not ordinary. When Minister Zuo heard the words, he persuaded again, but he was interrupted again in the middle of his words. I think his 800 million bounty has a lot of water. I think it's just that he took advantage of the sea's restraint on devil fruits to get him a bargain. If it were me, it would be nice to give him a bounty of 300 million. If he could have 800 million, it wasn't because Marine gave it for Whitebeard's sake. The king sneered, as if Shajurching's powerful achievements were in his mouth, and they were not worth mentioning at all. Besides, you don't know how important that batch of goods is to us. It can definitely make our strength go to the next level. No matter how powerful his Thunder Hunter is, he is only Shichibukai, and we are a member country of the world government. He will never dare to touch us, unless he wants to be surrounded and suppressed by Marine, and he will not be called Shichibukai. The king said this with such confidence, as if everything would definitely go according to his ideas. But, after all, he has a fierce reputation, in case. After hearing this, Minister Zuo always felt uneasy in his heart, and wanted to persuade again, but just as he said it, he was interrupted impatiently by the King of Flower Kingdom. Chapter 301 I misread you. Minister Zuo, you are the second in command of my flower kingdom. How can you increase other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige again and again? Is this your performance as a country that complements each other? I am so disappointed. Flower Kingdom looked at the Minister Zuo with a bad face. His eyes were like a jackal, and the Minister Zuo couldn't help shivering. But when he thought that he was a minister of the left, who was in charge of hundreds of officials, persuaded the king, and ensured the normal operation of the country, he couldn't care about the king's bad eyes, and after thinking about it, he continued to say, but. He was interrupted as soon as he spoke. Minister Zuo, I really misread you. I didn't expect you to be such a cowardly person. It's a pity that I have always regarded you as my idol before, to adore you and want to be like you. Quote. Think of my flower kingdom as a strong country, a powerful monarch, and a solid background. With such conditions, what is the fear of a mere hunter of mines? It's better for you. You have shaken the hearts of the army and refuted the monarch. Don't you know what kind of crime this is? As the head of 100 officials, you have won the trust of His Majesty the King, but you said something like that just now. I feel ashamed to be in the same room as a coward like you. You are simply ashamed of your Majesty's trust. The person who scolded Minister Zuo was a middle-aged man with high cheekbones, shrewd eyes, and a sinister look on his face. The words he just said were just words of punishment, and the hat buckle was really incomparably big. Minister Wright, how could you frame me like this? This old man always thinks about Flower Kingdom. How can you be a coward in your mouth? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will sue you for slander. When Minister Zuo heard the middle-aged man who refuted him, he immediately shouted back and asked. It turns out that this man with high cheekbones is actually the right minister of Flower Kingdom. As Saisuk, the old man has a bright life. How can I tolerate a villain like you? Shut up. The left minister was interrupted again. This time, it was the king of Flower Kingdom. Minister Zuo, please step back. You don't have to participate in this matter. Come here, send Minister Zuo back. Flower Kingdom cast a glance at the minister left, already full of impatience and boredom. Hearing the king's words, the minister of Zuo couldn't help being shocked, and quickly exhorted, Your Majesty, you are causing trouble for your upper body. You can't do it, you mustn't do it. Take it away. But before he could finish speaking, he was taken away by 2 guards. Your Majesty is wise. Seeing this scene, the right minister immediately visited the Tao. The minister of the right, this matter is left to you. The king of the Flower Kingdom ordered to the minister of the right. Yes, please rest assured, Your Majesty, I must. But this time, the right minister was also interrupted. It must be something. A young voice came from the gate behind all the ministers with a little composure. Who is arrogant? It was when he was full of contentment that he was interrupted, and the minister on the right turned around angrily, wanting to see who interrupted him. Then, he saw a face full of smiles. Thunder Hunter. When Minister Wright turned around and saw Xia Jing, he couldn't help taking a breath and said in a panic. Yes, it's me. I heard that some people are trying to get along with me, so let's go, then let me see where your confidence comes from. Xia Jing stretched out his hand and raised his finger at the minister, and said provocatively. Chapter 302 Hapo Navy, is it strong? Thunder Hunter, why are you here? Minister Wright, however, ignored Xia Jing's provocation and asked in astonishment. Where's Hapo Navy? Where's Qinzhao? Haven't you met them? The minister on the right asked with a puzzled look on his face. You mean Qinzhao? He, is that him? Xia Jing hooked his finger and heard Vivi's scream, and Zoro dragged a fat old man in a turquoise short-sleeved robe and 2 long beards in. Qinzhao. Looking at this old man in a turquoise short-sleeved robe, the right minister's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, full of disbelief. Is there anything else to say? If not, then please give me my goods and my people, and then compensate me for the cost of the route, as well as the mental damage, and the compensation for the personnel, a total of 500 million Bailey. And Lt. P&GT. Given the money and goods, there are still people. I will leave right away. It will never hurt you, and I will not let you suffer any harm. Shajirqing said with a very talkative look. How can Qinzhao fail? How is this possible? Minister Wright looked at Shajirqing and still couldn't believe it. Why not? Hearing these words, Shajirqing smiled. Qinzhao is nothing more than ants with a bounty of 500 million, how strong? Hapo Navy. In my opinion, it's just a mob. These words are disdainful and indifferent, which can be said to be extremely proud. What happened to all of this, and how was Qinzhao defeated? To figure it all out, you have to go back 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago. Stop coming, this is Hapo Navy's jurisdiction. Quickly pull over to the side of the ship and accept our inspection. Shajirqing and the two were stopped just as they approached the port of Flower Kingdom. I don't know what Hapo Navy's deputy leader, His Excellency Abu, stopped me and wanted to do it. After being stopped, Shajirqing appeared on the head of the ship, looking at the man opposite, the man with long orange hair, a tattoo like a skeleton on his left arm, and 2 battle axes on his back, so he was calm and said, Thunder Hunter, what are you doing here? Why, don't you want to loot the Flower Kingdom? When Abu saw Shajirqing, he couldn't help stunned, but he still had a normal look on his face. What am I doing here? Don't you have an answer in your heart? When Shajirqing heard this, she couldn't help laughing, and looked at Abu and said sarcastically, I'm too lazy to cheat with you. In a word, get out of the way and don't get in my way. Don't force me to clear your Hapo Navy. Shajirqing didn't want to talk nonsense, and directly explained the purpose. I'm sorry, but if you want us to get out of the way, then show your strength. Abu grinned Isho, his face full of provocation. Let me see if your strength can convince us, weaklings, you are not worthy of talking to us. Qinzhao, is that what you mean too? Shajirqing's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard the words, looking at Qinzhao who was walking behind Abu with a smile on his face, and asked. Ha ha ha, yes, that's what this old man means. Thunder Hunter, let's take action. Only the strong can win our respect, the weak are not worthy of dealing with us. Qinzhao said proudly, stroking his beard. Qinzhao, let me remind you again, those goods and people are very important to us. No delay, don't force me to kill you Hapo Navy. Hearing these words, Shajirqing's face suddenly turned colder. Chapter 303 is this level. No matter how much you threaten, if you don't have the strength, we will not let you go. Thunder Hunter, why, are you just a giant in words? Qinzhao is still unmoved, and even has a feeling that he is going to make progress. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you, Qinzhao. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Shave. Shajirqing appeared in front of Qinzhao in an instant, and blasted out with a punch of thunder. Watu. Facing Shajirqing's punch, Qinzhao collided without flinching, armament hardened his head, and collided with Shajirqing. Boom. The terrifying air waves raged in all directions, causing Abu and Lao Kai on the side to retreat. Show you how good I am, conqueror. Qinzhao shouted loudly, the opponent is Shajirqing after all, there is no need to do anything false, just use the big move. Conqueror. Humph, let's see who's more domineering. Compared with Conqueror, Shajirqing would be afraid. Of course not, on the contrary, he likes this kind of momentum collision the most. Next moment. Om. The two released Conqueror Haki at the same time, and the collision caused the air to tremble even more violently. Qinzhao, is that enough? Shajirqing said with disdain on his face. Qinzhao's Conqueror Haki is not domineering at all, it's just as soft as if he has no power. What a shame, he was looking forward to it. Then, with a thought, Conqueror Haki's output suddenly became more terrifying and powerful, making Qinzhao groan, and he took a few steps back, and his movements became a little slow. There is a flaw, Qinzhao. When Shajirqing saw this, he immediately laughed, and when he lifted his leg, a sword wave was swept out. Don't try. Qinzhao wanted to use armament to cover his chest to block the attack, but illusion gold binding. The three-hooked jade writing wheels I turned extremely fast, and it was an illusion brand that went away, and Qinzhao's movements stopped immediately. Like Qinzhao doesn't need to use a kaleidoscope yet. PFF'd. Qinzhao's chest was immediately slashed with a huge hole, and it wasn't over yet. Xia Zhiqing once again bullied himself, punched out, and shouted, Rokushiki, 6 styles overlord bow. One punch, the world moves. PFF'd. Qinzhao's eyes widened when he was hit by this blow. He was full of shock and surprise, but he couldn't control his body at all, so he flew upside down. Boom boom boom. Qinzhao's huge body was like a sandbag, and it was slammed and flew out, and it has been running through several buildings before it stopped and fell. Lord Qinzhao. Watching this scene, Lao Kai and Abu couldn't help being shocked. They never imagined that Qinzhao would lose so quickly. They want to go forward and besiege Xia Zhiqing. Thunder escaped Chidori flow. Facing the two rushing over, after Xia Zhiqing quickly formed the seal, terrifying thunder and lightning danced all over his body, and spread out. Ah! The two of them didn't have time to dodge at all, and they were hit, and they suddenly let out a scream. With your strength, are you worthy to challenge me? Looking at Lao Kai and Abu screaming in the thunder and lightning, Xia Zhiqing said with disdain on his face, and then said with a seal, lay done angry thunder tiger. Roar. A furious thunder tiger suddenly slammed out of the air, wrapped in incomparable strength, and sent Abu and Lao Kai also vomited blood and flew out. Chapter 304 Start to panic. How is that possible? It's fake, you just lost like this. The Thunder Hunter is so powerful. The surrounding Hapo Navy members watched this scene and couldn't help but lose their voices. Chindori Ryu. In the face of these Hapo Navy members, Xia Zhiqing once again let out a thunderous light, completely shrouding the surroundings. Ah! This thunder light, Xia Zhiqing reduced the power by more than half, otherwise, he was afraid that these people would not be able to withstand the bombardment of this thunder and lightning. Hapo Navy, the famous Hapo Navy in the waters near Flower Kingdom, is so weak in front of Xia Zhiqing, it can even be said to be vulnerable. How amazing! Zoro, bring their 3 leaders, let's go. Xia Zhiqing glanced at Zoro who was following behind him, and said so. Cut, trouble to die. Hearing this, Zoro pouted and looked unhappy, but still obediently packed up the Qinzhao group and took them away. Is this the end? Of course not. Along the way, when blocked by guards, Xia Zhiqing shouted, Zoro, it's over to you. When attacked by the army, Xia Zhiqing also shouted, it's over to you, Zoro. They went all the way to the gate of the palace with Invincible going. Then, Xia Zhiqing glanced at the gate of the palace, and then looked at Zoro again, who immediately drew his sword reluctantly and said, 3 swords, ghost slash. PFF'd. Immediately, a slashing mark appeared on the gate, the sword intent was vertical and horizontal, and then it fell heavily. What happened after that was exactly what the Minister Wright experienced just now. HMPH, what arrogant words, do you really think this court is a place where you can mess around? Hearing Xia Zhiqing's excessive demands, Minister Wright, who had already reacted from the failure of Qinzhao and the others, immediately snorted coldly and strongly rejected Xia Zhiqing. Then, he shouted to the surroundings, guards, take this guy for me and protect His Majesty the King. He wanted to call the guards to stabilize the situation. Just. The right minister's voice has been falling for a few seconds, but there is still no movement outside the door, which makes the right minister's heart suddenly have a bad premonition. Where are the guards? Why don't you hurry up and protect the king? Palace guards, don't hurry in. Minister Wright shouted in a panicked tone, and his panic spread to other ministers at once. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire hall suddenly became panic. Minister Wright, you don't have to call anymore. The guards won't come in. They should all be down by now. Well, it's all his masterpiece. When Xia Zhiqing was talking, he pointed to Zoro behind him. The latter glanced at the minister right when he heard the words. The beast-like gaze made the minister right shudder. The minister of the right, Your Excellency, a major event not good, the guards they are all overwhelmed gone. At this moment, a wounded general rushed over, and after he finished speaking, he immediately fell into a coma. Seeing this scene, the right minister and even all the ministers couldn't help but sunk in the heart. They all realized the seriousness of the matter. They seemed to provoke the wrong person. Then, should we continue to talk about compensation now? Seeing this scene, Sha Zhiqing smiled and folded his hands, and went one step further and asked. Chapter 305 I'm scared to be scared. Gollum, what do you want, Thunder Hunter? Looking at Sha Zhiqing exuding a vicious aura, Minister Right took a step back, swallowing his saliva. It was only now that he realized that he had really underestimated Sha Zhiqing before. He was the one who encouraged the King of Flower Kingdom to stop Sha Zhiqing's goods. Originally, according to his imagination, Qin Zhao, who leads the Hapo Navy, is definitely enough to stop Sha Zhiqing. After all, Qin Zhao himself patted his chest and promised him, I can definitely stop Sha Zhiqing. However, how could he expect that Qin Zhao, who had promised him so much before, could not stop Sha Zhiqing at all? Directly let Sha Zhiqing enter the palace and put them all in crisis. It's just that now I know that I regret it, and everything has been useless. The lives of all of them are almost in his hands at this moment, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is life and death. The situation is very critical, as long as Sha Zhiqing thinks, they are all dead. I don't want to do anything, it just depends on what you choose. Sha Zhiqing replied, if your answers make me dissatisfied, I'm sorry, I know I have to cut off a few heads and give my subordinates an explanation. Hearing these words, the right minister suddenly blocked in front of the King of Flower Kingdom, like a hen protecting her cub. His voice trembled, with me here, you don't want to hurt the king. Thunder Hunter, Flower Kingdom is the world government, if you don't want to lose your Shichibukai title, you should retire as soon as possible. Quote. If you step back now, maybe it's for the sake of your awareness of current affairs, not to care about your presumptuousness, and to forgive you for the heinous crime you committed. These remarks sounded so imposing and powerful, but the minister on the right said that he was weak and did not mean to threaten at all. Retreat. Sha Zhiqing appeared in front of Minister Right in a flash, grabbed his neck and picked him up, saying, do you really think I care about the title of Shichibukai? If you don't want it, don't want it. I didn't rely on this title to make me what I am today. Please understand this. I am Shichibukai, but Marine begged me to do it. Of course, if you don't agree, just speak ill of me and let the world government withdraw. Drop me. You. Listening to Sha Zhiqing's completely indifferent words, Minister Right's heart was cold, and he shivered again like being struck by lightning. He didn't expect that Sha Zhiqing didn't care about the title of Shichibukai at all, but this was their last trump card, and they thought they could use this bargaining chip to threaten Sha Zhiqing. But now, it doesn't work at all. And it was only at this time that the ministers realized that the minister on the right was arrested, and they were all anxious and at a loss for a moment. But he didn't dare to move forward casually, so as not to cause any tragedy. I advise you to stay still, King Flower Kingdom. Sha Zhiqing suddenly drew his gun and pointed it at the King of Flower Kingdom who wanted to get away, jokingly said. This made the ministers again horrified and exclaimed, Thunder Hunter, please don't mess around. But Sha Zhiqing didn't care about these people at all. His eyes were always focused on the king, which made the latter shudder. Tell me about my conditions, whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, you will pay with your life. If you agree, act quickly, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Sha Zhiqing threw the right minister out as he spoke, and then appeared behind the king, with the musket on his forehead, making the latter instantly pale and trembling with fright. Chapter 306 Have something to say. I have something to say, I. Flower Kingdom was afraid that Sha Zhiqing would get excited and kill him by slipping his hand, so he was so scared that he couldn't even speak. The ministers were also startled again, but still did not dare to move. What are you, whether you agree or not, please give me a nice word. Shazherching said with an impatient tone. I answer promise you. Hearing Shazherching's unkind tone, the king couldn't help shivering again and replied quickly. I heard it, everyone, please ask the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Right to prepare all those things for me according to my conditions. Oh, by the way, give me a boat by the way, so many things, our boat can't carry it back. Shazherching sat down directly on the king's large throne, completely ignoring the king's majesty. Come on, do you two want me to die? Seeing that the finance minister and the right minister did not move at all, the king of the Flower Kingdom suddenly shouted violently, but there was no panic or lag at all, showing the majesty of the lord of a country. After all, it is closely related to his little life, and this king cannot but be excited. Yes, yes. After being yelled at by the king, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Right hurriedly left to prepare things. And the king of Flower Kingdom said in his heart, I regret not listening to the words of the Minister of the Left, which caused such a catastrophe. But what's the use of regret now? Seeing Shazherching had already controlled the situation, Zoro just found a place to sit down and watched everything quietly. The waiting time was a long ordeal for the king of Flower Kingdom and all his servants. Especially the kidnapped king. Every second, he felt as long as a year, living like a year, but that's it. Fortunately, just when he was about to collapse, the finance minister and right minister who had left finally came back. And behind them, there are people who Shazherching wants, the employees of the Sha Chamber of Commerce. Natsu-sama. When the employees of the Summer Chamber of Commerce saw Shazherching, they couldn't help shouting in unison with excitement. Ha ha ha, I knew that neither the Chamber of Commerce nor Lord Nats would give up on us. Woo, Lord Naz, you're here in person, it's so reliable and reassuring. I said it, entering the Summer Chamber of Commerce is definitely a very wise choice, and you will never regret it. The reactions of these employees are also different, indifferent, happy, and weeping with joy. They were all very pleasantly surprised that Nath personally came to rescue them, and they couldn't help but feel a deep emotion from their hearts. Everyone is frightened, you won't be hurt or made things difficult here. Shazherching glanced at these employees one by one and asked with concern. Among these people, there are old employees and new employees. They have detained us to the limit, how dare they touch us? It's just restricting our freedom. A sturdy man with brown curly hair immediately answered boldly. You're not being polite at all, Uke. Shazherching heard the words and looked at the man, and called out his name. President, you actually remember my name. Being called by Shazherching's name directly, the brown-haired man couldn't help being shocked, and he looked like he didn't expect it. Chapter 307 Our Pleasure. It should be normal to remember your name, don't say it's you, I can name all of you. If as your president, you can't even remember your names, that would be a failure and irresponsible. Shazherching heard Isho said, gentle and close, making people feel like a spring breeze. It is in stark contrast to the cold and sternness just now, and it is not the same person at all. It's my honor to be remembered by you. This youth couldn't help but responded excitedly, his face was full of emotion. Yes, this is our honor. The rest responded in unison immediately. Needless to say, everyone's face is full of emotion, and I can't wait to throw my head and blood for Shazherching immediately, and do my best. Seeing this scene, the king of Flower Kingdom looked at Shazherching with a strong look of horror. He just wanted to say that Shazherching is really a leader. A few words and a smile made these people give up on him. What a charisma, what a superb method. In fact, some ministers in the court looked at this scene and wished to become Shazherching's subordinates in their hearts. Having such a boss is really reassuring and touching. But they also know that this kind of thing can only be thought about in their hearts and cannot be taken seriously. Come on, let's go home. Shazherching waved at these people and walked towards the gate. Ha ha ha, everyone from Flower Kingdom, please forgive us. Brothers, go home. Yuke laughed proudly, followed behind Xia Zhiqing, and walked out the door. Outside the door, there was already a group of ministers from the Ministry of Finance waiting for Xia Zhiqing and the others with a pile of money and treasure. Thunder Hunter, this is indemnity, check it out. The leading minister looked like he could not wait to eat Xia Zhiqing, but he still restrained himself and said to Xia Zhiqing, "No need to count, I believe your Chancellor of the Exchequer will not deceive me, he doesn't have the guts. Then trouble you again and help me transport all these treasures to the port." Xia Zhiqing glanced at these treasures, and then looked at the minister who was gnashing his teeth. It's been a long time since no one dared to do this to him. Fun. After saying this, Xia Zhiqing walked to the port. By the port. When Xia Zhiqing and his party came here, a big ship with the words, Summer Chamber of Commerce, had already stopped here and waited for a while. Yuke, go do an inventory of the goods and see if there's anything damaged or missing. Xia Zhiqing can pay indemnity casually, but he can't with this product. Because this cargo is very important, don't be sloppy. Oh, by the way, help me tell your king. If you let me know that there are merchants other than the Summer Chamber of Commerce who make this kind of thing for sale, don't blame me for being rude. And LT, P and GT. Please all of you, be prepared to destroy the country. I, the Thunder Hunter, do what I say. If you don't want to destroy the country, do a good job of keeping secrets for me, and let those capable people in your country give me a good talk. Threats, naked threats. You Thunder Hunter, don't you think your behavior is too much? The minister immediately trembled with anger and said angrily. Excessive. Hee, the world is such an extreme. Hearing that Xia Zhiqing disdained Isho, he boarded his own boat, and Zoro immediately followed. Chapter 308 Supernova Ace. 5 minutes later. Lord Natsu, there is no defect or lack of quantity. They are very honest. Yuke replied. Return. Xia Zhiqing gave the order to return, and a few people drove the boat away from the Flower Kingdom. Thunder Hunter, wait for me. Vaguely, such a voice came from Xia Zhiqing's ear. But even if Xia Zhiqing heard it, she might not take it seriously. Not to mention only vaguely. In a blink of an eye, another month has passed. Summer Chamber of Commerce has developed quite rapidly in this month, and, because of its high service and quality, as well as the diversity and professionalism of its products, it has received more and more support from the public. The reputation of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, just like the plague, spread rapidly. Regardless of the New World, at least in the first half of the Great Route, the name Summer Chamber of Commerce is almost a household name. Therefore, the sales of the Summer Chamber of Commerce in this month also reached an astonishing 10 billion. Excluding the 7.9 billion of various expenditures, the net income reached 2.1 billion. It's only a month away. If it is a year later, when the scale is larger, how terrifying will it be? No one could imagine it. Even Xia Zhiqing himself has no way to predict the future achievements of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Of course, in this month, several things that shocked the sea also happened. The first one, in the face of Marine and Shichibukai Crocodile's siege operation, Fire Fist Ace hit Marine Vice Admiral Dolo and injured Crocodile, and then went away. After this battle, his bounty soared from 200 million to 375 million Bailey in an instant, making him the #1 supernova. Because everyone in the sea has tacitly regarded Xia Zhiqing as a tyrant, not a supernova. Therefore, Ace can become the first of the supernova ranks. Otherwise, with the jewel of Xia Zhiqing in front of him, he may not get this title even if he works hard for a few years. It's Ace, amazing. Xia Zhiqing sighed sincerely. Sure enough, the attribute of enchanting is inherited. In the original book, Luffy grew from a rookie to the 5th emperor in just over 3 years. As for Ace, it has only been half a year since he went to sea, and he has already possessed such a powerful strength. It can be said that the future is limitless. However, this Doro Vice Admiral, if I remember correctly, he seems to be the one who made Ace learn armament hockey in the original book. Now it seems that under a series of yin and yang coincidences, Ace seems to be right, hockey has no idea yet. Quote. I wonder when Ace will be able to learn hockey. Hee hee, if you can't enter the new world without hockey, you will be at a disadvantage. When Xiaozhiqing thought about it like this, she suddenly showed a malicious smile, which was a little creepy. The second thing, the Whitebeard pirates and the Whitehead pirates fought again in a place in the new world called Wardwa Sea area. Marco relied on the particularity of his ability to fight two against one another, but after all, he lost to Fire Blight and Drought Jack, and was hit hard. And Kaido was also injured by the angry Whitebeard, and even the Plague Queen suffered and was knocked unconscious. In this naval battle, the losses on both sides were not small, and neither side got any benefits. It was called the Wardwarf Battle in history. Chapter 309 Kaido vs Whitebeard. In this battle, Whitebeard did not inform Xiaozhiqing, so he was severely complained by Xiaozhiqing. Do you look down on your son and me? If I participated in the battle, how could this battle be so tragic? As a last resort, Whitebeard can only promise that if the next war starts again, he will definitely inform Xiaozhiqing, so that the latter can give up. The third thing, marine scientist Vegapunk, by extracting the genes of one of the Shichibukai tyrant bears, developed the battle robot PX. It is loaded with the laser light of Admiral Kizaru as a weapon, and has half the reaction speed of the tyrant bear. The body is made of high-strength alloy, and its strength is so powerful that it can pose a threat to Marine Vice Admiral Marshal Sengoku, named it, the Pacifist, and asked Vegapunk to start preparing for mass production. Pacifists, I didn't expect to appear so soon. It's a big step closer to dethroning the Shichibukai system. I don't know how long it will take for SSG to come out. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaozhiqing had never seen what SSG was and what it looked like in his previous life. Just know that it is a battle robot that is more expensive than a pacifist. Of course, it is stronger and stronger, with a powerful strength to overwhelm Marine Vice Admiral. Speaking of which, I'm also 15 years old, so fast, it's been so long since I came to this world in a blink of an eye. Xiaozhiqing got up and walked inside the Chamber of Commerce, where a grand birthday party was waiting for him. The banquet is really tiring. Xiaozhiqing thought so helplessly, but there is no way to avoid this kind of thing. After so long, the Sky Island Drive unit and the tools leading to Sky Island are finally ready. I can finally explain to Hancock. Sky Island Drive is ready and he has a more secure hiding place once again. In this way, even if he discloses his relationship with Hancock, he still has a place to evacuate Hancock and the others in an orderly manner, ensuring their safety to the greatest extent possible. Let's get into the experiment. Happy to be happy after the development is successful, but Xiaozhiqing still has to be patient and wait for the successful results of the experiment before all this can officially begin. Damn Whitebeard, one day, I will let you know who is the strongest man in the world. You old guy, it's time to retire. Kaido, who was wounded and wrapped in gauze, roared. Cough cough. Lying beside Kaido was the Plague Queen. He almost died in Whitebeard's hands. Jin risked his life to save him from Whitebeard's hands, otherwise, Queen would really have to stop like this. In the end, he is the strongest man. Even if he is old and his physical strength is not as good as before, he is still so terrifying. Compared to the Queen, the state of the flames looks much better. However, Whitebeard, who is also a loss, didn't notify the Thunder Hunter, otherwise, the outcome of this battle is really uncertain. It's not easy to beat that guy Katakuri, the Thunder Hunter. Yan Zonjin dare not underestimate Xiaozhiqing. I agree with that. Jack, who was lying on the side, agreed immediately after hearing the words. As someone who was defeated by Xiaozhiqing twice, he has a great say. Xiaozhiqing's strength is really strong. Chapter 310 It's too early. But next time, the situation will not be known. Next time the Thunder Hunter will definitely join the battle. Jin said. For this sentence, Jack and Queen agree. Because Xiaozhiqing has this strength. It's time to assign evolution points again. After saving for a month, it should be very comfortable to use up all at once. In 1 month, with a total of 6,600 evolution points, Shajurching still blessed all of them on Sharanyan. At the same time as Sharanyan evolved, an extremely cool feeling wrapped Shajurching tightly, making him grown out comfortably. This feeling is like suddenly encountering a cold spring in the hot desert, which is extremely comfortable. The attribute panel appeared in front of Shajurching. Host, Shajurching. Writing wheel eye status, kaleidoscope 19,570 50 thousandths. Pupil power, 100 100ths max. Strength, 393. Skills, Chidori series, Thunderbolt series ninjutsu, new ninjutsu lightning armor, flying thunder sword. Illusion series, 3 body art, shadow clone art, 3 color hockey, marine rokushiki. Swordsmanship, Yidao Lulibo, profound truth destroy, Kanri. On this day, Shajurching is getting familiar with the power of the wheel shaking eye, exercising his control over the wheel shaking eye to the limit, and adapting to the influence of the increased vision on strength. Suddenly, a escort behind him suddenly came to report, Lord Natsu, Fire Fist Ace came to challenge, and has reached the port. Lord Anna is fighting him. Hearing this news, Shajurching couldn't help but be a little surprised at first, and then showed an unexpected expression, saying, but it's normal, if Crocodile and Moria can't satisfy him, they can only find me. Let's go and see. It's too early for him to fight Anna. Anna, Crocodile and Moria are not on the same level. Fire Fist Ace, this time, I can't say that I have to suffer a loss. Immediately, after finishing his clothes, he followed the guard towards the port. Fire Fist. As soon as Shajurching arrived at the port, Ace's voice came over. In an instant, the sky was fiery red, and a flaming fist that was directly twisted by the burning air ripped open the air and attacked. And the target of this fire fist attack is none other than Anna. Mud Fist attack. In the face of the fire fist coming from the sky at an extreme speed, Anna couldn't see the slightest dignified expression on her face, and she also threw a punch, smashing the air, and collided with the fire fist. Boom. The entire mock town trembled violently, the flames scattered in all directions, and then, Ace suddenly groaned, the light of the flames all at once suppressed a lot, and was forced back a lot at once. The mere rookie also wants to challenge our president, let's pass my level first. Seeing this scene, Anna drank violently and exerted her strength again, with a great momentum, and the mud fist directly suppressed fire fist. Being suppressed suddenly, Ace couldn't help groaning with difficulty. Want to escape, do you think it's possible? Seeing this, Anna couldn't help disdain for Isho, her mind moved, and she said, muddy scroll. I saw the ground under Ace's feet, and the ground swelled and turned into a huge lion head, which swallowed Ace, and then turned extremely fast, to smash Ace directly. Chapter 311 That's all. But how could Ace accept his own death so easily? Even though the extremely fast rolling mud flow gave him an extremely terrifying sense of life and death crisis, and it was the strongest opponent he had encountered since he went to sea, it was not impossible for him to break free. He is Fire Fist Ace, and if he wants to become the man of One Piece, king of pirates, how could he stop here? Of course, he did not dare to neglect, and immediately burst out with all his strength to deal with it. Buzz. The rolled soil began to vibrate violently, and the surrounding earth vibrated rapidly. Then, a wave of high-temperature fluctuations spread immediately, making the blood in the body boil, and the skin was extremely tingling. The stream of mud rolls was scorched dry at once, and the cracks were densely covered. Boom. The next moment, a gigantic flame broke through the shackles and roared out, with the terrifying power of burning everything, making Anna's face change and retreat. Dai Enkai. When Ace's voice came, he was like a fire god, and he was covered in flames. The earth around him is even more covered with a circle of fire waves that spread out in a spiral, burning the earth. But this is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying place lies in the things in his hands. Entei. Ace said so. He saw that he seemed to be holding a small sun in his hand, and the earth was constantly shattering, exuding terrifying energy that would destroy everything. If you have the ability, try to block it, Lady of the Mud Stream. With a roar, Ace pushed the little sun towards Anna. The air suddenly became extremely hot, and the banging continued, giving Anna no chance to dodge. Then try it out. Facing this blow, Anna couldn't see the slightest panic and solemnity on her face, and said, "Why one mud fist?" The moment the words fell, the earth roared into a huge fist, wrapped armament hockey and collided with the sky. Boom! In an instant, the entire mock town fell into a violent tremor, the sky turned into a fiery red, and the four seas broke out rolling waves, slapping the coast of mock town fiercely, causing the entire mock town to fall. The people couldn't help but be shocked. Who is fighting? How can there be such a terrifying movement? It's the end of the world, but that's all it is. And Anna and others are even more attracted by the alarm. To be able to break out such a big move, the challenger this time seems to be quite strong. It's quite a terrifying atmosphere. The world has changed, and it's really a simple newcomer. Enel, Gilzer and others have been attracted. And when they arrived, Shajirching had been watching the battle not far away for a long time. I didn't expect you to even develop this trick. Not bad, it seems that I underestimate you. Shajirching looked at the disaster-like scene in the distance, and said with great interest. However, you are almost at the limit. Next, feel the strength of Anna. Just as Shajirching's words fell, the battle situation in the distance changed. Boy, I have to say, your strength is very strong, but... Anna's eyes suddenly lit up, and her aura instantly became stronger, that's all. Broken. Anna shouted loudly, and the huge mud fist immediately suppressed Ace's Entei, forcing Ai Shengsheng to retreat several steps. Chapter 312 What do you want? Once she gained the upper hand, Anna became even more invincible, and she completely defeated Ace's Entei with a single blow. Facing the punch wrapped in armament hockey, Ace immediately elementalized his body and wanted to offset the damage. He also said proudly, "My body is a flame, I won't be caught by you." Before he could finish his sentence, he was bombarded with a punch by Anna's rolling armament hockey. Less than that, the moment Anna bombarded him, she immediately changed the state of her fist, from hard as iron to glutinous rice, sinking Ace directly into it. Bound. When Anna said this, Ace immediately let out a scream, and the bones all over her body rang. Captain. When the crew of Ace saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Let go of the captain. Don't hurt the captain. Daughter of the Mudflow, stop it. The rest of the people exclaimed in surprise, but they didn't dare to move casually, lest something go wrong with Ace. You think your body is a flame, so I can't hit you. Little devil, do you think I'm the same as those garbage pirates in the first half of the Great Route? I'm Anna, the daughter of the mudslide. Anna folded her arms, pressed Anna heavily on the ground, and said coldly condescendingly. Damn, you how did you do this? Ace looked at Anna, gritted his teeth and asked in disbelief. How? Why should I tell you? Anna looked at Ace with a playful look on her face and asked. You. Ace was choked up by Anna's words, and couldn't refute it for a while. Fire Fist Ace, we meet again. At this moment, Shajirching's voice came over, and Anna immediately stepped back a little. Thunder Hunter, what do you want? Seeing Shajirching, Ace immediately pretended to ask hard. Now that people are knives and I am fish, Ace wants to know what Shajirching will do with him. After all, he provokes provocation to the door. This is a serious face slap behavior, and now it is normal to lose to others and be dealt with by others. How? The strength of the people in my summer chamber of commerce has never let you down. Supernova Fire Fist Ace. Shajirching didn't mention the matter of dealing with Ace. Instead, he had a homely tone, very kind. What the hell do you want? Thunder Hunter. But the more gentle Shajirching was, the more abnormal Ace felt. Join me and work for me, it's not too much. Shajur looked at Ace and said with a smile. If you want me to join you, then let me see your strength. Ace looked at Shajur and still looked unconvinced. Okay, no problem. Hearing Ace's words, Shajur didn't even think about it, and immediately agreed. Come on then, I've wanted to challenge you for a long time. Shajur, who Ace listened to, agreed to him directly, and immediately showed excitement. He came here to challenge Shajur. Anna, let him go. When Shajur heard this, she immediately said to Anna on the side. I can't even beat me, but I still want to challenge the president, Lord Naz, I'm just killing myself. With such a snort, Anna released her restraint on Ace. Come on, Thunder Hunter. After being released, Ace regained his vitality and fighting spirit again. Chapter 313 Where did the courage come from? I don't know where he got the courage to actually provoke Lord Natsu. This is what Enel said. You said, how many moves he can hold under Lord Naz. These are the words of Gills. It's about 3 or 4 moves. This is enough to look up to him. Hearing this, Didia answered directly without thinking about it. Ha ha ha, it seems that heroes see the same thing. Hearing this, Gills laughed immediately. He thinks so too. Look back to Shajur and the two. Go on, Fire Fist Ace, use all your strength and leave no regrets for yourself. Shajur pointed his finger at Ace, very casually provocatively said. Damn, how dare you look down on me like this, Thunder Hunter, don't be too arrogant. Shajur, whom Ace saw, really underestimated him, and immediately became angry. He is also a supernova, with a prestigious existence, but Shajur treats him with such contempt, it is too deceiving. Fire Fist. He shouted violently, and a terrifying flame erupted from the body, and then turned into a huge flame fist, roaring and blasting out. The land where the Fire Fist passed, exploded directly, with even more power. But in the face of such a terrifying punch, Shajur didn't show any emotion at all. When he drew the sword, a fiery red sword wave blasted out, and he easily blocked the punch. Rankyaku Tempest Kick Libo. Shajur lifted his foot again and waved a fierce sword wave, directly smashing the Fire Fist, splitting the air, and approaching Ace. What? Seeing this moment of bullying the sword wave in front of him, Ace couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and then he suddenly stepped back without thinking, dodging the sword wave. Hide, where can you hide? Shajur voice came from behind Ace again, which made him terrified again. He looked away from the corner of his eye, and he saw Shajur actually appeared behind him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Fire. Ace wanted to attack Shajur to let him retreat and alleviate his crisis. But, the moment he had this idea, he heard Shajur voice again, illusion, magic, Kongja. Immediately, Ace saw that his limbs were pinned, and he couldn't move at all. He suddenly shouted badly in his heart, oops, you have to break free, or you will be in trouble. Thunder escaped Chidori Flow. But Shajur didn't give him such a chance at all, and the violent thunder and lightning completely drowned him in it. Ah! Aston screamed out, it felt like every cell had been pierced, and the body's ability to move was slowly lost. Captain. Seeing this scene, Ace's subordinates suddenly exclaimed again. They didn't expect that their Captain Fire Fist Ace would lose like this. And, still so fast. Fire Fist Ace, you lost. Shajur looked at Ace, who was lying on the ground with blue smoke on his body, still indifferent, and put the knife into the sheath. Damn. When Ace heard this, he couldn't help clenching his fists again unwillingly. It's time to fulfill your promise. Shajur put his hands in his sleeves. Like a big brother next door, he couldn't see any threat at all. Chapter 314 Conquer Ace. It seems that 3 or 4 moves are enough to end the battle. After all, it's Lord Naji, and the rhythm is quite well controlled. Looking at this scene, Enel and others couldn't help but play with the taste. This is also what we expected. Firefist Ace is indeed powerful, but only in the first half of the Great Route. A person like Lord Naz who can be defeated by the big pirates in the New World, how could he be an opponent? Gills said indifferently. Even armament hockey doesn't know how to use it. Being able to fight with Lord Naz is already a blessing that he has cultivated in his 3 lifetimes. He still wants to defeat Lord Na Dream. Anna said disdainfully. The person who was defeated by her with a few tricks dared to challenge Shajar Ching. I really don't know where the courage came from. Say Ace here. Captain, do you really want to join them? Those crew members of Ace looked at Ace and asked a little reluctantly. As expected of the Thunder Hunter, it really is amazing. Ace struggled to get up. After seeing Shajar Ching in front of him saying such a sentence, he turned to look at the crew behind him, and apologized. I'm sorry, everyone, I lost. According to the agreement, I'm going to join his summer chamber of commerce, the Spade Pirates. From this moment on, it's disbanded, and our voyage is over. All along, thank you all, thank you for your willingness to tolerate my willfulness and accompany me on my voyage so far. Hearing Ace's words, the crew behind him suddenly cried, a good pirate group, but it was dissolved after saying that, it was too sudden, too sad. Thunder Hunter, one person does things and one person is responsible, I will join you and let my friends leave. Ace looked at Shajar Ching and asked with a firm expression. No, Captain, the Spades Pirates aren't over yet, the Spades Pirates aren't going to end like this. Hearing Ace's words, the rest of the people burst into tears. At this moment, Shajar Ching's voice attracted the attention of the very sad Ace and the others. Joining my summer chamber of commerce seems to have nothing to do with disbanding your Spade Pirates. I probably didn't say I wanted you to disband. You mean? Hearing Shajar Ching's words, Ace's eyes suddenly lit up, full of surprises, and said in disbelief, I don't need to disband my pirate group, but I can bring their entire pirate group to join your summer chamber of commerce. Yes, you can understand that. Shajar Ching also needed to nod and gave Ace a positive answer. Thank you so much. Aston bowed deeply towards Shajar Ching and said with sincere gratitude. This is simply great news. Amazing. The rest of the Spade Pirates also exclaimed in surprise. Welcome, Firefist Ace, and everyone from the Spade Pirates. Shajar Ching stretched out his hand towards Ace, and said very kindly, introduce myself, Naz the Thunder Hunter, I will be your boss in the future, please give me more advice. Hello boss. The crew of the Spade Pirates said very respectfully. Hello, Boss Natsu. Ace and Shajar Ching held their outstretched hands tightly together, and their attitudes were also very respectful. Having another capable subordinate, it's amazing, Lord Naz. Enel's voice suddenly came from the side, full of ridicule. Chapter 315 Sengoku is not calm anymore. That is necessary, I am your boss. How can I do without 2 brushes? Natsumi Young Isho said so. Welcome, Firefist Ace, you can call me Big Brother Enel. Enel looked like he had expected Shajar Ching to say this, so he looked at Ace and said. Hello, Brother Enel. Ace is a person who becomes quite polite when he recognizes his boss, so he greets Enel very politely. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, I'll cover you in the future. Seeing that Ace is so on the road, Enel also replied very kindly. Okay, let's have a banquet, Ace joins us, let's celebrate. Shajar Ching interrupted their thoughts of continuing nonsense and said this. Oh, that's great. Hearing Shajar Ching's words, everyone present immediately boiled over. It's a party. The entire mock town entered a jubilation amid such a cheer. Is this the summer chamber of commerce? Joining them doesn't seem like such a bad thing, on the contrary, it's pretty good. During the banquet, Ace thought to himself as he looked at the extremely harmonious atmosphere of everyone. The atmosphere was so harmonious and joyful that he calmed down his somewhat uneasy heart at once. It seems not bad to live my life like this, Ace said in his heart. Marine Headquarters. What? The Spades pirates joined the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Sengoku finally had a moment of rest, but when he heard the news, he was so frightened that he jumped up and down, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, this is not good news. The current Summer Chamber of Commerce is really too powerful. Sengoku couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and said this. What do you think, Garp? Sengoku looked at Garp, who had suddenly stopped eating senbei beside him, and asked for his opinion. The current strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is indeed a bit too strong. Hearing this, Garp nodded and replied, in full agreement. But there was still something in his heart that he didn't say. Ace, you actually choose to surrender to the Thunder Hunter, what are you thinking? Hearing Garp's answer, Sengoku couldn't help but look at him. A light flashed in BB's eyes, and then said, Garp, go out to Mock Town to find out the details of the Mine Hunter. His current status strength makes me deeply disturbed. Quote. Hearing this, Garp nodded and said, no problem, just drop by East Blue to see my precious grandson. At this time, Sengoku suddenly seemed to remember something, and said again, if you have time, you might as well catch that guy back. It has already caused heavy casualties in several world government countries, causing a lot of damage. The panic of the world government has been urging us to marine. Quote. You mean the one from the Roger Pirates? Hearing this, Garp turned his head and asked. Well, it's him. That guy's strength is extraordinary. If you want to catch him, you have to use Admiral. Other than that, only you, Momoshiki, Chaton Tokikake, can do it. But Momoshiki, Chaton Tokikake, they're all out to sea now, and there's no time. The only person in the entire marine who can carry out this mission is you, Garp. Please. Speaking of this person, Sengoku also had a solemn expression on his face, and he was even a little afraid. Chapter 316 Demon Descendants, Bullet. This is not easy to see on the face of Marine Marshal Sengoku. After all, only a character of Shajir Ching's level can make Sengoku show such an expression. I see. Don't worry, I will end the source of this unrest. After that, Garp got up and wanted to leave. I heard that he is very interested in supernovas. Maybe his next target will be the Thunder Hunter. Fire Fist Ace, there is also the possibility of being targeted. After all, he is also a supernova and has a reputation. Sengoku went on to remind, saying a possible hypothetical opinion. Got it, thank you. Garp thanked him after listening and walked out. In the hallway. Demon Descendant, Douglas Bullet. A very dangerous fellow indeed. But why did such a dangerous character suddenly escape from the infinite hell, and how did he do it? Could it be that the miracle of the Golden Lion has to be staged again? Garp muttered in his heart. As a crew member of the Roger Pirates, after Roger was captured, he, Douglas Bullet, was also captured very quickly, and was strictly imprisoned in the infinite hell to prevent him from escaping. Under normal circumstances, Bullet is impossible to jailbreak. After all, in order to prevent him from escaping the prison, Marine has set a super strict detention plan for him. The prison cell alone was cast with 12 layers of alloy, and a sufficient amount of sea stone was added to ensure stability. Not to mention that Bullet himself is locked by the most pure sea stone chain, unable to move at all. It is almost impossible to escape from prison. Sengoku, who was then admiral at the time, also said confidently after experiencing it himself, it's absolutely foolproof. But now, what is the situation? Could it be that something happened to the undersea prison? Garp thought in his heart. Garp Vice Admiral. At this moment, a voice came from behind him, but the Vice Admiral Bastiu walked over quickly, then bent over and said in Garp's ear, Garp Vice Admiral, Bullet's thing is like this, Vegapunk Doctor. Through Basti's introduction, Garp finally understood why a dangerous person like Bullet suddenly escaped. Dare to treat others as experimental guinea pigs, but in the middle of the care, they were accidentally escaped by others. Garp can't help shaking his head helplessly. These people, can't they be more cautious? That was Douglas Bullet, the terrifying man known as the Demon Descendants. So careless, I'm not afraid that Marine can't hold back. New World, Sweet Sauce Island. This is one of the 4 emperors, an island under the banner of Bigumum. For decades, no one has dared to violate it. But at this moment, this is supposed to be a peaceful island, but it is as dilapidated as ruins, all kinds of buildings are collapsed, and there are comatose people everywhere. And by the port of this island, there is a man wearing a modified military uniform. His stature is quite burly, and he exudes a rather terrifying aura, which slows down the flow of the air a lot. He has long blonde hair that gathers like pine needles, strong muscles, a rebellious smile on the corner of his mouth, and a headset on his head. Chapter 317 Target, Thunder Hunter. Douglas Bullet, why are you such a strong man here? The person who takes care of Sweet Sauce Island is none other than Snag, who will be expelled from the Star in the future. At this time, he is still the Minister of Sweet Sauce, not the Minister of Fried Food in the future. However, at this moment, he was also lying in a pool of blood wounded, unable to get up at all. I didn't expect that. It's only been more than 20 years in the past. This sea, even a clown like Charlotte Linlin, can make a fortune on the stage. It's a depraved sea. Captain Roger, this kind of sea, I Bullet don't admit it. Since the sea is already out of balance, let me make him more turbulent. This man in the army suit is none other than Garp's target this time, the source of turmoil in Sengoku's mouth that has caused panic in many allied countries. Former One Piece King of Pirates Roger Crew, descendants of demons, Douglas Bullet. A terrifying existence with a bounty of 1.7 billion. The strong men in the sea, wait for me, my Bullet will definitely become the world's strongest One Piece King of Pirates surpassing Captain Roger. So, I will kill all the powerhouses in the world, including the 4 emperors, Marine Admiral, and this first target. Start with you, Thunder Hunter. Bullet actually set the first target to be Shajirching. There is no way, to kill the 4 emperors, you need to be cautious. Bullet said Bigumum was a clown. He still knew very well in his heart that a 4-emperor level powerhouse like Bigumum was not something he could solve now. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing, looking for the most famous person under the 4 emperors. And the most famous person under the 4 emperors, Bullet has just got the answer from Snag's mouth. It is one of Shichibukai, the president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and the Thunder Hunter Natsu. That is Shajirching. I hope you live up to the expectations I have for you, Thunder Hunter. Bullet said that, he left by boat, leaving only a devastated island and a Snug who doubted his life. This is the second time he has been beaten so badly. And Bigumum knew the news. It was already a few hours later, and she was so angry that she was going to go directly to chase and kill Bullet, but was stopped by Katakuri. Since his goal is the Hunter of Thunder, why should we take action ourselves? Just wait for them to compete with Snipe and Muscles, and we fishermen will profit. Bullet's strength is indeed extremely tyrannical, but the strength of the Thunder Hunter is not that bad. Let Cracker go with the troops. No matter who wins in the end, there will always be a party that consumes a lot of money, and it will save a lot of time to clean up. Katakuri's plan persuaded Bigumum, so Cracker went to sea with his troops and went to Mock Town, the first half of the Great Route. So, what is Shajirching, who is already in the center of the storm, doing? He is announcing something very important. Everyone, the time is almost right now, and some things should be answered for you. Shajirching glanced over the faces of the confidants present and said, have you always been curious why Anna is the 3rd head of the Summer Chamber of Commerce instead of the 2nd head? Whose is the vacated 2nd in command position? In the past, the time was not ripe, so I never told you. But now the time is ripe, so I will not continue to hide it today. Chapter 318 I'm not as good as her. Shajirching stopped suddenly when he said this, and he took a deep breath, and then let out a long breath, as if he was fully prepared, and then said, this position is reserved for the mistress of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Quote. Wow. As soon as Shajur said this, everyone present was boiling. Then, many people looked at Anna subconsciously. In the entire Summer Chamber of Commerce, the only person who seems to meet this condition is Anna. The eyes of everyone who saw it turned towards him, and Anna couldn't help but bow her head shyly. She thought to herself, is the surprise so sudden? Lord Naz. When Shajur watched this scene, she couldn't help but sighed, and said a little unbearably, the hostess of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is the Empress Boa Hancock. What? Hearing Shajur words, everyone present couldn't help being shocked. And Anna raised her head in disbelief, her body trembled, and tears were already accumulating in her eyes. Yes, the hostess is the Empress Hancock. I have been in a relationship with her for nearly a year. Looking at Anna's appearance, Shajur sighed again. He knew that this scene would appear sooner or later. But when this scene really happened, he also had some drums in his heart. If Anna's reaction exceeded his expectations and caused some tragedy, he would really want to cry without tears. So, you used to go out to sea under the pretext of carrying out missions. Were you actually going to have a private meeting with the Empress? Anna looked at Shajur unwillingly and asked. Her fists clenched, and her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. She forced her to ask. I am the first one. I have been with you for more than 3 years, but why? My position was finally taken by her. Get a head start. Quote. Is it because I don't want to be rehabilitated anymore? In terms of strength, ability, appearance, age, I'm not as good as her. Hearing Anna's words, everyone present nodded in agreement. In terms of strength, Anna may be a bit stronger than Boa Hancock. In terms of ability, Anna, as the actual manager of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, is definitely not inferior to the Empress Hancock. In terms of appearance and age, Anna, who is only 23 years old this year, can also be said to be beautiful in appearance. She has all the figure she should have, and has a noble temperament. Even Anna was the first to follow Shajur and she had the greatest chance. But why did Hancock take the lead? I'm sorry, Being pressed by Anna, Shajur was full of guilt and apologized. I didn't have this kind of affection for you at that time, but Shajur wanted to continue explaining, but was interrupted by Anna. So, you never liked me at all, right? Well, I understand. I won't continue to be a light bulb to humiliate myself. I will quit. Summer Chamber of Commerce, you should continue to manage it yourself. This necklace, I'll give it back to you. Natsu, I hate you. Anna cried and pulled out the necklace around her neck and threw it on the ground, then twisted her body and walked towards the gate. Anna, it's not what you think, you. Seeing this, Shajur explained quickly and wanted to keep Anna, but... Bang! The heavy closing of the door expresses how decisive Anna's heart is now. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help looking at Shajur in an instant, each with a playful look in his eyes. Chapter 319 I don't listen. Everyone, I'm sorry, I think I have to excuse me. After speaking, without waiting for these people to agree, he rushed out of the gate and chased away. Also said that there is no love. Look at this excited, obviously caring about others. And this chain, tisk tisk tisk, and the 4-leaf clover, which represents luck and love. It seems that our captain is still a lover. I'm still more curious how the captain will handle this. Everyone is looking forward to this matter. After all, this kind of thing is rare, not to mention that it happened to someone like Shajur. You must know that Shajur has always behaved quite politely, and has never violated the rules with his subordinates of the opposite sex. Who would have thought that this time everyone knew that he even had a lover, and he was still the famous Empress Hancock. Moreover, there is Anna, the little third, who dares to be affectionate. Shajur is not as polite as they think. Hey, this time, it seems that I can experience the president's talent in flirting with girls again. With a smirk on Jeers's face, his eyes swept across the ladies present from time to time, and when their eyes looked at Jeers, they suddenly became quite dangerous. As expected of the president, it's amazing to be able to tease two at the same time. Didia put her hands on her cheeks and said with a look of worship. Yo, our Miss Didia is also pregnant. Why, do you also like the president? Hearing Didia's words, Gills immediately coaxed. Go. But in exchange, it was the scolding that Didia disliked very much. Outside the room, all the guards looked at Anna, who was full of tears, and Shajar Ching, who was chasing after him, and then they couldn't help showing quite playful smiles. I knew that the president and the vice president had an affair. After Shajar Ching left, one person said to the companion in front of him. Agree, agree. When his accomplice heard the words, he immediately replied in agreement. Along the way, Anna, who was crying, and Shajar Ching, who was chasing, all the guards who watched couldn't help showing their aunt's laughter. Almost the entire Chamber of Commerce has already made Anna the woman of Shajar Ching by default. Otherwise, why would Shajar Ching be so confident in handing over the management of the Shah Chamber of Commerce to Anna? It's not because Anna is already Shajar Ching's woman, so rest assured. Finally, when Anna was about to leave the Summer Chamber of Commerce, at a rather remote and secluded corner, Shajar Ching, who was wrapped in lightning acceleration, finally caught up with Anna. Anna, I still have something to say, you should listen to me first. Shajar Ching hugged Anna, who was struggling violently in his arms. No matter how hard she struggled, she would not let go. I don't listen, I don't listen, I don't listen, you let me go, Nachi. Shajar Ching, let me go, let me go. Who knows, after Anna heard it, she struggled even more. If you're not obedient, don't blame me. As soon as Shajar Ching gritted her teeth, she twisted her body and pressed Anna against the wall, and kissed her directly. You. The moment she was hit by the wall, Anna couldn't help but her mind went blank, and then she wanted to push Shajar Ching away like an electric shock, but how could she do it? No. On the contrary, her resistance made Shajar Ching's kiss even deeper, which directly made her mind blank again. She was about to suffocate, and she was completely out of breath. Chapter 320 I'm so lucky. Anna wanted to resist again, but she still couldn't break free. Instead, the strength of her struggle became less and less. In the end, she hugged Shajar Ching's generous back tightly and responded enthusiastically. After a long time, they didn't let go until Shajar Ching was also deprived of oxygen. Now you can listen to me. Looking at Anna, who was blushing and was about to fall into her arms, Shajar Ching asked helplessly. Tell me, I won't listen anyway. Anna pretended to be cold, but she enjoyed it very much and drilled hard into Shajar Ching's arms. Seeing her like this, Shajar Ching's face immediately flashed a playful look. She leaned over to her fan's ear, and said with a warm breath, if you don't want to listen to that, I'm too lazy to talk about it. I originally wanted to tell you, I've already told you about Hancock. Hearing these words, Anna immediately stood up from Shajar Ching's arms, with a fierce expression on her face, and asked, hurry up, what else did you say? Yo, didn't someone say that he didn't want to hear it? Why, now I suddenly regret it again. Shajar Ching glanced at Anna with a mocking look on her face. Oops, what are you talking about? I'm telling you, I'm angry. Anna stomped her feet angrily and shouted angrily. Okay, I say it. Hearing this, Shajar Ching immediately smiled proudly and said, I said I told Hancock about you. Then what did she say? Would she hate me? When Anna heard the words, she immediately looked at Shajar Ching in anticipation, and asked with some trepidation. Of course she doesn't hate you, so she hopes you don't hate her, and I just want you two to get along. Shajar Ching looked at Anna and replied. I know, I will. After listening, Anna nodded very beautifully, and then she suddenly looked at Shajar Ching again, and said fiercely, however, you are not allowed to continue to mess with flowers. Otherwise, I will definitely join forces with Hancock and let you know how good we are. Hearing this, Shajar Ching immediately waved his hand and said with a wry smile, I've already worked so hard to get the two of you together, how can I still have the energy to mess with flowers? Don't worry, I have already told Hancock about this matter, and my women are only you two. Just wronged you, Anna. If I were a few years older then, maybe you were the only one I. When he said this, Shajurching Vivi scratched his head, a little shy, and said apologetically, but before he could finish, he was blocked by Anna's flaming red lips. Anna hugged Shajurching's neck tightly and said, as long as it's you. The order, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Shajurching hugged Anna tightly and said, I am so lucky to have a virtuous woman like you. Then, he hugged Anna by the waist and said softly, let's go back. When Anna heard the words, she immediately buried her head in Shajurching's chest, and said shyly, I'm shameless now. Ha ha ha, I can have a face. Hearing these words, Shajurching couldn't help laughing, and then, hugging the bride, amidst the exclamations of the crowd, hugged Anna and returned to the Summer Chamber of Commerce. As expected of the president, to get the vice president so quickly, amazing. The men in the guards watched this scene and said enviously. And those women, while envious in their eyes, also have some regrets and loneliness. Chapter 321 Public Dog Abuse. Just ask the women in the Summer Chamber of Commerce, who has never admired the young and promising Shajurching. Although they all knew that they were not worthy of Shajurching, they could finally imagine it. They also know that Shajurching will have one or more women to accompany him in the future. However, when all this really happened in front of their eyes, it was inevitable for a while of loss. Conference room, outside the door. When arriving here, Shajurching put her down at Anna's strong request. After Anna sorted her clothes, she flashed behind Shajurching and let him go in first. In this regard, Shajurching couldn't help issue, and then, pushed the door and walked in. I'll be back so soon, how about it, President, get it done. The moment he saw Shajurching, Giles laughed and wanted to ask about Anna. But, just as he said these words, he saw Anna, who had a cold look on her face, come out from behind Shajurching. Anna gave her a sideways glance, then put on a rather kind smile and asked, "What's up, Captain Giles?" Seeing Anna's eyes, Giles couldn't help shuddering deeply and waved his hands quickly. "No, don't get me wrong, I mean get it done, get it done." Well, Giles really couldn't think of a lie to prevaricate Anna for a while. "Okay, let's move on to discussing things, we still have a lot to discuss." Shajurching glanced at Anna and couldn't help but feel helpless, interrupting Anna's questioning. Then, openly held her hand and walked towards the leader's seat. Looking at this scene, a red glow suddenly rose above Anna's snow-like head, which was extremely charming. Wow, as expected of the president, actually. Seeing this scene, Giles immediately coaxed, but was immediately glared back by Anna. "Okay, let's talk serious business." Shajurching looked at the aunt's smile on the faces of everyone present, and brought the meeting back to the theme. "Everyone knows that if I open up my relationship with Hancock, then someone like me who has business dealings with the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be deeply feared by Marine. What they need is 7 pirates who have different hearts, and may even fight with each other to help them contain the 4 emperors and deter other pirates. Instead of 2 Shichibukai directly forming a husband and wife alliance, it will become a big scourge. Therefore, it is very likely that they will cancel the title of Hancock Shichibukai. After all, canceling my Shichibukai title does not have much effect. At that time, without the Shichibukai title, Hancock's country is in danger. So, I plan to move the headquarters of our Summer Chamber of Commerce to the sky above the windless belt to guard Hancock's Amazon Lily. What do you think? This matter is very important, so Shajurching wants to hear the opinions of everyone present and brainstorm. You asked me to develop the Sky Island ground connection device and the Sky Island drive device just to prevent this. Giles spoke, and saw Shajurching's expression through his face. Yes, Shajurching never denied this. I agree, Anna was the first to say. I have no opinion. Enno listlessly took a bite of the apple and said. I think it's pretty good. Didia and Hulina said at the same time. This plan is indeed the best one. The control over the distribution of the new world will be stronger in the future. Tezzolo, who participated in this meeting through the phone bug, also praised it. Chapter 322 Crisis Comes. You decide, I have no opinion. Zoro, Daz Bones, and Ace all looked like I had no opinion, the expression you came. Bentham and Chopper also nodded in agreement. What do you think, Nami? You are a navigator, and you are very knowledgeable about air currents and weather. What do you think? Shajirching looked at the last person again, the sailor Nami of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and left. The windless zone, very good, suitable for a base stop. Nami heard the words, spread out the map, and after thinking for a while, she also gave an answer in agreement. Okay, this issue is past, let's start the next issue. Mock Town, who will stay and guard? Shajirching asked a very crucial question. This. Don't say it, this question is really asking everyone. If possible, no one wants to stay behind. After all, the days of staying and guarding are too boring. Moreover, without a certain management ability, it is impossible to be competent for this position. And these people here, it seems that few of them have management ability. Except for Anna, Enel, and Gills, they seem to be gone. This made the conference room suddenly fall into silence. Shajirching, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh and said, it's still too few managers. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose from them. The reason why Shajirching was not promoted from those recruited was because those people came to the Summer Chamber of Commerce for too short a time, and their qualifications and abilities were not enough to take on this important task. Most importantly, Shajirching didn't trust them enough. Come on, my strength should be enough. At this moment, Pazalu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up and offered himself this position. You're here. I didn't expect you to stand up, I'm quite surprised. Hearing Pazalu's words, Shajirching couldn't help being pleased with Isho, half-jokingly said. If Natsusama can trust me, let me be the president of this branch. Pazalu looked at Shajirching and answered firmly. Okay, then it's hard work for you, Pazaru. After listening to Pazalu's words, Shajirching officially appointed him. Next topic. Shajirching continued to raise issues, and then continued the discussion. Time, so slowly in their discussion, 3 hours passed. During these 3 hours, they discussed all kinds of things and covered all aspects. Okay, let's end the meeting here. Next, everyone will proceed according to our ideas just now. Before Shajirching got up and finished speaking, a terrifying tremor suddenly interrupted him. Boom. Suddenly there was a dull sound like a falling meteor from a distance. This shock was simply shocking. The next moment, from the violent tremor, the people screamed in panic, and the situation seemed to be extremely flustered. Whoosh. Shajirching immediately rushed out of the conference room, and then, observation hockey released, and his face suddenly became extremely solemn. Hey, is this domineering and murderous aura serious? It's too scary, right? Katakori's aura is just like that. Who is it, who will suddenly appear here? Shajirching's heart suddenly sank. If Shajirching were to evaluate this aura, it would be like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, fierce and brutal. Chapter 323 It's no use for you to stay. Thunder Hunter, come out for me. It was at this time that a violent momentum spread throughout the entire mock town, suppressing and domineering, making the sky of the entire mock town dark. Conqueror Hockey. Shajirching couldn't help but be startled again, but he didn't have time to think about it. The kaleidoscope writing wheel was activated, and a china shot out, Overlord Spiritual Shock. Boom. A wave of air swept through the air, and the rumbling pair encountered the oppressive aura, which immediately triggered an outrageous gust of wind raging out. Ah! Suddenly, there was another scream, but at this moment, Shamuyang had no chance to worry about those, because what a strong conqueror. Shajurching only felt that there was a 10,000 force oppressing his spirit, so let him surrender directly like this. Who the hell is he, and why I have no impression of this aura? When did there be such a terrifying person in the first half of the Great Route, and he asked me by name? When did I offend such a terrifying guy? Shajurching has infinite doubts in his heart, but now is not the time. The most important thing now is to get out of this momentum. Shajurching immediately gathered up all his courage, and confronted him fiercely. Boom! The confrontation of the two's conqueror directly caused Vivi to crack the earth, and the two's hockey confrontation has already caused actual damage. Boom boom boom. The momentum confrontation continued for a full minute and then stopped, and the surroundings were already chaotic. Not bad, you can actually stop my conqueror. Very good, you didn't disappoint me, Thunder Hunter. At this time, Shajurching felt a sudden blackness on his head, followed by a strong voice. He couldn't help but look up, but saw a burly man in a military uniform, rushing towards him with a look of excitement. Bullet. Seeing this man, Shajurching couldn't help exclaiming, and there was a sense of horror in his tone. He never thought that it was him who attacked this mock town. He can recognize Bullet at a glance, because before he crossed into this world, the plot of the original novel just happened to have him as a character. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful character. After all, if you can hang a supernova 2 years later, can that be an ordinary person? Gills, Didia, Hulina, Pazuru, hurry up and evacuate the crowd. Enel, Anna, you two stay to help me, and the rest go to protect the people. The next battle is not at the level that you can intervene. Behind Shajurching, the moment Anna and the others came, Shajurching directly issued such an order. I want to. Hearing Shajurching's words, Gilles was immediately dissatisfied, and wanted to argue, but he was interrupted by Shajurching before he said a word. Don't be long-winded, hurry up, you won't be able to leave if it's too late, and the loss will be even greater. This guy is a member of the Roger Pirates. If you want to fight against him, at least 5 Vice Admiral elites from the headquarters must be dispatched. Gilles, do you think you can do anything if you stay? Shajurching's tone was quite hurried, with a strong and unquestionable tone. What, the crew of One Piece, King of Pirates? Hearing this, Gilles and the others couldn't help but be taken aback, and after saying, take care, they immediately left without any hesitation. As Shajurching said, they left nothing to do. On the contrary, it may become a burden. Soldiers are more valuable, not more, that's the truth. Chapter 324 Do not disappoint me. I didn't expect you to know me, Thunder Hunter. I'm starting to become more and more interested in you. Bullet did not stop Gilles and the others from leaving, but glanced at Shajurching with great interest, and the fighting intent in his eyes had been condensed into substance. Come on, Thunder Hunter, I hope your strength won't let me down. After all, the bullet is pressing like an arrow from the string. Akina. The opponent is Bullet. Shajurching didn't dare to be careless at all. Achi's quadrupled strength came out. Bang! In an instant, a splendid spark flew up, the whole earth trembled, and a large pit of more than 50 meters was blown apart. Shajurching felt like he was colliding with the rushing heavy train. The strength of this force made him instantly boil with energy and blood, and his figure was forced back several steps. What's the matter, is this not going to work? Seeing this, Bullet laughed horribly, and another fist exploded in the air, causing the sky to tremble. Thunderbolt, Chidori Sharp Spear. Shajurching's thoughts moved, and terrifying thunder and lightning appeared all over his body, turning into a long spear and stabbing at Bullet's chest, and the manic thunder and lightning in the sky also entangled like a bone-encrusted maggot, trying to force back Bullet. The mere lightning and thunder guns, what can I do? Faced with the lightning that even Katakuri had to dodge, Bullet attacked with one punch, confronting him head-on. Boom! Qiandiao's sharp spear slammed the iron fist, and in an instant, an amazing wave of air and manic thunder and lightning raged around, making both Anna and Enel struggle to resist. Shave. Shajur-Ching immediately flashed back, and then appeared behind Bullet, with a terrifying and sharp sword intent lingering all over his body, and shouted, "Yi Dao Lulibo. Merely Janbo, spread out for me." Bullet drank wildly again, and the thunder gun shattered with force, and then, the wild punch caused the air to explode again and collided with each other again. Boom. There was another shocking sound of collision. The sound shook all directions, and the gravel was like a powerful bullet, shattering everything around it. It's so powerful. What a horrible guy. Anna and Enel watched the battle and said in amazement. The two of them were completely unable to intervene, and could only watch Shajur-Ching and Bullet engage in such a fierce battle. Lay done flying thunder sword. Shajur-Ching condensed a thunder sword, and then, the thunder and lightning in the sky and the strength of the whole body condensed into one point, and it exploded out of the air. Boom. The air instantly exploded into a terrifying ring of air, hitting Bullet like a light, knocking him out heavily. Thunderbolt, Chidori's sharp spear. Shajur-Ching drank wildly again, and the whole body suddenly exploded with thunder, turned into a light-speed spear, and chased away. But, just when the spear was about to hit Bullet, he disappeared into the air with a swish. Little devil, that blow just now really hurts. Bullet's ferocious face appeared in front of Shajur-Ching like this. With a punch that seemed to shatter the world, it smashed heavily on Shajur-Ching's chest, never giving Shajur-Ching a chance to resist. Bang! The moment Shajur-Ching was hit, it turned into a piece of wood and shattered into a sky full of sawdust. Very good. Bullet's pupils moved suddenly when he saw this scene, and then, he turned around suddenly and blasted out another powerful punch. Chapter 325 Astonished. Bang! Shajur-Ching just appeared in front of his punch, and the sword intent on the flowing fire was vertical and horizontal, with the power to tear the world, and it collided fiercely again. Om! Another outrageous explosion. The earth sank more than 1 meter in an instant, and a 100-meter hole exploded around it. This power was so terrifying that even the earth couldn't bear it and let out a howl. The surrounding buildings were destroyed in an instant, and there was no chance of survival at all. In the distance, Ace, who was evacuating the people, Didia and the others listened to the huge movement from Shajur-Ching, and couldn't help swallowing at the same time. Their eyes are full of horror and moving colors. This level of collision has completely surpassed any battle they have experienced before. No wonder let us leave, this level of collision is indeed not something we can participate in. There is such a strong person in the first half of the Great Route, which is really terrifying. We are there, it is estimated that it is really just a burden. Didia and the others thought so weakly. One day, I will be able to reach this point, definitely. Ace looked at Shajur-Ching's direction, and swore in his heart that he would not admit defeat. Back to Shajur-Ching again. Boom! Bullet and Shajur-Ching directly launched a fierce battle with super high speed and great power. Even the two of them, Anna, could only see two phantoms constantly colliding with sparks, causing the air to twist and wave. The positions of the two people are constantly changing, and there are terrifying aftermaths of each other. Only the crater that is constantly bursting and sinking shows everyone how fierce and terrifying the battle between the two is. Crack. Hem. Thorn. All kinds of voices kept coming, and blood splashed out from time to time. Boy, you are very good. I haven't met a young strong man like you for a long time. Very good, you made me fight so much, I'll give you a decent way to die. Bullet's voice suddenly came over, making Anna's heart suddenly twitch. Listening to Bullet's words, Shajur-Ching seems to be at a disadvantage. Boom. In the next moment, a lightning-fast phantom was slammed down heavily, causing Anna to look at it immediately. Thunderbolt, heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment. The man in the air shouted loudly, and a chakra burst into the sky. Hearing this, Anna felt relieved. Because, the person who was blasted out was Bullet. Boom. The next moment, a billowing black cloud shrouded the entire mock town, and a manic thunder and lightning exploded, illuminating the four directions, and then, it turned into a thunderstorm and descended. Boom! The whole island seemed to be pierced, and the terrifying momentum directly blew both Enel and Anna out. Town. The waves rolled for a while, and then turned into stormy waves, slamming Mock Town, a feeling that Mock Town will be submerged directly. Immediately, this huge movement caused panic among the people on the entire island of Mock Town. This movement was as if the island was about to sink. It was too terrifying. Is this kind of strength really what humans can achieve? It's a bit too scary. This can no longer be described by human beings, nor can it be measured by human standards. Some people in the public watched this scene, and they all felt a sense of shock. Chapter 326. Good, that's enough. Boom boom boom. The bombardment of this thunder and lightning continued for a whole minute, and the surrounding kilometers were completely immersed in the thunder and lightning, leaving only a terrifying pit in Mock Town. This time, it must have hurt him. Shajurching wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and continued to output for such a long time. His chakra consumption was quite large. Is this your strongest blow? Thunder Hunter, it's not enough, it's not enough. Just as Shajurching was thinking like this, Bullet's low voice came from hell again. Shajurching couldn't help being shocked when he heard the words, and immediately looked at him, but saw an extremely fast phantom suddenly attacked in front of him. Bullet attacked brazenly, and that hideous face appeared again. There are countless burns on his body, and there are faint thunder and lightning explosions, but he is like no one, and he comes arrogantly. Boom! Shajurching once again turned into a piece of wood and shattered, but Bullet suddenly stomped and punched out to his left rear. The next second, Shajurching appeared in front of his fist, facing Bullet's fist. His eyes widened in horror. He didn't expect that his dodging route would be seen through by Bullet, and if he wanted to dodge again, it was too late. At the moment of being hit hard, Shajurching felt that his soul was about to be shaken away, and Armament Hockey's protection had no effect at all. PFF'd. Shajurching immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his sternum was even broken, causing his chest to sag into it, and the whole person flew out like a sandbag. Little devil, your end is here. Bullet also came in pursuit, another punch wrapped in emission armament, and bombarded with terrifying power. Lay done furious Thunder Tiger. Seeing this scene, Shajurching hurriedly released Thunder Tiger and collided. Open to me. The Thunder Tiger that came roaring this year, Bullet roared and slammed away with one punch, directly smashing the Thunder Tiger away. Naturally, Shajurching immediately took advantage of this opportunity to draw a sword, which was a brazen blow, one knife style profound meaning, annihilation. Shajurching stepped into the air, and passed Bullet like a meteor. Finally, Bullet, who had always been arrogant, let out a humming sound of pain. Next moment. As soon as he saw his chest, a scarlet blood flower splattered out, making his whole figure stagnate. Without waiting for Shajurching to pursue, Bullet immediately backed away. The corner of his mouth showed satisfaction, and his fighting spirit became even higher, saying, "It's very good, that's enough, that's how it feels to defeat you." Integrated Battleship. A strange wave erupted in Bullet's body, and then, all the stones, wood and other objects on the ground were sucked by him like a gushing stream, and finally turned into a 50-meter iron statue. Color Giant. If it's just this level, that's fine, it's not as terrifying as the original book. Seeing this giant descending in front of him like a godlike mecha, Shajurching couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the writing wheel turned extremely fast, and a cold and domineering chakra burst out, which also turned into a 50-meter statue. Tall Skeletal Giant. Chapter 327. Open up, Susano. Susano. Shajurching said in a low voice. Meridians suddenly grew out of the skeleton giant's body, flesh and blood, and the breath became heavier. Not far away, Didia and the others, who were still evacuating the crowd, looked at Susano and the giant iron-colored giant, and their faces were full of shock. To have Naji-sama use Susanoo, this time the enemy is too powerful. Natsu-sama, you must defeat the enemy. Didier and the others prayed like this in their hearts. If Shajirching can use Desuzanu, it means that the enemy is really powerful, and Shajirching must go all out. After all, if Shajirching couldn't defeat this enemy, it would be even more impossible for them. If they add up, they might even win against Shajirching. Back to Shajirching again. Anna, Enel, the surrounding guards will be handed over to the two of you. The battle will be quite fierce later. Shajirching said to Anna and Enel who were underground behind him, and then he controlled Susanoo with all his strength in his mind. Come on, Bullet, let me see who will win in the end. Although Shajirching doesn't understand why Bullet attacked him now, it doesn't matter anymore. If you beat Bullet, you will know it naturally. 8 Arms Shira. Akina. Shajirching pushed the writing wheel to the limit, and then Susanoo moved. Come on then, Thunder Hunter, you have to let me fight. Bullet's voice came from the giant's body, manic and excited. Boom. The two fists collided. Boom. In an instant, like a star exploding, the ground beneath their feet exploded and dented heavily. The cracks were as thick as water tanks, and the islands had been directly cracked, and the sea water slowly murmured. Gollum poured back. It was Anna who were both shaken back by the aftermath of the collision between Shajirching and the two of them. With this blow to the face, Shajirching's Susanoo actually lost to Bullet, and was knocked out again. Suffer to death. Seeing this scene, Bullet immediately rushed over with a mad drink, and the entire island trembled continuously, and the waves in all directions continued, which was extremely terrifying. Lightning armor. Seeing this scene, Shajirching shouted wildly, not daring to show any negligence, so he covered Susanoo with a piece of lightning armor, and 8 sharp long swords appeared in his hand, shouting, Yi Dao Luoyizu destroy. Quote. Boom. The sky suddenly moved and rolled up, cracking open. The air was split in an instant, suffocating. In the 4 directions of the sea, large cracks like spider webs appeared directly, and the waves were directly calmed down. Hey, this is fake, how is this possible? The sky actually cracked, is this really something a swordsman can do? Didier and the others looked at this scene, all of them couldn't help but pale in horror. Such a terrifying scene was beyond their expectations. In their eyes, Shajirching's 8 long swords seemed to have the power to destroy the world, which made people shudder. Even if they were separated by such a long distance, they all felt that they were about to be split, and there was fear in their hearts. Armed. Similarly, in the face of this blow, even the Bullet, don't dare to underestimate it, armament hockey is covered. After all, this is a terrifying blow that can directly split his giant. Chapter 328 Destruction. But Bullet still underestimated this blow. PFF'd. As soon as I heard such a tearing sound, a faint and sharp sword mark appeared on the chest of the giant Bullet, and the giant marked with the number 59 feet was knocked back. Yi Dao Lu Profound Truth Canry. Once the knife succeeded, Shajirching drank violently again, and blood flowed directly from the rotation of the writing wheel. Susanoo's 8-handed long sword suddenly exuded a terrifying penetrating power, aimed at the chest of giant number 59, pierced the air and attacked. In an instant, his blow caused a terrifying gust of wind, blowing both Anna and Enel back several steps. How so strong? Anna only felt that a weight of oppression fell on her and Enel, which made their ability to move a lot slower. In fact, what Anna didn't know was that not only him, but everyone in the entire mock town felt this way, and even felt that he was about to suffocate. Even the sea kings in the surrounding waters let out a frightened neigh, and then quickly escaped. Little devil, don't be too arrogant. Facing the blow that seemed to be able to pierce his soul, Bullet also drank violently, activated his strongest armament to cover the giant's arm, and collided into a mad fist. This blow is too terrifying. If you are not careful, you will die. Boom boom boom. The collision between the two is as if the thunder in the sky is constantly exploding, and the momentum of the thunder and punishment of the robbery just now is not as terrifying as the current collision. Ah! Anna and Enel, who were near the battle, covered their ears in pain, but one could imagine the others. Back! Anna and the two did not dare to stay in the vicinity, and quickly retreated out. The ground beneath the two of them seemed to have turned into a stream of water, and under the collision of the two, it continued to flow out. Destroyed everything around, all the buildings, as fragile as tender tofu, completely annihilated in front of this aftermath. Ace and the others were far enough to escape, but the aftermath still spread, and it came with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Be careful. Seeing the terrifying aftermath that spread like a raging wave, Ace couldn't help being shocked, and then immediately opened his arms and a large flame burst out from his body, shouting, Enjomo Blaze Net. An LT, P and GT. Boom. In an instant, a wave of fire roared out, blocking the aftermath, turning the entire mock town into red. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Ace spoke with difficulty and said, Hurry up, I won't be able to hold it anymore. 3 swords, profound truth, 3,000 worlds. Zoro reacted first, rushing out like a beast, that is, the strongest blow. Steaming dangerous fist. Didia also reacted immediately and shot immediately. Afterwards, the others immediately took action and blocked them away. Only by truly facing this aftermath will we know how terrifying the battle between Shajirching and Bullet was. The power that is like the rushing mountains and the momentum that swallows the mountains and rivers is simply despairing. Even in the sky, there are big holes. Even the sea is full of wild waves, slapping the broken island of Mock Town fiercely. Chapter 329 Illusion, Unexpected. Woo! Both of them were roaring, and both of them burst out with the strongest power. Both of them felt the shocking pressure coming, and they both knew that the opponent was not someone who could be defeated so easily. Bullet, you are strong, but... Shajirching roared wildly, you will definitely lose to me today. I, the Thunder Hunter, will not fail. His whole body seemed to be on fire, and even the heavens and the earth trembled, and he was terrified. Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Bullet also drank wildly, extremely ferociously excited, and the power on his fist suddenly became stronger. Illusion Gold Binding. Shajirching drank violently, and saw a wave of turbulent air, attacking away like a raging wave. The mere momentum, who is afraid of who? Conqueror. Bullet drank violently, Conqueror's teeth erupted, and he fought directly away. But the fluctuation that I saw directly crossed the impact of the Conqueror, and wrapped the bullet in it. Ohm. In the face of the incoming Conqueror, Shajirching also released the Conqueror to confront him. Bullet didn't expect that Shajirching's blow could not be blocked with Conqueror, and he felt that his body was restrained, and he couldn't move at all. How could I be bound? Give me a go. Bullet drank wildly, bursting out with a mighty force, and it was about to shake off the damned sense of restraint. However, how could Shajirching let him succeed? He glared angrily again, and shouted, Illusion, Magic, Kickoff. Another big restraint type ninjutsu was released, and Bullet's movement suddenly became much smaller. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Why Haki has absolutely no effect on it. Bullet has never encountered such a strange ability in his entire life, so he can't help but scream in surprise. Illusion Dream Killing Technique. Shajirching did not answer him, but attacked again with an illusion. What the hell did you do? Why can't I control my body anymore? How could I, Bullet, have such suicidal thoughts? Bullet couldn't move at all, and at the same time, he still wanted to commit suicide, which made Bullet feel an incomparable sense of humiliation. Yi Dao Lu Profound Truth Extermination. Shajirching still did not respond. Instead, he gathered all his strength. The 8-armed Shira erupted again with a shocking power. The whole island trembled at an extreme speed, and the sky suddenly exploded a huge pit. Boom! With the explosion of the earth, Susanoo twisted his body to charge up, and rushed forward like a huge cheetah. Like the starlight in the dark night, the eight-handed longsword passed the giant of Bullet again, and the fierce sword intent burst out, which immediately produced a terrifying effect. PFF'd. 59 feet's chest was torn open, and Bullet looked at the falling chakra sword in awe, but couldn't move at all. No. Bullet drinks wildly, but the result of the battle will never change with Bullet's subjective will. Thorn. A sharp pain hit, blood splattered, Bullet screamed again, the giant shattered and fell to the ground, and the bullet also fell directly. Enel, thunder attack. Shajur Ching's chakra was almost exhausted, but Bullet still needed the last blow, so he gave the chance to Enel. Chapter 330. What a great descendant. Anna, limit his mobility. Don't let him run away. Shajur Ching said to Anna again, let him activate the ability to stop Bullet from moving. Understood. Anna responded with a sound and immediately activated her ability, and the earth in all directions suddenly roared like a swamp. A mud flow wrapped Shajur Ching, and then suddenly became extremely hard, tightly binding Bullet. Hey, accept Thor's punishment, you bastard. Enel was awe-inspiring Isho, and his breath suddenly became quite sharp. In an instant, he was covered in thunder and lightning, and turned into a giant Thor. Then he pointed to the sky, and the thunderclouds that had just spread out came together again in an instant. Moreover, they were stronger than the thunderclouds that Shajur Ching had just now. Among them, there are thunder snakes dancing constantly, there is a huge oppression coming at an extreme speed, and thunder and lightning are converging. All the people in Mock Town suddenly felt a suffocating breath, which made everyone swallow their saliva. Boom! In the next instant, a thunderlight that illuminated the four directions came crashing down, shaking the entire sky and the sea. Boom! Mock Town was smashed through again, the seawater boiled and splashed, and the violent air waves swept the ground frantically again, and came out 3 feet from the ground. Shajur Ching endured the pain in his chest and the turbulent chi and blood, and stepped on the moon step to withdraw as quickly as possible, so as not to be affected by this violent aftermath, and his injuries would be further injured. Bastard jerk, I'm here, I'm a failure. In the thunder and lightning, it seems that a faint figure can be seen appearing and struggling, but in the end, in the continuous thunder and lightning, he just fell like this. The breath is gone, is it successful? Shajur Ching stood in the distance, looking at the puddle of several hundred meters that still exuded a turbulent atmosphere. Observation hockey thought in his heart. This guy is really tenacious. In the face of such thunder and punishment bombardment, he can still have life characteristics. This kind of physical strength is really the most powerful existence I have ever seen. It's like a devil, it's terrifying. Enel's voice suddenly came over, and Jean Shajur Ching immediately asked, what's the matter, does this guy still have fighting power? Enel's observation hockey cooperates with his current fluctuations to detect more detailed. Naturally, there is no fighting power, and the attack of the thunder god is not just talk. Enel said very proudly after hearing this. That's good. Hearing this, Shajur Ching couldn't help but sighed in relief, and then untied a piece of seastone chain from his waist. This is a habitual behavior of Shajur Ching, and will wear a seastone chain on his waist, just in case. Ha ha ha, your kid is really amazing, you actually screwed this guy up, it's worth it for me to drive away the General Starcracker. At this moment, a hearty laughter came from in front of Shajur Ching and the others. Shajur Ching and others couldn't help but look over, but they saw Garp holding a bag of senbei and leading the adjutant over. Garp, Vice Admiral, according to what you said just now, you should have been here for a while. But you are actually watching the fun. You are not afraid that if I lose to Bullet and get killed by him, let your Shichibukai Marine 4 Emperor's structure balance tilt. Shajur Ching said with a twitchy face, Garp, he actually watched him and Bullet fight fiercely without helping. It's too much. Chapter 331. You boy do it well. Ha ha ha, didn't I believe in your strength, that's why I didn't take action. Look, Bullet has been defeated by you, with your strength. You can almost walk sideways on the sea. Hearing this, Garp said nonchalantly. What's the matter with driving away Cracker? What is Cracker doing here? Chasing Bullet. Shajirching doesn't know what's going on now. The sudden attack of the bullet made him still bewildered. This is suddenly another Cracker, and he's even more confused. Smart kid, guess the key at once. Garp glanced at Shajirching with admiration, and said, if the old man guesses correctly, the Bigumum pirates should be fighting the snipe and clam, and the fisherman's idea of profiting. But fortunately, your kid defeated Bullet so quickly, and the old man drove out Cracker by the way, so their plan completely failed. Hearing this, Shajirching couldn't help frowning and said, so, I have to thank you. Garp Vice Admiral. Forget it, don't talk about it, take away a dangerous character like Bullet. I had no grudges with him in the past, but recently I have no grudges against him, but he was suddenly attacked, and it's still a deadly kind. I'm very panicked now, Shajirching said with a helpless expression. Then, he suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, Garp Vice Admiral suddenly came to my mock town, I don't know why. You can't tell me, you just come and have a look. Hearing this, Garp immediately restrained his smile, looked at Shajirching and asked, why are you recruiting Fire Fist Ace? Boy, your current power has reached the peak of Shichibukai, and you are not far from the 4 emperors. Do you plan to continue to expand? Speaking of this, Garp's face is already quite serious, especially when it comes to Ace, his eyes are extremely sharp. I didn't even think about recruiting others, but, some people will definitely come to me, what can I do? When Shajirching heard this, she shrugged helplessly, as if it was quite a helpless thing for him to recruit Ace. As expected of the Thunder Hunter, he can say this kind of thing so confidently, well, it's a young Yingji after all. When Garp heard this, he immediately laughed, but just when Shajirching thought that this matter was over, Garp's expression suddenly became serious again, and said, this time it's me, you next time if you expand your power like this, I think the person here is probably Marine Admiral. Quote. Good luck, Thunder Hunter. After finishing speaking, Garp turned to look at Bullet, who had been salvaged and scorched all over, and said, take it away. This guy came here to warn me. Shajirching was a little confused after hearing this, and then smiled bitterly in his heart. Sengoku, you really looked down on me, and you sent Garp to warn me. Seeing Garp and the others leaving, Shajirching sighed in her heart. When recruiting Ace, he knew that Marine would react, but he didn't expect Marine's reaction to be so great. Forget it, it's useless to think too much, it's over. However, this mock town is more than half useless. If you want to continue living in it, it seems that it will cost a lot of money. Shajirching looked at this broken mock town and began to feel a little distressed about her small wallet. Chapter 332 Have a drink. Remove the alarm and organize people to recover from the disaster. Shajirching said to Anna and Enel behind her. Yes. Enel and Anna took the lead, and Shajirching, just as the two left, suddenly a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face suddenly became abnormally pale. Bullet's power is really powerful. Shajirching clutched his chest and said this. He now feels his chest as heavy as an unconscious iron block, and it makes him breathless. This kind of power, if I hadn't used my illusion to win by surprise, it might have ended in a tie today. Bullet is really powerful, it's no worse than Katakuri. Shajirching struggled to get up and walked towards the broken summer chamber of commerce. This injury on his body can't be treated without urgent treatment. In a few days, Bigumum pirates. Bastard Garp, he actually stopped the old lady's plan, damn it. When Bigumum knew that her plan was almost successful but was shattered by Garp, her mind collapsed and her lungs exploded. Garp, it's an amazing coincidence, it just happened to appear in Mock Town. However, I didn't expect the Thunder Hunter to be able to defeat Bullet. It seems that his danger is really getting bigger and bigger. An LT, P and GT. Katakuri on the side thought with a twinkle in his eyes. Moby Dick Island. Whitebeard Pirates Headquarters. It's cool, Shajirching is a good boy. He actually defeated the Bullet guy. It seems that he has really grown to a very good point. Whitebeard held the newspaper in his hand and said proudly and comfortably. This is what Shajurching can do, and he can grow to such a terrifying level when he goes out alone. It's impossible for someone to grow to this level in such a short period of time. Marco took out his ears and said lazily. Cool, tell that kid that the medicinal wine he gave tastes very good, and the effect is not bad, let him send some more. Whitebeard suddenly said, with an expression like that of an alcoholic, who wants to drink upright. Father, if I hadn't seen that this medicinal wine is good for your body, I would have thought I didn't hear it. Hearing this, Marco couldn't help sighing and said helplessly. Whitebeard, cool, how can a man in the sea not drink, live a happy life, and drink can be more enjoyable? Okay, who made you a dad? Marco sighed again, and then said, I never thought that the effect of making wine with medicinal materials would be so good. I have been a doctor for so many years, but I have never seen it. Okay, I'll let that fellow Shajurching bring wine. Marco scratched his head, and then dialed Shajurching's phone bug. Mocktown. Yo, big brother Marco, long time no see. After receiving Marco's call, Shajurching couldn't help being a little surprised, and then chatted with Marco very well. Medicinal wine, okay, I will select a good medicinal wine right away and bring it to Dad personally. When Shajurching heard that Whitebeard asked for medicinal wine, he immediately became energetic. Then, I ran to prepare the medicinal wine. Natsu, the Thunder Hunter, it's amazing, Bullet's level monsters have been defeated by quilts. It's really become a thing. Sengoku rested his chin with his hands, and his eyes were full of dignified expressions. Chapter 333 How dare I? His existence makes me feel that Shichibukai is going to be out of our control. However, the stronger he is, the stronger the deterrent to the 4 emperors and other pirates in the sea. This is a good thing. Alas, Shichibukai is really a double-edged sword. Sengoku sighed like this, feeling more and more headaches. When will this turbulent sea calm down? Sengoku looked at the pile of official documents, and felt more and more that taking over as Marshal Marine was a mistake. How dare I become the first target of Bullet's comeback, and I'm really struggling to think about it. In the past few days, the story of the Thunder Hunter Natsu defeating Bullet, the descendant of the devil, has spread throughout the world through major newspapers. Therefore, Shajurching also understood why he was suddenly attacked by Bullet. But it's a pity, the Thunder Hunter, can't be anyone who can kill chickens and warn monkeys, unless that person is the 4 emperors. Shajurching breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the pile of medicinal wine on the deck behind him, and Anna who was standing beside him. Anna, what's the matter? Your body is shaking like this, are you still nervous? Seeing Anna's face full of tension and Vivi's trembling body, Shajurching couldn't help laughing and jokingly asked. How can I be nervous? When she heard Shajurching's words, Anna's first reaction was to deny it. But before he could say a few words, he was directly collapsed by Shajurching's eyes that seemed to be able to see through his inner thoughts, and stomped his feet angrily. Oh, it's already this time, why are you still making fun of me, ignoring it? You, quote. After speaking, he turned his head away with a snort of pride, with a look of, I'm very angry. Oh, how dare I make fun of you? Don't be angry, it will become ugly when you are angry, you will have wrinkles, and no one will like it. Shajurching immediately had a serious look on her face, but she said something that made Anna even more frustrated. Shajurching. Anna drank violently, with the expression on her face that she could not wait to eat Shajurching. Okay, alright, no kidding, how come no one wants my Anna? You are a fascination, who can marry you, then it's a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Shajurching hugged Anna with a doting face, and said sweetly. HMPH, if you know how to talk, I'll forgive you this time, otherwise, next time I must let you know how good I am. Be careful that I will make you a eunuch from now on, and be my sister. Anna hummed proudly, but Sus' hand slowly moved down from Shazher Ching's waist. This made Shazher Ching can't help wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. These days, women who are too powerful are all roses, with thorns, and they will be hurt if they are not careful. New World, Moby Dick Island. Dad, I'm here to see you. As soon as he arrived at the outskirts of the island, Shazher Ching jumped high and rushed towards the center of the island with the moon step. Cool, you're a kid, have you brought enough medicinal wine? Hearing Shazher Ching's voice, Whitebeard's hearty voice was uploaded immediately, completely traversing the blockage of the island's jungle. Of course, Dad, and this time it tastes even better than the last batch, hee, you'll know after drinking it. Shazher Ching answered with excitement on her face. Chapter 334 No Status. Ha ha ha, okay, you kid understand me. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, Whitebeard laughed even more happily. In a minute, Shazher Ching arrived in front of Whitebeard, and Anna followed behind him and fell. Who is this? Seeing Anna behind Shazher Ching, Whitebeard and the others couldn't help but have a deep playful look in their eyes, and asked. Their playful eyes made Anna blush and lowered her head. She, Anna, the daughter of Mudflow, my vice president. After seeing Marco and the others listening to their answers, they showed disbelief. Shazher Ching continued, of course, he is also my woman. Sure enough, after hearing this, Marco and the others suddenly showed a unexpected expression. Ha ha ha, that's okay, you kid, it's only been a few years since you kidnapped such a beautiful and powerful daughter-in-law. Marco was the first to open his mouth and smiled, then he looked at Anna and said with a smile, welcome, Anna, sister-in-law, treat this as your own home, don't be so restrained. Marco said this, the rest of the people also said, welcome. Quite the enthusiasm, which made Anna feel less anxious all of a sudden, and felt a little more down to earth and close. Shazher Ching didn't bully you, right? If he bullies you, just tell us, we'll help you out. Yes, if he bullies you, you can tell us and we will help you out. Well, these people didn't pass a second, so Shazher Ching couldn't help wiping cold sweat. Hey, brothers, this is too much. How could I bully her? Am I the kind of person who is prone to domestic violence? Shazher Ching said with a black line on her head. Cool, good boy, since you have brought people here, you have to treat them well. In the future, you are not allowed to mess around outside and do things that are sorry for others, understand? At this time, Whitebeard said. Of course, Daddy, how can a good man like me get involved? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Shazher Ching couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead again. Thank you, Dad. But Anna heard Whitebeard's words, thanked his very sweet Isho, and then cast a proud glance at Shazher Ching. At this moment, Shazher Ching began to doubt whether he was still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could he, his own son, be more powerful than Anna, a daughter-in-law? Cool, Shazher Ching isn't very sensible, I'll take care of you in the future. Whitebeard grinned Isho very happily, and entrusted Shazher Ching to Anna. Anna, hey, okay, Daddy. Well, as soon as Anna arrives, Shazher Ching has no status. Ha ha ha, Shazher Ching, what's the matter? Looking at your aggrieved expression, you're like an angry little daughter-in-law. Marco and the others looked at Shazher Ching with a face of grievance, the black line, and couldn't help joking again. This made Shazher Ching roll his eyes. Okay, hurry up and go to the bar, I've been hungry for a long time. Whitebeard changed the subject in time, turning the matter from Anna's body to the medicinal wine. Having said that, we will send someone to bring the wine. Seeing this, Shazher Ching hurriedly stopped. I don't have to worry about this, I have already shipped it. Chapter 335 Good Wine, Whitebeard is happy. Oh, so fast. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, Whitebeard couldn't help being surprised. Immediately, just as Shazher Ching finished speaking, another Shazher Ching he saw came over with a big wheeler dragging a pile of wine. Deity, the wine you want is here. This Shazher Ching, who came with the wine, said so. Boom. Upon seeing this, Shazher Ching immediately sealed the seal, and immediately, the Shazher Ching, who was dragging the wine, disappeared into smoke with a bang. Hey, what an amazing skill. Every time I see it, I feel amazing. Looking at this scene, including Whitebeard and others, can't help but wonder. Dad, try it and see how it tastes. Shazher Ching didn't say anything about their praise, but said to Whitebeard like this. Cool, let me taste it. How does this wine taste? Whitebeard couldn't help but flash a thick light in his eyes. Then, he grabbed a jar of wine, removed the sealant, raised his head and took a big mouthful of it. In an instant, a mellow, spicy, and soft feeling hit, but the moment it entered his throat, it instantly turned into a fiery force, and went straight to Whitebeard's body, making his body suddenly it became hot, and there was a faint white mist coming out. Whitebeard's whole body was on fire, exuding a suffocating aura, and the sky was rolling with Vivi. Comfortable, good wine. Whitebeard only felt that his body seemed to be several % lighter in an instant, and there was a steady stream of power bursting out, and he couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. Dad, wait, stop drinking, you can only drink so much a day, and if you drink more, you'll have to make up for it. Seeing Whitebeard's face full of contentment, Shazher Ching hastened to stop it. Then, he continued, also, this medicinal wine is the strongest of all wines so far. No one can drink a whole jar of wine at one time. Dad, you have to mix it with other wine to dilute it a little. What is the effect of drinking pure water directly? Dad, you already knew it just now, and only your body can bear it. If you don't want my son to be chased and beaten by other brothers, let's drink it diluted. It won't be so strong, the effect of the medicine will be softer, and you can drink it for a longer time. Shazher Ching urged Ja advice. Okay, since you said so, then I'll listen to you. However, you should bring more wine in the future, your father will be fine. Whitebeard still listened to Shazher Ching's persuasion and put down the wine jar. Hey, that's a must, it's the only thing I can honor your old age. Shazher Ching scratched his head and said shyly. I finally know why Daddy spoils you so much. You are the only way to please Daddy, and it's the same for me. At this time, Marco's sour voice came from the side. Shazher Ching couldn't help but look, but he saw Marco, the eldest son of the Whitebeard pirates, looking at Shazher Ching with a face full of jealousy. Ha ha ha, Marco brother, you are joking, without you guys accompanying Dad, what's the use of me just sending wine? Seeing how much Shazher Ching can talk, Marco, Vista and others who listened to it all nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing happily. Chapter 336 I'm also anxious now. The happy time always passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Shazher Ching stayed on this Moby Dick Island for 2 days, and it was time to leave. Go, and next time you come, bring me some wine. Whitebeard laughed and said goodbye to Shazher Ching. He was so drunk that Marco and the others couldn't help but quickly stop drinking for him, and then began to measure various data on his body. Whitebeard is so old and doesn't take care of his body so much, if something happens, it's over. Maritime. How about it? Let me say that they are very kind and feel their enthusiasm. Shazher Ching was lying on the bow of the boat, looking at Anna with a smile on her face. You talk too much, be careful I'm suing Father Whitebeard, saying you bullied me. When Anna heard the words, she snorted proudly and said proudly. Okay, you are a baby now, so I'm not having fun. Hearing Anna's words, Shazher Ching really wanted to say, God, you have changed, you were not like this before. He felt more and more that bringing Anna to see Whitebeard was a wrong thing. Looking at Anna's fussing now, she is about to ignore Shazher Ching. Seeing Shazher Ching's pissed off appearance, Anna suddenly ran over, took Shazher Ching's arm, and said coquettishly, Oh, don't do this, I know it's wrong. As he spoke, he looked like a pear blossom with rain, which made people feel pity. HMPH, I won't forgive you like that, I'm a careful person. Shajurching couldn't help turning her head away when she heard the words, with a proud and charming look on her face. Oh, I really know I'm wrong, so you can forgive me. Next time I don't dare, just forgive me. Well, Anna is so coquettish that she can numb people's bones. This voice is so pitiful. Only this time, there must be no next time, understand? Otherwise, I will definitely punish you properly, you know. I'm not joking with you, I'm talking to you very seriously now. Shajurching looked at Anna seriously and said, Punishment? What kind of punishment? Hearing this, Anna couldn't help shrinking her neck, and asked tentatively with some uneasiness. How can I tell you this? However, Hancock is begging for mercy under my punishment. You better prepare yourself mentally. Shajurching took a deep look at Anna with a smirk on her face, then closed her eyes and continued to rest. This made Anna even more uneasy. Shajurching continued, Let's go, when we pass the windlass belt, let's stop by Amazon, and it's time to talk to Hancock about the future. By the way, the two of you will also meet, so that my heart will fall to the ground. Ah, is it too early to go to Amazon now? Hearing this news, Anna was a little cowardly, and she spoke out very anxiously, with resistance written all over her face. She said, I'm not ready yet, isn't this too fast? Hearing Anna's words, Shajurching said proudly, Finally, you are afraid too. Then, he opened his eyes, looked at Anna and said, I'll see you sooner or later, just this time. To be honest, I'm more nervous than you, don't be afraid, I'm with you. Chapter 337 Hancock is jealous. Okay. After hearing Shajurching's words, Anna thought for a moment, and then reluctantly agreed. Well, let's go. When Anna agreed, Shajurching couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Anna doesn't agree, things will be troublesome. Sailing is always a little boring. But Shajurching was never bored this time. 5 days have passed, and it has been quite fulfilling, and it is even a little unsustainable. Anna, it's a little bad, I've kept Young Yuan for 15 years, and you just took it away. Shajurching looked like she was taken out of time, looking at her radiant face, like Anna who was standing on the bow of the boat with a proud peacock, she said with a heartache. HMPH, that can only be because of your lack of concentration and temptation, that's why I succeeded. Why, do you want to wipe your mouth and refuse to admit it after eating? I tell you, after this time, just wait and hold the baby. Anna leaned on the bow and said proudly. Do you have to get pregnant before Hancock? Hearing Anna's words, Shajurching suddenly had a headache. HMPH, I want it, you can't control it. Who knows, Anna snorted arrogantly after hearing this, and said quite proudly. Okay, whatever you want. Shajurching also knew that this was a sign of Anna's insecurity, so she just let her go. But I have to say that in the past 5 days, he really learned what it means to taste the forbidden fruit for the first time. If it wasn't for his control, I'm afraid he would have been drained by Anna now. No wind belt, coming soon. Before that, Shajurching called Hancock and gave her a mental preparation. Otherwise, bring a woman here, isn't this an obvious challenge provocation? But even so, Shajurching still underestimated the seriousness of this matter. So, when the two arrived here, all the subjects of the entire Amazon Lily, as well as Hancock, all appeared at the port to greet. Hey, this battle is really big, is this a disgrace? Seeing this scene, Shajurching couldn't help but feel a little bad in his heart. Natsu, you finally came to see the concubine again, the concubine is so happy, I miss you so much. Before Shajurching got close to the shore, Hancock rushed into his arms like a cheetah. Not only that, but her slender jade legs tightly hooped Shajurching's waist and hung on him like this. And where Shajurching couldn't see, Hancock glared at Anna fiercely, declared his sovereignty, and then a proud person owned Shajurching. Hancock, I miss you too, but why don't you come down first? So many people are watching, it won't affect you well. Shajur said helplessly. HMPH. No, you actually brought a woman here. The concubine is not happy, the concubine is angry. Hancock, who has always been arrogant and aloof, is now jealous like a little girl. Be obedient, come down first, okay. You two should also get to know her. She is Anna, and you will be sisters in the future. If you don't like each other, I will have a headache in the future. Shajur said with a headache after hearing this. Although he also knew that it would take time for Hancock and Anna to meet like this honestly, but this was the first time that the situation was deadlocked like this, which still made him very distressed. After all, he is not a person who is good at love. He said in his heart, if only I hadn't come to this Amazon lily at the beginning, otherwise, it won't be like this now. Chapter 338 Change your face like flipping a book. If Shajur had known about this kind of thing earlier, he would have left immediately when he woke up. There will be absolutely no entanglement with Hancock and the others. No, I don't want a concubine. Hancock still didn't want to come down after hearing this, and said very aggrievedly. Seeing this scene, Shajur shook his head helplessly and said, I promise, I will never bring women back to be your sisters again. Come down first, okay. Really? Hearing these words, Hancock immediately spoke up, and there was a hint of movement in his tone. Really, I promise, if I mess with flowers and weeds again in the future, I'll be struck by lightning, and I won't. Before Shajur finished speaking, Hancock interrupted her mouth. She covered Shajur mouth with her hands and said, I don't want you to make such a poisonous oath, my concubine believes you. Hancock looked at Shajur affectionately for several seconds, and then finally got off Shajur. The ship, just at this time, docked. First meeting, Empress, Boa Hancock. After getting off Shajur Hancock approached Anna on the lotus step, looked down at Anna, and said proudly. After all, she is the Empress, the lord of a country, and she is used to bossing around. Even though Anna's aura is quite good, in front of Hancock, it still pales in comparison. Vice President of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Anna, the daughter of the mud flow, the Empress, hello. Of course, Anna is not a late-night fuel-efficient lamp, height. She activated her ability to create a faucet, and when she stepped on it, she looked at Hancock. Just when the two looked at each other, the female warriors on the shore all looked at Anna with bad eyes. If eyes kill, then Anna and Shajur are estimated to have died thousands of times. Shajur clearly saw that just after the two introduced themselves, there was a fierce spark between the two. Henku. Seeing this scene, Shajur wanted to smooth the game, so that the two would not be in such a tit-for-tat confrontation, but was immediately interrupted by Hancock. It's between the two of us, just leave it alone. Yes, leave it alone, it's our business. We'll solve it ourselves. Anna also spoke up immediately and said without showing weakness. Well, Shajur really lost her temper for a while. I am the main palace, you are not allowed to rob me. Hancock speaks first and takes his place as the queen. No problem, I came later anyway, so what if the main palace is given to you? I just hope you can get along well with me. Anna has a little more life experience than Hancock, so even though she is younger than Hancock, she is more sensible than her. Okay, no problem, you're welcome, Sister Anna. Hearing Anna's almost subdued words, Hancock couldn't help holding Vivi's head up, and then, the eyes that were very bad just now suddenly became very kind. Hello, Sister Hancock. Anna was also sweet-isho, and responded and left, which made Shajur really see how fast women can change their faces. Come on, Hancock, Anna, I have a lot of things to discuss with you. Seeing this scene, Shajur couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then, holding one in each hand, he walked towards the shore. Welcome. Anna landed and was welcomed by the female warriors of Amazon Lily. Chapter 339 Concubine So Happy. Hello, please give me more advice in the future. Others are so polite, and Anna naturally won't show her face. Although there may be more troubles in the future, but at least it is peaceful now. Alas, if there are no diamonds and no porcelain work, the ancients will not deceive me. Shajurching looked at the two stunning beauties around her, thinking in her heart. Immediately, the group went to the palace and began to discuss the business. Royal Palace. As soon as Shajurching took his seat, he announced the news that the headquarters of the Summer Chamber of Commerce would move to Wafang. Really? You're moving your Summer Chamber of Commerce? Hearing this news, Hancock's pupils shrank, and he couldn't believe it. Then, after reacting, he couldn't help hugging Shajurching's arm excitedly, and said, "That's great, I will be able to see you every day from now on." Shajurching stopped the excited Hancock and continued, "Also, you will be the vice president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce." Hancock didn't feel anything about this news. For her, as long as Shajurching was by his side, everything would be fine. But the mother-in-law on the side couldn't help but nodded, and then said, "Thunder Hunter, although you are the son-in-law of Nine Snake Island, you are indeed allowed to enter here, but... Speaking of which, why did my mother-in-law look at Shajurching like this, without saying anything else?" She believed that Shajurching, a really smart person, must understand what he meant. "Don't worry, the Chamber of Commerce will not be located on Nine Snake Island, nor will the nearby islands, so as not to destroy the balance here and bring unnecessary trouble and crisis. I have already selected the location, on Sky Island. When the time comes, it will be suspended on the Nine Snake Island. I will establish a connecting route between Nine Snake Island and Sky Island, and strictly control the border, so that the second a man appeared on Nine Snake Island." Quote. Shajurching said it very well. "Okay, yes, it's the Thunder Hunter, really thoughtful." Hearing Shajurching's words, my mother-in-law nodded. Then, Shajurching continued to talk about his plan. And Hancock and Anna kept nodding as they listened, their eyes filled with admiration. In this process, 2 hours have passed. "Okay, that's all my plans, mother-in-law, no problem." Shajurching looked at her mother-in-law and said, "No problem, Thunder Hunter, your thinking is very clear, and the old man has no opinion." The mother-in-law nodded, there was no objection. "You're amazing, Naz. That's amazing." Hancock pounced on him, his face full of fans. Not to mention, this makes Shajurching feel a sense of accomplishment. What a great sense of achievement to be praised by Hancock like this. After all, Hancock is one of the most beautiful women and one of the tallest women in the world. And Anna on the side, well, he really can't do this. But she knew what she had to do, so she silently came behind Shajurching and beat his shoulders to relieve his fatigue. "Since you have no opinions on your side, you can start preparing for construction. I will immediately notify the people at the Summer Chamber of Commerce to start preparations. It won't take long, Hancock, Anna, we will be able to meet every day." Shajurching hugged both of them into her arms, kissed each of them on the face, and said, "Promise me that we will get along well in the future, okay?" The two women did not answer this question. This made Shajurching sigh and said, "Okay, let's get along first." Chapter 340 Are you satisfied with this daughter-in-law? Anna, Hancock, when the relocation of the Chamber of Commerce is ready, you two will go to the Whitebeard Pirates with me. Shajurching spoke suddenly. Anna couldn't help blushing when she heard the words, and Hancock obviously didn't understand what this had to do with Whitebeard, so he was confused. On the other hand, when the mother-in-law heard this, she couldn't help but move her pupils, as if thinking of something. She also looked towards Shajurching. "Hancock, Nath is just my pseudonym, my real name isn't this. There are some things in there, and now I can tell you too." Looking at Hancock's confused eyes, Shajurching explained. "Well, you say." Hearing this, Hancock nodded, and upon seeing this, Shajurching began to say, "My real name is Shajurching, Shajurching with blood pupils, a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. After hearing this, the mother-in-law immediately showed such an expression as she expected. Shajurching, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doesn't that mean? Hancock suddenly exclaimed with a look of hindsight. Yes, that is to say, Whitebeard is about to become our father. We will have a relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates, and we may be surrounded by marine. I hope you will be prepared. At this time, Anna said aloud. Concubine will not be afraid, don't underestimate me. Hearing Anna's words, Hancock replied with a strong smell of gunpowder. All right, Anna is just telling you what's going on. Don't be so angry. When Shajurching heard the words, she immediately spoke up, interrupting the beginning of a possible quarrel between the two. Humph. Hearing these words, Hancock snorted proudly and turned his head away. Seeing this scene, Shajurching couldn't help shaking his head, then got up and stood up, saying, Anna, let's go, we will meet the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Hancock, wait here for me when I arrive, I will take you to see Dad, and then, just it's time to make our relationship public. Well, I see, my concubine understands. Hancock pursed his mouth and looked at Anna who was holding Shajurching tightly, and replied unhappily. The technique of thunder clone. Seeing this, Shajurching made a seal, separated a lay clone, and said, I'll leave my clone to accompany you. Okay, good boy, we'll be back soon. Shajurching, then you must go and come back quickly, my concubine will miss you. Hancock said goodbye to Shajurching with some reluctance. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Hancock. Shajurching made a heart-to-heart gesture towards Hancock, and then left. On the way, Shajurching told Whitebeard about her relationship with Hancock again. Suddenly, it caused a huge sensation in the Whitebeard Pirates again. Good boy, he actually got all the arrogant women like Empress Hancock in his hands without saying a word. It's yours. This time, even Vista and others couldn't help but admire Shajurching. It's amazing. Ha ha ha, I'll bring her to see you then. Dad, are you satisfied with this daughter-in-law? Shajurching communicated with Whitebeard with a proud face. Cool, your kid is amazing. Well, he is indeed my Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard also praised him. Empress Hancock, you can't get it if you want to soak it. This is a peerless rose with fresh thorns. It's really amazing to make her your own woman.